look of multi-chromatic exotic hardwood. It resists splintering, rotting, and cracking with really low maintenance. See the colors and learn more at dolanlumber.com. See the real Fiberon at Dolan's Home Improvement Centers.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens Find Rx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
In San Ramon, we're looking for sunny skies, highs near 88.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
All right, here we go. Thursday morning on the roast. And oh, baby, it's going to be a good one. We'll talk some Niners and Chiefs, a little bit of Dubs. Splash Cousin's going to join us at 8 o'clock. As I say good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. And let that beat ride, love it. Let it ride a little bit. Good morning, everybody out there on the roadways. If you're at work, what is happening? Good morning to London. Madsen, who's the new guy back here? We got the new guy back here just hanging out.
I got
Good morning.
his full bio.
Yeah, you got his full bio?
Full bio.
What's his bio?
Well, he's a Penn State Nittany Lion, but he also...
not a good weekend for the Penn State Nittany Lions. Harbaugh ran the ball down their throats.
Look at you. He's from Maryland, and he's a big Northeast elite. Because he's a Boston Celtic, New England Patriot, Boston Red Sox fan.
So what's his name?
Jake.
Jake. So wait,
did I say that right? I was going to go Jack. I want to make sure I got it right. Yep.
So Jake is from Maryland, but he's a Boston fan.
Because his dad's from Boston. My dad's from Boston. I don't know if you know this, Bonte.
Oh, yeah, that's a terrible Boston accent. Does he have an accent? Does Jake have an accent? No, he doesn't.
No, I don't. He has been broken by the Pac-12 network, though.
Why is that? Hold on. That's how you come over here. He's watching terrible football in the Pac-12. So he's from Maryland, and he loves the Celtics, Red Sox, and Patriots. Yeah. Man, it must suck to work here for you.
Yeah.
Celtics and a parquet floor. I do like the new logo at midfield. No white. They don't have the white background on the leprechaun looking the leprechaun. But, man, being a Boston fan from Maryland, man, that's big yikes. Big yikes. All right, Jake, welcome to the club. Good to have you over from the Pac-12.
Jake, this is the Players Club.
This is the Players Club. This is the club. Yeah. This is a lot of fun.
More champagne, Mr. Forte?
Right. He must be happy, too, because Joe Judge, we ain't laughing at Joe Judge no more. Him having
Bro,
Patricia and
I'm
the
actually,
Patriots.
just for 1 second, I know no one cares about fantasy. Listen to what I'm going to do. I am benching Aaron Rodgers for Bailey Zappi.
Yeah, that's
Listen
not
to
smart.
that sentence.
That's not smart.
Aaron Rodgers cannot score points right now.
Yeah, but they're playing the Commanders.
Bonte?
This is the time he starts to turn it up. They're going to simplify the offense. He'll throw a couple tugs. Zappi's not bad though. Will Mac Jones get his job back? That's the question.
That's
Belichick's not scared to go with the guy who's riding the hot head.
Speaking of the hot hand, real quick, how about our Padres, huh?
Our Padres?
Yeah, I'm rooting for them against them damn Philly. I hate
our Pods.
Our Padres
our
now?
Padres, me and Madsen.
Wow. You and Madsen.
Yeah.
Oh, you're Padres
Not really.
now.
Not really.
Oh,
but
man.
Some
But
guys feel
don't
handy.
like the Phillies.
Yeah, I watched that entire game yesterday. And shout out to Petco Park. I used to call it
It's
overrated.
sick. No, it's
It was
sick.
popping yesterday. And that rally they had in the bottom of the fifth inning, just great AB after great AB. Good to see Juan Soto get on the board. Josh Bell, Manny Machado hit a bomb later on in that game. That was high-level baseball. Playoff baseball is unbelievable. Then you get the Astros and Yankees and Verlander just dealing at the age of 39, 11 strikeouts. A lot of fun last night on the tube, man, when it came to sports. You had Damian Lee. Remember Damian Lee?
Dude, did you see the Steph Curry video? I thought that was one of my videos with camera in the face, screaming and yelling. I go, Steph's just like us, like the cover of Us Weekly.
Come on! Yeah, Dave! Stick with it! Stick with it! The kids asleep! I don't care! Stick with it! Woo! What?
Give credit where credit is due.
I'm sorry, Candace crying. I woke him up. There you go, D-Lee!
Suns come back from 22 down. 22 down against the Dallas Mavericks and D. Lee. That's right, NBA champion. Damian Lee. What a game winner yesterday. He was chucking in that fourth quarter. They come back and beat the Mavericks. A lot of fun in the NBA. Brooklyn Nets, my finals pick.
Ooh.
Gets blown out by the Pelicans.
Ooh.
They would have walked that one back.
You know what I'm already nauseated by? Dear God, you plus minus dorks, stop it. Just everyone stop. Stop tweeting out plus minus from game one of an NBA season. Like, we're going to get this all year.
Damian Lee, Kevon Looney plus 30 Tuesday night.
I needed that to tell me that Kevon Looney's good.
Plus 30, baby.
Yeah.
Plus 30.
It's like I also see this now as like DVOA, or expected
But
yards
can
per
I ask
carry.
you, always forget-
all these ridiculous acronyms.
Always forget what DVOA means.
Yeah, it means I'm a dork, and it's the only way I can consume football is by crunching numbers.
Matson, what is DVOA?
What is Patrick Mahomes' DVOA? He can't go into the Hall of Fame unless he has one. Here's what I know. Patrick Mahomes is a freaking baller. Every time I watch him, he has a chance to throw one 75 yards down the field to some random wide receiver who he makes look elite. That's what DVOA should mean.
Defensive value over average, I believe.
Defensive value over average. What does it equate? I'm asking. I'm not trying to mock it. I want to educate myself.
It's the way it's been explained to me and the way I understand it because, dude, the math is over my head, but it's like an efficiency metric.
Gotcha.
And at the end of the year, but here's the thing, Joe. At the end of the year, and this is why I use it, at the end of every year, if you go look at the DVOA rankings, it's about like, oh yeah, that's about right. Like in terms of ordering the teams from best to worst.
So
what about
defensive,
this? What about
defensive
looking at
what?
the standings? Like, doesn't that tell you who's like, first to worst?
No, because the 10-7 49ers were not worse than a bunch of teams in that were ahead of them in the standings.
Wait, what?
So defensive what? DVOA?
Last year, DVOA really liked the 49ers, even though they just snuck into the wild card game.
So DVOA means? It means again? I'm going to write this down. Defensive what?
Quarterback. I think it's defensive value over average.
So defensive value over average.
Yeah.
Value over average.
So if the Niners don't have Deebo Samuel throw a touchdown in Week 18 and they don't qualify for the playoffs at all, would the DVOA have been correct or wrong?
It would have been wrong because they would have. No, it would have been. I don't know, man. I don't know what you're asking me.
Where's the song confused?
I don't know what you're asking me.
And it's not your fault, Matson. It's just, God damn it. We don't need to quantify everything into numbers. It just drives me nuts.
Well, how about these numbers?
What, 16 of 24?
No.
You know what that is?
You know, we could go a number of ways because we got Chiefs-Niners this week.
I know. I did some studying.
And, God.
16 of 24. You know what that is?
You did your job. You did your job.
You know what 16 of 24 is?
What 16 of 24 is?
Well, technically 23 because this season is still playing out. That's how many over 10-win seasons Andy Reid has in the NFL.
So his record.
Oh, my God.
His record with the Kansas City Chiefs. He's 107 and 44. He's won over 70% of his football games with the Kansas City Chiefs.
He's 107 and 44.
He's won over 70% of his games with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow.
Mahomes and Andy Reid are 11 and 3 after a loss. Actually, 11 and 3 after a loss. The most impressive stat to me with Andy Reid is 19 and 3 after a bye week.
That's incredible.
That's insane.
That's insane. 19 and 3.
19 and 3. Now.
Wow.
Now, these guys are cooking, right? And we're going to get into Kittle and Kelce because after Super Bowl 54, there was a legit discussion about who is the better tight end of football. And a lot of people would take George Kittle. A lot of people at that time would take George Kittle.
I think it would have been fair to assume that he was coming after 2018, a historic pass-catching season. He had Jimmy Garoppolo for the first year and 2019 for the full season. Yep. And obviously hurt himself, but you could see the promise.
You can see the promise. After Super Bowl 54, Kittle's played in 31 regular season games. Kelce's played in 37 regular season games.
Okay.
And you watched the way Kelce moved. Like, I was watching the Buffalo KC game, the condensed version yesterday.
Yeah.
By the way, Tony Romo was on fire in that game at Arrowhead Stadium. And that game's just going back and forth. I mean, he called the 24-20 score. It was unbelievable.
Before you continue, if I were to ask you, forget the data or whatever, for your money, who's the greatest tight end of all time? I'm just curious what you're talking. Because there's a couple of names that I would put at the top, and I don't really have like a distinct number one.
You know, you got Kellen Winslow Sr. You have Tony Gonzalez.
I was going to go Tony G up top.
You have Mackey from the Baltimore Colts back in the day. Big old Mackey.
Okay.
He was a baller.
Thanks, Johnny U.
Hey, you got to respect him. Number 89. Obviously, Tony Gonzalez, Antonio Gates,
yes,
Rob Gronkowski. Rob Gronkowski's right there.
Ozzie Newsome.
Ozzie Newsome, great call with Ozzie Newsome.
And a great GM.
And a great GM, one of the best in the business before he retired with the Baltimore Ravens. Always took an Alabama guy. Shout out to the Alabama Crimson Tide. So that would be my short list. I don't know who's greater. They were all impactful.
Well, and that's where I think Kelce's on the slight outside looking in on all those guys. He gets a second Super Bowl and continues his little run here, which I think he will. I feel like he's going to play for another at least 5 years at an elite level.
He's already got more Super Bowls than Tony Gonzalez and Antonio Gates.
No, I know that, but they had 15-year careers that were just unbelievably prolific. Antonio Gates is so underrated. I loved what he did for so many years. And then Tony Gonzalez was the complete package.
Yeah, he was. He
Speed,
could block.
blocking. Yeah. The ability to understand where to stop the route and sit down in coverage, toughness. I did want to see him get that one Super Bowl, but he didn't get it. But continue on your Kelce thing, because I was just wondering where you would rank Kelce.
Yeah. Kelce's right there. I mean, he's in the top 10 all time. Top 10 all time, no doubt about it. When you look at his numbers, and his numbers are incredible. He's going to eclipse 10,000 yards receiving this season.
Crazy.
All right, 10,000 yards receiving. He's had 6 straight 1,000-yard seasons. 6 straight. He's got 64 touchdowns. Now, just think about since Super Bowl 54, when Kittle was on the sideline saying, I will be back. Mm-hmm. I will be back. I will be back. He's played 31 regular season games. He's got 182 targets, 138 catches. Now, the Niners run a different offense in Kansas City, no doubt about it. But he's got 138 catches for 1,726 yards, only 8 touchdowns. This is since Super Bowl 54, and I'm not counting the playoffs. Since Super Bowl 54, Kelce has played 37 games. He's 4 yards shy of 3,000. 4 yards shy of 3,000 with 27 touchdowns. This man already has 7 this year.
Wow.
Has 7 touchdowns this year. So when you think about targets, catches, impact, Kelce by far has been the better tight end since Super Bowl 54. It's no question.
There's no doubt about it. The thing that I continue to come back to, which really bugs me when I hear from 49er fans, well, Kittle's the inline blocker, and Kittle's got to stay in because the offensive line, and you hear that argument, I'm like, yeah, okay, I get that, but I don't pay you what he wanted, which was, at the time, record-setting tight end money, to be a pass blocker. Like, I expect you to be decent at that thing.
Oh,
but
we slept on Shannon Sharp. Slept on Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp was incredible. There's no doubt. And one of the great bodies in NFL history.
No doubt.
But, it really bugs me. And then I watch the way Kelce's used. I don't think Kittle can do what Kelce does.
No, he can't.
I just think Kittle is he's a more violent runner, but when I watch Kelce's like more of a basketball player in the sense that, like, all right, this play's over, we'll go down, and I know Mahomes will find me on the next one. And I'll find a way to get a ball in between 3 or 4 defenders, catch it, go down. I'll get isolated on the outside. He can throw me balls in the red zone. Like, Kelce is the complete package of what I'm looking for a tight end.
And let's not act like Kansas City's offensive line has been great. They had to retool their offensive line. Yet, Kelce goes out in every route, whether it's a 3-by-1 formation,
100%. Whether
he's isolated by himself. He runs every route, whether it's deep, intermediate, you name it. Kelce is everywhere. They find a way to get him the football. I hope the Niners find a way to get Kittle the football this weekend against the Kansas City Chiefs. So that tight end dynamic is just interesting on how they use and how we talked about Kelce. Because like after Super Bowl 54, everybody's like, oh, we're taking Kittle. Kittle. Top 20 player on the top 100, right?
Yeah.
Kittle. And ever since then, it's like this guy doesn't score touchdowns. He doesn't.
If you had to bet right now, does he eclipse Vernon Davis's touchdown record for a 49er?
I don't think so.
I don't think he comes close.
I mean, he's had 8 touchdowns since Super Bowl 54 in a regular season.
What's he have?
And 1 in the postseason.
Does he have like 15 in his career? What's he got?
Yeah, 15 in his career.
Yeah, that's like, how? Like, Vernon Davis had 13 in one season.
I know. Kelce had 64.
Wow.
64.
Wow.
Including 2 rushing. So 66 total touchdowns.
That's wild.
You know what I'm saying?
The contrast is... Now, what about if I were to say to you, well, Kelce's got Mahomes. Do you think... I still think Kelce would be great with a lot of different quarterbacks.
I do too.
Not that Mahomes doesn't help. Of course he helps. No one would say that having Mahomes is a detriment. It's a positive thing.
Yep.
But if I switch the 2 players and I put Kelce on the Niners and I put Kittle on the Chiefs, do you think Kittle would be close to the Kelce production that you're seeing?
I don't know. Maybe. How would Kelce be used by Shanahan?
That's a great question.
I don't know. And you know, as much as...
I know he could catch the ball that Charlie Warner dropped.
No, I don't know that. Baldy said, why wasn't that route ran by George Kittle? But anyway, when you talk about Mahomes and Andy Reid, and a lot of people say, well, he's got Mahomes. When Mahomes was drafted, he was a wild card. 10th overall. Kansas City moved up in the draft to go get him.
And the Saints apparently also identified him.
Sean Payton wanted him bad.
Yes.
He wanted him bad.
Him and Lattimore were the 2 players.
He wanted him bad. Yeah. And Kansas City moved up. They took Mahomes. They go Lattimore. The Texans, they end up taking Deshaun Watson. And it got me thinking, as much as we talk about Aaron Rodgers, like as the one that got away. Was Patrick Mahomes the one that got away for the 49ers? Now, we know the Niners drafted Alex Smith number 1 overall. Mahomes is sitting there at 10 in the same draft that the Niners selected Solomon Thomas. And it is a bit of revisionist history. The guy I wanted was Deshaun Watson. But was Mahomes the one that got away for the 49ers? 10 years from now, when Mahomes is breaking all these records and he's going to walk into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, we're all going to sit back and say, damn, that could have been our guy. Because here we are in year 6, and as 49er fans, we think it's Trey Lance being our guy. I wear the Trey Lance sweater. We think Trey Lance is our guy, but we really don't know. We really don't know 6 years into the Shanahan era. So are people going to look back at Mahomes saying, man, that's the one that got away?
Let's go back to that particular draft. Do you remember what his... I kind of remember because I used to do the Walter Football. That was a website. I don't know if you ever did
Walter
that.
Football Camp or something like that.
Yeah, and like basically it would break down all of the different draft possibilities. Now there's like 50,000 of these draft websites. But like I remember what his profile was. Now I'm not saying that this was everybody's profile on him, but like sloppy mechanics, prone to turn it over.
Yep.
He had the low arm angle with some of his throws. Like he was a quote-unquote project.
Yep.
Right? And then it's crazy because you see him like year 2, which was his first full season starting, sure as hell didn't feel like a project.
No.
I mean, it just felt like he was a natural. He was one of those like kind of guys, almost like in basketball, where he fit better into the NFL than he did into college football.
Yeah,
you know, sometimes you see that where like a guy's better in the NBA than what he would have been in college basketball.
Yep.
You know where I'm going with that?
I get where you're going. And also, you know, people said he wasn't a great practice player. Tyreek Hill's on record saying this guy looked bad in practice.
Gotcha.
But he got into the game. And he got into that one game at the end of the regular season, which had Adrian Peterson when I seen him throw that ball. And he played in that one game in the last game of the season against the Denver Broncos. And he whipped it around the football field. And, of course, the next week they lose to the Tennessee Titans in the wild card game. And then Mahomes just takes the league by storm. Takes the league by storm. There's only one game I really watched of his in college. And it was when they played Oklahoma in that wild game where it was like 120 points scored. It was Baker Mayfield versus Patrick Mahomes. And you're watching it and you're just thinking, Texas Tech always has offense.
Graham Harrell is like the name I think of right away. With
Kingsbury.
Him and Michael Crabtree. Like, I liked Graham Harrell. And then I was like, maybe I'm wrong. This is gimmicky. They're throwing around all over the place. Like,
Yeah, I was just like, all right, this is just another classic Big 12 game. But in that game, Oklahoma won 66-59.
Wow.
And I remember watching that because I slammed the over that day.
Oh, you did?
Just slammed, I remember vividly. I don't remember. It hit. Let me tell you, it hit.
Okay.
It hit by a big margin. Could have been 70. Oklahoma scored 66. But I wasn't like, I need to go get Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. I just wonder if people are going to look at him as the one that got away 10 years from now.
Well, I want to talk about just going to see an all-time great. We talk so much about Steph Curry. I'm really looking forward to seeing Mahomes.
All right, we'll talk about that coming up. Sponsored by On Deck Small Business Loans.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. OnDeck makes it easy to apply in minutes. Apply for your loan today at OnDeck.com.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Golfers, tee it up this fall at the Golf Mart for big savings. Save up to $150 off on Ping G425 woods. Upgrade your gear with discounted Wilson standard cart golf bags and stock up on TaylorMade Distance Plus golf balls. Now 2 dozen for $35. Don't miss these items and more happening now at the Golf Mart and get a free custom fitting today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee. Or shop us online at worldwidegolfshops.com.
Bay Area. Join us at our newest location, Afici, part of the Alexander Steakhouse Group. Afici features contemporary American cuisine in a fine dining setting. The multiple course menu showcases Italian and French-style cuisine while highlighting locally sourced seasonal ingredients alongside some of the best products from around the globe. Whether you choose Afici for a special occasion, holiday events, or a culinary adventure, Afici provides unparalleled service. Head over to 680 Folsom Street, San Francisco for a fine dining experience. Reserve your seats now on AficiSF.com.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at RadioAlice.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef. Just
just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey everybody, it's Boomer Esiason here. When a part of your offense isn't firing on all cylinders, it shows. And sometimes the only solution is to replace that part with something new. It's true on a championship team, and it's also true with cars. That's why I love eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. 122 million of them, by the way. And that way you can get the parts that you need to make your car a winner. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Third down and 12. Mahomes fires, pass, picked. Warner got it for San Francisco.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Super Bowl 54. February 2nd, 2020, down to Miami Gardens. Hard Rock Stadium, where the Niners give up 3 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. They get outscored 21-0 in that final frame. And it was all good when Fred Warner picked that play off, right? It was all good. They go into the end zone. They celebrate. They take the photo. And next thing you know, that photo was a crying meme, a crying Jordan meme all throughout the internet that entire offseason. And the Niners lose 31-20 to the Chiefs in Super Bowl 54. And just remember George Kittle saying, I will be back. I will be back. And the Niners have yet to be back. Although they got close last season, Super Bowl 54 stings.
Everybody has forgotten, and I never see this highlight, Quan dropping that pick.
Yeah.
You know, the one that hit him in the shoulder pads.
Yep.
It's so frustrating.
Quan, by the way, playing some good football with the Jets.
Oh.
It's like, I swear to God, I saw Quan Alexander making plays. He's wearing like number 8 or 9 or something with the New York Jets. He went to a single digit, and he's flying around the football.
We talked about this last week on our group thread. There is something about the single digits being allowed by all the different weapons and players on both sides of the ball now that I appreciate. I think it looks really cool.
I think it looks really cool. But Quan, he
was a good player.
When he got traded by the Niners, a lot of Niner fans were down on him, saying, "Oh man, you paid Quan." Quan was a big factor in 2019. I thought he gave. You talk about people popping at Chase Center.
I agree.
Steph, Clay, Jordan Poole, Kuminga. Quan made that crowd pop at Levi's. He was inspirational. He was flying around the football. Once he had that injury, what was it, a biceps injury, a pec or something?
Labrum of some sort?
Yeah, it was. He wasn't the same.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't the same. But you know what? He was inspirational. He had basically one arm in that Super Bowl.
I was in an elevator with him when he was hurt at the time, and I was going up the elevator with my grandpa, and I'm looking, and he's only a little bit bigger than me, and I'm thinking, my God, this guy's playing linebacker in the NFL. Like, he did not look as big. Like, when you meet Patrick Willis, right?
He's rocked up.
He's humongous.
Yep.
You know, he's like 6'2 plus, like every bit of it, and looks chiseled out of granite.
Right.
And then Quan was so small, and I'm thinking to myself, this dude is playing linebacker in the NFL. You know how crazy you must be to throw your body around and lay fools out at his size?
No doubt. He was a factor.
He was a beast.
He was a beast.
That Super Bowl beat, honestly, had a lot of tough shows that we've had to do. And this is where people are like, you're not a fan. That's one of the toughest shows I've ever had to do as a radio broadcaster. I was so devastated when they lost that Super Bowl.
The show was fun. The show was... I mean,
who are you kidding?
Yeah, no, the show was fun. It separates the pros from the Joes.
It was hard to do.
It separates the pros from the Joes. Got to go down there and break it down. You got to break down Super Bowl 54. It's our job. Tough losses. Got right in the studio and broke it down. And, yeah, that Super Bowl where Kansas City wins it. And think about how it changed Andy Reid's narrative. Oh. Think about how it changed Kyle Shanahan's narrative. Think about how it changed Patrick Mahomes' narrative.
Let's start with Andy Reid for a second, because we were talking about this at this morning, where I'm like, let's say Andy Reid loses that game. Just for him. Forget all the other. Just Andy Reid. What are the things that we're knocking him with? He can't win the big one. Clock management, right? He's got this all-time quarterback. What's going on? Why can't they get it done? Because he lost the year before at home in Arrowhead to Tom Brady.
Yep.
And then obviously lost the very next Super Bowl and lost again in the AFC Championship game to the Cincinnati Bengals this last year. Like, he has some really bad losses on his resume.
Yeah. And you know what, though? The Patriots loss, I'm not going to deem that a bad loss. D Ford, don't go off sides.
No doubt.
You know,
but
they gave up 3 straight 3rd and 10s from the defense.
I don't think it's a bad loss for KC, as it's more the narrative of, wow.
Andy Reid now winning the big one.
Well, no, I was going to say Tom Brady's incredible.
Yeah, or that.
Literally, Tony Romo saying he's going to throw it to Gronk here. The whole stadium knows it. And then he throws it to Gronk on 2 consecutive plays.
Right, big time. And Edelman got a 3rd and 10 as well.
That's right, Edelman had that play.
But he's gone to so many NFC championship games. Think about the Philadelphia Eagles. And, his leading receivers were James Thrash and Todd Pinkston and Chad Lewis. And Andy Reid still had him humming. I know. Think about Brian Westbrook and the star he made him.
Was sick.
Westbrook was sick. Deuce Staley, Charlie Gardner.
Well, so back on the Reid thing, right, though. This is interesting to me because it does feel like since he won that Super Bowl, wouldn't you agree, we've minted him where he's untouchable in terms of criticism.
Even after losing the way they lost to Cincinnati last year, giving up a 21-3 lead. Like, he is untouchable.
Right? And
he's got that one.
I watched Sean Payton, and there's a lot of people clamoring for Sean Payton around the NFL. Like, your team doesn't have a great coach, you want Sean Payton, right? Yep. And Sean Payton's good. I'm not here to say that he's not good. He's got the one Super Bowl. The one Super Bowl, and it felt like he's drawn from that for what, 12 years? 13 years?
Yep.
And so any warts, and he has some bad losses on his playoff resume.
Terrible.
They go away because you have the one championship. And I feel like Andy Reid, same thing happens. And so that's why
Pete Carroll, think about him. One championship. He's untouchable.
No question.
Untouchable.
No
now
question.
He has a championship in the pros and in college.
I think he also has one of the worst crimes to NFL coaching in not handing the ball off to Russell Wilson. No matter whose fault it is, they didn't give it to, giving it to Marshawn Lynch.
Right. Some people will tell you that was the right football play.
Oh, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life.
So there it is. But you think about Andy Reid and what we think about Kyle Shanahan now. If Shanahan wins that Super Bowl, there is no talk about Shanahan moving on.
What?
There's no. We're not even. We're not even going close to that.
We're celebrating Harbaugh this weekend. All I ever think about is we can go each year. NFC Championship game. They get to the Super Bowl. I believe they're beating the Patriots. Now, that's some people say that's a leap of faith. I thought they were ready to beat the Patriots that year. That's how great that defense was. Let's say Frank Gore gets a touchdown on that 1st and goal or whatever situation, or Crabtree catches that ball, and the defense holds, because Baltimore would have got the ball back. Defense holds, and they win that. How is Kaepernick different? How is Frank Gore different? How is Justin Smith, Patrick Willis? Harbaugh, is he still coaching here?
Right. Harbaugh gets a lifetime contract.
You think?
He gets an extension right after the Super Bowl.
You think?
Oh, no doubt about it. He wins that Super Bowl with his value, his stock, the khakis, the Dockers, the whistle around the neck. Who's got it better than us? Harbaugh gets an extension right after that Super Bowl.
So you hear,
hands down.
You hear a lot from people like, well, Harbaugh couldn't win the big one. And you hear this about Shanahan. He couldn't win the big one. I think that's so dismissive to the wins that you have to get to put yourself in a position to lose in the NFC Championship game. You think about Harbaugh won how many great road games, how many great home games, and yet all that goes away because you lost the final game of the year. I don't think that's fair.
John Madden said it best. Because he was a coach of those Raider teams back in the 70s.
9 years it took him to win a Super Bowl.
And he lost a lot of AFC championship games.
To the eventual Super Bowl champions.
To the eventual Super Bowl champ. The Dolphins, the Steelers, you name it. And Madden said, everybody says you can't win a big one. And he goes, all these games are big.
That's what I'm saying.
All these games are huge. We won a lot of big games. We were in a lot of big games. Sometimes you just don't win the one, but he won that one, and we think of John Madden very differently. But all these games are big.
But that's where I'm going. And it's not about Harbaugh today. It's about Shanahan, where I'm saying to myself, everybody, he can't win the big one. Well, wait a minute. What about all these road games and home games in the playoffs that he's won? Those don't matter?
Let me ask you this.
Those don't matter?
With Harbaugh coming to town, if there is one trait you could take from Harbaugh and kind of inject it into Shanahan, what would that trait be?
Empowering your quarterback, even though you know they're probably flawed or have...
That would be the trait?
Yeah. The way, the image in my head, and you've said this 1,000 times, so, the image in my head is him slamming the shoulder pads of Alex Smith before a game. We all knew Alex was mediocre talent, right? He had some good years.
Yeah.
But I'm not, if we were just ranking physical talent and where he was psychologically at that point in his career, mediocre.
Rock bottom.
Right? And average at best, right? I'm not knocking him. I'm being realistic here. Harbaugh made him feel like he was a top 5 quarterback, And maybe the play calling didn't reflect that, but it felt like the coach was like, you're my guy. When Kaepernick was humming, did not Harbaugh have him empowered going, you're my guy. We're going to do what you do best. We're going to get that Chris Alt, read option thing. And we are going to
formation.
And we're going to make you feel the most comfortable. That's the one thing that I think
empowering quarterbacks.
Absolutely.
All right, Kurt on YouTube playing rookies. Because Harbaugh did play rookies. Kendall Hunter had a great year. Remember Kendall Hunter?
That run against Cincinnati in the second half that everyone forgets about. I think it was week 3.
What about the run against the New York Giants later that season when he cut it back across the field? Kendall Hunter was special.
What about Aldon Smith as a third down specialist?
As a rookie.
He was ridiculous.
So
I'll never forget them taking him at 6, and I was like, what are we doing?
Marcos Paz on YouTube. His intensity on the sidelines. And SF Niners, my boy Brad Grant posted a video yesterday I saw of Harbaugh on the sideline, just berating referees, jacking up his players, running up and down the sideline. So if there's one trait, Harbaugh's second half adjustments. Niners were always buttoned up. If the trait I had to take away from Harbaugh,
that's a good call.
It's the preparation week in and week out, because sometimes this Niner team with Shanahan just doesn't look like they're ready to play. We had the quote from George Kittle yesterday saying, all our guys, not every position was ready to go. And I'm like, wait, who's not ready to go? Who's that on?
The one hallmark of the Harbaugh era, which you can't forget, because this is one of his big flaws. Dear God, can we not take a delay a game here?
Yeah.
Can we get the play call in? Can we hike the ball? How many wasted timeouts? Because I don't even know what Greg Roman and him were doing inside people's headsets.
Because they both called the plays.
It was driving
the play
me
went to Harbaugh,
crazy.
The play went to Harbaugh. Harbaugh will give the play to the quarterback, no doubt about it. But let's not act like Shanahan and company don't have the same problems.
I know, but that was
same issues.
That was a big issue.
That was a big issue.
The other thing is that Harbaugh knew how to build a staff. Not that Shanahan doesn't, because I think that's one of his strengths as well. Harbaugh built beautiful staffs.
Yeah, no doubt. So 888-957-9570 for now. We can have some fun with this. Niners, Chiefs this Sunday. Warriors are off till tomorrow when they play the Denver Nuggets. We will get into some Golden State Warriors because I want to get into some Draymond stuff here in a little bit. But if you had to take one trait from Harbaugh and inject it into Shanahan's veins, what would that trait be? What would that trait be? 888-957-9570. That is the phone number. We see you on YouTube. We see you on Twitch. We'll have a lot of fun on the Xfinity mobile text line as we talk Niners and Chiefs here on the Morning Roast. That's coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Here's Will of the People World Tour. Friday, April 14th, Oakland Arena. News. With special guest, Evanescence. Will of the People, the new album, available now. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at muse.mu. News, produced by AEG Presents.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-478-6688. That's 1-800-478-6688.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Attention men, if you have ED, PE, or low libido, or if you're always tired, weak, and gaining weight, you could be suffering from low testosterone, a common condition in men over 40. Balanced Medical Solutions has helped thousands of men regain their vigor, stamina, and strength. Restore your performance in the gym and in the bedroom now. Receive a medical evaluation with blood tests and free follow-ups for only $99. Getting old is not a choice, but feeling old is. Call now, 510-679-3300, or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Might be one of my favorite beats of all time, no joke. This thing just slumps. It ain't no fun. We don't win that ring. That's what the Niners did in 2019. They didn't win that ring, and it wasn't no fun. I know I was joking earlier about, hey, man, that postgame show was a lot of fun after that loss. But you know what, Shasky? You should give yourself some credit for that, for getting through that. Because that's what a pro does. You get through the tough shows. Can all be about wins. That was actually, that season we were doing overtime in the pre- and post-game show. That was the first loss we suffered doing that show. That was the first show we ever did after a loss that season.
Wow.
And it happened to be at the Super Bowl.
Well, as you talk about us, battling through adversity, you were asking me what are like some of the traits that you would like,
Right.
Kyle Shanahan to have that Harbaugh had. I do think, and a lot of people texted this in on the Xfinity mobile text
line.
888-957-9570. Resiliency. I do believe that there was something, I don't know if it's special or tangible. I don't even know what it was. It did feel like, for the most part, those Harbaugh teams could come back from multiple score deficits, and I don't necessarily feel the same way about this version that they have right now of Shanahan's team.
Well, they haven't, right? The data shows you that they haven't come back.
Well, that's true.
I mean, the data shows that they haven't come back and rallied under Kyle Shanahan. And I'm seeing a lot of tweets and texts about the fire Harbaugh showed on the sidelines. And sideline demeanor, to me, it's not everything, but it's something. Like Andy Reid in his own little way, he shows intensity.
Does he?
You see him, he fist pumps from time to time.
I find him to be stoic.
He's stoic, but he'll start cursing under his breath or whatnot. Belichick, very stoic, but Belichick has told his team, we saw in the football life, why isn't anybody jumping around after this tackle? He loves it when his defensive players show swag after a big play. Say, you should celebrate that. You worked all week to celebrate that moment. Shanahan, and he's just so stoic on the sidelines. And it's just, you look at D'Amico Ryans and the way he's jumping around and bouncing around, he's smiling, he's high-fiving. Same thing with Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh, they got the get-back coach in New York. He can't get Robert Saleh back. He's so fired up. I like that type of coaching. The fire, I'm seeing a lot of texts about the fire on the sidelines.
Yeah.
I don't know how much I look into that, but Shanahan's sideline demeanor, does that exude confidence?
I don't really care much one way or the other about, how fired up you are or if you're fired up at all, because I do think you need to be thinking 2 and 3 steps ahead when you're the head coach.
Right.
I think when you're a coordinator, it can be a little different. You're allowed to show a little more of that enthusiasm because you're kind of in the trenches a little more with your players. I don't know, especially when you're the offensive play caller, because you do have to be constantly, trying to set up the next play and make sure it gets delivered to the quarterback and relaying that. I don't know how much I buy that. And the one thing I would say...
Have you ever seen Shanahan fist pump?
I've seen him just turn around when he dialed up a play and he saw the formation that the defense was doing. He's like, touchdown, and kind of turned around. I think he's arrogant in his own way and celebrates in his own way.
Right.
People kind of forget about this, but this was my take on Harbaugh. I loved all of the craziness and the shenanigans, but like Sean Payton, I did feel late in games when he would berate officials and lose his mind, I felt like whether this was real or not, the team would lose focus and feel undisciplined and start to, not panic isn't the right word, but we're getting ourselves all worked up. And it's like, no, we need to stay calm and relaxive.
With that said,
relaxing.
With that said, Harbaugh lost 11 regular season games his first 3 years.
I can't deny the success.
Double-digit wins, 13, 11, and 12. They lost 11 games his first 3 years. They won a lot of big games.
Huge games.
Think about the playoffs. They had a Shanahan-like run last year. for Jim Harbaugh in that 2013 season, where they go to Green Bay, they go to Carolina, and they lose in Seattle.
And Carolina
my
was
voice.
great that year.
Great year with Cam Newton.
And Luke Kuechly won Defensive Player of the Year, and they dismantled that defense.
Green Bay was really good.
There was a throw, Kaepernick rolling out right before halftime that he threw to Vernon Davis in the end zone. That was just
beautiful.
Did somebody?
He threw.
Oh, that's someone who was cracking the mic to get in there. My bad.
No. And also,
he was sick.
He was sick. He also threw a dime to Anquan Bolden that day.
That's right.
And then he did the Superman when he scored. So I just wonder, there's any trait you would take away from Jim Harbaugh and inject into Shanahan's veins, what would that trait be? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Mike in Fremont. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast. Good morning.
Good morning. Hey, yeah. So with Harbaugh, it was like you got that fire and intensity on the field, on the sideline, but after a while that gets old, and you want something new, and you want that fresh feeling, because he can scream and yell, and then all of a sudden it sounds like almost like Charlie Brown with the adults, just want. With like with Shanahan, it's like almost like this cool, calm, collected. Even if it's not supposed to be, it is, and that sometimes calms players down for those moments, for those big moments. Even if he's not performing in those big moments, the players feel like they can.
I kind of agree with you. I remember the Seattle game when he was berating officials about the clock. The play clock kept getting messed up. And I know there's like a 10-minute video out of like conspiracy theories on how the referees in the 2013 NFC Championship game were like horrible with the clocks. And there's a lot of stuff, whatever. It's neither here nor there. But watching Harbaugh scream and yell at the officials, it felt like they were losing their cool and they were panicking. Now, whether the players were or not, that was the feeling I got on the couch watching that game.
I don't know if I did, because they won a lot of football games.
I'm talking about that game in particular. That game
in particular, they were up 10-0.
I know.
I mean, they go down the field, and literally they're a fingernail away from going back to the Super Bowl.
I know.
So I don't know how much that affected that team.
Well, they beat. I'll go to my deathbed saying, when they got the Aldon Smith strip on the first sack with Russell Wilson, and they designed a 3rd and 7 quarterback run, I was like, that. What are you doing?
Should have been a second down play.
What are we settled for a field goal on the road against one of the greatest defenses ever.
We always say that about coaches, though. We said it a lot about Shanahan, said it a lot about Harbaugh. What are you doing? Why are you running this play? Why are you being conservative? What are you doing? The worst part is Kaepernick on that last play where he throws it to Crabtree.
I know.
And Quinn Patton opened it. He had Vernon Davis coming open on a drive.
Michael Bennett had jumped one of the snaps. I thought he was offsides. Whether he was or not, I don't know. He jumped one of the things and came around Anthony Davis.
I thought that was Cliff Averill.
Was it Cliff Averill?
I thought it was Cliff Averill. Well, could have been Michael Bennett.
Anyway, regardless, he's rolling out to his left and he's trying to throw and gets stripped. That was just such a huge play.
Well, I remember Cliff Averill.
10 minutes to go.
Yeah. I think that was Cliff Averill.
Okay.
Who came around. He dominated Anthony Davis in that fourth quarter.
Well, their whole defensive line did.
Also,
was good.
Also on that Crabtree play, Anthony Davis got beat.
Yes.
And Cap couldn't step into that throw. I don't know if it would have made a difference. I don't know if Sherman gets a finger down.
Malcolm Brown is like trailing the play.
It's a great defensive play.
It's a one-in-a-lifetime play.
By the way, we have 3 minutes until King of the Hill. 3 minutes until King of the Hill. This week's version of the NFC Power Rankings, King of the Hill. And you will be surprised to hear who the top 3 teams are. Harbaugh coming back to town. I wonder if Kaepernick comes back to town. Shanahan, big game for him. Super Bowl 54 rematch. Shanahan, it feels like, needs a win. The Niners need a win. And when we talk about injuries, because they don't have Bosa, I don't know if they could win. Here's the injury update from Kyle Shanahan yesterday for the 49ers this week against Kansas City.
Puff, concussion, will not practice today. McGlinchey, calf, no practice. Armstead, foot and ankle, no practice. Samson, Achilles, no practice. Drake, knee will be limited. Bosa, groin, limited. Trent Williams, ankle, limited. Jimmy Ward, hand, limited.
Jimmy Ward's in the locker room playing with the club, so that was pretty funny. He was tapping the club, and he was saying, I don't know how much I could do. He cracked some jokes there, but Shanahan was very short in that press conference yesterday.
So one thing that you noticed in that, everyone's hurt and limited, and that didn't even include some of the guys that are already ruled out. I saw this tweet from Niner Nick, and I want to bring this up as we talk about the Harbaugh era Niners. And maybe it was just a different NFL player. Maybe the sophistication on injuries, we're more cautious now than ever. Okay, this is during the Harbaugh era. Frank Gore, 64 of 64 games played.
Right.
Vernon Davis, 61 of 64 games played. Joe Staley, 64 of 64 games played. Justin Smith, 62 of 64 games played. Willis, 46 of 64. He had the foot and the ankle. Deshaun Golson, 30 of 32 because he became a free agent. Hittner, 47 of 48. Like, these are the best players on the team played in all the games.
Right.
Almost all the games.
They were tough. I wonder if people prefer a Harbaugh-style type as a head coach or if they prefer a Shanahan type as a head coach. Because Shanahan, as much as he doesn't panic on the sidelines, it is alarming that his teams aren't able to rally back. The lack of second-half adjustments where the Harbaugh teams, they came out in the second half and they adjusted, and they shut you down.
Think of the signature wins where they were down big. NFC Championship game against Atlanta. The Philadelphia game that sparked everything
down
at the beginning.
24-3.
Right? Like,
even Cincinnati the week before, they were down the entire game.
The Detroit game.
They were down in that game.
Yeah, you know what I'm
saying?
saying?
They were without a slew of guys in that game.
Exactly. Some people will point to the Super Bowl. Others will say, hey, they were going to lose the Super Bowl no matter what.
They came back and made it a game.
Exactly. So I just never felt like that team was out of it. Even in the New Orleans game, they should have been up big.
And you think about their game, their style of play under Jim Harbaugh. It's very similar to Shanahan. They wanted to run the ball down your throat and play off the run game.
Yeah,
and just run like Frank Gore
was so much more reliable than anything.
He was. But
like,
you had. But I'm just saying in terms of.
Frank's one of my all-time favorites.
I'm not talking about personnel. I'm just talking about in terms of style of play. In terms of just being physical and running the ball down your throat and wearing you down. We know about Shanahan saying, "Hey, I want to get to 30 carries a game."
Yeah,
I'm sure Harbaugh and Greg Roman had that in their game plan as well. Hey, we want to get to a certain number of carries. They weren't like throwing the ball all around the field.
No, look at Alex Smith's numbers. The year everyone points to, Alex was great. He was like 17-5. He threw for like 3,200 yards.
17 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. David Akers broke the field goal record.
And if Trey Lance had the exact same season as Alex Smith,
we'd all be happy.
I don't know. I think there are a lot of people like, this is all you got in this pass-happy era?
Huff, concussion, will not practice today.
Well,
McGlinchey, calf, no practice.
My bad.
That's all right. The other thing that I was looking at, B, and I think this is more a byproduct of how the rules have changed. You look at the scoring over the last 25 years for the 49ers. 11, 12, and 13 are the top 3 seasons in terms of opponents scoring against the 49ers. That defense, and again, you could say that the rules have been, modified to create more offense, and that's true. They just didn't give up a lot of points, that team.
Yep. One last cut before we get to King of the Hill. I want to play this from Michael Irvin, who was on with Damon Ratto earlier this week.
The playmaker.
On if the NFL is caught up to Shanahan and his offense.
You got the mad scientists who designs disguising plays and these different running plays that always have success. You got the mad scientist. So he'll continue to design. Yeah, people continue to copy. And when they copy, what happens is then defenses get a chance to practice against it. Is it at some point that people will catch up with it? I don't think that'll happen. That's what the mad scientists, it keeps evolving. This thing's been like this since his dad's been coaching. Remember, his dad never was putting anybody in this run game and getting Clint Portis and all those guys and filling them in and coming up with big yardage. So yeah, you can learn some things, and they've been learning things. But when you get a mad scientist, you got the mad scientist.
So Irvin's calling him a mad scientist on whether or not the league is caught up to his run game, because the run game has been scuffling a bit lately.
I struggle, and I've done this a lot. Like, we bestow all of his dad's achievements and accomplishments onto him, and I get it. Like, they come from the same tree, if you will. But, like, it's just, I don't know. Do we talk about McVay's, grandfather and what he did with personnel as a reason of why McVay will be good in personnel? I mean, don't we see this all the time in lots of other industries where the son or the daughter of someone who is successful isn't as successful as their parent?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why we have to bestow his dad's accomplishments onto him.
Yeah.
Let's judge him on what he's done. And I'm not knocking Michael Irvin. I just think there's this overall arching theme that we can't separate the two.
Yeah, no doubt. These are interesting texts here. on the Xfinity mobile text line before I read the legal. Kyle, 925, Kyle takes losing too easily. He swallows his medicine and takes another serving of the veil cake. Harbaugh wouldn't accept losing as an outcome. That was acceptable. He'd hammer into the team that winning was what Sundays were all about. And he tried to win at all costs, even if it meant Alden Smith playing 2 days after a DUI. He did not care.
That was one of the worst decisions that this entire organization,
no doubt,
top to bottom, has ever made.
No
and
doubt.
they got thumped that game.
They got thumped. Well, you know what's funny about that game? It was 13-7 in the fourth quarter.
How about Vernon Davis got knocked out with a concussion in that game?
Yeah.
And I thought that was the Andrew Luck, Pep Hamilton game.
Yeah.
Right?
It was 13-7 in the fourth quarter of that game.
I just remember them dropping like flies in that game.
Well, fourth quarter. It was 13-7 in that game, and I remember leaving that game saying, Frank Gore didn't touch the ball enough. It was 13-7 in the fourth quarter.
Frank Gore, as we look at all these injuries around the league at running back, Frank Gore is the ultimate anomaly. I don't think we appreciated him in his playing time nor after.
No doubt, no doubt. You are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HV1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. With that said, let's get to this week's King of the Hill. Well, we used to do 8 teams. Now we only do 7. But since the promo said 8 teams, I'll throw an 8th team in there. I'll throw in the Seattle Seahawks as a number 8 team this week in the NFC. Because number 7 will be the San Francisco 49ers after losing to the Atlanta Falcons 28-14. They've got a big one against the Kansas City Chiefs. They lose this game. They drop to 3-4 before a big-time showdown in Hollywood against the LA Rams. Just get to 4-4 by the bye week. That's the goal. Whether you win this week or next week, just get to 4-4 before the bye week.
They win this one. Oh, my God. The Niner fans are going to go crazy.
We're talking Super Bowl again if they win this one. Number 6. Go with the Dirty Birds. The Atlanta Falcons. They're 3-3. And you know what? They ran that game against Tampa Bay coming back. They did blow week 1 against the Saints. The Falcons, man, they play hard.
Should have beat the Bucks.
They play hard. They play physical. They're 3-3. They got a big date in Cincinnati this week. I got the Dirty Birds at number 6, the Atlanta Falcons. Number 5. Oh, love me coming through in the clutch. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
No.
They lose to Pittsburgh.
The fighting Tom Brady's.
Tom Brady's. He's literally fighting, ripping offensive linemen, throwing balls into the dirt. So, Tom Brady's. They should have just stayed retired. Should have just stayed retired, Tom.
He clearly doesn't really want to be with Giselle.
Yeah, there's something. I'm not going to get into his personal life at all, but that team is scuffling right now. Maybe it's Todd Bowles. Maybe they need Bruce Arians back. Maybe you shouldn't have ran Bruce Arians out of town.
I mean, Tom's not practicing on Wednesdays. There's a lot going on there.
Bruce Arians, they need Bruce. I'm telling you, they need Bruce.
You love Bruce.
I do love Bruce. Number 4. The Minnesota Vikings.
Oh.
Love it was saying before the show, we don't know how good they are. We don't. We just don't know how good the Minnesota Vikings are. They beat the Miami Dolphins last week in a stinker. Kirk Cousins, is he for real? Dalvin Cook, is he for real? They're probably the best team in the NFC North. They're going to have a home game in the playoffs. Let's look at the Minnesota Vikings. They are explosive offensively. They are. You got to give them that.
If they played all their games at 1 o'clock West Coast time, they'd be one of the greatest franchises ever because that's what Kirk Cousins is. You put him in prime time, he's mediocre.
5-1. 5-1. The Minnesota Vikings.
1 o'clock game on Sunday?
Yeah.
They're money.
5-1 and undefeated at home, the Minnesota Vikings. All right, moving on. Number 3.
Number 3.
And you notice I haven't named an NFC East team yet.
Uh-oh.
Well, The rest of this list is all NFC East.
Yeah, you love the NFC East, though.
I do. It's a classic division.
I know.
Classic,
I told
iconic
you,
division.
You have morphed into the black Mike Francesa.
Hey, I do. Hey, by the way, Francesca's podcast after Yankee games are pretty damn good.
I love him going to Costas.
He ripped Bob Costas.
We don't need a history lesson.
Could you just take a breath and just shut up for a second?
We know that the Yankees hit 262 home runs this year.
We should play that.
I kind of want to. I'm going to grab it.
Yeah. Dude, Mike Francesca. I love Francesca. I love, Mad Dog. He said some things that kind of got to taper him down a little bit.
Okay,
but the
so
New York
number
Giants.
3.
The New York Giants.
Daniel Jones?
5-1. 5-1.
Dayball?
5-1. They beat the Ravens. Come back against the Packers. And look, they come back against the Packers. And that's right, Jake. Northeast, you should have picked the New York Giants as your football team, not the Patriots. The New York Giants coming back from 17 down against the Green Bay Packers out in London. Coming back from 20-10 in the fourth quarter against Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. And how about Thibodeau making a play on the strip? He's making plays wearing that number 5, and he's crying after the game after a win like that. They're filling it in New York City. The New York Giants, number 3. Number 2.
Number 2.
I'm going to go with the Dallas Cowboys, even though they lost to the Philadelphia Eagles. Hey, Guru, your defense is legit.
Yeah, they are.
You get Dak back. I think they're going to be in the Odell Beckham sweepstakes. The Dallas Cowboys, folks, are a factor, and I think they're a legit Super Bowl contender.
Hell yeah.
I'm just saying.
They are
Dallas
good.
Cowboys,
Yeah,
they're good.
they're good.
They're the number 2 team in the NFC.
Physical.
They are physical. But I give them the number 2 nod because they beat the Giants straight up at the Meadowlands with Cooper Rush. Not the Meadowlands, but MetLife Stadium. They beat them with Cooper Rush. So, Cooper Rush. Number 2 team, Cowboys. Number 1.
Number 1.
I am number 1.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Oh, God.
Fly, Eagles, fly. Is Nelly a Eagles fan? Who's he? No, he rocks. He doesn't rock with the Rams no more, right? Because they moved to
Nelly?
L.A.? Yeah.
I don't know who he's rolling with.
Who's he rolling with, Matson? We don't know.
I have no idea. I'm still looking for Murphy Lee.
Oh, well, it's on the milk carton. We know where Ali is. Ali's ripping Ludacris all the time.
Oh.
He's saying that Ludacris bit Nelly's style, which couldn't be farther from the truth.
Did
but
he?
No, he
I
did.
don't think so.
No, he did. Luda, by the way, underrated rapper.
Ludacris dissed Mac Dre in one of his videos. You know that?
Did he really?
Yeah. If you go, it's one of them where he goes to use the restroom and he looks next door to the guys to the side of him. And if you look, the guy's like a parody version of what Mac Dre should be. That was the rumor back in the day.
I did like Luda, though.
No, Luda
his
had
first
hits.
couple albums.
Yeah,
were
Luda
hard.
had hits.
He had hits.
There's no doubt.
All right. King of the Hill. This week's King of the Hill. Let me know if you agree or disagree. The Niners, number 7. Falcons, number 6. Tampa, 5. Vikings, 4. Giants, 3. Cowboys, 2. And the Eagles, number 1. Big win over the Dallas Cowboys. Sirianni. We're not laughing at him anymore, are we?
Well, that's the thing that we do now, because I was listening to Willard and Dibs, and they were like, tell me what coach you're taking around the league. And I'll freely admit, I'll raise my hand. I had no idea Sirianni was going to be good.
Nope.
I thought he was going to stink. You know what? I judged him on a press conference, and I was wrong. He looks great, right? So as we do this thing where we walk around like, would you take that guy? Would you take that guy? Would you take that guy? Sometimes we just don't know how good somebody is. If you'd asked me a year ago, you taking Robert Saleh, I'd say no. Today, I'm like, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We're not laughing at him anymore.
Right?
Doesn't look like he's coming back to San Francisco. The Jets. People are saying the Jets are the 3rd best team in the AFC right now. 3rd best. They play the Broncos this week, too.
When your quarterback throws for 110 yards, I got to see more because that AFC is loaded with quarterbacks. And I just think it's an awesome story, and no one's dismissing them. But come on.
All right.
The Bills and Chiefs play on a whole nother platform.
More Niners and Chiefs talk coming up here. If there's one trait you could take away from Jim Harbaugh and inject into Kyle Shanahan's veins, what would that trait be? 888-957-9570. Also, we'll get into some Golden State Warriors talk. So I'm going to talk about Draymond Green for a second. Some things going on with Draymond Green. I know it's exhausting, but there's some interesting things happening with Draymond Green. We'll get into that coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Here's Will of the People World Tour. Friday, April 14th, Oakland Arena. News. With special guest, Evanescence. Will of the People, the new album, available now. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at muse.mu. Muse, produced by AEG Presents.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustile, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Starting trouble. No one likes that. We'll get you set up for some stronger starts. You might just need a fresh charge, and we'll take care of that free of charge. But if it is time for a new battery, we've got replacement batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $69.99. You can learn more about our battery selection at AutoZone.com. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Claim based on data from the NPD Group 2021.
Mahomes is swallowed up for the sack by Buckner. a loss of 9 as that defensive front steps up for San Francisco.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Very interesting conversation during the break as we shout out everybody on YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity mobile text line. Download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available completely free, and you can catch every single Warrior game live on the app. Splash Cousin joined us at 8 o'clock, and our program director, Matt Nahegan, just popped in during the break, and he said, you know, it almost feels like fans are more excited to see Jim Harbaugh this Sunday as opposed to an actual game between the Niners and the Chiefs.
Can I answer that question on why?
I think I know why.
Well, what's your opinion on this?
We know how Harbaugh flipped this thing.
Yeah.
Harbaugh was a fan favorite. And however you spin it, however people say, well, he wore out his welcome, or you know, he was grinding on players, he was grinding on the coaching staff, he was grinding on the personnel, he was grinding on the front office, grinding on everybody in the building. He did flip it, and he was forced out after the most successful period the Niners had in about 10 years.
More than that. And the most successful tenure that they've had throughout the York ownership. You know, I grew up you and I, in the 80s, right? And so, like, clearly we saw all this success, and then you're so young, you don't really realize how rare it is and how great they were and how the gold standard was and the dynamics of all that. And so when I started going to games, okay, it was the late 90s. I'm talking about every week, not just once in a blue moon, every week, late 90s, with my dad, my grandfather, my buddy Mikey C, and all my crew of buddies. And it went from a 30-year wait list, coming off of 5 Super Bowls, Joe Montana, Steve Young, Jerry Rice, the beginning of T.O. You're coming off of that 30-year wait list for season tickets. To go to a Niner game was like, oh my God, you have Niner tickets? It was insane. And then within seconds, like you flip your fingers, okay? You bring in the Yorks. They have obviously Mariucci, who's a carryover. Jeff Garcia takes over. And the team felt very hollow. They had all this dead cap money. And you could feel it kind of ripping apart because we had to pay the piper for all those years of getting all those free agents. And I'm not blaming the Yorks for that, but it went through a dark period. And it went from 30-year wait list on season tickets to, and the most successful run they've ever had, to you could walk up and buy a ticket anywhere in the stadium on game day. And then it went through that for years. And you're talking about from about 2002, give or take, from about 2002 through 2010. You go Mike Nolan, who #1 overall pick. They were garbage.
Well, Dennis Erickson after, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about like the Mike Nolan era. Like it was dark. Like even Dennis Erickson had an 8-8 year or whatever, sprinkled in there, 7-9, whatever it was.
And and Mike Nolan obviously had power. He had full control of the roster.
They were going to be the Baltimore Ravens of the West. That's what their whole mantra was. And it was so dark, and they showed a little bit of promise. Alex got hurt, and you're just like sifting through garbage. I went every single week. The Niners were so unpopular, there was apathy. Straight apathy. Okay? And now during the same exact time, the Giants have Barry Bonds chasing a record. They're really competitive, even though, you know, they didn't win anything. They're very competitive. Then in 2010, they win their first World Series, and they become humongous. The Niners were like an afterthought. Even the We Believe team felt bigger than the 2007, 8, 9 Niners, didn't it?
No, it was bigger.
They were the 3rd team in this market, which is crazy to say.
It was. You could walk up and get a $5 ticket on game day. You could get a $5 ticket the week of. It was just bad. It was terrible.
I mean, we were ready to run Alex Smith out of town, and then they had a strike. And if you had asked me, Joe, will Alex ever play another down for this team? Hell no. He has to go.
But what Harbaugh did, and a lot of people now they say, well, he took over a great team that had talent. Nobody thought the Niners were great. Nobody thought the Niners were great when Harbaugh took them over. Did they have talent? Yes, they had talent.
They had 2 guys that were blue-chip players, Justin Smith and Patrick Willis.
And I think you could add Joe Staley. Joe Staley was
ascending.
There. He was in his third year. I thought Joe Staley was a bookend tackle who started on day 1 when he was drafted with the 49ers.
Okay. I'll leave there. And Frank Gore had a great year.
And Frank Gore was good.
Yeah.
Frank Gore was really good, but nobody believed in the quarterback.
Nope.
Nobody believed Harbaugh could turn them around, especially when the season, you had no OTAs that year because it was a lockout. So a lot of people, I think, when it comes to Harbaugh and what they get ticked off about is that Harbaugh basically was passed over for Trent Baalke. And Trent Baalke, few years later, it was out the door because of bad draft picks.
But let's like the replenishing of the roster. That's why they stopped getting better. Like they had to pay all these premium players. They didn't have a lot of cap room, and then it was literally 3 straight years of almost nothing coming out of the draft.
Yep, no doubt.
And then you contrast that with what Seattle was doing, where they were loading up in the draft, and they made an unbelievable trade to get Marshawn Lynch, and it was like, oh, look at their roster versus yours.
But I find it very interesting how this market is very excited about Jim Harbaugh. It's been more talked about than this game. And you had Patrick Mahomes coming to town.
A Hall of Fame.
And you know, I'm not going to go there yet, but in 4 full seasons, if we just take the 4 full seasons, like this year alone, he's already thrown for 1,776 yards, 17 touchdown passes, 4 picks in 6 games. In 6 games. I mean, this guy's unbelievable.
Is it a down year too?
But in those the first 4 full seasons, Mahomes has thrown for over 18,000 yards, 18,707. Guess how many touchdown passes he's thrown for?
150 plus.
151 touchdowns, 36 interceptions.
He just broke Troy Aikman's, he just passed Troy Aikman on the all-time passing touchdowns list.
So, 49-13.
4 years, B.
First 4 full seasons. Now, I'm not going to count the one game they won, the last game of the regular season, but if you want to add that,
away in that game.
Let's add that.
Yeah.
He's 50-13 before this season.
My God.
15 overall, he's 54-15 in the regular season. He's lost 15 games.
Wow.
So, I mean, people should be excited about that. An all-time great. Like, think about the quarterbacks coming into Levi Stadium this year. You got Patrick Mahomes. Then you're going to have Tom Brady later in the year. Patrick Mahomes may go down as the greatest quarterback of all time. Like that Monday night game he had against the Baltimore Ravens a couple years ago during the pandemic season where he's just throwing the ball all over the field. And I remember I tweeted at the time, I said, we might be watching the greatest quarterback ever.
It's crazy.
That's how highly I feel about Patrick Mahomes. Like, you know, when everybody says they'll take Josh Allen, I'll gladly sit at number 2 and say, give me Patrick Mahomes.
Do you think the reason that Harbaugh, though, is the bigger story for a lot of people, A, it's shocking that he's here, right? It's shocking that they've come to some sort of an amicable resolution to where he can come back, and B, he was the guy who breathed life into a sleeping dragon. This was a once proud franchise that had a decrepit stadium, and I will go to bat for Candlestick anytime.
But it was a dump.
Yes, but I'm saying, like, think of where this fan base was. Think about where this organization was. The billion-dollar valuations, the whatever, $5, $6, $7 billion valuation. It's not where it is, and I don't think the fan base fervor is where it is without Jim Harbaugh's, impact on this team. I don't think you get Levi Stadium without that push from him. All those great memories. Think about all the young people who that was they're like Kyle Matson. You saw this. I wasn't alive I wasn't even barely cognizant for the 95 Super Bowl. Like, for him, those are the high watermarks of his adult life of 49er football prior to Shanahan. Like, it brought everything back for people, and I can't undersell that, B.
Nah, he brought Niner football back. All of a sudden, the playoffs and the red paint in the end zones were back. The saloon font was back. Well, actually, it wasn't back in those days.
No, it was the
ugly font.
Yeah.
It was the block font, whatever it is.
Font.
But they did have the red paint in the end zone. And I just remember that day when they played the Saints. I drove around the city because I was so amped up, and it felt like a kid again when the Niners always were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
So I think this fan base really loved Harbaugh and all the popularity he got to the Niners. They were on national TV. They were in iconic games. So it is interesting that Jet York and Jim Harbaugh was able to come together and have them back this Sunday. But it is weird to me that they're celebrating a team, and I get it, they had great memories.
Yeah.
They're celebrating a team that lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but let me keep up for this. 2011 should have been celebrated as well because 2011 gave me one of the greatest football games of my life. One of the great memories of my life. I went to that 2011 Saints game, and you stood the whole game. B, we had been so deprived of playoff football. I think we got numb to it in the early 2000s because I'll just freely admit, I remember going to games with my grandpa like, this team's not good enough. They don't deserve our attention. And then 10 years later, you're like, damn, we haven't been to a playoff game in so long. That first playoff game, everyone in Candlestick stood for 4 straight hours.
It was iconic.
And you got the greatest 6 minutes of Alex Smith's 49er career. And one of the great Candlestick moments of all time, the Vernon Davis post. Right? Then you go the next year. It's the final, that 2012 team, the final Candlestick playoff game. Kaepernick Saturday night against the iconic Green Bay Packers and the team and the guy you wanted in Aaron Rodgers, and the dude runs for 180 yards?
Wow.
B, that was one of the great moments in 49er history.
It definitely was. Definitely was. So how do the Niners win this game? How do the Niners win this game this Sunday with Andy Reid come to town, with Travis Kelce? By the way, Travis Kelce quietly restructured his deal to free up some cap space. And Travis Kelce said, I think something is in the air. You know what that something is?
Christian McCaffrey or Odell Beckham?
Odell Beckham Jr. The rumors are running hot about Odell Beckham Jr. joining the Kansas City Chiefs.
Great.
How about that? Yeah, how about that?
I don't like that.
So how did the Niners win this game? How do they win this game if they don't have Bosa, Trent Williams? How do they do it? 888-957-9570. Andy Reid and Mahomes are really good together after a loss, 11-3 after a loss. They've had 3 instances where they've lost back-to-back games.
Yeah.
They don't lose 3 in a row together. So I wonder when we look at Mahomes and we look at Reid and you got Harbaugh on the sidelines, it feels like a big one for Shanahan this week with all that nonsense going on around him.
It's also a big game for Jimmy Garoppolo. And I know that we've kind of forgotten about this, but you talk about all the woulda, coulda, shouldas. If they win the Super Bowl, he's probably the MVP because we give it to the quarterbacks, but he had a good game up until the final, 10 minutes of that game. He was having a really good game. What was he, 20 of 24 for 180 yards or whatever it was?
Up until the fourth quarter, he was playing well.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, usually if all things are considered equal and there's no standout defensive player or offensive player, we'll give it to the quarterback, right? If he wins that game, how are we viewing Jimmy G?
Yeah.
They certainly don't trade up to go get Trey Lance.
Probably not. Or they let Jimmy G go and they go ahead and sign Tom Brady. Maybe. We don't know what happened.
I don't know.
We don't know what happened.
I feel like this is a big one for Jimmy in the sense that they're going to have to be able to score some points, and I think that we're going to have to ask Jimmy to do a little more, and I'm ready to see it. I think he's playing good ball right now. It feels like he's in a good space. He's delivering the ball down the field. I don't care about what his flaws are. What he's doing well right now is getting the ball out to playmakers.
How can they adjust in the second half and win football games? 16 points in the second half outside of the Carolina game. That's a stat I just do not get under Kyle Shanahan.
I'm
going to go to line one here.
Score 30 points.
Let's call. I'm going to line one. Line one. Your name, city, where you're from, what's on your mind.
Hey, good morning, guys. This is David in Brentwood.
What's up, baby?
You know what? When I think about Jim Harbaugh, I think that the main reason why fans are making a bigger deal out of him being in town is because he finally made peace with the Yorks. And when I look back at that time, I know there was a while, during his last years, everybody thought that Jim Harbaugh sucked. I mean, he sucked at 8-8. For that to Kyle Shanahan, and to I think that Jim's main beef with the Yorks was the fact that they kept backing Barkley, and Jim knew better than anyone that Trent Barkley really stunk at picking up players. Every year in every draft, you can count on the guy picking at least 1 or 2 players with torn ACLs. That was his main thing.
Yes.
And loading up on defensive backs or safeties. I wish the only 2 that I can think of are Jaquiski Tartt and Ward. Other than that, all the other players he kept picking up, none of them pan out. I mean, very few, if any, were on the league after 52 players picked up on the previous draft.
Well, the highlight of all of his horrible draft picks, I still to this day, we watch college football. The A.J. Jenkins selection is one of the, Kentwell Balmer was bad when they took him.
A.J. Jenkins was all time bad.
One of the worst selections of all time. And then I've got a name in my pocket. Remember the story?
Oh, yeah.
I wrote a name down in my pocket, and this is the player we're going to take. The rumor was that Jim would walk around the facility and be like, I've got something in my pocket. and it was basically mocking Trent Baalke.
They would get into elevators together and wouldn't say anything to each other. That relationship's sour. But, we think about Harbaugh's last year, 8-8. And they had bodies dropping like flies.
Willis
and they were still in the playoff hunt.
Yeah.
They were still in the playoff hunt despite all the injuries. And you look at injuries derailing Shanahan, they get a slew of injuries. They're not even competitive.
No.
So it's a big difference here. I do want to switch gears and go to the Warriors in just a second. 888-957-9570. Tell us if you are going to the game. Are you excited about, what are you more excited about, seeing Mahomes or Jim Harbaugh?
Well, I'm excited to see Harbaugh, but I was telling the guys before you got into the studio today, I appreciate watching greatness. It's one of my favorite things in sports. We talk so much about, appreciate Steph Curry, which totally agree there. I've been very lucky and blessed to see certain football players in my life. Brett Favre, for example, Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White. I got an opportunity to see Eric Dickerson before he hung him up. Marshall Faulk, Kurt Warner. I've watched some great football players on the field. Aaron Donald pops out as someone damn. Every time I watch a game live, dude, Aaron Donald is ridiculous. Todd Gurley, when he was in his prime, that MVP season. I am so looking forward to watching Patrick Mahomes in person. It's just, we might not get it for 8 more years at Levi Stadium. Who knows where he's going to be at in his career?
I've already made the plan that since I can't go Sunday because we have Warriors and Kings, go figure, the Sacramento Kings keeping me from going to see Mahomes. But I'm going to Arrowhead Stadium because I'm banking on him being the Chief 4 years from now.
Okay.
And I'm gonna go to Arrowhead Stadium for the first time in my life.
That'll be awesome.
And go watch the Niners and Chiefs at Arrowhead Stadium. They've never won there too in my lifetime at Arrowhead Stadium.
I'm trying to think.
They've gotten blown out all the time.
Well,
Garrison Hurst got hurt there. Steve Young lost there.
Yeah,
they got blown out with Mike Singletary. Yeah. Jamal Charles went crazy.
Oh, Jamal Charles was so sick. Well, LaDainian Tomlinson. To this day, I remember LaDainian Tomlinson scoring 3 or 4 touchdowns in the first half against the Niners, and then doing that where he put the hand over the head and then drooped the ball. And I remember watching him oh my God, he's on a whole nother platform as everyone else out on that field. I can't wait to get there early and watch Mahomes warm up. Yeah. And just the way he takes the field. I don't know, am I tripping?
No, I did do that. When the Niners played Trey Lance's first preseason game, they played the Kansas City Chiefs.
This year?
At Levi's. No, 2 years ago.
Okay.
2 years ago when he threw the touchdown pass to Trent Sherfield. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
They played the Chiefs. Mahomes played a couple series in that game.
Oh.
So I went down on the field. Whitley and I, who's a big Kansas City Chiefs fan, Whitley Sandretto, our great digital manager, who's doing great things for our digital department. We walked the field to see Mahomes warm up, and it was something else. The velocity on the footballs. I was standing right there just watching. I took multiple pictures.
Did you eat the grass?
Just looking, I did eat the grass. I did pull up some grass, ate a blade of grass. Man, the grass is in rare form this year. And then Mahomes was just throwing the ball around with so much velocity. And I was like, damn, look how he just whips it. Just comes out of his hand and 40 yards. 35 yards just on the frozen rope. And I'm like, damn, this guy's good. So I won't miss him this week, but I will brag about that. I got to see him warm up in that preseason game, so that was cool.
Who's the player that you think about right now that you've got a chance to, in football, that you've got a chance to see live in person, and it's one of those things that you'll never forget it? Adrian Peterson in his prime, I remember watching him versus Willis, and it was wow, we are watching two of the best at the top of their field go at it on the field on every play.
I remember the pom-pom game when T.O. grabbed the pom-poms against the Green Bay Packers, and Brett Favre was in that game.
So sick.
Watching Brett Favre was pretty surreal.
Brett Favre was incredible.
It was incredible.
He was an incredible watch. Russ was a great watch.
Ryan Dawkins was fun to watch with Philadelphia.
Good call.
Ryan Dawkins was really fun to watch. Deshaun Jackson was fun to watch. Marshawn Lynch was great to watch. Richard Sherman was great to watch. Sick. There's been a lot of players like Tom Brady, seeing him in the Patriots uniform when it came. That was a lot of fun. So it's been a lot of great players. Von Miller been great watching him play. Cam Newton, just seeing Cam Newton in town.
Yeah, Cam Newton was fun. Absolutely fun. I don't take these opportunities to see the legends. I know you say Joey's got to put together more, and you're right, but you're watching a legend in real time who's so much better than the average quarterback. You're going to see something special, even if he has a bad game.
That's why I can't wait to see Tom Brady later this year in what could be his last season.
And his final game ever at Levi's at home.
In the Bay Area.
That's pretty cool.
That's going to be pretty cool.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool.
That's going to be pretty cool. So 888-957-9570 if you are excited about watching Mahomes come to Levi's Stadium, or are you excited about seeing Jim Harbaugh in the 2022 or the 2012 roster? Go ahead, Mattson.
Cooper Kupp in person is so different.
He's so impossible to guard. You realize how good he's open all game.
It's unbelievable.
All game.
just next time when if you're going down to SoFi this year, or when the Rams come visit next year, go and just watch number 10.
Yeah.
Just every time the Rams have the ball, watch them. It's fascinating.
So me, B, and our girls, and Anthony, my boy Rocco, we all went to a New York Giants Monday night game against the Niners.
Oh, yeah.
And Odell Beckham was in his prime.
Put on a show.
And the Niners were garbage that year.
But he put on a show.
He was open on every play.
Yeah, he put on a show.
And Vontae kept going to me, look at Odell Beckham. Look how wide open he is. He's like sticking his hand up on every play. And I'm like, the guy's unguardable.
That guy's going to be a chief for Bill. There's no doubt. I think he's going to go play with Mahomes.
He's unguardable.
I think he's going to go to play with Mahomes.
At least he was in his prime.
Yeah, he was unguardable last year in the NFC Championship and the Super Bowl.
So sick.
I had all the overs in the Super Bowl, bro. I was cruising to an Odell Beckham parlay before he got hurt.
You and I both.
Man.
People keep asking what's wrong with the Rams. That's what's wrong.
Yeah.
They added him mid-season for nothing, and it just he was open all day.
Yeah, I had a lot of
catches.
I had a lot of those same Odell Beckham Jr. props. I think we may have been on the same boat, Matt. And with that one, Hunky Joseph on YouTube, it speaks volumes that we're turning back the clock to a coach that we ran out.
Did we run him out as fans, or did the media run him out? Because my impression was always the media was trying to run him out.
Jim Harbaugh?
That was my impression.
With him?
No, I just think that people I think people didn't like that he didn't give them anything.
I don't know. When he got fired, the media was all in on Jed York. They went in on Jed York. But it felt like to me, like a year later, all the media was like, damn, we missed this team being good. Well,
like immediate.
Well, no. Immediately when Harbaugh got fired and Jed York had that presser, and then later on,
it's the last time he talked publicly.
Yeah, no. And then Jim Tomsula had that presser. A lot of people were down on the 49ers. A lot of people were down on Jed York. A lot of people were ticked off at the owner, basically telling him to sell the team. They were pro. I think most of the media and most of the fan base was pro Harbaugh. I think once Harbaugh started struggling in Michigan, when he was at Michigan, early on when he was struggling, a lot of the media and fan base was like, well, what did Harbaugh really do with the 49ers?
That's not fair.
I'm starting to see this.
Yeah.
Did he really coach the offense? Did he really coach the defense? Did we ever say that about Bill Parcells? Bill Parcells was not he didn't call the defensive plays.
What about Bill Walsh when he went to Stanford and they didn't do much? Did anybody say anything then?
Right, nobody.
We still knew he was one of the greats.
Right.
Jimmy Johnson when he went to the Miami Dolphins.
He was the CEO.
Like he didn't really do a whole lot.
But even with the Dallas Cowboys, Norv Turner called the offense alongside Ernie Zampese. Dave Wanstead called the defense for the Dallas Cowboys. Jimmy Johnson just made sure everything was running smooth, and he got these guys ready to go on game day. Same thing with Jim Harbaugh. Monday through Saturday, he had those boys buttoned up.
Well, no doubt. And it's interesting. I feel like the way the Harbaugh thing ended has changed Niner fans forever in the sense that they're so afraid to go back to the Chip Kelly, Tom Sula, like, let's just go searching for head coaches. They're so worried about running Shanahan out because they think that it'll be a replica of what happened with Chip and Tom Sula. And to me, it's like, guys, we've gotten past that. Just because you made two bad hires in a row doesn't mean that we have to is lowering our standard. I'm not saying we're trying to run Shanahan out, but like we can criticize him without running him out.
Well, no doubt.
I don't understand why it's this immediate pivot. Well, do you want to go back to the Chip Kelly era?
Well, my boy Scott, who works one of the cameras at NBC Sports Bay Area. What up, Scott? I was talking to him and Anthony. And, they're diehard Niner fans, and they've been going to games and doing work for NBC Sports Bay Area for years. And Scott was like, man, if you run Shanahan out, do you want to go back to Chip Kelly or Jim Tomsula? It's the first thing he said. I said, no, of course I don't.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody does. Nobody does.
We're going to run out Mark Jackson because we want to go back to the Musselman era.
But we also have faith that, hey, the 49ers are a premier job that will attract a big-name head coach or a damn good head coach. I don't think they're going back to the Chip Kelly, Jim Tomsula days. I don't think that's happening at all.
Well, part of why the job was undesirable was because the owner ran out a successful coach. That's how people looked at it around the league. Then he hired Tom Sula, who people believed to be a spy and a lackey. Let's call it what it is.
Right.
People thought that Tom Sula was going to the ownership and front office, backstabbing Jim Harbaugh. Remember, we've got spies behind the lines. Remember when Harbaugh addressed all that?
Oh, yeah.
And then you went out and you hired Chip Kelly. You had 4 different coaches in 4 years. And you had to give Shanahan a 6-year contract because nobody else said, that's the kind of situation that I want to be in. Now that you've given Shanahan 6-7 years and he's played it out, you feel like you're elevated as an organization and you're a more desirable spot.
No doubt. I'm seeing a lot of texts here about great players they've seen in person.
Yeah.
And I'm seeing it all over the place. Saw Peyton Manning play the Raiders in the black hole. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I got to see Peyton Manning get the black hole. Got to see Darrell Revis in the black hole. Got to see Charles Woodson when he was in his prime.
Wow, that's pretty
cool. I took a great photo. I'll show you guys. Cool. I took a photo. Woodson and Revis met at midfield after the game. And I got a photo of them holding up each other's jerseys.
That's
and I was
cool.
like, that's cornerback royalty right there.
Yeah, that's pretty
cool.
cool.
Two of the best in the business, right? That was pretty cool.
That's pretty cool.
Kobe Bryant at Oracle Arena.
I saw Kobe on a home opener. I spilled a beer. This is back when I was drinking. I spilled an entire beer on a guy sitting in front of me. But it was one of the greatest moments in my sports watching live because Kobe live was incredible.
Kobe in the locker room after the game was incredible because somebody from Portugal started speaking Portuguese, and Kobe replied effortlessly. And I was like, damn, and then they had an Italian guy, and he started speaking Italian. I'm like, damn, Kobe's great. Speaks 5 different languages. It was just sick to just see him in the cubicle with this suit. I'm like, man, that's Kobe Bryant. It's one of the best ever.
Yeah.
So that is pretty cool to see Mahomes this weekend. Take advantage of that.
I'm excited for it. I'm very excited for it. I think a lot of Niner fans are excited for it. And then there's the nostalgia of Harbaugh. As time's worn on, I look back even more longingly on those teams. To me, if we're talking about one core, Bonds and the Giants, I could argue about. But to me, the core that I truly believe got robbed of just their glory of not winning the big one, it was that core of players.
In DK1, I saw Jim Truckenmiller at Candlestick Park. That was an experience. Talk about the worst players you see in Candlestick Park. Monty Montgomery.
My favorite is now there's this narrative about Ken Dorsey. It's really funny. And he might be a great coach. I don't know. But people are like, he knows explosive offense. Did you watch him play quarterback for Miami? Did you watch him for the Niners?
Well, in Miami, they were explosive, but
he
maybe
was
not because of him.
He was not.
But they had
He's
dudes.
throwing to Andre Johnson.
I know.
Santonio Moss. Come on.
Heading off to Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee.
I'll keep it real, though. I did think that he was going to be something in the league. I was like, winner guy. He's a winner.
Well, I'd pull for him because he went to Miramonte High School.
Yeah.
Hey, and he was always in front page of the San Francisco Chronicle. And I was like, he's going to Miami? Like, he's going to Miami, him and DJ Williams from the Bay Area going down to the U. That's crazy.
Yo, you want to talk about worst players you've seen in person? I got to go to Yankee Stadium, right? So excited to watch Derek Jeter play in person. I'd seen him at the Coliseum before, but there's something different about...
Gregarious.
There's something... No. So we get there a little bit late. They're announcing the starting lineup. I can't wait to see Jeter. Starting at shortstop for the New York Yankees, Jason Nix.
Oh, my God. That's worse than Cody Ransom.
I did see Jeter at Fenway Park, which I thought was really cool.
Did you talk to him in the locker room?
I did not get to him. I was a fan of the game that day. I was a fan of the game.
He's another dude that just like the way he moves in person, Jeter was so cool, bro.
He was cool.
Just the way he carried himself was just different.
All right, so the worst player that I saw live, Cody Pickett. It's not even close. God bless his soul. He was playing quarterback and special teams.
Worst player I've ever seen live. I don't know. Get back to me on that one. See some bad players. Been in a lot of garbage times, whether it comes to the NBA or the NFL.
Why do I think you're going to say like Tyler Rogers or something like that?
Nah, Tyler Rogers is not the worst player. I've seen worse with the Giants. Kevin Franzen.
The Ricky Leday era.
I'm trying to tell you, man. It's been some bad players in Giants history. Some bad players in Niners history.
Of all the players from 2012 that are coming back this weekend, we don't know specifically who's like officially signed in or not. Who's the guy that you would want to see on the field get a standing ovation from the crowd the most?
Blake Costanzo.
I love Blake Costanzo.
He was good.
Don't hate on 51, bro.
What about Brett Swain?
18? He was. I don't think he was on 12.
I want to see them all. I want to see. Is Frank Gore for sure coming back? We know who do we have confirmed as a player?
I think Frank Gore just lives at Levi Stadium.
Well, I know Willis. Willis has been at the stadium a lot the last 2 years, so I expect him to be there.
Bowman.
I don't know. I'm wearing the Bowman jersey today. I contend that those two in 2012. It's one of the greatest combination linebacker plays for just 1 year I've ever seen in my life.
No, it was a great
Brooks
combination.
Was so sick.
Great combination. Frank's got to get a great ovation. If Alex Smith shows up, I feel like he's going to get a great ovation.
I hope Cap shows up. I want Cap to get
I want
Cap to get his standing ovation
How do
from
you
this
think the fan base would have reacted to Colin Kaepernick? Because I made the comment yesterday with Mark Willard and Dibs during the changeover. I said, I wouldn't be shocked if he got some boos.
Well, him and Alden, for different reasons, are two of my greatest woulda, coulda, shouldas in sports history. I don't know. He regressed. The team regressed around him. The coaching situation completely deteriorated. I remember him longingly. And if you just go back to 2012, he was unbelievable. They won road games against Tom Brady in New England at the height of Tom Brady in sleet rain.
Drew Brees in a Superdome.
Ridiculous. I mean, he outdueled Aaron Rodgers and dropped 40 and ran for 200 in that game.
Would Cap show up?
I don't know. I want him to get his just due.
I would give him a standing ovation.
I think Justin Smith's another guy that I think is one of those under-the-radar guys who I would love to see in front of everyone.
Dante Whitner's going to get a lot of love.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Hawk.
Would Michael Crabtree come back?
See, that's an interesting name because you talk about the 8-8 year. He wanted a new contract, knew the Niners weren't going to give it to him, and he was so sour. He was on like a snap restriction. There was a lot of weird stuff going on in 2014. And again, that's because of Balky.
Crabtree. Man, I wonder how many players are going to show up for this. I'm shocked that Jim Harbaugh's showing up, to be honest with you. When that news came out earlier this week, I'm like, man, Jim Harbaugh's coming back to Levi Stadium. He's going to get a standing ovation, no doubt about that, right?
I think so.
There's going to be people yelling at him, hey, coach the team.
I think so. I hope he wears the same outfit he wore when he was the coach. Khakis with the black pullover. And you know what I hope he has? I hope he has when he gets real serious. Remember when he put the glasses on?
Oh, yeah. No doubt. He put the glasses on. And he had the play sheet and talking around. Serious. He did that especially when Kaepernick had to replace Alex Smith against the St. Louis Rams. He was walking up and down the sideline, had the play sheet out with the glasses, and he's calling plays left and right.
That was one of the worst games I've ever been to. They tied that game.
Yeah, no.
Jeff Fisher ran 2 fake punts.
Yeah. And then they beat the Niners later that year, 16-13 in overtime.
Why are you doing this?
David Akers missed a field goal in that game. Never forget that.
You think Michael James is going to be there?
Hell no.
LaMichael,
no chance.
Ted Ginn Jr. It's just kind of odd to me that they're celebrating.
Is Randy Moss going to show up?
Probably not.
Is he the most forgotten great player that played for the Niners?
Not a chance.
He had 35-plus catches that year.
It was a cup of coffee, that's why. It was a cup of coffee. Is Bruce Miller going to show up? There's a lot of bad dudes
Ray
on that
McDonald.
Team. There was a lot of bad team. There was a lot of bad dudes on that team. So,
Alden? Does Alden show up?
I don't know, man.
I think Alden Smith is confirmed to be showing up this Sunday.
Dude, you look... I know we all love Bosa. I'm not here to compare and contrast Bosa and Alden. Just go back. Like the first 40-something games, he had like 50 sacks. He was ridiculous.
Alden Smith, I was convinced was going to be the next Lawrence Taylor. Long arms, coming off the edge, speed, physicality, played well against the run.
Yeah.
Was lethal as a pass rusher. He had all the goods. Like, you had Von Miller, number 1 overall in that draft.
Yes.
You had Alden Smith, number 7 overall in that draft. And I remember when Alden Smith got drafted. Number 48 from Missouri. Who the hell is that?
He hurt his leg in college, and I was like, I'd never even heard of this guy.
And I watched a lot of Missouri only because City College in San Francisco sent 3 dudes to Missouri. Oh. My guy Jarrell Harrison, Tatum, Blaine Gabbert was there. I was watching a lot of Missouri. And Kerrante Walker, who got a cup of coffee with the Cleveland Browns.
Was Colt McCoy on the 2012 team?
Or
was that later?
Texas
the Niners.
Colt McCoy was a Niner.
Wasn't he? Remember when Harbaugh shined him up?
I do remember that. I don't know. But Alden Smith, I had no idea who he was. Alden Smith was unbelievable.
He was unbelievable. So sick. Isaac Sopoaga better be there. And Glenn Dorsey better be there too.
So I'm seeing a lot of Chris Culliver. Will he be there?
I don't want Chris Culliver there.
Well, if you don't want Chris Culliver there, then you shouldn't have.
I know. Just he said some things that I think. Look, I hope he's grown since. But some of the comments that he made were so hurtful, and there were specific people in my life that were very hurt by him. And he's representing the San Francisco community when he puts that jersey on, and the things that he said were just so hurtful.
Then there's like 6 dudes who shouldn't show up. Then.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Because what he said was hurtful.
Well, we've done this to Aubrey Huff.
Right, exactly.
Basically said don't come. So no, and again, I don't want to be the person who's presiding over who should come and who not. I just remember how much hurt that Culliver put in people's lives at that time.
Is this ceremony going to be the highlight of Sunday?
Feels like
the way we're talking about. We talk more about this ceremony and who's going to show up to Levi Stadium than we have about the game. than we have about the game. And when we talk about the game, we talk about Kelce and Mahomes and Andy Reid and Juju Smith-Schuster and McCole Hardman. We don't even talk about the game.
Don't forget Chris Jones.
Chris Jones in the middle, who was a difference maker in Super Bowl 54. Juan Thornhill, Justin Reed.
Is Mooney Ward going to play against his old team?
Don't know.
I mean, is Bosa going to play?
Don't know.
I mean, that's the problem, B, is I just listed off like 15 guys from the 2012 team who could probably play this weekend, and there's like 15 guys on the current Niners who can't play this weekend.
Feels like more people are fired up about Harbaugh coming to town than they are about the actual game.
Tony Montana.
That's a problem to me.
Why are you so worked up over that? I'm really excited for the 2012 team.
But this is a big-time football game.
It is.
And like the 2012 team, like we're honored. Like I saw somebody on the chat. I don't know if it was the Xfinity mobile text line or the YouTube chat. But somebody said, are we going to honor the team that lost Super Bowl 54 10 years from now?
Probably.
Why?
Well, I mean, just because.
Do other teams do this?
I mean, we honored the 2007 We Believe Warriors.
Yeah, but that's the Warriors. And the Warriors had no...
The Niners
they had a very dry history.
But they haven't won a Super Bowl since 94. This is the high water mark up until that point. For 25 years, the 2012 was the high water mark. I know you and me saw Super Bowls. Kyle, 2012, 2011, 2013, however you want to break it down, that was, to that point, the high water mark for you in your Niner fandom, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Born
so
in 90.
those teams mean something to you, right?
A lot.
How old are you?
32.
32.
It's just, I find it mind-boggling.
32, B.
But I find it mind-boggling that we're honoring a team that lost the Super Bowl.
Well, the Giants did it too, bringing up baseball. They did the 2002 reunion in 2012, and I think in 2009 they even did an 89 reunion.
Yeah,
but here's the thing. Then they started winning, and all of a sudden, like this year, they didn't honor the 2002 team. In 2019, they didn't honor the 89 team. So
That's
I think
a great call.
when you start, actually, so if the Niners, let's say if they win it this year, then you probably don't see the past Super Bowl teams that lost getting honored because they have a winning team to honor.
I'm glad you said that, Lutman.
That's their high water mark.
I'm glad you said that, Lutman, because I will be very intrigued now with the Giants. Will they honor the 1993 team next year? Be a 30-year anniversary.
Oh, man, I love that team.
30-year anniversary, 103
Royce
games.
Clayton, come on down. Willie McGee.
Because I don't remember them honoring that 93 team.
I would love that. Will Clark, Bonds.
Have they ever honored that team?
Matt Williams, Robbie
don't
Thompson.
think they ever did. I don't think they brought them up in 2003 or 13 at all.
They've never honored that team, 1993.
John Burkett, Billy Swift.
Yeah, we know the name,
Trevor
Shasky.
Wilson.
We know the name, Shasky.
Yeah, but it's tough because they didn't even make the playoffs. I mean, I know that was a great team.
103 wins.
I know. I'm not taking away from that team.
But to your point, they haven't honored that team yet.
Mike Benjamin.
They haven't honored that
If you're
team.
going to honor a team that didn't win at all, I feel like you got to at least,
That's the team that created the wild card.
So what, in what was it, in 2031, are we going to honor the 2021 Giants? I mean, they didn't make it to the World Series.
That's what I'm saying.
You will be there.
I'm going to be there.
Admiring Cap.
I hope Kapler's still there. That means good things have happened then. But let's neither here nor there. But
all right, let's hit the injury report. We got Splash Cousin coming up.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Who's going to play for the 49ers this week? We have 3 notable Niners who returned to practice yesterday. Among them, safety Jimmy Ward, who's only played in a series this season. I was in Carolina. Then he got hurt and broke his right hand. Head coach Kyle Shanahan is taking a wait-and-see approach regarding Jimmy Ward's playing status for Sunday. Also back at practice yesterday was Nick Bosa as he continues to recover from a groin injury. And Trent Williams was also seen on the practice field after he suffered a high ankle sprain against the Denver Broncos a few weeks back. He continues to improve. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Splash Cousin Jordan Elliott to break down the 49ers here on The Roast.
This is world-renowned handicapper Chris Hodge from TakingVegas.com, and what a run it has been on these weeknight pro football games. We are now 10-2 after the easy win on Monday night for free between Denver and Los Angeles, and tonight, New Orleans, Arizona is absolutely free. All you have to do is visit TakingVegas.com. That's TakingVegas.com. There's no obligations, nothing to buy. Just another free pick pro football winner here on a Thursday night. On Monday, under Denver, LA. Last Thursday, under Washington, Chicago. Now we have New Orleans, Arizona, absolutely free. Just visit takingvegas.com. That's takingvegas.com. 10-2 is 10-2, boys and girls. And these weeknight pro football games have been money in the bank. We have another winner absolutely free tonight. Plus, 30 days of our service will be free as well. All you have to do to get this great action is visit takingvegas.com. That's takingvegas.com.
Kirby! They're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation, brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water and makes your car look brand new. They use all biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms, no coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic. Friendly and reliable service, no middlemen and no upsells. Get $50 off the first oil change with the code OIL50. That's OIL50. Or use the code JOEWASH, JOEWASH, to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's Kirby, CURBEE.com, or call 1-866-KIRBY-1.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Uncle, Kate's gonna leave me, and I need your advice.
What's the problem, John?
She thinks I'm cheating on her, but I'm not. It's just that I have ED now, and I don't know why.
Don't worry. The same thing happened to me. All men lose testosterone with age, and this can cause ED. I went to Balanced Medical Solutions, and they helped me rebalance my hormones. Now your aunt is happy again, and I lost weight, too.
Thank you. I'm gonna call them today.
Guys, stop suffering. Call Balanced Medical Solutions now at 510-679-3300 or visit balancedmedicalsolutions.com.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Steph Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The new Michelin silicone plates last through everything.
On a world record-breaking drive from Alaska to South America in unpredictable conditions.
Thunderstorms, ice storms, they just don't quit.
Rainier Zeidlo chose Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades with advanced Quad-Tech 4-layer coated silicone that repels water, snow, and ice and lasts 2 times longer than other blades.
It's coming down in sheets.
Real world proven. Extreme weather wiping performance. Upgrade to Michelin Endurance XT silicone wiper blades today. Only at Walmart.
Doug.
Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with autopay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
All right, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Thursday morning, we're getting ready for Niners and Chiefs. We will sneak in some Warriors talk after Splash Cousin Jordan Elliott leaves us. Staff writer at Niners Nation breaks it down with the all-22 stuff. He's really good at it, and he'll break down the Niners. How can they win against the Kansas City Chiefs? But first, business is business. Jordan, good morning. How the hell did you become a Dodger fan? I thought you was from San Jose.
Oh, I'm not a Dodgers fan.
Oh, I
was probably joking around on Twitter. If you saw something it's probably just a joke on Twitter.
I'm
a Dodgers fan, so it's always kind of a running joke. I'm a Giants fan through and through. It's just kind of,
Yeah. Bad intel from our producer, Sam Lubman. He said, jab him about the Dodgers for losing in 4 to the San Diego Padres.
Well, I was probably one of those people then who fell for his little joke there then.
Yeah, you fell for the okie doke. I figured he wasn't a Dodger fan. I was like, that can't be Splash Cousin. Come on now. Before we get to the game, are you excited to see Harbaugh back at Levi Stadium?
Oh, absolutely. And I think the symbolism behind that is really special. The fact that, if you would have told me 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I wouldn't have thought that he'd even step foot in Santa Clara, let alone in the stadium for some kind of ceremony with the team. So I think it's nice that it appears that they're all kind of burying the hatchet. So I think that's going to be a very special moment.
If you could take one trait or one thing that Harbaugh did well and inject it into Kyle Shanahan, what would that be?
Just like the public display of passion and like that fire and intensity you saw from Jim Harbaugh. I don't know what Kyle does behind the scenes. Maybe he does have a bit of him in that we don't see. But the way, that way that Jim would, bang on Alex Smith's shoulder pads and kind of really fire him up on the sidelines before the game and just, yelling at the referees, all that fire and intensity that he had is kind of the one thing that I feel like Kyle has been lacking in the 6 years he has been coach. And I feel like if he did have that, he'd be unstoppable. So maybe they could have a little bit of time to talk, and maybe some of that rubs off on him this weekend. We'll see.
Jordan, a lot of our roasters have been saying the same thing as we're talking to Jordan Elliott, staff writer at Niners Nation. Does a great job breaking down the 49ers film. Check out his Twitter page, @Splash_Cousin. That's one thing that I wanted. I want passion on the sidelines. Shanahan just sometimes looks stoic, and his team plays like it too, like a blend of football on offense, a brand of football that's bland, especially in that fourth quarter when they go 8 minutes and 42 seconds, go 80 yards and not score. But one thing at the Super Bowl 54 that was talked about, Jordan, was that George Kittle was the best tight end in football. And since that Super Bowl, Kelce has put on a clinic in 37 regular season games, nearly 3,000 yards receiving, 27 touchdowns. George Kittle has 15 career touchdowns. So how do the Niners implement George Kittle? I know he had a good game against Atlanta, but we want to see touchdowns. We want to see those tone-setting plays, and it feels like we haven't seen that this season with George Kittle.
Yeah, I don't know how much of it, Bonte, is due to, them kind of ramping him back up due to injury, and some of it I know has to do with the way that he is prioritized by opposing defenses. They want to take him out of the 49ers game plan. But the numbers do back up exactly what you're saying. Like, his yards per route run is at 1.53 right now. It's the lowest it's been since his rookie year in 2017. His average depth of target is 5.2 yards right now, which is the lowest that it's ever been.
Wow.
So they need to find a way to get him involved more. The encouraging sign is that his targets have increased every week, and they nearly doubled from 5 in Carolina to 9 last week in Atlanta. So I do think things are trending up, but I also do think that some of that had to do with the fact that they were down double digits a lot of that game, and they were throwing more than they usually would. So while it would be nice to see the targets go up, it would be better to just see him used more efficiently, and I think that they do have to find a way to get him the ball. He's just too important to what they do. I know it doesn't show up in the stat sheet. He has been doing some good things, run blocking, which is where the argument for him being the best tight end usually falls on, because I don't think you could even come close to arguing the receiving end of things with what Kelce has done. But I agree. They need to make a more conscious effort to try to get him involved early on and get some rhythm going there.
You know, you've done a really good job going back over the years and looking at Shanahan and Garoppolo and contrasting plays and what they're doing well and what they're not doing well over the years. When you look at the offense as a whole right now, why are they not scoring as much points as they have in years past?
You know, I think it's honestly just they haven't been on the same page for a full 60 minutes, and it feels like every week when one position group starts to pick it up, another drops the ball, and, you know, literally and figuratively after last week. And it feels like they just haven't really had that full, complete performance yet. And early on, you can kind of, you know, look past that and feel confident about moving forward. But as you're getting into week 7, week 8, like, you can't have those kind of performances. And it just felt like, you know, that game in Denver, you know, Jimmy didn't play very well. They were 1 for 10 on third down. It was just abysmal. You know, early on that game in Chicago, it was kind of messy. The monsoon, it's kind of, you know, that one's hard to judge. But the last couple of weeks, it's just been something as simple as, like, you know, you have those drop balls, like that ball that McLeod dropped, that ball that Charlie Warner dropped. You know, you start getting bad penalties that you get behind the sticks, and you're having to throw on third and long over and over again. So I just think it's been a lack of consistency, and I don't think that it's something where you can just say, like, oh, they didn't have training camp with Jimmy, so they're rusty. Like, they've been playing together for 5 years.
No
doubt. Guys. So it's just something that they need to figure out, because right now they've just been painfully average on offense. Like, they're 18th in yardage, they're 15th in third down conversion rate, they're 17th in yards per drive, they're 22nd in yards per drive, or points per drive, sorry. So it's like, you know, with a defense as good as they have, that's been able to translate to them at least winning half their games and staying in first place in the division. But you can't be just mediocre on offense and expect to get anywhere, especially when you have the skill position players they have and somebody drawing the plays the way Kyle has. And while the execution does fall on the players, I think as the head coach, Kyle does hold his share of responsibility for them not executing. And at this point, results are the only thing that's going to change that. They can say whatever they want during pressers and, you know, during the week and talk about what they're doing during practice. But if the results aren't showing up on Sundays, ultimately he's the one who's responsible for it, being the head coach who's kind of overseeing all of this.
Jordan Elliott, staff writer, Niners Nation, doing a hell of a job here on the Morning Roast. We love him on the roast as he breaks down the Niners at @Splash_cousin on Twitter. Check his work out. He's one of the best in the business when it comes to breaking down 49ers football. And, you know, I wanted to get there because the points per game bothers me. When you look at the second half, you take away the Carolina game, 16 second half points produced by the offense. And you got an offensive guy as head coach. You've got all these playmakers here. And it just seems like there is a lack of urgency. Is that on Kyle? Is that on a quarterback? Is that on the players? How do you see it, Jordan?
So I think the game last week was very interesting because I know the drive that everybody that really got people upset, and I understand why, was that like 8-minute drive where they were down 2 scores in the fourth quarter and they spend, you know, almost 10 minutes and they get nothing out of it. And Kyle in his presser was basically saying that, you know, I thought we only had a couple possessions left and I wanted to maximize the, you know, possessions we had. So I could understand, you know, kind of going into a huddle and making sure that you're running things in a comfortable manner and not scrambling and having guys in a hurry up setting where they, you know, things aren't as coordinated. But the problem with that is if you are going to do that, you have to come away with points. If you're going to have that methodical, taking 8 minutes off the clock when you can't afford to be wasting any time, you can't get into the other team's territory and then fail to convert a fourth down, you know, on their end of the field and then basically take yourself out of the football game. So I agree. I just didn't understand why. I understand huddling, but I didn't understand. It was almost as if they were the ones playing with the 14-point lead. And, even just the way they were breaking the huddle and getting to the line of scrimmage, it didn't feel like there was the sense of urgency that needed to be there. And, again, I'm as big of a believer in Kyle Shanahan as anybody you'll find, but that's an area where, again, I think it falls on him. And you need to have that sense of urgency. You need to be sitting there yelling, running, screaming up the sideline, getting your guys amped up, because that's something, we're talking about Harbaugh a little bit ago. That's something I would have seen Jim Harbaugh do, and he would have been out there picking up the ball and running it to the line of scrimmage himself, So I think that it's something that they definitely need to work on. I do think also that those numbers, in the games that they have won, sometimes it can be heavily weighted based on the fact that they are just trying to run a clock, and you start getting these drives where they're just, running 3 times and punting because they have a decent lead like they have in a couple games. But the overall sample hasn't been great to start the year. I agree. There definitely needs to be more efficiency in that second half of football.
We know that there's injuries galore. I mean, just all over the board. Who's the guy that when you watch the film, you think they missed the most?
It's really hard. It's either Trent Williams or Nick Bosa, but I actually think the offensive line has been really good in Trent Williams' absence, considering how special he is. And I think that Jalen Moore last week stepped up in a big way, and he was really good against one of the better edge rushers in the league, and Brian Burns, when they played the Panthers. To me, it's Nick Bosa, because as good as the defensive line is behind him, the way that he alters, games is second to none, honestly, among defensive players in the NFL right now. His 22% pressure rate leads the NFL. He has 25% pressure rate in true pass sets. So when, it's third and long and teams are dropping back, he's getting there a quarter of the time, which is just absurd. I think Micah Parsons is probably, neck and neck with him for Defensive Player of the Year right now. He's been very special for the Cowboys. Parsons is only at 16.9%. Bosa's at 22%. So the way he's able to not only get there and affect plays when he's getting home with pressure, but also the way that teams have to account for him, and they have to send doubles, and they have to shift protection his way. They can only send out 4 because they have to keep the running back in to pass protect. It opened things up for everybody else as well, and I think that he's just such a special talent that as good as the depth is behind him, and I think they've been really special there as well. I wanted to give a quick shout-out to Charles Menahue and Samson Ebukam, who both are over 13% with their pressure rate as well. 49ers are the only team in the league who have 3 players over 13%, with a minimum of 100 pass rushing snaps. But Bosa's just, he should be the Defensive Player of the Year if he's able to stay healthy and America's team propaganda doesn't, overpower the voting when the season ends, if Parsons is right there with him, because he is just so special. So I would say Nick Bosa, but it's very close with him and Trent Williams.
Lastly, before we let you go, how did the Niners win this game? Do they beat the Chiefs this Sunday? I think if they're healthy, they match up very well against this version of the Kansas City Chiefs, but health is in question. So, and we also know how Andy Reid and Mahomes respond to losses. They usually back them up with big-time wins. You see the Niners winning this Sunday?
I think they do, and it's something as simple as just the 49ers, whenever they have just an abysmal showing, they've done a really good job rebounding, and it's something that it's become a pattern in recent years, and I think there is that sense of urgency when they do play the way they did in Atlanta. Again, I'm with you, Vontae. I know that it does kind of hinge on health, and I'll probably wait until Friday to feel a lot more confident about that based on who's going to be active and who's not, doubtful for this game, but I just think they find a way to pressure Mahomes. I think they find a way to control the clock a little bit better, move the ball a little bit better. Kansas City's defense is a respectable unit, but they have had some trouble allowing yards after the catch. So I think this is probably the week we see Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and those guys really rack up some big gains on a quick slant, those shallow crossers, some screens. So I do think the 49ers find a way to win this game, and I think they find a way to get back over 500 and stay in first place in the NFC West.
Jordan Elliott, you're the man. Staff writer at Niners Nation does a great job breaking down the 49ers at @splash_cousin.
Stats.
He always crushes his appearances on the Morning Roast. We'll do it again soon, my friend.
Thank you guys so much. Always a pleasure.
Anytime, Jordan Elliott. Awesome stats, awesome numbers, awesome insight into the 49ers and what they have to do to beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And we'll see what happens on Sunday. We'll see what happens. Health is a big thing, though. If Bosa's playing, if Ward is playing, I feel a lot better about it. But you look at that other sideline, man. Travis Kelce, Juju's playing well. Think about the way the Juju's being used. Nobody wanted Juju.
Well, Valdez-Scantling, and no one thought he was any good, and everyone's running to the waiver wire to claim him.
McCall Hartman.
Yeah.
He's going down the field, deep down the field. So
it does feel like they've not that they haven't missed Tyreek, but we kind of knew that they would find a way to continue to churn out playmakers.
No doubt. The explosiveness. They have to go more 12 plays than they can go. They usually go, 4 plays, 80 yards. Now they're going about 8, 9 plays, 80 yards. And they may be getting Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah,
I knew they were going to be in on that.
I know you would.
I knew they were going to be in on that.
We've got a little nostalgic today. Do you love those on this day? Do you like those kind of things?
I used to do that a lot, but
can I give you one?
The pandemic kind of we did that every day during the pandemic. But go ahead, give me one.
On this day in 2008, the San Francisco 49ers fire Mike Nolan and name Mike Singletary interim head coach. From 2005 to 2008, the Niners went 18-37 and never made the playoffs.
Not even close. They didn't come close.
What do you remember Mike Nolan most for? The Reebok suit?
It's hard not to remember him for the Reebok suit.
Also him and Alex Smith and
what I remember is the pre-draft process.
Oh my God.
He came to drafting Aaron Rodgers and Alex Smith, and he said, if I tell Alex Smith to dribble a marble, he'll dribble a marble. If I tell him to jump rope, he'll jump rope.
I thought it was because he opened the door for his mom.
That too. I mean, that was part of it. ESPN had a special on Alex Smith leading up into the draft when they went behind the scenes. And then he had Aaron Rodgers. He was like, what the hell does this have to do with football, man? Let me throw that thing. Let me show you why I should be the number 1 pick. I'll put on my tape against USC when I opened the game up 23 for 23 at the LA Memorial Coliseum. Watch that. And that's why you should draft me number 1 overall. And that leads me to this question, Shasky. Who's going to be a bigger regret? We always talked about Aaron Rodgers, but I think this fan base has gotten over Aaron Rodgers because the Niners have beat him not once, not twice, but 3 times. Oh, actually 4 times in the playoffs.
I know.
Beat him 4 times in the playoffs.
That's insane. On the road and at home.
So I think fans have gotten over that pick.
Yes. And he's just odd.
He's a very odd dude.
Yeah.
Will we regret not having Mahomes as a 49er? That 2017 draft?
So let me ask you about this, Mahomes, because I do feel like we've done some recalculations here. If the Niners take him, because we always talk about, you could take Mac Jones 15, but you couldn't take him 3. Could you have taken Patrick Mahomes 2 overall? Because they had the 2 pick and they switched out with the Bears.
I don't think they could have.
Because that would have been like Project Reach City. That's what people would have said. And a team that was completely rebuilding from scratch.
Yeah. Number 3 overall. Probably would have been a reach for Mahomes. I don't think it would have been a reach for Deshaun Watson.
He was the best player in football for 3 years in college football.
But I pulled up this stat line. This crazy game in Lubbock, Texas. October 22nd, 2016. Because I bet on this game. I remember like it was yesterday. Oklahoma beats Texas Tech 66-59 in one of those wild Big 12 games, right? Yeah. Look at the points, the score by quarters, 13-10, 17-14, 21-14, 21-15. It's over 100-plus points scored in this game. Mahomes that day was 52 of 88. He threw the ball 88 times in this football game.
What?
52 of 88.
That's got to be a record.
734 passing yards that day.
No, that would have beat Norm Van Brocklin's record, which is 554, I believe.
He ran for another 85.
What?
12 carries, 85 yards, 2 touchdowns. 52 of 88.
I got to look up.
734 yards, 5 touchdown passes, 1 interception. For Oklahoma, you know who was playing quarterback? Baker Mayfield.
Oh.
Baker Mayfield. 27-36. 545 yards, 7 touchdowns. Joe Mixon that day, 31 carries, 263 yards, 4 catches, 114. Joe Mixon had 5 touchdowns in that game. 88 times, and they lost to Baker Mayfield.
There was a guy in 2013 who attempted 89, but that's number 2, 88, in terms of attempts in college. Drew Brees had 83 at some point.
For
attempts
Purdue.
In a game.
He played for Joe Tiller, who came from Wyoming, and he had that wide open spread offense, and he brought it to Purdue with Drew Brees. So that Cliff Kingsbury was a coach. That year, Texas Tech goes 5-7.
Let me ask you about the Mahomes thing. Obviously, there's infrastructure in terms of roster that Kansas City had better than what the Niners have, had back then. Would they have been able to develop him into some semblance of what he is now?
I don't know. Ernie and Concord are saying that on the Xfinity mobile text line. Shanahan would not have been able to develop Mahomes like Andy Reid has. And that's one thing Andy Reid, even though he didn't have a Super Bowl for a long, long time, we know Andy Reid could develop quarterbacks. Think about what he did with Donovan McNabb. Donovan McNabb wasn't a polished pocket quarterback when he came out of Syracuse.
No.
He was more of a runner.
And to your point, this is 11, 11, 12, 12, 13. That's games in a row that he won each year for 6 straight years.
Incredible.
With McNabb.
And then Michael Vick comes out of prison, was not a pocket quarterback. Develops Michael Vick. Michael Vick, that single season, what was it, 2010? I want to say 2010.
Yeah, they went 10-6.
One of the most unbelievable years we've ever seen at the quarterback position. He was unreal. Unreal. Andy Reid. Hell, they came to Candlestick Park, one of the Monday night games I went to my young adulthood. They played the Eagles on Monday Night Football. Niners were wearing their throwbacks at the time.
I remember that, yeah.
T.O. scored a touchdown, but they got smoked by the Eagles. May have been A.J. Feely playing quarterback.
Oh, A.J. Touchy-Feely.
And they didn't skip a beat. They didn't skip a beat.
Probably not the best nickname now that I'm thinking about it.
Probably not.
Boomer.
Probably not.
Yeah.
But Andy Reid can develop a quarterback.
Yes.
Think about what he did with Alex Smith. Alex Smith has some of the best seasons he's ever had under Andy Reid.
All his best years were under Andy Reid.
Exactly.
People misremember, he was great with Harbaugh. 1 year was fine, 3,200 yards, 17 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. All his best years came with Andy Reid.
So developing quarterbacks is this thing that Andy Reid could do. So if we could take something away from Andy Reid and inject it into the shed head, it's developing quarterbacks, right?
So yes, there's no question about it. And making things easy for those guys to digest and then do what they do well. What about if I flipped Kelce and Kittle? How would they look different?
I don't know, because Shanahan loves blocking. He loves a run game.
It's true.
I don't think Kelce's Kelce. Is Kittle? Is Kittle more explosive in the KC offense?
I think he's really different in the KC offense. He's probably split out wide a lot more. And maybe he doesn't fit if that's what the ask is.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, it's kind of wild when you think about where these two franchises have come or where they're at after Super Bowl 54. Like Kansas City's they're consistent, right? They've been in 4 straight AFC championship games.
And they made bold moves.
And they've made bold moves.
Think about sending Tyreek Hill away. I mean, you talk about Warrior fans, like after 11 years getting rid of Draymond Green, and they're like, they like lose their minds, okay? They traded Tyreek Hill in his prime. And really haven't looked back.
No, they haven't.
And he's having a good year.
And I agree with the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line. It was hard to evaluate Patrick Mahomes because of the Texas Tech system. Graham Harrell, he did throw for 15,000 yards. Texas Tech.
That was my guy. When Crabtree beat Texas, it's one of the great games of all time.
Yep. Crabtree at the end of the game.
The Fred Biletnikoff Award winner, back-to-back years. The only guys to do that were him and Larry Fitzgerald.
Boy, Crabtree left a lot on the table.
I thought he was going to be a special one. I was wrong.
All right, don't forget this Sunday, come out and see the Red and Gold pregame show with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live from the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara starting at 11 a.m. this Sunday. The pregame show presented by Harris Ranch Beef, legendary quality, and Jim Beam Bourbon Whiskey. Taste the world's #1 bourbon. Also, the 415ers podcast. They're breaking down this game. Evan Giddings and Mark Grandy, producers here at 95.7 The Game. They're getting you ready, breaking down Mahomes. How do the Niners slow down Mahomes? But you brought up Draymond Green. I want to get into something Anthony Slater said yesterday with Damon and Ratto about Draymond Green as the Warriors get ready to play the Nuggets. By the way, the Nuggets lost to the Utah Jazz last night. A lot of good NBA basketball last night.
Everybody's favorite team, the Nuggets.
Dude, a lot of good basketball
Even though
last
no
night.
one plays defense?
Nobody plays defense on Denver. They get smoked by Utah. Colin Sexton with a nice debut for the Utah Jazz. How about the Pelicans going into Brooklyn and blowing out Kevin Durant, Ben Simmons, and Kyrie Irving and the Brooklyn Nets? Pels looked impressive. But I want to get into Draymond Green and the Golden State Warriors coming up here. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop. It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
In San Ramon, we're looking for sunny skies, highs near 88.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. and blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, welcome back to the roast here on a Thursday morning. A few days out from the Niners and Chiefs. Should be a good day at Levi Stadium, 125 kickoff. You have the Warriors and Nuggets tomorrow night. Second game at Chase Center. They start the season off with a 3-game homestand before flying out to Phoenix on Tuesday to play the Suns. Suns come all the way back, rally from a 22-point deficit against the Dallas Mavericks last night. Chris Paul didn't play much in the fourth quarter. It was the Damian Lee show. D. Lee, that's right, NBA champ D. Lee hitting big shots for the Phoenix Suns, bringing that championship DNA down to the Valley. A lot of people scoff at that, but hey, D. Lee was a good Warrior. Give him his props. Give him his props. But the Warriors and what they did against the LA Lakers, blowing them out. And one thing that's been going viral, and again, it's not the media, it's the fans pointing this out. It's not the media, but we're talking about it. It's when LeBron James came over to Draymond Green. They had a little word, and everybody's like freeze framing all the shots of different players looking at Draymond Green or whatnot. But Anthony Slater said something on Damon Ratto that I think is going to be a thing for the foreseeable future. And it's just not going to go away. We're going to have to come to grips with this. Here's what he had to say about Draymond Green inside that Warriors locker room right now. It's very, very intriguing.
There's iciness. I mean, there's no way around it. It's pretty obvious. And at this point, I'm not saying it can't change. And Draymond Green's belief, I would assume, is that his play will change the situation. But at this point, he feels a little bit isolated in the locker room. And I guess that was part of him coming back, is they were going to isolate him for however long until they felt the situation changed. But that's certainly 2 weeks in, or however long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's thought out very much.
He added this as well, Anthony Slater, about Draymond Green.
I have never felt as much of a separation between Draymond and the Warriors than this moment. But again, both sides are saying, like, hey, look, we're trying to win a title. And we all know, like, you know, if a title is won, if a playoff run happens and Draymond Green is awesome in it, we're going to be talking plenty about that and probably wanting to interview him post-game after he shuts down Jokic in a big win in Denver or something like that. So circumstances can change is all I'd say, but they are a little odd right now.
A little odd right now, still to this day.
Isn't that to be expected? I'm asking like out loud. I don't necessarily even pretend to know the dynamics of this locker room or any locker room, nor do I have the feel to be able to gauge the temperature the way Anthony Slater would. But isn't that to be expected when something like similar to this would happen?
No doubt.
I mean, think about all of our own relationships. You know, none of my relationships are completely harmonious 24/7, 365.
No doubt.
You know, even me and you know, as much as we love each other, there's days I let you kind of like do your own thing because I can tell maybe you got something going on or I got something going on, and we kind of like in and out. And like, I guess what I'm saying is not every relationship is kumbaya 24/7, 365.
No doubt. Especially after a situation like that.
Exactly.
But I wonder, you know, with that Draymond Green situation. Now, I want to play something that Barnes said with Steiny Guru about that video, because a lot of people have been making a big deal about that video.
Before you get to that sound, I do find it interesting because Anthony Slater has been around this team for a long time.
It's tapped in.
And I'm sure that he's very, you know, I'm sure he gets a lot of information that he has to either filter through or filter out, and a lot of it doesn't come to the air. Mm-hmm. The fact that he is bringing this to the light and saying it, I bet there really is a stark contrast to right now versus what's before. Now, is it the end of the world and all that?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
But the fact that he's bringing this up, it must be pretty serious.
It must be serious. Here's what Matt Barnes had to say about that video, though. You know, the video that's circulating? And I want to get your thoughts on that because we didn't touch on it much yesterday.
Yeah, I would maybe describe, I guess, what the video is for people that didn't see it.
So if people didn't see it, and I'm sure a lot of people have saw it, but if you didn't see it, Lakers are shooting free throws.
Mm-hmm.
And LeBron was lingering around, and Draymond Green called him over.
He's on the court.
And Draymond Green was not on the court.
Yes.
LeBron James was on the court. He walks over to Draymond Green, who's on the bench, and not on the court. They shared a little laugh. They talked. And then Draymond Green was chucking it up, and he was laughing and stuff like that. Now, I'm not going to describe what Iguodala was doing, but it felt like a lot of the players on the bench kind of gave Draymond the side eye.
That was my interpretation of the video as well.
Now, for me, seeing LeBron James and laughing like that, it's a 20-point game. I'm like, whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. But it did feel like many of the Warriors on the bench kind of gave Draymond the side eye, like, man, screw this guy. Why are you riding with this dude? It felt weird. Felt really weird. And a lot of Warrior fans are like taken aback by it. Well, here's what Matt Barnes had to say about that video with Steiny and Guru.
I mean, Draymond's always been someone who talks to other guys, talks to good and bad to other guys. You know, obviously LeBron is one of his closest friends, and I don't think it's a big deal at all. I think it was more of a kind of a joke. Obviously, everyone saw what Iggy was doing, and guys are probably kind of giggling off of that. But I don't look too far into it as far as people thinking like, oh, they don't respect him anymore, or this and that. This is still the same Draymond Green that has, helped this team win 4 previous championships.
Now, people may be thinking, what was Iguodala doing? And I think the best way to describe it is the way San Jose Jazz fan on YouTube just said. Iggy was serving fresh ground pepper. It's the best way to describe his hand gestures.
While we're here on the ground pepper thing, when people do lean over and they start, taking the pepper thing and then they're like, doing, I always feel very uncomfortable.
Why?
I don't know why. I'm always like, all right, that's enough. I don't know. It feels like you're waiting on someone hand and foot. I know that's not exactly what's going on. I feel for whatever reason uncomfortable in those situations. When I'm at a restaurant and they're like, pepper, sir? Yeah, I'll have a little bit of pepper. And I almost wish they would give me the thing so that I could do it. I don't know. I always feel awkward.
Our minds just go straight to the gutter.
What do you mean?
You feel uncomfortable? Like
No, what I'm saying is that I feel like someone's serving on me hand and foot, and I feel like I know it's not meant to be.
They're invading your space.
No, it feels demeaning to the waiter or waitress, and and I know that that's probably not the best way. Like, my wife was a waitress for many years. Right. I've worked in food service. For some reason, my interpretation of it is like, would you like me to wipe your face with the napkin? And I know it's not that deep, but it just feels a little too much.
Yeah, I think you're thinking too deeply of it. It's just like, hey, would you like some salt and pepper? They're doing their job. I expect them to do their job. It's their job. It's all good. Let's go to Ian San Jose.
I just think it's weird. That's just me. I'm just saying me. That's why I'm weird.
All good. Ian San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, gentlemen. I got in the car and I heard you guys talking about the video about LeBron coming over and them yucking it up. I honestly think that Draymond is being Draymond, and he is leaning into it, and he does not care if anybody doesn't like it. He berated one of the best players in our generation on the bench for, a solid 45 seconds to the point where he made the dude quit. I don't think Draymond cares one bit if his teammates are watching him yuck it up with LeBron, and I'd like to hear you guys' thoughts on that.
I don't know. I mean, he just did like I know TNT's the one who did it, but he just did basically an entire video documenting, what he was going through, and I didn't watch it, but everybody else who's in the media, their interpretation of the video was that he made himself out to be the victim. Now, I haven't seen it myself. I'm not even going to tap in on it. Like, I'm out on a lot of the player driven. They're going to create their own documentaries. I don't need to see the narratives through their points of view on every little thing. But on this one, I just feel like it was probably Iggy teasing him. Like, I'm not going to look too deep into it.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's just me.
I saw it from fans. It wasn't media.
I'm not saying you were.
I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are, but it was fans who posted that out, and it was a fan who showed me.
I think that this is a clear sign of what we anticipated. Every single mannerism will be digested and dissected by every fan and media member all across the internet. This is just the beginning. And again, I don't even think this is that big of a deal, but this is just the beginning.
Now, here is part one of that special. I believe it was called The Comeback. That aired on TNT. I actually peeped this episode right before I drove out to Chase Center, living 20 minutes away from Chase Center. I was like, all right, let me just sit back and watch the end of this. Ann and I was watching it. It was very intriguing. Here's part one of that special. Here's Draymond Green talking about the situation with Poole and how the cameras were following him around in Tokyo, Japan, and also training camp.
I never once thought no one would hear about it. Nothing stays in-house these days. Everything gets to the media.
A video came out of Draymond Green at practice.
TMZ released this video of Draymond punching Jordan Poole.
This is the biggest crisis that we've ever had.
That's not like one of those fights where you come back and you're great buddies.
This is a bigger story than anyone wants to admit.
If I were him and I did that, I would say, you know what? I don't even deserve to be at ring night.
I actually woke up to the video. Once I woke up to the video, I don't know if the dynamic necessarily changes or not, because you never really know people's opinions right away. So you get at a time, you give it some time to allow people to throw their opinion out, which quite frankly, I don't care about people's opinion. And to be totally honest with you, I never really knew how much it blew up, because I don't really spend much time like searching Instagram or looking through comments. I don't spend much time. I don't really read many tweets at all. And so I was just at home chilling with my children. If you want me to be honest with you, I still don't know how much the world may think it blew up.
So that was one little part here.
The music makes it so dramatic.
It is.
And for a second, I'm like, honestly, as a, I love like waving the 95-70 game flag. Steiny Guru with multiple long drops.
Damon Bruce.
I don't have an ego.
That's so cool. Like, honestly, I
heard it right away.
I'm jealous. But it's really cool. Like, that's really cool that they got put into that doc.
I actually talked to Guru when I was on the way to Chase Center. I talked to Lubman and I talked to Guru.
Was he happy?
Because Guru, I was like, hey, Guru, man, I heard your voice. Straight up in the doc. He goes, no way. It's like, Guru, man, you
That's
made
really
it.
cool.
I was like, you made it, Guru.
That was really
cool. And I
cool.
wasn't jealous. I was just
Did
like,
he
I was
say
giving
that?
him props. What?
So he said, if I was Draymond, I wouldn't have allowed myself to go to ring night.
Yeah, you heard that, right? And that made the doc. That's great. Worldwide. It's a great drop.
It's a great
drop. Here's part two.
The music is so dramatic.
Here's part two. Then we'll take some calls here because a lot of people want to talk about Draymond. Here's part two of that.
Good for them.
There is like this dark cloud in the room, and I caused that. So I apologize to his family. For me, that is the task at hand, to rebuild trust in our locker room. I felt as a man, I felt as a leader, that I would do everything that I can to make this right, or to right the ship, and to help this team, to help Jordan, his family, and move forward from there.
I am wondering why there is no suspension and there's this verbiage of he's stepping away.
Mutual decision. We feel like this is the best decision we can make going forward.
The Guru's the star of this documentary.
He is.
Good for him.
He is.
Wow.
And not only that,
the music switched right when he started talking.
Not the nitpick.
Huh.
But Draymond Green last Thursday when he talked to the media?
Uh-huh.
A week ago today.
Okay.
A week ago from today. Where he basically said, trust isn't the word I would use.
Okay.
It would be camaraderie. Well, in the documentary, he said it's about building trust again.
I mean,
so, and I'm not trying to pick apart words or nitpick or anything like that.
This is who Draymond is.
It's probably like, here's my deal.
Delusionally
and I can't
unaware.
I'm not going to tell Draymond Green what to do. I can't tell Draymond Green what to do. He's his own man and he's a 4-time champion. I respect the way he plays basketball. He's a hell of a player.
Uh-huh.
And he's going to walk into the Hall of Fame. But if I was in that position, and I'm not, and I will never be in that position, it just feels like less is more.
Oh, no doubt. But
the documentary coming out, it's just like less is more. And now Barkley and Ernie Johnson have talked about it right after this doc. It just feels like less is more right now.
But I'm just going off of what I've heard from other media people that were breaking this down. It sounded like this was already predetermined that they were going to do this with TNT.
Mm-hmm.
Like this was part of some whatever. I don't know if it's a contract. I don't know if there's obligation or something. So I don't think that Dre, maliciously is like, I got to put a doc out right now, because I don't know. I don't think that. If I was him, and I don't know, maybe he was backed into the corner and he had already, he had contractually had to, release something, I'd probably be like, hey, guys, maybe now's not the right time.
Right.
But I don't know if he has that autonomy.
Charles Barkley Tuesday, when they were talking about it, and Barkley said, look, man, for my first 4 years of my career, I'll play with this edge, and I went over the edge. And if you play close to the edge, at some point, you're going to go over the edge. But he said after year 4,
that's profound.
He had to taper it down.
Yeah.
He's like, look, I got to leave these grudges alone. I got to just go play basketball. I'll be happier. And Draymond, that's what makes Draymond Draymond. He holds these grudges. He has a chip on his shoulder. Still remembers all the players who were drafted before him. But it's now year 11, right? And it's like that edge sometimes. You can't go over that edge. So I don't know, man. I just thought, man, the timing of the doc, the timing of everything.
It's a bad look.
Yeah, and then when I watched him get his ovation, ask anybody who's at the game. He got a nice ovation. But there's a lot of people who just didn't clap. And I thought that was sad because of who Draymond has become with the Golden State Warriors. And I get the situation on why people didn't clap. But it was sad in the sense that, damn, this is a 4-time champ, a defensive player of the year. He's going to have his jersey hung up in these rafters. He probably will get a statue alongside Steph, Clay, Iguodala, or whatnot. Maybe Kevin Durant. And right now, it's rock bottom for him with this fan base. It really is. Not everybody, but a lot of people are down on Draymond Green, and I feel empathy. And he created a situation, and I'm like, damn.
Well, and here's the other part about it. Like, in society now, we don't allow people to come back from things. Like, the one issue that I have with cancel culture is that we don't allow someone to grow, right? Now, I understand. There are certain things that people will say you can't come back from, and I understand that. I personally believe in rehabilitation because I am one of the people that have rehabilitated who I am as a person on many levels. So I believe in it. Do I believe that there aren't consequences for your act? Of course there are consequences. I just think in this circumstance, I hope that Warrior fans who are, Draymond's dead to me. He cannot do anything. I hope that if he continues to show the right things and say the right things and his teammates embrace him, I hope Warrior fans can warm up to him if they have considered him, quote unquote, dead to them, you know? Because I just know how I am in my life. Like, as much as people piss me off, I do believe in second and third chances. I understand you have to draw the line at some level, but I feel like there are so many people that I'm out and there's no switching whatsoever. And I struggle with that because I find that a little unfair.
You break my trust, you don't get it back. That's how I am.
It's a fair point of view.
You break my trust, you don't get it back. I may be cordial with you, but you don't get my trust back. No. I don't play that game. Let's go to Tony in San Carlos. Tony, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, not much. Hey, I just fuck out with this Draymond thing. Everybody just keep nitpicking about Draymond. Everything he do from here on out, I feel like everybody just nitpicking. Hey, the Warriors said they let it go, and they got their ring, and they won, and let Poole and Draymond Green work it out the way they're going to work it out. If I was Draymond Green, I'm going to continue doing me, and every team I play, I would personally, just pick a player and talk to him right in front of my bench and give somebody else something to talk about. Man, let this man play and let him do his job, and let's talk about the game.
Absolutely. And we will talk about the games. I can't wait to talk about the Nuggets tomorrow and break them down. Mike Singer from the Denver Post is going to join us at 7:30 to break down the game. But when questions continue to come at Jordan Poole, like it did Tuesday night.
22.5-hour tease.
Yeah, you like that?
I
Mike
did
Singer.
like that. The way you just squeezed that in.
The Colorado Sports Writer of the Year. How about that? Yeah, how about that?
What?
Colorado Sports Writer of the Year coming on the Morning Roast.
Damn, that's a great booking, Sam.
That's pretty damn good.
Let's go.
And Killian from the SF Chronicle asked Jordan Poole about the situation on ring night.
Okay.
On ring night. So, yeah, we're going to nitpick. We're not going to do it as much. We're moving on from it, but it's still a thing.
Well,
it's still a thing. This is Draymond Green in our market. Everybody's talking about this. And it's when they travel next week on the road, when he hears boos, when they go to the East Coast, this will be brought up all season long. It's just... Folks, it's just not going anywhere. But we will talk about the games. We're not going to spend our entire time talking about Draymond Green.
No, but this is part of it. And again, this is why if I was him, and I don't know what his obligation was or if he had a contractual thing where he had to put out something, but if I was him and I was trying to move forward, I probably wouldn't do the doc with TNT. But again, that's me, and he's allowed to do what he wants. But if you do those things, there are not repercussions, because that sounds like a punishment, but there's other stuff that comes when you release a documentary. Thank you. I always screw that up. And part of that is now you're rehashing it, and everyone's going to re-adjudicate it.
Right. No doubt. And look, again, the fans posted the video from the other night. It wasn't any media members. It was fans who clipped it from TNT and put it on Twitter. Fans, not media, fans.
And then to compound this,
Warrior fans at that.
Mr. New Media was the one who put out the documentary.
Exactly.
I nailed it.
Exactly. Oh, where's the Poole cut? Poole asked, he was asked if he felt anything awkward on ring night.
We had a job to do tonight to win a game. It was a ring night, and that's really what we were focused on, finishing the first game. It's a huge win against a really good team, and the season started, so we got a game in a couple of days.
That's how he's going to reply all season long. Let's go to Dave in Fremont. Dave, what's happening?
Dave.
You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Morning. Appreciate you taking the call. I'm pretty pissed, actually, at the sensationalism, the public court of opinion. It's horrible. Stop it. We all play hoops, man. If you've been in the gym, you know you get in scrums all the time. This is overblown BS. And then I applaud Draymond for getting up in the spotlight and manning up.
All right. Eddie in San Jose. Eddie, what's happening? You're on the roast. Eddie just hung up. Let's go to
his perspective.
Let's go to Robin in the city. Robin, what's happening?
I appreciate diverse opinions.
Yeah, no doubt. Robin in the city, you're on the roast. Robin, going once? Going twice?
We're on fire.
Wow. All right. Anthony in Fairfield. Oh, we hung up on it. Anthony, call us back. We'll 888-957-9570.
What a rousing finish to the game.
Yeah, that was a great finish. We just had 3 calls.
New media, baby.
Boom, boom, boom. All done. All done. I don't like... Look, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. The fans are going to... You don't think Twitter's going to be all over this every single game? Every single game?
Well, this going back to, like, there are industry hazards in every industry that you work in, right? Like, if I'm an electrician and I'm on the job site, I wear a hard hat for a reason, right? And when you're in the NBA, all right?
Right.
Anything you do on social media or on the court will go to social media, and that's part of the hazards. That's like, and Steve Kerr's addressed this. Guys, you know why we get paid handsomely?
Right.
It's not just because of playing ball. It's all the other crap.
Exactly.
It's all the other crap.
Exactly. It is all the other crap. It is all the other crap.
And that's Steve Kerr, who obviously played in the league and has an understanding of that.
No doubt. It's not just new media. He's just new media. Laughable. I don't know. Let's go to Cole in Pleasant Hill. Cole, what's happening? You're on our morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you guys for having me. Love listening. Appreciate it. I think this situation is such a tough one. In terms of, you know, it may be gone at practice, it may be gone for those guys in the game, but it's just not going to go away for such a long period of time in the media and talking about it. And I feel like until Jordan Poole maybe says, I'm over it, I've moved on, let's stop talking about it, maybe the rest of us will feel some closure to it. But kind of reminds me, this is a little drastic, but, you know, Sprewell choking his coach and you know, dealing with that's the last impression that we have. So I hope that's not what we have to have with Draymond Green here and how everyone else sees. But just a tough situation. Hope we can move on real quick and go Dubs.
And I think we can move on, but it's not just Twitter. I don't know, whatever you do in your off time when you leave the studio. I know when I leave the studio, I run into people. They don't talk about the game. They want to ask about Draymond Green.
Okay,
and I'm just like, I'm tired of it. But that's what the conversation is.
Okay, so I'm at the O Club yesterday. I'm going to get a little workout in, and I'm walking through to my locker, and boom, I get stopped, and I'm like, oh, what's up, KC? He's like, yeah, I went to the game last night, you know, this, that, and the other. Draymond Green. And we started talking about Draymond Green for like 9 minutes.
Everybody's talking about Draymond Green.
And he went to the game.
Everybody's talking about Draymond Green.
You know what I mean? So, like,
everybody's talking about it.
You know, like Keith, the umpire last night, is like, man, Draymond Green, what's he dapping up LeBron for on the court? You weren't even playing.
These are fans, not media. That's what I'm saying.
And Keith is like, yo, if you're on the court while you're suited up, you guys can talk and be buddies. You're on the bench. And like, I don't even know if there's a distinction anymore, but that's his point of view. Everyone's got a point of view on this.
Everybody. Let's go to Robin in the city. We'll get to Robin, Anthony, and Swiss before the next moment of the show. What's up, Robin?
Hey, you guys. Oh, let me just wrap everything I have to say up. So, hi, Shasky.
Hey.
To speak to my boy too. Hey, listen, guys. Hey, Vontae, I said on another show, an evening show about Draymond always playing with a chip on his shoulder, and I can see Jordan Poole doing that, and he earned his bag. But, dude, you've been in the league 11 years. You still got this chip on your shoulder, like you got to prove everything wrong. And to all the callers out there who say they tired of Draymond Green, I feel like Warrior fans are always making excuses for Draymond Green because the Warrior fans don't want to face the fact that everything the Warriors, the image of the good boys, the Brady Bunch, and they all get along and all this and that, it simply ain't true.
Yep.
They've just done a good job of keeping things in-house. Now this finally leaked out. So, you know, the thing about Draymond and why it won't go away, you guys, is because when you live life out loud and don't exercise no diplomacy, then life is going to come right back at you. And
all right, Robin, there it is.
To her point,
and to everybody's
all families have drama.
All families have drama. And to everybody's point who say, hey, man, we want to move on from Draymond Green. We talked Niners for 2.5 hours. We talked 49er football for 2.5 hours. Harbaugh, Shanahan, Kelce, broke down the game, went down memory lane, and we maybe got about 5 phone calls. The minute you say Draymond Green, and these lines light up and the text line starts moving. So for anybody who says, oh, we're tired of talking about it, I don't know about that.
You know,
I don't know about that.
And Robin, we love you. We have to find a way to have a drop for her. When she does the hey sugar, I want that drop on our board.
Yeah, we need
it. It makes me smile every time I hear it.
954, Xfinity mobile text line. I'm going to forget Draymond so fast when he retires,
I don't know
but I'm afraid he's going to become a new media hot take artist. That is Justin.
I don't know.
Some people goes, man, hey.
no, slow your roll, sugar.
Draymond Green.
So
there it
good.
is. There it is.
So good.
Took me a second to find it. Kyle had to show me what it was.
God, she's got so many great little catchphrases.
So, anyway.
I mean, Derek Jeter and Alex Rodriguez beefed in the locker room for many years, and then, 15 years later or whatever, they put out the Jeter doc, and everyone was still flocking to their couches like, I can't wait for the A-Rod episode. This is what we do. This is what we do.
It's what we do.
I mean, think about let's flex.
Think about Andy Reid and what we think about Kyle Shanahan now. If Shanahan wins that Super Bowl, there is no talk about Shanahan moving on.
What?
There's no. We're not even.
I'll tell you,
we're not even going close to that.
We're celebrating Harbaugh this weekend. All I ever think about is we can go each year, NFC Championship game. They get to the Super Bowl. I believe they're beating the Patriots. Now that's some people say that's a leap of faith. I thought they were ready to beat the Patriots that year. That's how great that defense was. Let's say Frank Gore gets a touchdown on that first and goal or whatever situation, or Crabtree catches that ball and the defense holds because Baltimore would have got the ball back. Defense holds and they win that. How is Kaepernick different? How is Frank Gore different? How is Justin Smith, Patrick Willis? Harbaugh, is he still coaching here?
Right. Harbaugh gets a lifetime contract.
You think?
He gets the extension right after the Super Bowl.
You think?
Oh, no doubt about it. He wins that Super Bowl with his value, his stock, the khakis, the Dockers, the whistle around the neck. Who's got it better than us? Harbaugh gets an extension right after that Super Bowl.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
So we have Willard and Dibs we have Willard in the building. We have Dibs at home, changing diapers right now. No doubt about that. He'll be changing diapers during the break. Already know what time it is. Already know that look on his face. Fellas, what's happening? What's going on?
What's cooking? What's shaking?
Are you more excited for Harbaugh coming this weekend? Because we had this talk with our program director, or the actual game itself?
Yeah, could not say this more firmly, the game itself. I've been listening to a lot of you guys today, and I heard actually what he came in and said to you guys. Yeah. It feels like people are more.
Yeah.
Great that he's coming back. Cool that they buried the hatchet or whatever this all means. And very fun to commemorate that season. In a grand sense this weekend, This is about the 58th thing on my list.
Okay.
I couldn't really care less.
Okay.
Niners Chiefs versus Jim Harbaugh being back in the building. And this is coming from somebody who dressed up with him as for Halloween one year, as I told you. I got nothing against Jim Harbaugh, but...
Well, because I feel like we'll do
the
this.
The Niners are playing the Chiefs.
No, I know, but I feel like we'll do this when KD returns at some point when he's post-career, or because I've never seen Bonds and Kent together on the field. It's something.
KD will be different because he actually played with the Warriors.
Yeah,
and he's going to be on the court going against Steph, and we've already seen that in Brooklyn last year at Barclays Center when Steph Curry took over that gym. We know Harbaugh's at Michigan. We know he's not coaching the Niners anymore, and we're going to be celebrating him in a capacity with that football team. Wow. So I'm with it, but in my sense of who I've talked to and who I've been around, I just heard so much about the reunion of the 2012 team.
It's different. There's something surprising about it. He left here with certainly some frayed feelings for sure. He's an odd guy to begin with. We look back at some of the characters that were on that team, what's happened with the life and career of Colin Kaepernick since then. It's a team that didn't win a Super Bowl, but we look back on it with all kinds of mixed emotions and still even confusion.
It's raw.
Right? So
10 years later.
So there's drama there. Like Jim Harbaugh is a name that still has some attachments to it around here. And so I think that's why it's intriguing, because somebody's commemorating something before every football and baseball game and basketball game now, right?
Yeah.
So
the big quarterback controversy of that year. And Dibs, I want to hear your opinion on this, because you remember those times very closely.
Yeah, I was in my 40s then. Boy, those were the days. I think that if it was Carolina in town or Atlanta in town, yes, Harbaugh would be 1 and 1A. But I'm with Mark in terms of this game, this matchup. It's Super Bowl rematch. It's Niners trying to, find themselves. It's Patty Mahomes and what you guys talked about, and the Solomon Thomas draft, and what could have been, should have been, might have been. Then you get down to Trent Williams. Will he play? And, the injuries and what Kwaski Tart said on a podcast. And then you get to item 12, and then it's Jim Harbaugh and his khakis. And I don't know if it's been announced or if you guys know if Colin Kaepernick is coming back or not.
we don't know.
We don't know yet.
But if Kaepernick comes back, that's even above Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah,
so for me, the Harbaugh return is cool, and it's different in baseball because you have 81 of these. In football, it's really hard for an off the field promotion to upstage the actual game.
Remember when Dwight Clark was going to have his final appearance? Like, we kind of felt like it was going to be his final appearance. Right. Who was that against, Bonte? Was that
Dallas Cowboys? And they got blown out that day.
Yeah, and was it like a wet game?
No, it was a sunny game. That was the wet game was Eddie DeBartolo.
No,
Eddie DeBartolo was when he got honored.
One of them was like a rainy game.
Eddie DeBartolo was against the Patriots, and nobody was in the stands.
Yeah, because it was raining. So raining.
And it was like, man, that's not right.
But it felt like they were getting blown out by whoever they were playing.
But it was the Cowboys when Dwight Clark got honored against the Dallas Cowboys, where he made the catch, and the Cowboys were rolling. Ezekiel Elliott had like a screen. They played Eric Reid at linebacker in the nickel. It was just a rough day for the 49ers.
That overshadowed the game. Because the team was horrible. I guess to Dibs' point, like the team's good now, or at least we think they're good.
Well, I also think this is an example of and I heard did you have a caller here about 5-10 minutes ago or a texter that was like, when Draymond Green leaves?
Yeah.
I'll
never think about it. I think that's way too harsh.
You're full of it, because in 10 years he's going to come back.
Exactly.
And we're going to celebrate, and we're going to commemorate before a Tuesday night game against the Lakers, and everybody's going to cry, and this is what we do. Jim Harbaugh did some really good things here, but this idea of putting him sort of side by side with Kyle, wishing Kyle was more like Jim. Jim's a nut job, and you're all forgetting. Jim has worn everyone out everywhere he's been in his career. This started with the what's your deal against Pete Carroll, and he wore his way out at Stanford. Then he came here, and granted, whatever side you want to be on, Jim, Balky, all this stuff, the Yorks, wore the players out, talked to the players, wore them out. Goes to Michigan, wore some people out. There's feelings there right now with the way he handles his off seasons, flirting with the NFL every single year,
to get
even though he's a Michigan man. I don't have anything against the guy at all, but this idea that we would want Kyle to be more like Jim is pretty funny to me.
Sideline demeanor. That's what it's about.
But that would be
empowering players.
That's totally inauthentic.
Game to win tomorrow. Game to win tomorrow.
Kyle.
What about you, Dibs?
That would be totally inauthentic.
You said that with
yes,
no breeze.
I think you have to think a little harder.
I'm taking Jim Harbaugh all day long.
I'm taking Harbaugh.
Well, it's a coin toss because they both had the game to win, and neither one of them won the game to win. Now, Harbaugh fell behind, and he got rescued by Beyonce in a power outage. All the single ladies.
Who doesn't want to be rescued by Beyonce?
And by the way, let's not forget about Jim Harbaugh and a goal line choke job in terms of play calling. Let's run another fade. I have an idea. Let's throw it up to Crabtree. It didn't work last time. Let's try it again. And Kyle Shanahan, all we talk about is him turtling up as a coordinator and then not going for the jugular against Kansas City. So for me, I hate to say I don't have a strong opinion like some might say, but To me, it is a straight-up coin toss.
That's fair.
It comes down to maybe who the opponent is. Now, if you're playing Kansas City in the Super Bowl, maybe I want Harbaugh because I think he is more prone to being more aggressive. But to me, they both have been in similar spots, and they both have performed similarly.
I'm not here to say that everything needs to be always like kumbaya, players coach, let the players run the show, any of that. But I want a coach whose players like playing for a coach, respect the coach, are inspired by the coach. I know what Jim's record is.
Yeah.
However, talk to the players.
Can I say something real quick about that? Because I've heard Alex Boone afterwards, and Alex Boone's been a great friend of the program here at 95.7 The Game. But all those players talking about Harbaugh, you never heard players say, hey, this position group, I don't think they gave it their all, like George Kittle did this past Sunday. We don't hear players saying we're not prepared. Willis did. I never heard Frank Gore's gone up to Michigan. Yeah, Frank Gore is boys with Harbaugh. So I don't know about, hey, man, we don't like Harbaugh, but they played their asses off for Jim Harbaugh. They played hard in second half adjustments. Niners always made them under Jim Harbaugh for the most part.
I don't really have concerns from either coach in terms of the players wanting to play. I don't know. I don't even know who George Kittle was talking about last week. You had a compromised defense completely. The offense did weird things. They often do.
Why would George Kittle say that?
I don't know. Why would Tart talk about the practice habits of Shanahan?
The ball up the field. Like I think Kittle was frustrated.
The Tart thing is interesting.
The Tart thing is interesting.
We're going to get into the Tart thing for sure. Yeah. That's super interesting.
Well, so getting on to this thing because I've seen a lot of different things written about the health of the Niners during Harbaugh and the health of the Niners during Shanahan, and we're comparing and contrasting. The league is more sophisticated in terms of the brain injuries, and we're going to take guys off the field, and that factors into it. Not all of it, but that does factor into it. We've been more sophisticated with trying to help players stay off the field so they don't put themselves out there to get hurt again. But they had a trainer for 9 years that was fired before the 2019 season, and then they hired someone outside of football, someone from the NHL, to be one of their trainers. That, to me, is one of the more interesting hires that we haven't really talked enough about. And I'm not around. I don't understand NFL trainers. I would love to hear what an NFL player...
It reminds me of when Chelsea Lane left and every Warrior fan freaked out. Oh, my God, Rick Celebrini. They all get hurt. We miss Chelsea Lane. And now nobody talks about Rick Celebrini. You know what I'm saying?
There's something tangible going on right now. Like... you can clearly look at the data and be like, okay, is this luck? Is this unfortunate luck or whatever?
I have a hard time whenever we point to the trainer, though, because it's like it's sort of something we do because we don't know what else to do. Can you imagine a job? And if we really put this on the trainer, I understand that the trainer is supposed to help them be healthy and help them work out. But if your job is to be like, it's on you if football players go get hurt. Holy hell!
Well, they have
who the hell wants that job?
Think about it in terms of our job. It'd be like blaming Tim Jordan, who is our supreme engineer. For you know what, Tim? My takes weren't very good today because my mic wasn't plugged in properly.
Or I have a cough, and that's Tim Jordan's fault.
But it's more like on a job site, you have a foreman who's responsible for the safety of everyone on that field.
But Tart, what Tart is talking about doesn't really have anything to do with the trainer. It has to do with the philosophy.
Well, exactly. That's more of my foreman question. Is what I'm getting
at. That to me is a very fair and interesting question that he's bringing up.
I want to go back to Harbaugh for a second and ask you something about Harbaugh, Mark. And that empowering quarterbacks. We talk about it all the time, just the way Harbaugh managed Alex Smith. And I know he gave that job to Kaepernick, but the way he empowered quarterbacks is something that I wish Kyle did a little bit more of. It felt like he hadn't had Jimmy's back for a long, long time. And then finally it's like, oh, Jimmy's great. We know what Jimmy could do. But it felt like, man, that's 3 years too late. Don't you think there's something to that? Like Alex Smith and Kaepernick would run through a wall for Jim Harbaugh. And we know there's probably some friction between Jimmy G and Kyle Shanahan.
The Jimmy situation, no matter who his coach is, has been very unique. I think there's a very fair question to ask with regard to whether or not Kyle Shanahan is too much of a control freak. Like that is fair, but it is like everybody sort of has Jim being a crazy person.
Every coach has flaws.
Right. Like I think Kyle at times his play calling and whatever his system is, right, but it's also very respected and revered in NFL circles. But are there times where he sticks to it too much to the point where it's almost dehumanizing the players on the field? I think it's a fair comment. That's a fair thing. Like Kyle wants that board to run the show, and then he wants someone to go out there and be a board, and that person's not a circle on a board, right?
It feels like Andy Reid loves the artistry side of offense as much as he loves the science side.
Well, and Andy's got Patrick.
No, I know, but that's what I'm saying.
But
that's
Andy's had everybody. And Andy, you got to give Andy. And we didn't know who Patrick was.
And what was Andy's rep before Patrick?
Couldn't win the big one.
There you go.
Yeah, no doubt.
It was the exact same thing we say about Kyle.
But the difference was consistently he scored points. You look at his overall record of ball movement and scoring points, that is undeniable.
Took the Eagles to 4 straight NFC championships with James Thrash, Todd Pinkston, and Todd Lewis.
Great coach.
Michael Vick. Think about how Michael Vick evolved.
And
Donovan McNabb.
And Kyle Shanahan's been to 2 out of 3 with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, I mean, it's all.
But the quarterback hasn't gotten better. The problem with Andy Reid is never been offense. It's been clock management, time management, how to use your timeouts, when to go for it. Kyle Shanahan, there's so many flaws with Shanahan. They're not even the same ballpark.
Ask Eagles fans and T.O. if they think Donovan McNabb got better under Andy Reid.
He got sick.
He
got sick. No, he did get better. What did them in?
Again, I think Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan, I think there's some comps there, but the difference is Andy Reid got over the top.
Yeah.
We'll say the same thing about Kyle if he ever gets over the top.
But his offense looks bland. Andy Reid has gone from West Coast offense to implementing all the spread concepts.
But wouldn't he be Don Nelson? Wouldn't Andy Reid be more Don Nelson than Steve Kerr in the sense that, like, if he didn't win that one with Mahomes, we'd be like, oh, his offenses are great, but boy, he can't win the big one and doesn't play complimentary football.
No, because Don Nelson never played youngsters and he would put people in the doghouse. You never hear that about Andy Reid. Yeah. Andy Reid plays anybody.
I had a conversation. A very good buddy of mine is a huge Chiefs fan, and I had a weird conversation literally in the going into the playoffs, Alex Smith's final year there.
What was it?
And the conversation was, I was coming from this place. I'm like, you guys win the division every year. Yeah. He was kind of sauced up one night at a party, and he's like, Mahomes, we gotta go. And I'm going, why are you? You win the division every year.
He must listen to the morning roast.
I go, why are you screaming about Mahomes? We don't even know what he's going to be. He's like, you watch, we're going to lose in the playoffs, and he's screaming at me. They go out 2 days later and lose to the Titans in the first round of the playoffs.
I remember that.
And I'm like, oh my gosh! And then Mahomes becomes Mahomes, and we always text each other. And I'm like, man, you were beyond right.
Yes.
But you're sitting here, Bonte, going, man, Kyle's offense is bland. What do you think a Chiefs fan said about their offense prior to Mahomes coming in?
It was because of
the offense is bland.
No,
they said the exact same thing.
We know why the offense was bland, though.
Why?
Because Alex Smith was the quarterback.
And Jimmy Garoppolo's the quarterback.
Exactly. I wonder if Kyle's offense will still be bland when he finally gets the weapons. This is a debate Mark and I have had because I do believe that this is what Kyle likes to do. I think he likes it bland. He likes the control of the ball. He doesn't like turnovers. He doesn't like to take risks.
Wasn't bland in Atlanta. It wasn't bland in Atlanta.
He acquires Mahomes.
It wasn't bland. He won an MVP. It wasn't
because
bland.
The quarterback was already there.
Last week.
We knew Matt Ryan was a good dude. Matt Ryan was a good quarterback when Shanahan got there. He was.
So that's what we're talking about.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. Andy Reid moved off of Alex Smith. He drafted his guy and moved off of him and traded him that offseason.
So did Kyle.
No, Kyle brought Jimmy back. He brought Jimmy back.
Come on, that's contextually unfair.
Kyle's been talking about different quarterbacks for 3 years.
That's contextually unfair.
For 3 years, he flirted with Brady. Said, yeah, we did talk to Brady. He can't move off of Jimmy. So Kyle gets no credit for that.
He did.
He doesn't get no credit for that. Jimmy's here quarterback in the snap.
He broke his ankle. He broke his ankle,
and then he broke his ankle, and everybody thought Jimmy Garoppolo gave the Niners a better chance to win, right?
Well, that's
your boy Michael Silver's coming on. Coaches and players ran to him. Jimmy gives him a better chance to win. Matter of fact, Mark, you smiled at Dibley, myself, and Joe Shasky at day after the Seattle game saying, and you sipped your iced coffee like you do always, and you went just like this.
Iced coffee's good.
You guys all know better. The Niners look better with Jimmy Garoppolo at quarterback.
They do.
They look the same.
But that's also contextually unfair because we're talking about in the moment. That's right now. Trey's a pup. Trey's a pup. But you can't say Kyle didn't move off of Jimmy. Kyle did move off of Jimmy. That's a fact.
Jimmy's still quarterback in here.
He did.
He's still here.
He did. You're wearing a Trey Area shirt.
He's still here. Still here, man. He's been trying to move up to Jimmy for 3 years.
But you know the context.
Super Bowl 54, he was talking about Kirk Cousins.
You know the context.
Slate's can't get up right now. It is the context.
You know it. I love when you get that deep voice.
Slate's going to be on the team.
Can I ask something?
You're going to have to use him against the lefty in the 8th inning.
I find it real interesting.
You're going to have to.
I find it real interesting in the way you talk about Jim Harbaugh and how this fan base loved Jim Harbaugh to this day, and he's going to get a big-time reception Sunday at halftime against the Kansas City Chiefs. Why does it feel like if we critique Shanahan in any type of way, the defense mechanisms goes on for so many people when it comes to Shanahan? He's had one top 10 offense so far, Coach. That's why I don't put him in the stratosphere with Andy Reid.
No, I think
can't.
Whoever's the head coach gets criticism, and then that doesn't. I don't like. Do you feel that way?
I do feel like that.
No, I think a lot of people criticize him. So there are not a lot of people defending Kyle Shanahan. There are some. And then there are also plenty who are criticizing him. But
to me, he doesn't get the quarterback excuse anymore. You brought Jimmy back.
Who's giving him an excuse?
You brought Jimmy back. Why? Because a lot of people in the media, a lot of fans said, well, Trey's just not ready, and we need Jimmy back because he gives us a better chance to win. So he did move on to Trey Lance. He still had his head.
He did move on to Trey Lance, and Trey got hurt. And you know what? He's lucky, and 49ers are lucky that they still have Jimmy Garoppolo. And you know what? Next year is when we get to decide whether or not he made the mistake with Trey Lance or whether or not he was smart to go get Trey Lance. And if Trey plays next year and he's healthy and they don't do well and they don't make the playoffs, then all of the Kyle Shanahan haters are going to have their comeuppance, because at that point, Kyle Shanahan is exposed. Because this year, and it's unfortunate, but Kyle Shanahan gets a pass because Trey Lance got hurt. And that's just a fact. And the fact that they still have Jimmy Garoppolo is a lightweight godsend, because miss me with Mr. Irrelevant. If Trey wasn't ready, then Brock Purdy certainly wasn't ready. So you're lucky to still have Jimmy Garoppolo as a 49ers organization.
Dibs, in the background, I am seeing over your left shoulder. Is that what I think it is?
You're damn right it is, Joe.
That is one of the
flex moment of the day.
Thank
is what
you.
It is.
Explain to the people that aren't watching on YouTube. You should go to YouTube right now and see it. What is that behind you?
Well, I was the San Jose Earthquake sideline reporter for about 4 or 5 years, and then Jim Kozimor, I don't know if you guys are familiar with him.
Yeah, a little running,
he was
a little
doing play-by-play.
All right, so a little running and a little throwing.
Yeah, NBC Sports Bay Area needed him for bigger projects, and so I got graduated into the play-by-play gig. I did it for 1 year. I had one epic call in one epic game, and I won an Emmy. And so, you know, cool. I always joke around, and I probably shouldn't say this too loud because my baby Mila's in the next room, but if my house was to catch fire, it's a tough choice between the baby and the Emmy.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe
Why is the Emmy on the back of the shelf, though? What is that thing that's in front of it? What is that?
That's a Blink camera. Amazon has these little small cameras that you can put outside your house, and they have an app where you can see what's going on in your house. I haven't hooked up my Blink camera yet. But, the Emmy's up there, and it is the flex moment of the changeover.
Dibs, I love it. And it was back there so humbly, and I'm going, is that what I think it is?
Yeah. I should probably move it to the 4, but it's about all I have, guys. I mean,
what else do you guys have cooking? Any Warrior stuff, anything?
Plenty. I want to get in the Draymond thing. For sure. We got great football guests. Mike Silver, Matt Barrows, TJ Hushmanzada, all on the show today.
Silver's must listen.
What about this, though, for hoops and the Warriors? And we started to talk about this yesterday, but now having watched the Brooklyn Nets play as well as the Los Angeles Lakers, something just started ringing in my head. Okay, and to a degree, this is an extension of the Rams conversation. Even though I was wrong about that last year, I still think it's a short-term gain, long-term loss proposition for the Rams. Look at the NBA right now. Golden State Warriors, draft and develop.
Absolutely.
Memphis Grizzlies, draft and develop. Mm-hmm. Boston Celtics, draft and develop.
Minnesota for the most part.
Milwaukee Bucks, draft and develop. Yeah, everybody's going to you're going to sprinkle in some free agents for sure.
Yeah.
Now, let's compare that with Los Angeles Lakers, grab a star. Brooklyn Nets, grab a star. History of the Houston Rockets recently, grab a star.
Philly.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And it's fascinating to me that smart billionaires and smart millionaires, their GMs, sit around and keep doing this. And maybe it is pandering to your large market, LA, New York, Philadelphia, what have you. But my gosh, there was yet an additional appreciation for the way the Golden State Warriors, light years ahead, which Scott laughed at, and damn it if he isn't right, look around the league at how many teams keep making this mistake. That was an embarrassing home opener for the Brooklyn Nets last night. They got run off the floor. Ben Simmons had a funny look on his face, got sent to the bench, fouled out. Like, again, the Nets and Lakers have now spent 2 years telling us, just wait till we're healthy. Well, you're healthy, and everybody on your roster's here, and you look like jokes. You look like total jokes.
Well, I will say this, because I still think Brooklyn will be really good. I know Joe Harris, who I know Shasky's not high on. He's not healthy. He's fine. That's a catch and shooter.
Overrated him like he's. I remember we've got Joe Harris. Like, come on, dog. I'll list 25 players before I even think. I'm talking about like side piece players, not even stars. Like, get Joe Harris.
You know what though?
Come on,
my biggest takeaway is the New Orleans Pelicans got something cooking.
Yep,
they have something cooking. That's a good team. Yes, Brandon Ingram is a star.
If only the Lakers could have kept a couple of those players. And waited 1 year to acquire Anthony Davis.
Only if you had drafted and developed. You actually drafted some really good players, and then you dumped them. Because you're like, ooh, look, Anthony's tall.
That's all,
It's
folks.
funny because teams were trying to emulate the Warriors' super team model, but what they missed out on, Mark, is the fact that everyone but Kevin Durant was a draft and develop guy. So all these teams saw the Warriors assemble this super team and thought, we got to do it the same way. But because you don't draft and develop, other teams like Milwaukee is a great example of a draft and develop team. Toronto's interesting because they brought in Kawhi to their draft and develop model and won a chip, but Brooklyn, and to your point, the Lakers chasing the super team model, it doesn't work when you're going up against these other draft and develop teams.
And by the way, and I know some Laker fans will say, but they did. They won a championship. But the Lakers are showing you right now what the Rams are going to be.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Okay? You won your championship. Cool. How we doing now? Like the Rams just put another offensive lineman on IR yesterday. They are, I mean, look, take it from somebody who I got to 1 o'clock last Sunday. I don't know if I told you guys this story. We were down to 4 people in a survivor pool. And at 1 o'clock, the other 3 people, 1 Tampa Bay and 2 had Niners. And so I sat down for a Rams-Panthers game, and I cared more than any Rams fans out there, if there are any. I'm like, all of a sudden.
So you had Rams.
I had the Rams. Okay. And I'm like, all we got to do is beat P.J. Walker.
And they were playing hard
for the championship.
That was a good game.
And at halftime, they're losing. They're losing at halftime, and I'm like, you guys are terrible. The Rams are terrible. Cooper Kupp's an amazing player.
He's awesome.
Cooper Kupp. And they've got nothing else. They don't have a running back. They don't have a line. Yeah. Their defense, Aaron Donald, whatever. They've got Donald and Jalen Ramsey. They make plays here and there, but outside of that, not impressive. They were able to finally squeeze out the Panthers, who just could not do anything. But, like, that's not a good football team. And they've got no draft picks for the next 47 years. Like, they are. The Lakers are and the Rams are they're the exact same model.
Yeah, man, I'm so excited. You're talking about your beat right here. This is how bad I am in fantasy right now. I've said this earlier today. I'm terrible in my big money league with the friends. I almost feel like retiring. I'm 1-5.
What's a big money league?
We're not going to discuss it. But here's what I will say: Aaron Rodgers. My wife might be listening. Aaron
radio
Rodgers,
money,
cash only.
Morning drive, buddy.
I am benching Aaron Rodgers, and I'm legitimately thinking of playing Bailey Zappi this weekend if he starts.
I got one piece of bad news for
insane?
You. No, you don't sound insane. I know. Except for the story I just read that Mac Jones is expected to start for the Patriots on Monday night. So if you start Bailey Zappi when he's not playing, then I'm going to say that you're probably going to take an L.
But that's where I'm at. I'm benching Aaron Rodgers when he felt like whatever the 11th or 12th, and I was like, suckers. He'll figure it out. I'm the idiot.
If only they had like a CYO fantasy league, you'd be running things, Butch.
11-time champion.
How about Damian Lee last night in the Valley of the Sun? Damian Lee coming back against Luka and the Mavericks.
How about Steph Curry? He had to be at least 1 bottle of wine deep because, and I love it. I mean, Steph, you do you on your off day, but You could tell that Aisha was not thrilled with it was an inebriation sensation.
I know that feeling. I did the same thing when Jalen Suggs hit that half-court shot against UCLA in March Madness. I was in the living room, and I'm jumping in circles.
Take that,
and it's like, she runs in the living room. What did I tell you? I'm putting bums to sleep, you idiot. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? He just hit a half-court shot. I can't hold that in. So, Dibs, Shasky, you're going to learn this one day. A play's going to happen while the wifey's putting the baby to bed, and you're going to scream, and you will be on the couch that night.
Dude, as you say that, I'm actually going to start going into whispered tones because I'm hearing crying from the other room, and I know that.
Dibs is going to do the show as Jim Nance at the Masters.
Hello,
all right. So here's my thought on Draymond Green.
Totally.
Draymond is a little out of pocket. It's a little too much.
Before we go,
seems like the locker room doesn't like him. I'm not sure what to do about it.
By the way, Guru's going to come in here, BB, right?
Because
because of the Draymond, he's on the dock.
Oh, whoa!
Let me play one clip for you before we leave.
That yesterday.
We talked about it.
Did. Okay,
yeah.
He's all over it.
Yeah, well, yes, he's all over it.
And so's
They
Damon,
would not tell me. Yeah, they would not tell me how much they got paid for it. But it seemed to be maybe a sore issue. So it sounds like there's a negotiation sensation taking place.
That's a buck.
Oh,
and that buck might be more than they actually got paid for.
I mean, you didn't get paid when you have to have someone text you to tell you, did you know that your voice is on TNT right now? He didn't even know.
I called Guru and let him know. I called Guru when it happened. Are you serious, B? Oh, man. I didn't even put it on the DVR.
He's the star of it.
How did
Outside of Draymond, he's the star.
He said Draymond should decide himself not to go to ring night. He should make the decision. Draymond should know not to go to ring night.
Bottom line, this documentary, which should not have happened, Steiny and Guru are complicit. Absolutely, partially at fault for.
It's TNT, right? I'm not saying that Draymond's not also part of it, but
I don't know.
He had something worked up with TNT that he probably
like his production company is part of what put this thing together.
Oh, I didn't even know he had his own production.
Yeah, like isn't it Green 23 or whatever the name of the production company? I just look you're not going to come out of this and do anything that's going to make you look like the sympathetic figure. And when you're sitting there doing one of those docs where you're looking a little right of the camera and acting like you're talking to Oprah,
it's disingenuous.
Not the right time.
All right, Willard Dibs coming up next. That'll be brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you, with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Lowe's, every pro is an MVP to us. That's why MVP's rewards members can earn bonus points on select products from brands like DeWalt, Purdy paint applicators, and GRK screws. Then redeem your bonus points for exciting rewards like tools, grills, Lowe's gift cards, and more. Join Lowe's MVP's Pro Rewards today to start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details. Now through 10/28.
Hey, it's Boomer Esiason, and we all know the game isn't over till it's over. So next time you need parts for your car, don't call it quits. Go to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts to take your car into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
Well, you know, we actually on this station run something on Mondays called the Football Hour. Dibs, I think we might actually steal the Football Hour coming up at 10 o'clock because it's going to go Mike Silver, Matt Barrows, T.J. Hushmanzada, bang, 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 as we get ready for Niners and Chiefs and heading into the weekend. So we're going to have a lot coming up in that 10 o'clock hour, which has me sort of in a basketball frame of mind here out of the gate. Okay. And look, I know a lot of people don't want to hear this, but it's obvious to me it's not going away.
No.
It's not going away. And you can want it to go away. You can wish it to go away.
You can put your head and cover your eyes with your hands and act like it's going to go away, but it's not going to go away. And I'm going to say this first and foremost right up front. If your take is that the media is keeping it alive,
the damn media,
you are wrong. You're wrong. You want to know who's keeping it alive, Dibs?
Draymond Green.
No, actually, I'll go a step further. The Warriors.
Well, okay.
Who on earth is looking at the Warriors' faces, listening to their words, watching their behavior, listening to people who are paid to be inside the locker room and coming out of there going, yeah, no big deal.
It's icy. I mean, it's straight ice in there. It's ice, baby. And I would say that it's Draymond Green more than it's the Warriors collective, because what Draymond is doing is making the Warriors react. When Draymond Green has his own documentary featuring Daryl the Guru Johnson, Matt Steinmetz, and Damon Bruce, by the way, when he has his own documentary, he is giving life to the story, to the punch, to the controversy. When Draymond Green comes off the bench to glad hand with the opponent whom he punched in the groin, causing him to be suspended years ago and really causing the Warriors to lose the NBA Finals. When that happens, Draymond Green is continuing to propel the story forward. Andre Iguodala, basically given the double-fisted salute, tells you all you need to know about what they feel about Draymond Green and LeBron James. So I don't think it's the Warriors. The Warriors are reacting to Draymond Green, in my opinion, who is the one who is continuing to keep this thing alive.
Well, that's kind of my point. I guess where we've arrived pretty quickly after this happened, if we want to barrel this thing all the way down to the studs, is a lot of people want to have the conversation, big deal or no big deal? And
deal or no deal.
Thank you. So thank you, Howie. Yeah, you can find a plethora of 90s basketball players who now have in fans' heads that apparently is just what happens in practice. You got a bounce pass, you got a chest pass, you've got a jump shot, and you got a right hook. That's the way we do practice, which is a bunch of what. It's not that. So it's no big deal. Happens every day, happens every week. And in fact, even if that were true, which it's not, even if that were true, it doesn't matter, because this group, this punch didn't work. They are mad and they're not okay. And if you think we're making that up for clicks and calls, how about if you listen to someone who is on the beat, is our Warrior insider, is in the locker room and at practice and at games every single day of his life. He goes by the name of Anthony Slater.
There's iciness. I mean, there's no way around it. It's pretty obvious. And at this point, I'm not saying it can't change. And Draymond Green's belief, I would assume, is that his play will change the situation. But at this point, he feels a little bit isolated in the locker room. And I guess that was part of him coming back, is they were going to isolate him for however long until they felt the situation changed. But that's certainly 2 weeks in, or however long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's thought out very much.
I mean, I can't wait to get Steiny's reaction to this, for instance, later, because he's come in here 2 days in a row and said, if some of the things that we're guessing are true, which are now confirmed, by the way,
right?
If they're true, the Warriors are done.
And I'm sorry, Mark, he's a guy who's been in the locker room for 20 plus years, so he knows from ice. He was there when things got icy with PJ Carlesimo and Latrell Sprewell.
Now I think that's an overstatement. I'm not going to call things, they've played one game. I don't know how you can call something done. I don't know how you can call it not done. Like, you got to go through the weeds and see how this is going to play out.
Yeah.
But what has become painfully obvious to me is that the Warriors aren't over this. They are so very firmly and clearly not over this. And while we can see Jordan Poole get an assist to Draymond Green, leading to a high five, and the average Warrior fans, everything's okay. Look, they love each other. There are 81 games to go, and then playoffs. The idea that something like this is not going to wear on them, the idea that it couldn't show up when there are frustrating moments, I think is naive. Like, if this is truly how everyone's feeling, it's going to show up. That's going to show up this year. There's no doubt in my mind.
And it's going to show up in the tough moments. And, I've been on 9, 10, 11 different radio shows in my 25-plus year career, and there have been shows where things have been icy off the air. And when it's icy off air, even when things are great on air, there are times when that ice comes through during the actual radio show. And you're going to see that from a Warriors team. 82 games is a long season. So, yeah, Draymond with a nifty pass to Jordan Poole. It's a bucket. It's a high five. Everything's great in the moment. But let's say they've lost 4 of 5. And they get to a spot where that same play happens. And we, by the way, have seen this from Draymond Green many times where he throws a pass and the recipient of the pass either drops it or it's a bad pass and Draymond gets mad or the player gets mad. When something like that happens, now the possibility of that boiling over into something greater exists because of everything that's gone on.
There are things that we get to share with you, the public, because we are blessed with a certain closeness to the organization, or blessed with closeness to people who are close, or whatever. Right? There's a chain link there, and so I hope that one very, very big thing about this show, and I actually believe this of all of the shows here. I don't believe it of every show in America. But this is an authentic space here, okay? You, Dibs, me, we are not people. I'm not saying things to get attention. I'm never going to say something because I think it'll get a rise out of somebody else. You don't have to love any of these opinions. You don't have to agree, but you can be very settled on the idea that if I say it, if Dibs says it, we believe it, okay? So what am I trying to say there? You can ignore this if you want. Oh, they're just trying to get show content out of this. I am sitting here telling you, without a shadow of a doubt, based on not just opinion, based on conversations, the Warriors are not okay with Draymond Green. Okay?
Yeah.
The Warriors are not all good with Draymond Green. And so you can do whatever you want with that information. You can do whatever you want in terms of forming your opinion. You can think, look, I'm not okay with people in my office, and we find a way to get it done. Right. The Warriors are really good basketball players. I said this yesterday when we did the changeover with Steiny Guru, and I believe it more now, Dibs, than I did yesterday. If you made a pro-con list for Draymond Green, there are 30 things on the con list.
A lot of cons.
And there's one on the pro. And unfortunately, that one is the size of the state of California. The one pro is can't win a chip without him.
Right. And is that really still a pro like it's always been a pro? And that's the interesting part of it is when you have 30 cons, and shout out James Caan, rest in peace, one of the great American actors of our time.
So many good movies. Yep.
So much great James Caan. But when you Rollerball all the way, Godfather and the rest of it, Jimmy Caan, I hate that he's gone, but when you look at all those, you look at all those cons, and the pro, you're right, is a gigantic pro. But as you're looking at these cons, you can't help but think, can we win without him? And that's the question, the one question that they must be asking themselves each and every time another con comes up.
And my answer would be not yet. I love it when people are like, put Kuminga in there. Kuminga literally does none of the thing. The only thing Kuminga does that Draymond does is miss a three. That literally, that is the sum total of where they're similar. Outside of that, it's completely different. Someday, can they win without Draymond? Yeah, obviously they're going to have to. I don't think we're there yet. I don't think they think they're there yet. That's why he's still on the team.
Right, but could they be there, say, before the trade deadline? Or could they be there at the end of this year? When could they be there? Because I think you're right, Mark, about the Warriors organization. Not every member of the organization, but Anthony Slater slates. His relation of what's going on in the locker room is accurate. And I think it's more than just the 15 guys in tank tops. It's, members of the coaching staff, the front office, etc. There's that feeling of enough is enough, but the one pro you talk about is the one thing, really the only thing that they care about, and that's getting another ring, getting one for the thumb.
Dibs, obviously,
nice.
There is a reason that Slates is on the team, and it's so that he can say things like this on 95.7 The Game.
I have never felt as much of a separation between Draymond and the Warriors than this moment. But again, both sides are saying, like, hey, look, we're trying to win a title. And we all know, like, you know, if a title is won, if a playoff run happens and Draymond Green is awesome in it, we're going to be talking plenty about that and probably wanting to interview him post-game after he shuts down Jokic in a big win in Denver or something like that. So circumstances can change is all I'd say, but they are a little odd right now.
Yeah, big statement. I've never felt this much separation with the Warriors. It's kind of a weird sort of dichotomy, if you will, based on what we know and what we love about the Warriors. One of the things, I mean, I would contend that Warrior basketball right now is about as easy of a thing to root for as sports gives us. I mean, not only are they wildly successful, they've got unbelievable stars who don't give you controversy. I'm not talking about Draymond here. You're talking about the Stephs and the Clays of the world. They have so many stars. They're so effective. They do everything in a classy way. They take care of their own. They take care of their fans. They this, they that. They green check, green check, green check, green check.
Yeah, and the way they play, too, the way they, like, pass the ball and they move around, it's a fun watch.
No doubt. They're the best show in sports. We've said that a number of times. And so what we know as Warrior fans is, man, this is just a wheel that turns, right? And there's chemistry, and they work well together, and they love it. And then here's the fact that behind the scenes, as separated as they've ever been in the last 10 years.
Exactly. And it's because of, and this is not fair really to say it's because of one individual, but it's because of one individual. It's because of what he's done. You know, punching Jordan Poole and then a sort of half-hearted, maybe a three-quarter-hearted apology, which leads to don't miss my new show where I talk about my own reflection to the punch. And I still believe there's a small sliver of possibility that all of this is a concoction by Draymond Green in order to propel the Draymond brand. And it's sad the way he's trying to divide himself from his team. And, you know, I think he knows inside that this is his last go-round, so he's going to do whatever he wants, whatever he can to make sure he's in position to capitalize on the other side.
I know a lot of people talk about the opt-in next year. He mentioned it as a 2-year contract. Do not dismiss. Remember what was said a week ago by Stephen A. Smith, that he says Draymond feels like this is his last year in Golden State. You can think whatever you want about Screamin' A. Let me tell you, he does his homework.
Yeah.
He has his conversations. He's not saying that on a whim. So if that's what Draymond believes, I think there's probably pretty good reason for it. 888-957-9570 is our phone number. That's our Xfinity mobile text line as well. And hello and good morning to the Twitch and the YouTube audience. We love having you here and watching the feed and the chat on those spots as well. We'll get involved there. Let's go to the phones. Paul in Oakland, on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Paul, what are you doing?
I am driving myself to work. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
So I've been listening to you guys a ton over the last couple weeks since this Draymond thing escalated and happened, and I'm a little bit probably above your age group bracket in terms of who listens. I was a late teenager, early 20-year-old guy during the A's run in 72, 73, 74, and I just see a ton of parallels. The A's, in the clubhouse, off the field, battled. But once they crossed the lines, they were the best show in baseball for 3 years. They had a unifying force in the locker room in their clubhouse named Sal Bando. Different leadership style, but the same impact that Steph brings to the Warriors. Maybe the only piece that might be a little bit different with the Warriors and that A's group is ownership. You know, I think the clubhouse probably finds the Warriors ownership sees it in a much different light than the A's did with their Nimrod owner. That broke that thing.
That'll earn you points around here by using words like that to describe the A's ownership. Right. Go ahead.
Yeah, And I think the best thing that we all can do is watch the games, see what they're doing on the court, between the lines, and let everything else take care of itself. And then all the supposition about Draymond being here next year, do they get along? At the end of the day, I don't really think it's going to matter relative to what they do on the court.
You might be right, Paul. Yeah, Paul, you might be right, but you might not be right. And I guess that's kind of, in the end, the rub here. Dibs, I'm not with Steiny, which says, oh, if it's this icy, they're done. I think they can do it, but there's no question that it brings the percentage chances down. And for me, that is the story. They might be able to navigate this, but guess what? They might not. And this is, in my opinion, the best team in the NBA. And if there's something working against them that makes it less likely for them to win it all, that ain't great.
Well, this makes it harder, I think. And, Paul's comments about the A's are very interesting as a comp, but that group was galvanized against the owner. The owner was basically playing the role of Draymond Green to the extent that they all were pretty much a collective. They fought with each other. It was the 70s, though, where you could throw hands in the clubhouse and, it might be over a pack of smokes and it would never get out in the media, let alone instantly leaked by TMZ. So a different time, different tableau, and that team was against its owner. This situation, though, Mark, you mentioned it, and I'm kind of with you. It doesn't necessarily mean that the season's done if they can't get along, but it certainly makes it a lot harder. And what I said to Steiny and Goo and you during the changeover over the last couple of days is kind of where I am on this. As soon as you get adversity, it might be a possession, it might be a game, it might be losing 4 out of 5 games. That's when the nerves get exposed. And if the nerves are raw, that's where you might see a certain sort of conflict emerge from a team, which you otherwise wouldn't.
Well, and the other thing that's interesting here, because of Draymond's personality, normally, if you've done a group wrong, right? I mean, I bet a lot of us could relate to this, right? Have you ever had a group of friends where somebody stepped out, somebody did something that the group didn't like, or whether this is a family? Normally, that person that did wrong, if the whole crew is against you, at a certain point they might be like, okay, what did I do here?
What did I do wrong?
How can I go about making amends? And Draymond, I think, started out that way. That was his opening press conference. He's definitely admitted wrong. He's definitely apologized. But as soon as he was done with that, what have we gotten? We've gotten 3 things. Don't forget them. He went to a podium and said, "What is trust?" And then he did a documentary, making him look like a sympathetic figure. And lastly, they played a game, and he called Draymond Green over he called LeBron James right over in front of the bench so that he could have a hug and a laugh with the opponent while all of his teammates sat there and looked at him and like, really, dude?
Yeah.
Okay, so the thing about Draymond's personality is he can be fully in the wrong, and everyone's mad at him, and what does Dre do? He leans into it.
Double down.
He's like, oh, I'm the villain? Oh, watch this. I'm going to double villain you now.
Yeah.
And that's...
quadruple villain.
That's why this feels frightening. It feels frightening to me as a Warrior fan.
It's only frightening to the extent that Steph Curry is put off by it. And this is where I go back to the Andre Iguodala double-fisted pantomime, as I have so dubbed it. He's doing that next to Steph Curry. Now, I give Steph credit for not reacting, but to me, the fact that Iguodala was next to Steph was very telling because Iguodala is basically saying to Steph, get a load of this guy. He's, is he showering LeBron James with love and affection, and I find it to be nauseatingly hilarious. And Steph gives him the stone face, doesn't react, but the fact that Iguodala was doing that next to Steph, to me, is telling because if Steph gets to a point where he's kind of like, I'm done with Draymond, then Draymond's time here is really in jeopardy. But the thing that's upsetting to me, Mark, is that what you're talking about, Draymond Green is kind of thumbing his nose at his teammates. He can say whatever he wants to the media, to anybody outside the locker room, But the fact that Slates is reporting that things are icy, that ain't good.
No, it's not good. It's not good. If there's anybody, and I agree with this take when a lot of people have said it, if there's any team that can handle it, it's this team. But it's not what you want in your locker room, and unfortunately for the Warriors right now, it is part of their dynamic. Okay, Mike Silver is coming up next. Matt Barrows, 10:30. TJ Hushmanzada at 11. Christian McCaffrey trade rumors. The Niners hosting the Chiefs. Do they have a realistic opportunity? What about the injury situation? And wait until you hear what Jaquiski Tartt said about all of the 49er injuries. We've got all of that coming up in a very, very big 10 o'clock hour, and welcome your phone calls as well at 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with Peak Long Life Universal Pre-Mixed Antifreeze and Coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hit big with the Major League Baseball postseason with the BetQL Network. Here's Chelsea Messenger from the Daily Tip.
It's the best time of the year in Major League Baseball. That's right, the postseason. Betting on postseason baseball can be a little tricky, but there's a couple things I usually rely on. Teams with top-line aces and also postseason experience.
Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced betting tools. Win big this MLB postseason with BetQL.
Okay, 3 more climbers, 7 loggers.
Ted's sustainably sourced logging company is growing a new branch.
What about truck driver contracts?
Which means a new HR manager will be the first hire to fall.
Then we'll need to staff up the warehouse.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's Willard and Dibs, and it's about to be Mike Silver as well jumping on in here. It is all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Yeah, in the city of Berkeley. That would be my guess if we were going to bring in Mike Silver, right? Let's get Mike Silver in here, San Francisco Chronicle, talk a little Niner football. The Chiefs on the way into town. Is that your favorite California city, Mike?
Oh, I love every California city, and I'll be in Berkeley Saturday night. I can tell you that.
Beautiful.
Way to play it right down the middle, Mike. That's so solid. I love all my cities.
I don't really. I'm not one of those talk about current location guys. Like nobody knows where I am right now. People put on social media like, "Is that you at the Yankee game?" I'm like, I don't know. Is it?
I don't know.
So you on Telegraph, Mike? Are you on University? Where are you right now?
I might be in some other place. You just don't know.
There's Carmen Sandiego, and then there's Mike Silver, and nobody knows where they are. But, Mike, we do know you're a Cal guy, but the question is a Stanford guy, Christian McCaffrey, going to play for the 49ers at some point?
I mean, I guess it's possible, but when you look at the 49ers right now, are you looking at a team going, man, if they could just have another banged-up running back, right. Like that would put him over the top. Like, can Christian McCaffrey stop the run, like on the interior of the line? Because Eric Armstead and Javon Kinlaw are both hurt. Can he cover? Maybe actually, but I just first of all, they're down assets. I don't know if you guys know this, but they traded 3 first-round picks to move up to draft Trey Lance with the 3rd overall pick. So it's not like they're brimming with draft capital. We hear people freak out about the cap all the time. I'm one who believes the cap can always be finessed. But if you're one of those people who freak out about the cap and how they're going to pay this guy, and the 49ers do have some guys they're going to need to pay, McCaffrey has a high cap number next year if you're looking ahead to next year. And, I think we've seen in the Shanahan offense and in the Mike Shanahan offense before that you can find running backs to be really good who aren't marquee guys. So I would say if it's me, I'm not looking to make that deal, but, the Panthers might unload him for very little just to move on. I don't know how many other teams are in, and maybe the 49ers feel like if Christian McCaffrey can, open up that offense, that would be worth it in the short term. It doesn't seem to me like the deal you would do. You've got, you've got Trent Williams hopefully coming back, but a very untested offensive line, and Mike McGlinchey now banged up, and you just lost to a team that probably the three of us, if we put our heads together before that game, could have named like 6 people on the roster. Right. And the Niners were injured, but the Falcons pounded them. And by the way, pounded them with running backs who are not considered marquee backs. I mean, if Cordero Patterson had been healthy in that game for the Falcons, it would have looked worse. Arthur Smith was running the Titan stuff. If Derrick Henry had been on the other end of that, I don't even want to think about it.
And I'm reading your piece right now, Mike, and you're talking about last week's game against Atlanta and whether or not it was a blueprint for how to beat the 49ers. Was it a blueprint on how to win the game? And if so, is Kansas City constructed to be a team that can follow that blueprint?
I mean, it's a blueprint on how to beat them now, again, with Kittle and Armstead out, and they do have great depth on the defensive line, but it's obviously being tested. And Bosa was out, although it wouldn't have been a Bosa kind of game when the quarterback only, passes 14 times. So, I mean, I think if you are that type of team constructed that way, you can do that. The Rams would have a hard time without a fullback, and, if you want to line up Ben Skoranek at fullback and try to pound the ball with one of your remaining running backs, if you're the Rams, good luck to you. But, I do think that, we've all seen the stats on Kyle Shanahan teams and fourth quarter comebacks. It's not pretty. I would note that, in a do or die game at the end of last season, they did, drive down for a touchdown against the Rams, in the final minutes and then force overtime and win. But for the most part, they have, comebacks haven't been their thing. They drafted a guy who finally gives them a deep threat, Danny Gray, and he's had a hard time even convincing Kyle to make him active. So, I don't know what's up with that. Sure seems like you'd want to stretch it a little bit. But, I don't know. I do know that what I saw, which to me was kind of alarming, and we all remember the Donovan McNabb Super Bowl 39 late drive when they were down 2 scores, and they acted like it was the second quarter of a September game and casually drove down and scored a touchdown and then didn't recover an onside kick and lost. Well, the Niners got the ball with, more than 10 minutes to go, down 14 points, and they went on what turned out to be a 19-play drive if you count the 3 penalties on center Jake Brendel. They huddled on 16 of those 19 attempted snaps, and they snapped the ball relatively late in the play clock, and the drive ended up taking more than 8 minutes, producing 0 points, and the Falcons got the ball back with a little more than 2 minutes remaining. So that doesn't scream urgency to me. I know Kyle tried to explain it in the press conference afterward, but I thought that was not, a real endorsement of, hey, this team, if you get them in a hole, they will fight right out of it in the clutch. Like, will they? I mean, I feel like they'll fight, really, 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 really slowly.
Yeah, that was weird. And there was another thing coming out of that game that I think was certainly a new one for 49er fans, was George Kittle sort of questioning someone's effort on the field. And we don't really have a definitive view of what that is, but what was your take on that, Mike, and who might he have been talking about?
That's a great question, but I would say this, George Kittle has earned the right to say those things because he is all effort. And, honestly, watching Kittle and Devo at the end of that game when it was futile, and they clearly weren't going to be able to come back, barring a miracle, he and Devo were still trying to run through like 8 people, and I had very mixed emotions. I was like, given the fact that all these good players are injured and you're not going to win this game, maybe your 2 most important offensive skill players shouldn't be taking on 6 people each play rationally. But I also, of course, loved and respected it because that's who those guys are, and they're tone setters, and they're defiant, and that's carried the 49ers to great heights, or helped carry them. So, I'll try to dig into that a little more, but I do, I believe in George Kittle's effort as much as any players in the league, or any player's effort in the league. He is a self-made guy who was not supposed to be a star in this league, and he gives that effort when he doesn't have the ball, when he's on the backside, when he has no chance for glory. He still does that. And if he believes that there's not enough effort, I tend to believe that he's probably seeing it clearly.
So the effort has to be in place on Sunday against the Chiefs, but what else can they do to try to counteract Patrick Mahomes and an offense that looks to be a tough matchup for a beleaguered Niners defensive front?
Yeah, I mean, they can pray. Patrick Mahomes doesn't always look amazing. He usually does. In the second half of the AFC Championship game, bizarrely, he looked terrible. And I don't know exactly what they did schematically, the Bengals, but he just didn't trust it himself. And at the end of that Bills game, Von Miller pressured him, and he couldn't, the receivers, you don't have Tyreek Hill to just, run past everybody, and they weren't separating like they have, sometimes in the past. Travis Kelce's very, very good at getting open. But, the Niners at full strength, I think, would give them a run for their money because you've got Bosa and other pass rushers. Ebukam, you've got the ability on the inside with Armstead, especially to, disrupt him and flush him out. And then Charvarius Ward, former Chief, has turned into a pure lockdown corner. Now, he hurt his groin, and we're not sure he's going to be able to go. Mosley, obviously, is out for the year. So now you're playing DBs that, are not accustomed to, being in that elevated position. And then you've got Jimmy Ward trying to play with a club on his hand, literally a cast that looks like a club. And that guy is gutty and will do everything he can, but that's not optimal either. He joked when I saw him in the locker room that he probably won't get called for defensive holding or PI with a club. But although knowing NFL refs, he'll probably get called for roughing the passer just for having a club. So Hufanga coming off a concussion, hopefully he plays. Tayshaun Gibson's been a really good, steady veteran presence, but without Charvarius Ward, either at full strength or at all, it's going to be that much tougher. And Bosa, coming back from the groin, is obviously going to have to do Nick Bosa things.
Mike Silver with us here on Willard Dibs 95.7 The Game. Yeah, I don't think we're talking enough about Mooney Ward. It's all kind of Bosa, Trent Williams. Let's see if Hufanga can get through protocol. I mean, Ward, he was tweeting about this game the second last week was done. It's a big deal for him going against the Chiefs. But do you think, Mike, that A, is this kind of the same as the way they handled Bosa last week with the same injury, that they're probably going to keep him out? And B, if that is the case, I mean, who's covering receivers this week?
Well, they kept Bosa out because they understood what they were facing, which was on turf, a team that just wanted to pound the ball and not throw it, ideally, very much. And they put all that math together, and they were like, yeah, we could get him back this week, we think, but is it worth the risk of hurting it more when he's just going to get run at the entire day? And so that's what happened there. But, corner is different than edge rusher, and groins are different, right? Because Joey Bosa has a groin injury, and that's going to be months. So I just, it's not my groin, and I am not a groin inspector. In NFL locker rooms, fortunately for me, because I don't think it would be well received. But I just, I don't know the answer to that, but I do know that it's not an either or, right? He might play and just not be right, or he might play and hurt it more or hurt it again. So there are all sorts of gradations. But if you told me Mooney Ward is going to be the Mooney Ward we saw the first 5 games in this game, then that gives them a much better chance of making the secondary work and contending, and you're not going to totally shut down the Chiefs or Patrick Mahomes, but they don't always look amazing. They often do, and he often does. But there are times where they look, kind of off. And really, at the end of the Bills game, we saw that.
Mike Silver, always great stuff. I don't know that I've ever heard anyone in the history of my life use the phrase "it's not my groin," but we just got that, and we're going to keep it. Thank you, Mike.
All right. Well, my groin and I will be in Santa Clara for those interested on Sunday, and I will be. I'm sure I'll be getting lots of love before the game from Andy Reid and all those people on the Chiefs sideline. And, it's nice to be loved and respected. So I'm looking forward to that.
Make sure you stretch out that groin before you, happen to take that lead.
You know that.
Thanks for telling everybody where you're going to be. Look how far we've come in this conversation.
Exactly,
Mike, thank you so much, my friend.
Thanks, you guys.
All right, there he goes. That's Mike Silver. He's not in Berkeley now, but he is going to be in Santa Clara on Sunday. And actually, maybe he is in Berkeley now. We just don't know.
At both his groins, I would imagine.
Both sides.
It's right. BYOG when it comes to that Niner game. Bring your own groin.
I don't know why that sentence just hit me a certain way. Look, it's not my groin. Like, oh my God, that was uncomfortable and entertaining and all kinds of stuff all at once.
Yeah, my groin, my choice, I believe is the expression.
Gosh. All right, so speaking of injuries, my man, how did this grab you? And 888
right in the groin, Mark, is where it grabbed me.
957-9570. That's the number. You can weigh in on this because this was a revelation to me. I don't know if this is the answer. Yeah, you can do it. You want to do it? I don't want to do it.
It was a revelation sensation.
So there you go. So it was a revelation in this way. I don't know if this is the answer to the Niners injury thing, but it was the first time somebody put some sort of a definitive idea on why the 49ers are hurt every year. Because we've all been sitting here going, look, it's football. I don't know who the heck you're supposed to blame. I don't know what it is you're supposed to do. It's injuries. But then here's the 49ers under Kyle Shanahan, who are among the most injured teams every single year. So it also felt dismissive to be like, well, just dumb luck. It's like, how? How is it dumb luck? Well, we give you Jaquiski Tartt, who the former 49er who spent camp with the Eagles this year, made these comments yesterday. Take a listen.
I don't know what they did this past camp. But if we're going based off when I was there, I honestly thought like he was doing a good job at saving our bodies. But just going to the Eagles, being with the Eagles for the short time I was with them, it ain't even close. Like what the Eagles do, and then you just got to go off results. From last year, the Eagles, I think they was number one in least injured players, and this year I think it's the same. So. We're just going off results, like pure results. The Eagles, their plan is just by far probably one of the best. Where they definitely let you rest your body. Like you getting hard work in, but at the end of the day, like you getting a lot of time off to rest your body. You're able to be fast and light. Really like not feeling the pressure and the bumps and bruises throughout the season.
Okay, that's from the Vish show, and Jaquiski Tartt putting at least a new idea on this, which is that the 49ers are working everybody too hard in camp.
And the pressure, Mark, he talked about the pressure to go out there and hit. If you shy away from contact, you might get cut, is what he also said in the piece. And that is really very revealing in terms of how different teams approach it. And so, Jaquiski Tartt was talking about coming in fresh and feeling light, with Philadelphia. And he went on to say that a lot of times in practice, they'll just do a red zone practice only where it's a little bit of a lighter load so that guys don't feel like they're having that much hitting and that much pressure. And, Kyle Shanahan likes a physical style. And think about when Robert Saleh was here and it was all gas, no break. And so when you're playing this defensive style and you want to be physical. And what do we know about Deebo Samuel and George Kittle? These are very physical ball carriers when they get the ball in their hands. And so it is a philosophical thing for the 49ers. And maybe the approach in practice is such that it's leading to some guys getting hurt more often.
I mean, I want to dismiss this, but I can't because of the data.
Right.
And I know what the immediate thought for some of you is. You can be like, well, Kowalski, actually, you don't know what it takes to make the Eagles because you did get cut. And maybe that's why you feel so rested right now because, you're not on the team and you didn't even play football. So there's going to be that reaction, but there's also the data, and he's speaking to it, and I don't know that it's the reason, but wouldn't the 49ers be stupid not to at least explore this? I mean, if you are going to be among the most injured teams every year, I don't know if you want to take your foot off the gas pedal. That's not really football, but Tart is saying this at a time where it really lands because the Eagles are over here going, we're 6-0.
Right.
And oh, by the way, your quarterback who broke his ankle, our quarterback is literally the comp that most people are using to say, no, it's okay to run your quarterback, and he's fine. So, listen, that's obviously not A to B. That's one position. It's one player, and those guys don't even get hit in practice. But the Eagles are also playing a physical style of football. They're playing very good defense. They're running the football. It's not like they're playing a Buffalo Bills Chiefs style where they're just slinging the ball for 350 yards a game. They're 6-0, and they're one of the healthiest teams in the league. How can we not listen to Tart here?
Exactly. And I mean, Tart spent enough time in San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan to where you listen to what he has to say and you have to take it on the surface as fact in terms of what he experienced and what he went through and the things that he's talking about in terms of the intensity of practice, the physicality of practice, and the amount of hitting that goes on. And you look at a Niner team that this year leads the league in games lost due to injury. You can't help but think that must be a part of it. We can look at all of the different facets of the injury bug that hits the Niners. And we look at Trey Lance and, well, you shouldn't have run Trey Lance on QB power. Well, other teams run QB power and their QBs haven't been hurt. And you look at all the soft tissue injuries, the groins. There's like an epidemic of groin injuries on this team. Well, they're playing a lot of games on turf. Well, other teams play more games on turf. And then you hear what Kowalski Tart had to say about the physical nature of practices and all the hitting and the pressure. That's the one that struck me. The pressure that exists within the 49ers, according to Kowalski Tart, in terms of how physical you have to play. All these things added up, mixed in with the fact that you do lead the league in games lost to injury. Maybe the approach they take is not the right one.
Well, I'm going to give you what I will admit off the top is an unfair comparison, but it's what just bounced into my head. Watch the way the Golden State Warriors play a season. I understand the differences. Basketball is not as physical, and basketball is not as urgent. The games are nowhere near as needed in the regular season because you can just, oh, by the way, win a championship out of the 3 seed, all the while knowing there's zero chance of you not being in the playoffs as you work your way through December, January, and February. But the Warriors at no point are they like, man, we really got to push it. They, in fact, do the opposite with every opportunity. Every chance they get, they're like, peel it back. When in doubt, sit it out. That is their philosophy.
Nice.
Totally different game, I understand. But could the 49ers, and we'll definitely ask Matt Barrows about this in 8 minutes, like could the 49ers or should the 49ers at least dip their toe in the water? If you've got now 6-7 years running of the same negative outcome, and I don't mean not winning the Super Bowl, I just mean being one of the most injured teams in football, should you not, in a day and age where load management is overwhelming sports, how are the 49ers seemingly going the other way, which is pushing their guys so hard and every year being one of the most injured teams? I think it's high time, no matter how this season ends, you've got to sit down and go, we got to at least try to do camp differently.
Right.
Like, let's try it. And if that doesn't work, well, hell, this isn't working either. But you got to try something different because one thing I know will prevent the 49ers from winning the Super Bowl, and that's having all your good players not play.
Well, that's any team, but yeah, you're right, especially this team. And, you look at the Atlanta game, and I thought Michael Silver made a great point as it pertained to Nick Bosa, where you kind of thought that Atlanta was going to pound the rock, so we'll go ahead and sit Nick Bosa and keep our pass rush specialist, and I know he's more than that, but he's an absolute game wrecker when he rushes the passer. Let's keep him fresher for Patrick Mahomes in case that, sitting out a game might help. So I give the Niners credit for trying to mitigate his injury by not forcing him out there. But at some point, Mark, you're right. As an organization, you have to look at what's gone on in terms of injury, look at your process in training camp, in practice, everything that you do. And you got to figure out, well, if this is a problem, like in any organization, if you have a problem with something, you got to look at it in terms of solutions. And the Niners' biggest problem as a team is the injury bug, you could argue. So what can you do? Yes, some of that is bad luck. Some of it is drafting players with injury history. But some of it also might be the way you go about practices.
Matty Barrows coming up in just about 6 or 7 minutes. Jonathan in San Francisco with Willard and Dibs right now. Hey, Jonathan, what are you doing?
Hey, just getting ready and listening to 95-7 the game. And I just want to say, bro, Kwaski Tard, you hit the nail right on the head. And I've been waiting for somebody to say that's in the locker room and the practice field. The best example of that is George Kittle. All this, asking your receivers, your tight ends to block and be a pseudo offensive lineman is taking a toll on their body. Not only that, it's also taking a toll in their performance. Look, you asking all these receivers and tight ends to block so much. When you send them on flight patterns and they should be catching the ball, they can't do it because their hands are too firm because, the way they have to block, they have these strong hands, right? Pay attention to all this running game stuff. It takes a toll in their performance when you ask them to do something else. So I think there's a lot of, fire in that information from Kwaski Tard because how else can you explain it?
Okay, so Jonathan, I actually think there's a finer point here, though, because what Tard is talking about is maybe overdoing it in camp, practicing too long, too hard. I think you're taking it a little bit too far to say, how can they ask these guys to block? Well, that's football. I mean, you have to go block, or else you're not going to get a first down. And, oh, by the way, Kittle and Debo are probably the two set-asides here. You can't turn those guys off. That's just the way they're wired. I mean, if I were Kyle Shanahan and I said, look, Debo, I don't know, go out of bounds once in a while. Debo would be like, hell, I'm going out of bounds. They just won't. They are two of the most physical players I've ever seen, and you're just not going to be. You could tell them to stop, and they won't. But are they going too long? Are they going too hard? Are they hitting too much in training camp? That's an interesting statement.
Yeah, it's open for debate. And if you have a situation where you have this many players injured, you have to look at your processes and decide if the processes are the problem, if it's the players, is it both? What is it that's making you the most injured team in football year in and year out?
Well, we'll ask Matty Barrows because don't call it a comeback. He's been there for years. He has been all over the 49er beat, so this will be a really interesting conversation to bring him into. Plus, we'll get the latest on all of the injuries, who's likely to be in, who's likely to be out. We talked to Matty Barrows about that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, Click on Qualify Me and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details. Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Chest up, engage your core, dig
At
deep.
Misty's gym, boot camp gets pretty close to the real thing. She wants to spot a personal trainer with a military background.
I can cover this week's boot camp, but we need someone stat. Isn't your cousin a Marine?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too. If you feel symptoms, even if they're mild, you should test fast. Test positive and at high risk for severe COVID-19? Then act fast with authorized oral treatments that can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms begin. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Learn about a treatment option at treatcv19.com. This message is sponsored by Pfizer.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. Now that it's autumn, check window and door seals for proper insulation and replace your furnace air filter. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we'll get Matty Barrows here in a second. You know what I think is funny, Dibs?
Talk to me.
So they're playing the Chiefs this week, and here's where the emotion of being a fan hops in. I hear so many people go, how are they going to, I don't know, how are they going to even play? Like, how are they going to beat the Chiefs? I can't even think. And I'm like, do you understand this game open as a 1.5 point spread? I know that it's gone up to 3. Would you look at any NFL game that's a field goal spread or less and be like, I don't know, I just can't even see the underdog being on the field with the other one.
Can't see it. Especially the home team, by the way, because if this game was in a neutral, they're telling you that it's a pick 'em.
They're telling you that this is going to be tight. Like, I guarantee you, the Chiefs are not like, so, soft spot in the schedule, trip out to San Francisco, going to play the 49ers. Pretty sure we can just kind of lollygag our way through this one. That's not how it's going to look, man. This is going to be a thing now. This is going to be a physical battle. Sure, Patrick Mahomes is an assignment. I totally get that. Let's get into all of it with one of our favorites, been all over the 49ers for years. He is none other than the best bald man on this show right now. I'm just kidding. Come on. Sorry. I mean, Maddie's been doing the bald thing longer than you have too, Dibs. That's a fact. Is it not, Matt?
Did Dibs get a hair weave or something? Because I know that Dibs has a lot of talent.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I got to a point, Matt, where I saw how successful you've become as a reporter, as a journalist, as a bald man.
Okay, let's just, okay, go ahead.
I had to emulate you. I mean, I'm also diminutive like yourself, and I'm like, I thought I'd change my name to Dibs Barrows, maybe.
I love it. Yeah. I'm leading away. That's great. I didn't think I'd be a leader in this, but turns out I am.
Maddie, we were just talking about the Jaquiski Tart stuff. I'm sure you've seen it, but what do you think of it? Because the Kyle Shanahan 49ers are one of the most injured teams every year, and fans get frustrated by having to throw our hands up and go, well, I guess it's just football, but why is it the same team getting hurt every year? So are the 49ers working their guys in camp too hard?
Well, I mean, I did see that, and I thought that was probably the most revelatory answer I've seen in a while about it, because it's hard to pin down, and Tart definitely has a theory. Of course, he's comparing it to one other team. I don't know if what the Eagles do is what every other team does or not. And frankly, I've been covering this the league this is my 20th season, and I would say, and I'm saying this, this is the kind of the old man take on the subject, but when I first started covering the NFL, training camps were 10 times as hard as this. I mean, they had 2-3 hour practices. They were all padded. There was hitting. There was this, that, and the other. As hard, quote unquote, hard as the 49ers' current practices are, there's still no hitting. It's one practice a day. So I don't know. I mean, it does seem like they're more injured than the 49ers teams of the past. It's very hard to say. They do have a tough practice every Thursday. The Thursday practice, today's practice, is their most arduous of the week. It would be interesting to talk to other players who've been on other teams and ask them to compare the kind of the severity of the 49ers practices to what other teams are going through. But when you're comparing their practices now to the past, boy, it's not even close. I mean, it's easy street now compared to what it used to be in the NFL.
Well, everything's easy street, Matt, as you and I, a couple of older guys, know. I mean, I used to have to walk uphill to school both ways, as we all did.
There you go.
But, I mean, that's just, life is easier now for these whippersnappers like Mark Willard. But when we look at Niners and injured players, what's the prognosis for Trent Williams, Nick Bosa, and maybe Mooney Ward in terms of their availability for Sunday?
Yeah, I'd say the first two guys look good. Trent Williams coming back, that's going to kind of add some confidence to that offensive line and to the offense. And Nick Bosa doing the same thing on defense. I would say that Ward is probably going to be held out. I think today's practice will be telling whether he's actually out there or not. But the rule of thumb with groin injuries, little groin tweaks that Bosa had last week, and and Ward is dealing with now is that they usually sit out a game. So that's a big deal. I mean, if you read some of the items out of Kansas City, it's that Mahomes and the Chiefs are struggling, and I'm going to put struggling in quotations too, but they're not quite as good against man-to-man coverage as they are against the zone stuff. And if you've got Charvarius Ward out there, that's one receiver basically that's taken off the table for Mahomes. So that's going to be a big loss for the 49ers if he doesn't play. But the other two guys, Jimmy Ward also is probably going to play in this game. I don't know if Talanoa Hufanga will or not. And if Ward's out there, he's out there with a significant, talking Patrick Willis-sized club out there on his hand. And he's going to be one of the guys that are in charge of covering Travis Kelce. So there are all sorts of kind of interesting storylines, interesting matchups in this game. And a club Jimmy Ward versus Travis Kelce leading the league in touchdown catches is one of those.
Matt, the tradition in this era of 49er football is to scream and yell about the quarterback, but hey, at least they know how to run the ball because Kyle Shanahan, am I right? And here we are. The metrics for their passing game are way better than their metrics for the run game. What is going on? Why are they not running the ball the same?
Well, the other teams are daring them to pass. They're stacking the box against them. Gambling that this passing game with a quarterback who missed the full off season isn't quite in rhythm with the rest of his guys. And I think they're probably right. He's not quite in rhythm, but I think they've been showing signs of life, and that's sort of I think what is encouraging to Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers is that that this team, the offense, which has been the weak spot of the three different groups, is probably going to be better, a lot better in the second half of the season than it was in the first. So if they can get to this bye week, even if they can get to it at 4-4, which I think is absolutely feasible, 5-3 would be even better. But let's just say it's 4-4. They have the bye, and then they start getting some more guys back. They get Elijah Mitchell back. They get Eric Armstead back. Then I think there's real reason to think that they could break away from this big clump of teams that have similar records right now, including all the teams in their own division. So, I think that's what the sort of strategy, the philosophy is for the rest of the season. And then it also kind of raises the point about the trade deadline. If they're encouraged by what they're seeing, and obviously it's tepid encouragement right now because they look great one week and not so hot the next. But if they feel like, okay, we add another piece to this, then we can really accelerate and challenge for an NFC title this year.
I like tepid. I also like lukewarm and milquetoast in different settings.
There you go. Yeah.
You had me at tepid, Matt, and as we get into the bye, it is the trade deadline. What would make it go from tepid to maybe a spicier piece at the trade deadline? Would that be Christian McCaffrey, perhaps?
Oh, I've heard that name bandied about. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's perfect for this offense. I mean, there's no doubt about it. We rarely see passes to the running backs anymore. You got Kyle Juszczyk in there as the third down back on most third and long plays. And not to take away from Kyle Juszczyk, he's great for a fullback, but he is a fullback. So somebody like McCaffrey could add a bit of punch. He's the grand prize in this, and there are all sorts of reasons why it wouldn't work. To me, his injury history would be paramount there. But the Rams might not want Cam Akers. The Browns might be looking to shop Kareem Hunt. There are some other guys that they could bring in to sort of add some pep to that running back group. Like I said, Elijah Mitchell is expected back after the bye or around the bye. That's going to help in any event. But McCaffrey would be just the ideal person. And I wonder whether McCaffrey, sees the same thing. A contending team, a creative offense that uses the running back, and he returns back to the South Bay area. What is it, 15 miles from where he played in college. So it seems like a win-win for a lot of reasons. And, the 49ers watched a team in their own division, the Rams, make that kind of move in recent years, and they were able to get a championship out of it. So we shall wait and see what 11, 12 days away from the trade deadline. These things usually happen right up against that. So if something happened, it would probably be next week around this time.
Matt, as someone who's been around the team for a long time, I really wanted to ask you this. There's been so much talk about Jim Harbaugh returning to the stadium this weekend, and a conversation before the show here in our building was about, and I get that they were good, right? And he did some really good things, but I sort of compare the Jim Harbaugh 49ers era and the way the fans remember it the same way the Warriors and the We Believe team is remembered, where it's like, man, there's something about the way we view it that seems to be even greater than what it was, because it just captured our senses in a certain way. Can you speak to that at all? Like, why is that team maybe revered more than its resume? You know what I mean?
Well, they right off the bat, they played above expectations. Remember, this had been a team that I think it was 9 years they had missed the playoffs, and there have been some bad teams in that mix. This team, and it was also that weird lockout year. So the expectations were very modest when he came in. Maybe year 2 or 3 is when you'd start seeing signs of life, and they had signs of life, and that's the key, really. It had life. That team had personality. It had fun. It may have had too much personality and too much fun, but they were good right off the bat. And they had a swagger about them, and I think people kind of were hungry, were thirsty for that around here. And Jim Harbaugh delivered. I mean, that first year, it was who's got it better than us? It was the work shirts with the little name on the breast pocket. There were a lot of things to kind of seize on to make it fun. And boy, that game that they played in Candlestick Park, their first playoff game in a long time against the Saints, that was a terrific Saints team. And the 49ers punched them in the mouth and then ultimately beat them at their own game. It was just a roller coaster of a game, and I think that excitement just lives in people's minds and people's hearts when they think of that squad.
Yeah, Pierre Thomas getting put to sleep just short of the goal line. That game was absolutely epic. Matt, I'm going to ask you a question they asked me earlier. One game, Niners need to win it. Who do you pick as your coach, Kyle Shanahan or Jim Harbaugh?
Oh, boy, Niners have to win it. I hate to say it, but both of those guys built reputations for not being able to win that ultimate game.
This was my answer. This is so good.
So I'm gonna go with Bill Walsh.
Yeah, Matt goes off the board.
The secret answer is C on that one. Yeah.
That's so dirty. That's so unfair. You dodged that.
Totally
like
true.
Neo in the Matrix.
Matt, very well done as always. Thank you so much, sir.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Okay, that's Matty Barrows all over the 49ers as always.
Nicely done, Matty Barrows.
Look, nobody knows how to dodge a question like Matt Barrows. He's the Bill Belichick of reporters. He's on to Kansas City. So, anyway, it's an interesting question. It's sort of an odd way of looking at it. The whole Jim versus Kyle thing. Jim coming back, quite frankly, has gotten more attention than I thought it would. I get it, because I do think there's a We Believe Warriors thing there. There's something romantic about the time. And yes, they played well. They did some good things. I'm not diminishing it, but I feel like people are making a little more out of this than it is. I mean, again, I'm not going to the game this weekend. I'm going to do the TV thing. And if you told me, like, okay, we're going to broadcast this widely, Jim Harbaugh and a commemoration sensation
Cha-ching.
at 12:45, before the game actually starts. If you give me that versus 12:45 Red Zone channel,
the witching hour,
like,
totally.
Oh, dude, I'm watching the witching hour, and I'll watch the highlights of what Jim had to say. This is getting it's almost getting a little overdone for my taste. Now, here's part of it. Shanahan does some things that you want Kyle to do, but in my opinion, you actually don't want Kyle to do those. Man, how many times I had to hear this week? Remember when he slapped Alex Smith's shoulder pads?
Oh, so good.
Great, but what did that actually do in the standings? So it's a great visual.
Remember when he blew off Jim Schwartz with the handshake? That was so great.
Right, it's like Jim Harbaugh is weird. Like, he's weird. He's an odd dude. He wears people out, right? We had his Michigan abortion, give me the baby thing from a few weeks ago. He's just a weird, different guy.
Captain Comeback.
Well, I don't know. Like, all I want out of people, you could be my coach, you could be a radio host, you could be
I should probably write this down.
Right? My son, my daughter, my mom, my dad, my friend.
Ellen.
Do you know what I want you to be?
Authentic.
Thank
Mark.
you.
The real article.
Stop telling Kyle Shanahan to be Dan Campbell and bite kneecaps because you think it's fun on TV.
Right.
That ain't Kyle.
No.
And what would his players think of him if he did that? They'd think he was a fraud.
Well, it depends, and I don't know what all the players think about Jim Harbaugh. One thing I know about Harbaugh is based on his track record, which was 5 years at UCSD, 5 years at Stanford, 5 years with the Niners. He's been at Michigan a little bit longer. He's a guy who kind of wears you out. And if you look at any coach, if they have that sort of a track record, it's usually because of that. You come in with a bit of a shtick, and Harbaugh got the Niners to a great place, and he got his teams to play hard, and they were successful, and they were one ill-thrown fade route away from winning the Super Bowl with a backup quarterback. Oh, by the way, the Niners this year with a backup quarterback trying to do similar things. But Kyle Shanahan is, more flatlined to where, he's consistent. He sticks to the laminated play sheet, and that may rub fans the wrong way. But the Harbaugh act also rubbed fans the wrong way. You know what doesn't rub fans the wrong way, Mark?
What's that, Dibs?
Winning.
Yeah.
Winning doesn't rub fans the wrong way. And you can look at, Andy Reid was an overweight, mustachioed choker until he won. And now he's a made man. And if Bill Belichick, by the way, never had Tom Brady and never won all those Super Bowls, what would we say about his monotoned, hoodied act?
Yeah,
we would want to run that guy out of the league.
Right. The Eagles and their fans did run Andy Reid out of town. One Super Bowl changes everything, and it's why the last 7 minutes 3 years ago, if you talk to anyone within the organization, it was devastating. It was beyond devastating because 7 minutes can change your life. And you're 100% right. Like, if you win one Super Bowl, we suddenly pass so many things that annoy you. If you're Pete Carroll and you keep chewing that freaking gum that way and you haven't won the Super Bowl and instead you threw a pick at the 1 yard line and that's why you lost, do you know he'd be gone by now? He'd be gone by now, and he would not be remembered the same way. So it all comes down to that, and it's probably not totally fair.
No,
but
it's not.
Your point about Jim Harbaugh is a good one because here's something I will pass along. Like, if you think that because Jim was demonstrative on the sideline and he slapped Alex Smith's shoulder pads and he made Jim Schwartz look like a fool at midfield, if you think that inspired players more than Kyle does, you're wrong. Like, if you want to know who's got the better vibe in the locker room between the two, it's not close. It's not close. Only thing that matters is results. I get that. But if you're making the mistake of thinking, well, Jim's up and down the sideline and he's got facial expressions, and so he inspires, half the team hated him. Half the team was worn out by him. Kyle doesn't have any of that. And we're not here just to make friends. I get that. But I'm really not on this train. If you think that Kyle Shanahan's having a hard time inspiring his team to play hard, I mean, until George Kittle said what he said the other day, you got 6 years of zero evidence of that.
And that's 1 in 17 games, and I don't think that they lost that game because they didn't play hard. Atlanta was more physical. Michael Silver made a great point earlier about why they didn't play Nick Bosa. It's because the Falcons came into that game looking to pound the rock. They wanted the line of scrimmage basically on both sides of the ball, especially on the offensive side of the ball. They pushed the Niners back defensively. They ran it more than 40 times. They controlled that game. They got a fumble 6, and they beat the 49ers. It doesn't mean that the Niners don't play hard all the time, and most of the Niners played hard against Atlanta. The thing about Jim Harbaugh is his act, quote unquote, plays much better in college, because what do we know about NCAA college football? You don't have any 7 and 8 year vets, Mark. You've got guys who might be there for 6 years at the most, usually 5 if you're a red shirt. The majority of them are there for 4 years, and so Jim Harbaugh's act can play because kids come in and kids come out. And by the way, they're kids. You're dealing with 18 to 23-year-old kids. You're not dealing with 31-year-old 10-year veterans.
Right.
Like Trent Williams, for example, if Harbaugh's going to try to, slap on his shoulder pads and run his material, Trent Williams is looking at Harbaugh thinking, get out of here.
Look, a lot of you listening to us and ourselves included, okay? When you've got kids, whether you've been married, whatever, for how many years, you get somebody get up in your face, here's how we're going to, it's like, relax, bro.
Right.
Like, I've lived a little bit, okay? Get out of my face. And so you're 100% right. It works in college, not necessarily in the pros. Okay, few really interesting questions that we're going to dive into here in a few minutes with TJ Houshmandzadeh. First of all, every time he's come on the show with us, he's been fantastic. He is Brandon Ayuk's personal coach. We're going to get into this idea that the 49er offense is a little bit too vanilla. Why have they usually struggled to get Brandon involved? But then also this, Dibs, I don't know if you saw this. This just popped like within the last hour. DeAndre Hopkins, who is returning to action tonight for the Arizona Cardinals, he has released a hype video that is basically, glorifying DeAndre the person, DeAndre the player, showing all of the hard work he's doing to get back on the field. I can't wait to ask TJ if he thinks this is appropriate. Our friend Jessica Kleinschmidt made a great point. Can you imagine if a baseball player came out with a hype video because he's returning from PEDs? If Fernando Tatis next year is like, here's my hype video, I've been in the gym, I'm ready to get back out there, we would be like, we hate you for the rest of our lives. DeAndre Hopkins is doing it right now, and we're like, I can't wait for 520. He's on my fantasy team. Yes. It's so different. It's so hypocritical. I can't wait to get TJ's response to this.
The whole thing is just the nature of sports, because in football, and you mentioned this before last week or the week before or whatever, if you get a PED suspension, that's almost a badge of honor because you're out there working hard. You're doing the best you can to be the best that you can be. And in baseball, well, now you're branded with this scarlet letter. You're a juicer. You're a cheater. You're a pariah. It's still pro sports. It's still an athlete trying to get better. But because of baseball and this hallowed record book, in baseball, you get a 50-game suspension, then you get 100, then you're banned for life. NFL, just take about a third of the season off, get rest, and we'll see you soon.
By the way, during those 6 games, hire a video coordinator, put together a beautiful hype video. You've got some time to dedicate to that. I'm sure it's going to come out great, be a huge hit on social media. So TJ Houshmandzadeh here, moments away. He's fantastic. And then much more of your phone calls. And for those of you who missed the Draymond conversation, more to say there. That's ahead in the 11 o'clock hour as well. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today. Book your visit. That is BMWFairfield.com. It's Willard and Dibs. TJ Houshmandzadeh joins us next. 95.7 The Game.
Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 Cars for Kids, donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids, KARS, Cars for Kids, 1877 your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Humanity has been shaped by moments in which one person approached a crowd with something important to say. I'm John Meacham, and this is It Was Said, Season 2, a creation and production of C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio, in association with the History Channel. It Was Said, Season 2. Listen and subscribe for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, and it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Dibs, this is one of my favorite dudes to get on the show. Flat out one of my favorite dudes to get on the show. He is always bringing the insight, but the personal relationships with Brandon Ayuk, the way he looks at the current receivers in the game. We're excited to get TJ Houshmandzadeh on with us again here on Willard and Dibs. TJ, what's good, my man?
Man, I'm pretty good. How you doing?
Yeah, man, we're okay. You know what? Before we get to anything 49er or even bigger in the league related, hey, did you see this hype video that DeAndre Hopkins just put out about an hour ago? Have you seen it?
Nah, I did not.
Okay,
I'll look at it once we get off.
This guy has on his Twitter feed, "Don't call it a comeback" in all caps, and he's got a 45-second hype video that's obviously hyping him up, showing him in the gym, showing him with the jugs machine, getting himself ready to come back out. And he's coming off of a PED suspension, which if that were in a different sport, he would get absolutely torched. What do you think about that?
I mean, obviously, anytime anybody fails a test of that nature, nobody admits to doing anything. And so I don't know exactly what he was suspended for, but for him to put that video out, obviously he feels like it was some BS. And so I look at it as you just going to remind people of who he is. He's him, so to speak. And hopefully he has a good game tonight. I'm looking forward to it. He's one of the best receivers in the league. And I think what happens is when people say, who are the best receivers in the league? Not many people are saying his name anymore because it's out of sight, out of mind type of thing. And so, or out of mind, out of sight thing. And so now it's like, okay, I'm going to remind you guys. Don't call it a comeback. I've been one of the best, and I'm going to remind you guys starting tonight.
Yeah, I love the old failed test. Well, it must have been something bad in a restaurant where I went and, had something in the lettuce or something when I had a Caesar salad. It's always my favorite, these athletes who failed tests. From a failed test, though, to a passed test, Brandon Ayuk apparently passing a test last weekend, people questioning whether or not he was sold out to really be a Niner this year and have a good year. What did you make of Brandon Ayuk and a bounce back against Atlanta?
I'm not surprised. I worked with him this offseason. He put the work in. I think last year was somewhat of an eye-opener after having a pretty good rookie year. And nobody cares about what you did the year before, the game before. It's what can you do this game, this year, and moving forward. And so he understands that. But for me, I'm not surprised one bit. He's one of the most talented receivers in the league when you combine route running, explosiveness, ability to catch the ball. He's one of the best for sure.
Hey, TJ, how do you compare Debo and Brandon? Because the popular narrative here now, Debo is so important to the 49ers in multiple ways, but a lot of fans view Brandon in a traditional sense as the better receiver, the better route runner. How do you compare those two guys?
I mean, Debo, he's a football player. Debo is a guy that can do a little bit of everything. He's kind of like a Percy Harvin type guy, real thick, strong, fast. Percy Harvin was probably before his time. Percy Harvin would be outstanding in this age of football, the way that it's played. But yeah, I would say BA is a better route runner. But again, there's some things I'm sure that Debo does a lot better than Ayuk and vice versa. But Brandon can run routes. He can get down the field. He's good with the ball after the catch, as is Debo. They both have qualities that they can learn from each other that the other one may not do so well.
How does Brandon fit with the, quote, Shanahan offense and the way that Kyle likes to construct the passing game?
Get the ball into the guy's hands quick and make something happen after the catch. And he does that very well. When you're as quick and explosive as he is, that's not something that's taught. That's just he was born with that. That's just instinct that he has. With his quickness, his ability to knife up the field. He's not really running east and south. He's getting, or east and west, he's getting north and south, getting vertical with the ball. perfect in Shanahan's offense. Jimmy G is going to get the ball out quick. Receivers catch the ball and make something happen.
TJ, what do you see this year with this offense? Outside of a game against Carolina, a really bad team, it's mostly looked like the offense has not got it together, not found its flow. And we get that there was a quarterback change and all of the things that have gone into this. But even their running game, it doesn't look right. What do you see this year with the 49er offense that maybe is just why it's not clicking the way it has in years past?
2 words. Trent Williams.
Okay.
When Trent comes back, things will be, that dude is just so good as a football player, man. And he's an offensive lineman, and you wouldn't think like, oh, he matters that much. Yeah. Trent is that good of a player. And then also, Jimmy G coming off shoulder surgery. Is he going to be traded? Is he not going to be traded? Trey Lance gets hurt. So Jimmy G didn't get a ton of reps. Although he's a veteran, you still need reps. You still need to get in there and practice with the speed of the game and get your eyes and body adjusted to that. And so I believe I'm shocked, like some of the games that the Niners have lost, but this team has been there and done that. They know what it takes to win, but when they get Trent Williams back, I believe they'll be a lot better.
Can you elaborate on just how important that is? Because it seems like to me, a layman, Trent Williams is only blocking one guy. So if the play is going to the other side, how does Trent Williams' absence really affect that play when they're not even going to his side anyway?
Because now that left side, we don't worry about that side. So we can help everyone else out. So it makes everybody else's job easy because we don't need the help on Trent's side. And so it just makes it, number one, it gives Jimmy G and that quarterback peace of mind. That's a lot. But you're able to divert other resources to other players that may need help, and it just makes the offense flow easier.
TJ Houshmandzadeh with us on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. TJ, I wonder what your perspective is on the league as a whole. Tom Brady said a few weeks ago he sees a lot of bad football out there. Points are down. The margin of victory is down. We're seeing certain quarterbacks, Russell Wilson being the poster for this, where you're just like, what the hell's going on here, man? Like, a lot of people have said maybe it's the lack of a preseason, but we're already on to week 7. So how could it be that? What do you see and what do you think it is as far as the difficulties on the offensive side of the ball?
Defensive coordinators are going to make you earn it now. When I was playing, it was a lot of single high. Cover 3, cover 1. They'll always mix in 2 high here and there. Whether it's 4, 6, 2, whatever it may be, combination coverages, fire zones, whatever it may be. But now with Vic Fangio, that was something he really believed in, was playing a 2-high shell and making a team earn it all the way down the field. Let's see, will they make a mistake? And that's what everybody's doing. They're playing an over-the-top defense, forcing you to take the stuff underneath, and let's see if you can do that 10, 12 plays each drive without making a mistake. That's all they're doing. And offenses are making mistakes. They're forcing them to kick field goals, run the ball effectively. And that head coach is going to tell that defense coordinator, we got to stop the run. And that's where your big plays will come from. But everybody's just playing back and forcing you to throw the ball underneath.
So what's the offensive counterpoint to what defenses have done to try to limit them? Is it just as simple as trying to be patient and being effective, moving the ball slowly as opposed to going for the big plays?
I mean, you have to get big chunks in offense. I mean, you want to be able to get plays over 20, 25 yards as much as you can, but you can't force it. It's what we discussed earlier. You get the ball in the guy like B.A.'s hand and Debo's hand and Kittle's, they're good enough where they can turn 5 into 50. We've seen it. And so you make somebody miss a tackle, and you get missing, as we would say. And so that's the key. Get the ball in your playmakers' hands and let them make plays.
TJ, what kind of chance do you give the Niners against the Chiefs?
I give them a huge chance. Is Bosa playing?
Looks like it.
What about Armstead? Will he be back?
No.
Yeah.
The Niners have a chance because DeMeco Ryans, that defense is so good. The Chiefs, they're not the big play Chiefs of years past. If the Niners can pressure Mahomes, which I believe they will be able to, they have a chance. They're going to run the ball effectively. I actually do give, the more I think about it, what's the spread?
Started at 1.5, went up to 3, settled in at 2.5. This is in favor of the Chiefs. And by the way, to your earlier point, it's also trending like Trent Williams is going to return.
Yeah.
Man, Trent Williams play, I might go with the Niners, man. He's that good, dude. Like, that man can play some football, man. That dude can play. So I actually like the Niners' chances in this game just because they're going to run the ball effectively, and that defensive line and that front can pressure Mahomes.
TJ, man, it's always great to get your perspective. Appreciate you so much.
You guys take care, man. Appreciate you guys having me. Keep it up.
Okay, yes,
Thanks,
you too.
TJ.
There it is. TJ Hoosh Menzada. I think the greatest last name in the history of sports. I'm not afraid to say it.
Pretty good. My old pal Lone Neal would call him TJ. Who's your daddy?
Who's your mama? Who's your daddy?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
All that stuff.
He's the best, man. He's a real one. Really, really good.
And people on the YouTube thread saying you may have voice envy over TJ and his baritone.
I would, except for that's my dude. So he can, it's kind of like Nick Friedel can come in here and take a little shine, right? Who's can come in here and take a little shine? It's all good, right? I mean,
no doubt.
Gabe Kapler's allowed on this show. We allow that around here.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you don't have baritone envy.
No,
because,
it's a baritone fraternity, and there are many members. It's
Matt
all
Baritone.
good.
Thank you.
Not
That's
Baritone.
a solid 4, Matt Baritone. If you ever book Krusty the Clown, then maybe I'll be a little bit worried myself.
You're gonna be feeling it, bro.
Boy, yeah.
Does that not fire a Niner fan up though? When you're like, "What's wrong?" and he's like, "Trent Williams," and you're like, "Okay," and Trent Williams is coming back, and now you think back to, well, when did we see Trent Williams before? Because it's not like the offense was looking great, except for the only time we really saw Trent Williams. Right, you got Monsoon and Trey Lance, Chicago.
Sure.
Then you've got quarterback gets hurt in the middle of the game. Then you've got Denver, which was obviously just a sideways performance. You can blame it on whatever you want. But I guess the point is, if we can all agree that Jimmy has gotten better each week, and I believe that he has.
Yeah, he has.
Right? He was good at Carolina. Nobody was blaming him for Atlanta. We haven't seen that sort of now seasoned, no camp Jimmy, who seems to have his flow. We haven't seen that guy with Trent yet.
Right.
And because my point about Jimmy and the offense will be everything's going to look so much better when you start getting 5 yards on first down again. They keep getting 1 yard on first down, and that is not what they do well.
Yeah.
2nd and 9, 3rd and 8.
Well, no team does very well with that.
Right.
And especially when you're run heavy, you got to stay ahead of the sticks. And the fact that they couldn't run the ball against Atlanta, I thought was a bigger issue than just Trent Williams. But hearing TJ say that Trent coming back is going to change everything. And TJ Houshmandzadeh, who joined us, says that they should be able to run the ball. And if that's the case, then the 49ers are in a much better spot, because the best way to beat Patrick Mahomes is not facing Patrick Mahomes. And that's what we saw against Atlanta, where the Falcons held it for 34, 35 minutes. That's what the Niners are going to try to do. And if you can't control the clock, and like you're saying, Mark, win on first down, stay ahead of the sticks, long drives, keep the ball, even if it culminates in field goals, you at least will be keeping Patrick Mahomes and that high-octane offense on the sideline.
Well, look at what the Atlanta Falcons did last week. They kept getting 5 yards on first down.
Exactly.
And why? Well, here's my first guess. The entire defensive line was out. So they kept getting 5 yards on first down, and what do you see? All of a sudden you see an offense that you're like, well, I didn't really respect that offense. But all of a sudden, what are they doing? They're moving up and down the field. They scored 3 touchdowns. They surprised everybody. Nobody moved the ball against the 49ers like that. Defense was compromised. They didn't even have good backs. Their backs were compromised too. But Huntley and Algier, whoever the hell that is, they're breaking off 5 and 6 yards on first down, and all of a sudden a mobile quarterback is like, piece of cake. I can get 4 yards on these next 2 downs. They kept doing it. They scored. They got a 2-digit lead.
Yeah.
And the rest is history. Like, if the 49ers can run behind Trent Williams and start getting 4, 5, 6 yards on first down, this immediately becomes one of the better teams in football again.
Absolutely. And that, I don't think it's just as simple as Trent's back, therefore we're getting 5 and 6, but that might be a big piece to it. And you add in the fact that, Jimmy Garoppolo has been getting better each and every week, and TJ's protege, Brandon Ayuk, with the 2 touchdowns, he sure looked a little bit more intertwined and ingrained in the offense, and you add in Kittle getting healthier and Deebo Samuel and all the rest of it. It absolutely is the blueprint for the 49ers to win. I don't think that it's eschewing the run like they basically did against Atlanta because they couldn't run the ball. If Jimmy's going to throw it 35 and 40 times and you get into a shootout with Kansas City, I don't like the chances. No. But outside of Trent Williams, Nick Bosa is the other really key player. I don't think Mooney Ward is going to play. You're right about Armstead. He's probably going to be out. But if you have Trent Williams and Nick Bosa, I do like their chances.
Well, Bosa's huge, and as long as Ebukam is fine, and Menahu, like those, the pass rush. Look, watch the games this year. The pass rush, if it's effective, you can get to Patrick Mahomes. I said this last week, and yesterday we had this conversation. The game against the Bills was the first time where I went, oh, look at that, they missed Tyreek Hill. Because what Kansas City is now is a really good quarterback, is still a very effective offense, but its big play ability has gone way down. Like, they don't do things as quick. Remember when it felt like in the Super Bowl, 7 minutes to go, and all of a sudden it was just like the dam broke. It was just like bang, 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 touchdown, touchdown, touchdown. That big play, quick strike thing is a little bit less with Kansas City. We see flashes of it when they rallied to come back against the Raiders. That was one of them. We remember the primetime game against Tampa Bay where the Chiefs just absolutely went up and down the field. But outside of those 6 quarters, there's been a lot of Chiefs football that's been very stop-start. You know, I mean, if you go back and watch that Colts game, which I'm sure the 49ers have been doing all year, and even some of the others, like, you played the Bills a close game. You also only scored 20 points. Like, it was not, and the 49ers, even if some of their guys are out, as opposed to all of their guys are out, they've got the personnel on defense to keep this game in the 20s. And so, to me, that's the goal every week with this 49er offense, and unfortunately, it's not that easy to get there. But if that offense gets to 24, my gosh, that's a team that wins 75% of the time, I think.
But I don't think that you win against Kansas City 75%. I think getting to 24 is just the start in this ball game. The over-under is sitting at 48.5, and Kansas City's favored by 2.5. So basically 25-23 would be the approximate score, 26-23 type of a ball game. Kansas City leads the NFL in total points. They've scored more points than Buffalo. So even though you mentioned the uneven game against the Colts and kind of that weird game against Buffalo where they both had turnovers in the end zone, deep red zone turnovers, Kansas City's offense not as explosive without Tyreek Hill, but still very effective. And the thing that strikes me, Mark, the biggest matchup is going to be Travis Kelce against fill in the blank, because if you don't have Mooney Ward and you have to shuffle your secondary, I don't know if Jason Verrett is going to be back, and even if he is he going to be healthy enough to really be a shutdown corner? I wonder how DeMeco Ryans is going to scheme up the defense to try to take away Travis Kelce, because you take away Kelce, then you make Smith-Schuster beat you, and Mecole Hardman and Valdez-Scantling. You don't want Travis Kelce to be the guy who beats you.
No, exactly. And that's obviously not just the corners. The safeties will play in there as well. I'm looking forward to some Hufanga Kelce.
Hopefully Hufanga's out there.
Maneuvering. Hopefully he's out there. You're right. Yeah. I'm not here to diminish the Chiefs' offense. They're one of the best in the league. They do lead the league in points. I totally get that. I just also know the 49ers are one of the best defenses in the league, if not the best defense in the league, if they've got the majority of their personnel. I think they've got the stuff to keep the Chiefs under 30. I really do. The question then becomes, can they score 24? Can they get this to be a close game? And Trent Williams being back, that's what I'm watching. I'm watching for pressure on Mahomes, and I'm watching for 5 yards on first down. Those are the two things that I'm activated on for this game this weekend.
I'm focused on time of possession, which is one, because you need to win the time of possession battle. And when the 49ers are able to rush it 30 times, we know they win. When they're able to possess it for more than the opponent, they usually win. But the other thing that I'm concerned about is the mobile quarterback angle. And Patrick Mahomes does not run a 4.40. Kyle Shanahan actually was likening him to John Elway, the kind of a mobile quarterback who keeps plays alive, underhand passes, backhand flips, no look behind the back passes. So I'm going to be activated, as you like to say. I'll be activated by Patrick Mahomes outside the pocket, because if I'm Kansas City, every time I see Nick Bosa on the field, I'm running away from him. Right. I'm rolling out to the right. I'm going to try to move away from Nick Bosa. Much like the Niners don't want to let Travis Kelce beat you, if I'm Andy Reid, I don't want Nick Bosa to beat me.
No, you don't. But one of the reasons Nick Bosa is almost kind of the Trent Williams of the defense is, as TJ said, you got Trent Williams, now there's help on the other side, and you can do better things on the other side. I think the same is true for the defensive line. When we look at how they looked against Atlanta, to me it was obvious. There was no Nick Bosa. Nick Bosa, why do Omenahu and some of the other defensive linemen, Ebukam, why do they have such great stats? Well, because everyone's focused on Nick Bosa. And so those guys become so much more effective. So the Niners have everything they need to come at Mahomes from multiple angles and at least slow the roll. No one's stopping the Chiefs, but do they bust 40 on you? I don't think they do this weekend, which makes it a playable, close game. And so if Bosa and Williams play, that's the start. That's the start. Like, having neither of those guys in last week's game, to me, is the number one reason they looked the way they did.
It's a big part of it, absolutely. And, it's more than just Bosa. You mentioned it before. It's no Kinlaw, and he's on IR, and no Armstead, and you basically had a second-team D-line, and then you lose McGlinchey. You already were without Trent Williams, so you were kind of a glorified second-string offensive line. Jeff Wilson Jr. unable to get anything going, and after he fumbled, they didn't even go to him in the backfield. Shanahan relied exclusively on Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not as confident, even with Trent Williams and Nick Bosa out there. You look at Andy Reid's record off a loss, and I know Jimmy Garoppolo and Kyle Shanahan's record off a loss also extraordinary. For me, this game is going to come down to the kind of tempo. Kyle Shanahan hopefully looks at the fourth quarter from Atlanta and emulates that tempo from the start. We wanted him to hurry up against Atlanta. We don't want you to hurry up against Kansas City.
What kind of chances are you giving the Niners? We can certainly get to your calls, your texts, your reaction. 888-957-9570, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Your comments on Twitch and YouTube as well. Also coming up next, if you were not with us earlier, if you are not aware of what our Warriors insider, Anthony Slater, said about the Warriors locker room this year and how it is different than it has ever been in the last handful of years, you're going to want to hear this. We'll have that for you next. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a battle of MVPs.
The first unanimous selection in the entire history of the NBA. Steph Curry. It's my honor to announce that Nikola Jokic is this year's most valuable player.
Steph Curry and the Warriors host Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Our pregame coverage starts tomorrow at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
What's the best product I bought this year? Oh, that's easy. Salonpas pain relieving patches. The proven medicines in Salonpas patches reduce my pain and let me do the things I need to do every day.
In a recent clinical study, patients using Salonpas reported improved sleep, mood, and the ability to work. They had less pain and were able to reduce their use of oral pain medications.
For pain, I use Salonpas. It's good medicine.
Sponsored by Hisamitsu.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site would wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Dude, don't drop the baby. Like, I mean, classic. Like, you know what's funny about your situation, and I hope Adrian,
Dude,
I hope she's not listening.
The baby.
No, what's funny about your situation, parents who are parents for the first time are very different than parents who are parents for the third time. The great story that I always share is when Abe was a baby, he's crawling around, like we let him go. We're at the airport waiting for a flight. Abe starts crawling around on the floor, which is already pushing it, right? It's like a little bit gross down there on the floor of the airport.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, Abe goes and finds underneath a chair, he finds an M&M. And like any little kid, right? Like straight to the mouth. And he's going to go to the mouth. And I mean, both of us dive. I mean, dive. Like we're trying to save a ball from going out of bounds. We dive on the ground and pull the M&M out of his hands. And there's this 50-something woman who's sitting about 3 feet away. She just looks at both of us, now all three of us, down on the ground at the airport. She's got a wry grin on her face, and she looks at us and goes, "First child?" We're like, yeah, because if it's your third child, it's like, yeah, get some protein in there, get the M&M. Nice, good. You are in a situation where mom's a first timer, you're a third timer. You're handing the baby over your head, baby's going sideways. Mom's like, it's my baby. Like, what are you doing over here, dude?
Total, what are you
doing?
Exactly. I was trying to get baby Mila on for the YouTube audience, but I was told in no uncertain terms, Mila needs to sleep because I'm broadcasting from home today because the baby's been she's been giving us the business, Mark. And I made this analogy before.
That's a 15-yard penalty.
Totally
giving him the business.
My baby is like facing the Kansas City Chiefs. When she's hungry, it's like the Chiefs are on defense. She's on the sideline. She can't really hurt us. She's feeding. It's all good. When it's diaper time, that's where she hits you like the special teams because you don't know what you're going to get. She might hit you for a big play. But when this baby is crying, it's like trying to contain Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City offense. You're on your heels. You're just hoping to hold him to a field goal.
Well, I hope it's not diaper time coming up this Sunday at 1 o'clock. Before we get to any of the Draymond stuff, I think Brendan in Newark wants to talk about it a little bit. Hey, Brendan, you're on with Willard and Dibby. Dibby the daddy. What are you doing, Brandon?
I am running errands today. It's my one day off of work this week, so I'm trying to get as much stuff done, which is exactly what I need Kyle Shanahan to do. He needs to focus on the things that he needs to get done. Focus on a quality running game. Limit the outside noise of the iciness of the team and put them in a position where they can shut down a high-powered offense. D'Amico Ryans is doing a great job on defense. He's really putting it out there, but he's been given a hobbled team. He's been given a team that struggles to stay healthy. Having Trent Williams and Nick Bosa back is definitely going to help, and it's the right time to have them back because it's been kind of awful to see what should be the number one defense in the league struggle with easy teams.
I think he's plenty focused, Brendan. I think he's plenty focused. Can I ask you a question? You referred to the iciness of the team. What do you mean by that?
It was put out there earlier with the Warriors. The fact that Shanahan is just saying, well, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. We're going to keep putting out a quality work product. That doesn't work when you're looking at a high-profile NFL team. You need to put out a quality work product every week, or you're going to struggle. The fact is, we looked at the idea that Shanahan was going to be the coach of the future, the Harbaugh that we all thought we were going to get. And if he keeps referring to his data sheets rather than looking at the team that's in front of him and finding ways to dismantle them, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah, Brendan, it's fascinating. Thanks, Brendan. Really, really appreciate it, honestly. And I know there are a lot of people who share this. I just don't. I think the romanticism of Jim Harbaugh, it's just so funny to me. I attach it. I mean, Jim did great. Jim did some really, really good things here. But what I think fans are doing, and we do this to the Giants, we did it for years to Brandon Crawford and Brandon Belt and Buster Posey. It's like, where's your emotion? Why'd you scream? And right now there's Gabe Kapler who's like, yeah, it's the seventh inning. Nice. You have to come out. And we're like, where's Bochy's gut? So now we're doing it to Kyle Shanahan. Please stop asking for somebody who's not wired hot to act hot, because you'd hate it. You'd hate it. And there's zero evidence. Let me tell you, zero evidence that running hot and showing you something on TV that fires you up equates to wins. None. Bill Belichick on to Cincinnati. Totally. I mean, they're like, stop. Just because Jim was fun for you to watch on TV, you guys stop doing that to Kyle Shanahan. It does nothing. Means nothing.
Wins equate to wins. And you mentioned Kapler, but let's go back to Boch. 2007, the Giants go 71-91. 2008, they go 72-90. And no one was saying, oh, we like that homespun Bruce Bochy. We like his calm, grumbling demeanor.
And Posey wasn't here yet.
Exactly. And then, 2009, well, he had a good year. Yep. And then 2010, you win it, and the rest is history. And now Bruce Bochy might be a Hall of Famer. He didn't change one iota of his demeanor. So for me, if Kyle Shanahan wants to be and stuff and monotone and Captain Laminated Spreadsheet, it only is a bad thing if you don't win games. And Kapler is a great example. You win 107. Oh, the beard is fantastic. And analytics, what a genius. This year you win 81, and all of a sudden he's a clown.
And everybody's annoyed, right? Like,
exactly.
All these people can be is themselves, okay? Right. And then we can assess the results. And I know that some of you are going to now go, well, Kyle Shanahan has an under 500 record. Look, all you got to do is go back to where the Niners were when he got here. Just go back there for a second. And
they lost 24 of 25 over the course of 2 years.
So is he perfect? Is he above criticism? None of those things are true, and none of those things are being said. But this, gosh, this Kyle Shanahan is a weak coach, and he needs to be more like Harbaugh and get some crazy train in him.
Shout out Ozzy.
I want none of it. I literally want none of that from Kyle, and his players would see right through it. Now, speaking of iciness, and Brendan tried to sort of liken the Warrior locker room to the Niners one. I didn't get the comp, but for those of you who didn't hear what he's talking about, our Warrior insider, Anthony Slater, on 95.7 The Game yesterday with regard to Draymond and the current Warrior locker room.
There's iciness. I mean, there's no way around it. It's pretty obvious, and at this point, I'm not saying it can't change, and Draymond Green's belief, I would assume, is that his play will change the situation. But at this point, he feels a little bit isolated in the locker room, and I guess that was part of him coming back, is they were going to isolate him for however long until they felt the situation changed. But that's certainly 2 weeks in, or however long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's thought out very much.
See, now this to me, Dibs, this changes everything that we've been saying because it confirms so much. Like you and I and a lot of us around here, you watch the Warriors' facial expressions, you see things, and you're like, this doesn't look right and it doesn't feel right. But there's only so much that we can see. When someone who's in the locker room then goes, so here's what it looks like inside the locker room, and confirms that the Warriors aren't okay with this. That's really my only message on this one today. You can, no big deal, happens all the time. Gosh, why are we making so much of it? Who cares what I think and who cares what you think? The Warriors are not okay. And to me, that is that is definitely going to have some sort of an effect on this season.
It will when they face some tough times. Right now, when you boat race the Lakers, even Draymond Green's glad handing of the opposition, that's annoying. And you could see Andre Iguodala pantomiming just how annoyed and what he thought of the incident in the moment. But that's not something that's going to carry over because you win. If you get into a tough spot or people start playing poorly or there's a little bit of sniping or infighting, this thing is more likely to boil over because of the iciness that already exists. Think about it, Mark. You're coming off a ring night, and he's describing the locker room as icy.
But they also need him to guard Nikola Jokic tomorrow night. So that's a big part of this. More on that. We'll get to your calls on this. 888-957-9570. Steiny and JD loom for the changeover coming up here shortly as well. It's Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most RootMetrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
It's the bottom of the ninth, the game's on the line, and your small business needs a loan fast. What's your move? Go to OnDeck.com, America's largest online small business lender. With OnDeck, you can apply in minutes, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Go to OnDeck.com. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
From abortion to inflation, the issues in elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking them down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original political podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week, I'll talk with a range of experts to give you a no-fuss 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep, there's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
Is your old bulk tank water heater dying? That's a good thing, because now you have the perfect excuse to get that Navien tankless water heater. Hot water as much as you need, only when you need it. Your old tank hot water heater kept pouring your money into itself. A Navien only heats water when you need it heated. Rest of the time, you're just saving the bucks. Put new life into your hot water. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com today and check out Navien's strong warranty too. Water, heat it only when you need it with Navien.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
In San Rafael, sunny and warm, highs near 80.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Cut up six-pack rings and reduce your use of plastic to help keep it out of our waterways and oceans. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
The annual Harmony Walk to End Hunger and Homelessness in Richmond is October 22nd. Register at gripcares.org. Hear local music, take your kids to the bounce house, and make a difference together. Register now at gripcares.org.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Look, it's honestly not debatable. The world loves drama, okay? There are television networks, movies, television and radio content that are based on the drama. But the funny thing is if you look at this solely through the eyes of a sports fan, you don't want that in this form. We love dramatic games. But, like, if I gave you Warrior tickets tomorrow night and I said to you, I'm going to offer you two things. With 1 minute to go in the game, the Warriors are up by 12, or the Warriors are down by 1. Which are you taking?
Down by 1.
Really? Are you?
Absolutely, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
I want
it's
the
memorable,
dub.
it's exciting.
Yeah, but what if they lose?
Then there's 80 more of these babies.
Okay, what if it were a playoff game?
Well, then I would take the 12-point lead.
Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I
I think there is a difference there in terms of...
There is. But I guess what I'm saying is, like, the drama, you don't want it just for the sake of drama. Like, as a fan, if you go through last year's Warriors team, which many of us agreed was one of the most fun experiences a fan you could ever have.
Yeah.
I mean, there was drama within the season and the journey and the playoffs. Like, it was much more fun than the KD era because, like, we weren't sure if they were going to win, and then they won. But you didn't want this. You didn't want storylines that were off the court. You didn't want unnecessary drama. And so we're all going to tune in for this. We're going to watch this thing unfold. I'm super interested to hear Steiny's take here in about 6 or 7 minutes because the last 2 days he's sort of rung the bell of if this is what it looks like, then they're done. And then Anthony Slater came in a couple hours later and goes, this is what it looks like. And so if there's iciness and Draymond is leaning into it, like I'm going to be unapologetic and just roll here, we're going to follow this dramatic story. It's not the drama that we want.
No, but we want the on-court drama. And I was thinking about, as you were laying that out, last year's playoffs, Memphis series, Dallas series, Boston series. The Memphis series was incredible because there was drama. Now, we didn't want to see GP2 get assaulted going to the hoop, but that happened. And then the Warriors had to respond, and then Ja got hurt, and the series was chippy. That was incredible. The Dallas series was largely forgettable. That thing was mostly one-sided. Yeah. Once they broke Luka Doncic, that was it was a fait accompli. You knew how that thing was going to play out. And then the Boston series, again, was incredible. You had the blank you Draymond chants, which, Boston might have been ahead of the curve there in terms of the anti-Draymond sentiment. Warriors go down 2-1. Steph has a game for the ages in 4. They come back and win the whole thing. So we do want drama, but it's just not the drama that Draymond Green has brought to the team.
See, but you want drama because you know what happened. This is an after-the-fact conversation. You want drama because it worked out. You don't want the drama. Like if Boston had won Game 4, I don't want that drama. I want nothing to do with that drama. Like I want a 3-1 lead. I don't want to be down by 3-1 because it sets the stage for a dramatic comeback. I want the team to win.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but at the same time, we talked about like which championships we favor of the 4, and the one that we put in 4th place of the chips was the second KD run because we knew basically that they were going to win it. So you're right. It's easy to say, oh, I love the drama after the fact, but also in the moment. I went to the clinching game against Dallas with my my future father-in-law, and that baby was open. That thing was over, rather, by the end of the second quarter. So you're right in terms of, yes, we love drama after we know how it ends up, but I also like the excitement of last year and not knowing how that thing was going to turn out.
Well, and the other side to this is, and I think this is true with a lot of sports entertainment, it's even true in radio stations. We want everything to sound kind of like have a fraternal vibe. You want it to sound like a fraternity that you want to be a part of. And so I don't necessarily know if this matters all that much in the end. Everyone's got an example or two of where it didn't hurt a team. But doesn't it matter? You want your players to like being around one another. You want them to like each other. And we're fully aware that there's all kinds of stuff going on behind the scenes. And so, no, not everybody is going to be best friends. But if you look at the history of doing feature stories on sports players and whatnot, we dig it when guys are like, yeah, so this is actually how we roll off the court. This is what we vibe with after a game. Jordan Poole with his conversation to the media last week, and we got led into the fact that he and Wiggins are actually really, really tight. Like they're really tight friends, and so they sign extensions a few hours apart, and there was a real connectivity there, and everybody really, really loves that. So we want our guys to be connected. We want our guys to look like they're having fun. If we're having fun, you're having fun is kind of the thing. And so the reason this hit me yesterday in such a way is that it just, as a fan, that doesn't feel good. I don't want Draymond Green calling LeBron over and having the whole bench stare at him, one of them making complete fun of him, with the rest of them looking like somebody just stole their lunch. That's not like, and on ring night, and you're beating the Lakers, like everybody should be over there laughing, having a good time.
Right.
You're up by 20 on the Lakers, and instead they all look like they were car sick.
It's kind of like when you go to a concert, right? And you want to believe that your favorite band, that they're buddies and they're all rocking out together. When the lead guitarist and the bass player go back to back and they're both jamming in the moment, we all want to believe that they're enjoying playing the music as much as we're enjoying watching and listening to the music. And I think you're right in terms of our sports. And maybe it's different in football because there's so much edge and violence that you can't possibly have that same level of, camaraderie. You don't often see offensive linemen high-five each other after a 3-yard gain because they double-teamed on the nose guard. It's just kind of a different vibe. It's more territorial, and it's, more of like sports warfare, but especially in terms of this NBA team, right? With the Splash Brothers, Steph Curry, the Shimmy Shake, and Clay, the Claymaker, and all the rest of it. We want these guys to enjoy playing as much as we're enjoying watching them, and we've gotten used to that. And so to not see it now in a short, small sample size, it makes it a little bit off-putting.
It's fully against what we've come to know. Like, think of all the slogans through the years. They all sort of have that same connected vibe. We believe. Strength in numbers. We're a group. We're together. We're this. We're that. Oh, I'm sorry, Anthony Slater. What's that?
I have never felt as much of a separation between Draymond and the Warriors than this moment. But again, both sides are saying, like, hey, look, we're trying to win a title. And we all know, like, if a title is won, if a playoff run happens and Draymond Green is awesome in it, we're going to be talking plenty about that and probably wanting to interview him post-game after he shuts down Jokic in a big win in Denver or something like that. So circumstances can change is all I'd say, but they are a little odd right now.
We believe, strength in numbers. We are separate.
No, the new slogan is icing on the cake.
Right. That's not bad.
Thank you.
It's not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Yeah.
All right. Steiny and JD are in as we get ready for Changeover 2 here on 95.7 The Game here on Willard and Dibs. Hello, gentlemen. How we doing?
What's going
on? We've been waiting for you. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Come and knock on our door.
Three's Company, too.
I did. I went there. No, we've been waiting for you because it felt like the last 2 days we sort of threw out, like, man, this is what it feels like, and this is what it looks like, looks on faces, Draymond, LeBron, and each day you've been like, well, if it is that, they're done. Yeah. And then Anthony Slater came in later in the day and went, it is that. So is that your opinion?
I think they're in trouble. If Slater's right, I do think they're in trouble.
Pretty sure Slater's right. I mean,
so now
no reason to believe he's wrong.
There.
He's there watching it with his own eyes.
What? Oh, thank you, Sam.
I was going to say I need my Steiny. Steiny, yeah, I'm not there, bro. You're holding out on me.
Yeah, question is,
man,
is he checked? Is he checked out? Is he checked out?
Not like Iguodala was, but
well, okay, that's an interesting question. Is he checked out? If you're watching when he's on the floor, no, he did not look checked out. In the third quarter, when he wanted to talk to LeBron, he looked checked out. That's exactly what checked out looks like. Hey, LeBron! Like, dude.
Did you see my documentary? I had Steiny on it, and Guru, and Damon. It was great.
I didn't like the documentary. But he also said he had a pot.
Even though you were on it?
So
anyway,
today he was talking at a tech conference, Draymond, and
like a technical foul conference.
Like a
is that for real?
Silicon Valley, yeah,
some business thing today. Okay.
Yeah, he was.
It'd be a lot cooler if it was a technical foul conference.
16 and you get suspended.
Thank you, Jay.
It's just a short presentation. Here's what you can't say to a ref. Anyway, go ahead.
I kind of forgot what I was going to say.
No,
what did he say? What did he say, JD? Something that was interesting.
Yeah, he was talking about the fact that Elon Musk.
No. Before that, he talked about.
He remembered.
He had done a podcast after the Jordan Poole, but he didn't drop it because he didn't want teammates to think he was doing anything that was self-serving.
Oh, we didn't want
like
a documentary on TNT.
Right.
My God.
Got it.
This guy
Willard, you're growing tired of Draymond Green.
Well, you keep coming in here and saying that. I'm not. It's not. There's no fatigue. It's not a buildup. It's this whole situation. What I have finally arrived at is it sounds like. Because we've worked through it from a number of angles for 2 weeks now, and like many arguments, whether it's Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey, the world works you into one of two sides of a fence. And the fence on this one appears to be big deal or no big deal. I'm on big deal side.
I am too.
That's all. It's not personal. I think this is a problem.
JD?
Want to know. And I mean, it just, I think it is a big deal.
I think they think it's a big deal.
I think it is a big deal, so I don't want to downplay it in that vein. But I also think this team's talented enough and connected enough on the court to where they can go out and win enough to get themselves in a position where the playoffs come, and then at that point, maybe you put all the different agendas aside for 2 months and try and make a run. So that's where I think it ultimately gets to, or at least they're hoping is the best version of where they can get it to.
Ideally, you would take this whole situation and bubble wrap it until April, JD, to your point, because, if there's going to be ups and downs in any regular season, but in a normal year without this controversy, the ups and downs, you could navigate it and it's no big deal because it's just the NBA season and this is the way it goes. But this thing, the way it started and the way that Draymond has exacerbated it, makes it so that when you do hit that rough patch, when you lose 4 of 5, when Draymond Green throws a pass to somebody and James Wiseman bobbles it out of bounds off his leg and Draymond stomps around, there's going to be less tolerance to this sort of, cantankerous behavior now that all this has happened.
It's changeover 2. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app.
Can they overcome it? Yes. And listen, here's the way I look at it, and it's a way to protect myself. But if they win the title, then it was something they could get over.
No.
If they don't win the title, well, then it was too big in a way. And I don't really know what it is. I just know it's a long season. It's a long season, and if it's meant to bubble up, it's going to bubble up. Like, it's not going to go away. If it's not that big a deal, then I do think they can handle it, and I do give them a better chance than most teams because they got Steph, they got Clay, they got Kerr, they got Iguodala, they got all those guys. So yeah.
Here's an example.
Spiced up the year, that's for sure.
Yeah, here's an example of what I'm talking about, though. Like we've been waiting for 2 weeks of like, what's Jordan think, right? And then we sort of got just a touch of it. Like, yes, they can still play basketball together, but we've walked away with the vibe of like, Jordan's not going to just be over it, but like, we can play basketball, but no, I don't really like you. And there was the young guy, old guy thing, right? And the money. And so we discussed all that. Here's why the other night also grabbed my attention. If Andre Iguodala is literally called by his coach the adult in the room, and that's what he's doing that's what the adult in the room is doing on the bench.
The double fist twist?
If that's what the adult in the room is doing, then
what
do we got?
About the kids?
This is the kind of thing that I think is important too. And I think there's a big segment of fans that say, who cares? But that is the kind of thing. Like, to me, chemistry's way more important in basketball than baseball or football. That's just me. But I think most people agree with it. Go ahead, JD.
I just think Iguodala is, it's unique because my initial thought to that is, well, that's faux leadership. And in some ways, I think Iguodala is kind of I don't want to, like, they all praise him, so I give him credit for that. But I think the concept of Iguodala being this leader is a little overblown. Like, I like, to be they would vehemently disagree with that.
Yeah.
But that being said, I think Iguodala going to the gesture, we'll call it, I think
good word.
I think in a way that's it kind of keeps everybody together in the sense of he's kind of looking at Draymond like, yeah, bro, look at you with LeBron, and he's saying it to Steph, and Steph's like, yeah, look at this guy with LeBron, and it kind of keeps it
like it real.
It keeps it light, and it keeps it. It's like, so everybody kind of knows
it's
Draymond's LeBron fetish or friendship or whatever it is.
I like fetish.
And
pushing it anyway.
I think it's appropriate.
So you might as well just acknowledge it and try and laugh about it, because we all know that it's there. We've all known that it's been there. Everybody knows that it's there.
Well, now that you said that, what if the Warriors know Draymond's gone? Like they knew KD was gone.
Right.
But KD kind of kept it alive, but somehow Draymond had, like, they all know this is it.
Except for KD was gone by choice, and I don't know. Like, I know you're sort of pushing the idea that maybe like Draymond already knows he's gone to LA, but Draymond also sat in front of a microphone a week ago and said, I have a 2-year contract for so-and-so 50 some odd $1 million. If Draymond's gone next year, doesn't it feel more likely that it's the Warriors' choice? It
depends on how he wants to play the leverage, because he has the leverage to the extent where if he wants to opt in, then the Warriors can deal him wherever the Warriors want to deal him. He loses the control of his destination. If in fact that he wants to go to LA, and based on his fawning over LeBron, that seems likely. And maybe part of his contract is he gets to babysit Bronny as well. Maybe he gets to move into LeBron's house as part of the deal. But if he opts out, doesn't he then control his next destination?
Yeah,
if someone wants to pay him.
Well, exactly. and that's why
I think the money's not important to him, though. Maybe he just, you know what? Maybe he knows right now, I'll go sign a mid-level with the Lakers next year for 3 years.
But I'm not convinced he's going to have to do that. I think if he has a good year and the Warriors win it again, I think he can opt out and get get a 3-year, maybe 80, 90.
But the Lakers couldn't give him that.
No. How come?
Because they're
90?
Because they're over the cap.
But Westbrook comes off. I figured he's got to.
That's 47 coming off the books.
Nevertheless, somebody's. Of course. But I think. I think there's a scenario if he plays 65, 70 games and is really good again.
No, you may not be wrong, and that may actually be the kumbaya way for this to go, because what Draymond and the Warriors are also aware of is that someday there's a statue at Chase Center waiting for this guy. I don't think anybody, Warriors included, no matter how angry everybody might be behind closed doors, nobody is looking for a controversial exit. But if Draymond were to opt out and sign elsewhere, well, there's your just plausible kind of deniability of the whole thing. Boy, we put all this money into Poole and Wiggins. We want to have some money left for Clay. We're paying Steph. Like, we did not feel financially like it was right for us to do this at this time. It's a parting where nobody would have to say,
right,
I'm mad at you. It would just be, okay.
By the way, I'm no statue for Draymond.
Really?
There's only one statue, and it's to Steph Curry. That's the way I would play it.
I don't think that'll be the way it goes. I mean, Kevin Durant thinks he's getting a statue.
Yeah.
But look at
the other three are getting a statue.
But why? There's no statue of Pippen or Rodman in Chicago.
Oh,
right.
This is Chicago.
There are there's different levels of honorarium, and the statue is at the top of the heap. Like, think about the Giants. Bonds doesn't have a statue. Actually, there's another level. Like Willie Mays, he actually has property, and Willie McCovey,
got a plaza.
He's got a plaza, and McCovey's got a cove. Okay, and then you get down to the next level. Like Steph Curry, he is worthy of a plaza and/or a cove.
I would agree with that.
Then give him the whole arena.
There's a park they're building next to it. They could just make
exactly.
It Steph
that could be the
Park.
Steph Curry. Maybe the Splash Plaza, whatever. Statue level is another one. Now Draymond gets his number retired, no doubt. So does Clay. So does Steph. But as you move up in the honorarium pecking order, Draymond does not get statuified. Now, Clay maybe. Clay's
can't do one without the other.
I think it's all three of them.
Yeah, can Steph have his own statue, and then the three of them have a separate statue?
But how many statues do the Giants have? Like Mays, McCovey,
Marichal.
I mean, those are the three.
Cepeda's got a barbecue or whatever that is out there.
He's got a bowl, the cha-cha bowl.
The Warriors, what? Chamberlain,
has a bowl
Rick
too,
Barry, and Steph. That's it.
But you're comparing it to the Giants, who did all that at a time and won a total of 0 championships. This is different level of iconic.
But Willie Mays is considered one of the best players in the history of his sport.
Who on the Giants would have a statue?
Posey.
Okay, but that's it.
Maybe Bumgarner.
Belton Crawford.
I mean, Timmy is iconic enough that people would love it.
Yeah.
They would love it, even though it was short.
There's a case for Bumgarner and a case for Lincecum that are two different cases.
There's a case for Bumgarner just because of 2014.
Yeah.
Like they need to rename the garden for Tim Lincecum and mix in some new plantings. Come on.
Is Bumgarner snot rocketing in the statue?
Thank you. Has to be.
Is that happening? Anyway, listen. I mean, what the Warriors will do that, right? I know that they will, but I think you agree with the larger point, which is that nobody is interested in a controversial parting at any point.
Nobody's interested in that?
Are the Warriors?
I would agree, but
are they motivated for this to be some sort of like hot sports radio debate, screaming departure thing?
No, I think the Warriors would like it kind of to be made easy for them.
Which is an opt-out and sign somewhere else, isn't it?
Yeah, I would think so.
It doesn't seem like Draymond's going to take the path of least resistance, though.
Well, but the other thing is Joe Lacob, and I think we have this sound from the other night on NBC Sports Bay Area, said, this doesn't have, I know everybody's saying Last Dance, but it doesn't have Last Dance feel to me. Draymond's under contract for 2 more years. I think the organization is going to set that up like 2 years. That's what we're counting on. so that if he does opt out, it's on him.
Right.
Sure.
Because,
I get that. But I don't think they have been hammering 2 years. Because when Dibs and I were talking to Bob Myers, he was very clearly hammering, and so was Mike Dunleavy Jr., this year.
Right.
This year. Enjoy this year.
But I think Lacob was protecting against, this might not be the last run. Draymond may come back next year.
It's not a last dance because the other guys are still going to be here.
Well, that's what I wanted to define the dance.
Yeah, it's not a last dance. If he leaves, it's not a last dance.
Well, I don't know.
Something pivots.
It's a last chance.
Something pivots, though. Something changes when Draymond leaves, and I don't know what we'll say.
I'm pretty sure it pivoted last Saturday when they gave 2 non-last dance members over $100 million each.
That's a good point.
That was a pivot right there.
What if Draymond goes to the Warriors and says, season's over, this is in the summertime, he says, I'm opting in, but I want you to trade me. And you want to trade, you want me gone, this and that, and the other, like kind of a mutual parting, in essence. I want to get my money.
But he would say then, this team or these teams.
Or he goes full Iguodala.
Well, what do you do? Yeah,
I don't know what you do, but like that had Anthony Davis vibes, James Harden vibes, and Draymond's not that dude. Meaning, like, Draymond cannot be like, trade me to this team and this team only. I just, like, that's kind of reserved for ones. That's reserved for people who average over 25 points a game.
If you're getting $27 million and you can opt in, you've got a certain. I'm with JD on that. You got a certain amount of control to the extent of. I'm opting in. I don't want to be here, and you don't want me here. What are you going to do?
$27 million is not what it used to be. By the way, this is not. This is an average level star contract in the NBA now.
But no self-respecting bad team would trade for Draymond Green, knowing he's not going to play for them, essentially.
Right.
Because we've seen that. So wipe out 24 teams, probably. So the only teams that are really going to be interested are teams that think he can put them over the hump, which I think is probably 6 or 8 teams, maybe.
I don't know. I mean, that just makes it feel to me like you guys think Draymond would have more leverage in that situation than he has. If this team will pay $80 million for a 1-year Kelly Oubre experience, then if they really wanted Draymond to be gone, he could come in and say, I'm opting in, and they're like, great, don't show up.
But at that point,
you're cut.
No, you're not going to cut him.
No, but they could. Like, if he's going to play hardball, so can they.
Yeah, but
at 27, though, is really like 65 at that point.
Right, but they paid 80 for Kelly.
And it's also that at that point, part of the acknowledgement for Draymond would be, I'm done. Like, I'm done with you. Like, I want my money, but I'm done with you, which is something that we all are kind of saying he's doing, but he's not. Like, at that point, he would actually be doing it.
He's an asset. Like, they would make the right business decision. I don't think they would make it personal. You would turn it into, he's an expiring deal, and you would do what you do with expiring deals. The question would be, if that were to drag on, does he play? Like, we've watched, Ben Simmons, we've watched people who are just like, I'm not going to play while this gets figured out.
See, my question would be, they turned Durant into Russell, into Wiggins. That was a different point than they're at now. I think if
a better player.
If Draymond were to opt out at the end of the year, they probably would just let him go.
Let him go.
This time. They wouldn't have a placeholder because he's going to cost, that now they're sky high
and
over.
They're less in need of they needed placeholders in 2019.
Here's the other thing. You mentioned Oubre, which is fair. I think they'll acknowledge that was a mistake. Like,
oh, sure.
Like, that was, they were just trying to hang on in the wake of Clay getting hurt. And, but yes, they were willing to do that, but they're not going to do that again.
Oh, I don't think they want. That's what I mean by they'd make the right business decision. I mean, we're coming up with all kinds of scenarios, but if he were to do that, I'm gonna opt in, but I'm gonna demand a trade. They'll handle that like business people.
Sure,
they'll handle they will not handle it personally or emotionally. They will be very businesslike. Would be my prediction.
Yeah,
right?
It'd be fascinating, though, because if he does that, and there's the 24 teams Steiny mentioned, they know that if they acquired him, he wouldn't show up. So then the Warriors are in a little bit of a tight spot to where now you got to force a trade to a team that's amenable to Draymond, and that probably is only one team.
And we know I say we because I'm a Warrior at heart. We're not going to get value for Draymond because he's more important to us than any other team.
Just becomes an expiring deal.
Yeah.
Which,
Could be interesting.
Yeah, feeble way for it to go if it ends up going that way. But, all right, Steiny, JD, Dibs, see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. I'm back in tomorrow for sure.
Here we go.
All righty.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Matt Steinmetz along with John Dickinson in for Guru today. And we've got Warriors, we've got 49ers, Cam Inman at 2 o'clock. And I'll follow up on where we were with the changeover with Draymond Green, but then I do want to get into the 49ers at 12:30 with JD. Where the Warriors are, it's just a very interesting spot. And how hard do you think it's going to be? Forget the media, because they're easy to villainize. How big of a deal are we going to be monitoring Draymond Green essentially all year?
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's content for us as well, which is a big part of it.
All right.
I mean, we already done it. We're talking about him at this tech conference today. What did we talk about coming off of game one? I was listening to you and Goo yesterday. You're talking about him calling LeBron over and what a bad look that was. And we're talking about the documentary and like that stuff's not going away by any stretch.
Well, I guess that's what if?
Here's the other reason we're doing.
Can there be a game? Hold on. Can there be a game where Draymond just plays and nothing happens and we won't talk about it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But we're going to be more, and I'm saying we as the media or sports radio in general, we're going to be more focused on the other stuff because, frankly, and there's a rat on the table at 12:18.
Oh, don't do it. I think I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
Because it's more compelling than the actual games are.
I knew you were going to say that.
And I'm not saying I necessarily believe that, but a lot of people do believe that. You don't like that. Why don't you like that?
Because
the game Tuesday was uncompelling.
Well, I think that had something to do with the opponent.
Sure.
Right?
Well, the Warriors are better than a lot of teams. Warriors might be better than all the teams.
Are you setting up a boring year for the Warriors? A 60-win boring year?
Not saying it's boring, and Warrior fans are going to eat it up. I mean, Warrior fans loved Tuesday. Didn't even play an A game and still damn near beat the Lakers by 30.
I think it's going to be compelling aside from Draymond.
Sure. I mean, there are dynamics between the young guys and the old guys, and how do they blend the two, and how do they play when that? I don't believe it, but I do think there is going to be extra attention to the outside because what's actually going on the floor is the Warriors won again. How'd they do it?
No doubt. I mean, they're looking like all things being equal, they're gonna be a darn good team this year. There's no doubt about it. Slater calling it icy, and that Draymond's isolated to me is interesting. The one thing I do want to get into at some point today is how it's going to look, and what I mean by how it's going to look is, Steve Kerr tried to play 11. Well, he played more than that, but he, ideally would love to play 11. Knows he probably can't. Moses Moody only played 8 minutes on Tuesday, and Kuminga only 13. How is that, how do you think it's going to play out with the organization knowing, JD, whether they want to or not, they've got to develop Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody?
I think there's built-in minutes for Wiseman every single night if they want to take it that way. And you look up at the end of the night, what he played, 16, I think, something like that. I think that's about in line with what I figured it would be. I think JaMychal Green and DiVincenzo and Poole are going to play a lot. It was not surprising that those were the three players that played the most among the bench group. And JaMychal Green and DiVincenzo are the glue in this thing. I talked about it on the post game on Tuesday night. They are the glue to the bench. For all the headlines that the Kumingas and the Wisemans and the Moody's are getting, they're still, I think, when push comes to shove in the bigger moments, going to get less minutes than some of the veteran-type players. You can kind of pick and choose between Kuminga and Moody, I think, on a given night, and one of those guys can get 15 or so. Can they both? I think we've seen right now when this team is whole, they both cannot get that much, and at least for the first game, Steve Kerr chose Kuminga over Moody to play a bigger role.
Right. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's also the number of the Xfinity mobile text line. And we're going to come back to the Warriors, but we were going to, JD, start with the 49ers. And here's the thing. And the big news of the day, not of the day, but the week, I think, for the 49ers is that Jim Harbaugh is coming back on Sunday. They're honoring the 2012 team that went to the Super Bowl. And Jim Harbaugh is an interesting guy. Obviously, he and Jed York had a falling out. It looks like maybe they've buried the hatchet. I think there are parallels between Harbaugh and Shanahan, and I do like the comparison between the two. I think there is a comparison to be made between Kyle Shanahan and Harbaugh. And who would you want? Who do you like? They're different, but they're similar. And I just heard the morning show Dibs and Willard talking about, well, who could win? Who do you want to win one game? And I was like, boy, that's a good question. I think I know who I'd take. But I just want to kind of talk about Kyle Shanahan and the Jim Harbaugh era. I was throwing some stuff out to you. I know I'm all over the place here, JD. I was saying, I wonder if Harbaugh could have survived if John Lynch were his general manager instead of Trent Baalke.
Yeah, and I wonder about that as well, because I think the friction that grew between those two was a big part of why things ultimately didn't work out. I think having somebody that as respected as John Lynch is within the franchise and within the league, it couldn't have hurt Harbaugh, but I also could see Harbaugh thinking, you know what, John Lynch is a great guy, but he's kind of a figurehead when it comes to actually being Italian evaluator and a drafter in comparison to that of Trent Baalke, who was the quintessential old school scout who toward the end, it obviously fell apart as far as a lot of his picks, but he did make a lot of picks that helped the 49ers get to the point where they were in position to contend for championships. I thought it was interesting. But yeah, having a guy like Lynch mend maybe some of the friction between ownership and Harbaugh was fascinating. But like, who doesn't respect John Lynch? But I could see a guy like Harbaugh as I'm trying to think of the right word, as I could see him complex.
Okay.
I could see Harbaugh respecting John Lynch as a man and as a former football player, but maybe not respecting him as a personnel guy, and then that could have the potential to get a little weird.
Let me ask you this, because this is Shanahan's sixth year, and Harbaugh coached 4 years. Who do you think the fans like more, or think is a better coach? And I'll just throw that out to 49er fans at 888-957-9570. And JD, I'm not. You're more of a Harbaugh guy than me.
Yes,
we've talked about this a lot. I'm not a huge Harbaugh guy, but if you look objectively at the numbers that he accumulated with the 49ers, I mean, he was a hell of a coach for 4 years, and maybe
their worst year was 8-8. His fourth year, when everything was falling apart and everybody knew he was going to be gone.
Exactly.
And they were still 7-4 on Thanksgiving that year. So they lost 4 of the last 5 to get to 8-8.
Exactly.
So the worst part of his whole tenure was basically the last month.
Right. So one thing we could do is, I'll tell you what, we can do this. We'll give Kyle a little break, and we can take out the first 2 years when he was essentially rebuilding, although Harbaugh did a great job with his first team that nobody thought was going to be able to do anything. But Jim Harbaugh coming back for The 10th anniversary of the San Francisco 49ers team that made the Super Bowl. We'll see if Colin Kaepernick comes back. But here's the question. It's been 10 years since Harbaugh was the coach here. Who do you prefer? Harbaugh or Shanahan? I think it's a fun comparison, and I'll tell you who I would choose. Not that it matters. On the other side, on 95.7 The Game.
It's a battle of MVPs.
The first unanimous selection in the entire history of the NBA. Steph Curry. It's my honor to announce that Nikola Jokic is this year's most valuable player.
Steph Curry and the Warriors host Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Our pregame coverage starts tomorrow at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Like bones, your teeth lose density and become weaker over time, which can lead to tooth decay. And that can make your visit to the dentist feel like this. But if you want your dental visit to feel like this, try Crest Densify. Crest Densify actively rebuilds tooth density to extend the life of teeth by remineralizing enamel. Densify from Crest, the #1 toothpaste brand in America. Smile, Crest has you covered.
Okay, I've got to put in a plug for Kohl's lowest prices of the season. I got myself a pair of cozy sweats for under $18. Found my sister the cutest boots for Christmas, just $29.99. And with the 50% off kitchen and dining essentials, I'm all set to host for the holidays. Not to mention, I got 80% off clearance finds and earned Kohl's cash. So yeah, get to Kohl's and thank me later. Select styles ends October 23rd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Big O Tires proudly sells its own brand of affordable tires, and each set comes standard with the nation's greatest warranty. Now through October 30th, save $100 instantly on select Big O brand tires with installation purchase. Visit your locally owned Big O Tire store for offer details.
details.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Are you seeing the telomeres here? Come here, look at the scope.
Dr. Ocasio's lab startup just discovered a gene therapy breakthrough.
The cells have already doubled.
He needs a fleet of research assistants before this breakthrough breaks them.
We need lab techs, research assistants.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
When Big Mobile charges you an arm and a leg, they're taking your money and your power. And your arm and leg. Boost Mobile gives your power back with an unlimited plan for $25 a month on one of America's largest 5G networks. We can't give you back your arm and your leg because we're not qualified surgeons. Unless you're an iguana who can grow limbs back. Switch to Boost and get an unlimited plan for $25 a month. Boost Mobile. Unleash your power. New customers only. One line, $25 per month with auto pay. Additional restrictions apply. See boostmobile.com for details.
I'm Joe Montana.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. And you know who else is going to be in? Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh is going to be in town on Sunday as the 49ers honor their 2012 team. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic reporting that. He texted Harbaugh, and Harbaugh said, yeah, he'll be there on Sunday against the Chiefs.
And the Niners doing this, I think, on Michigan's bye week, which also helps facilitate that.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I'd never root for Michigan except one time a year, JD, and that's when they play Penn State. So good for them this weekend. Good for them this weekend. You know, we're just talking about Harbaugh and Shanahan and kind of comparing and contrasting, and you kind of forget how good those Harbaugh teams were, especially during the regular season. 44-19-1 is Harbaugh's record. I will say this, though, and if you want to weigh in, the question is your heart panging for a guy like Jim Harbaugh right now, if you're a 49er fan or you like Kyle Shanahan? And the one thing, 888-957-9570, that's also the Xfinity mobile text line. The one thing, because we're getting some Harbaughs on the Xfinity mobile text line. But I think the one thing that Harbaugh has going for him is he was more popular than I think Shanahan is. But the reason is because the fan base knew Harbaugh was taking on Jed York and that they had an issue. And because Jed York isn't the most likable person, at least as he comes through on the media, most people were behind Harbaugh in the Harbaugh-Jed York falling out. And so I think there's just more of an attachment to Harbaugh than Shanahan from most 49er fans. 888-957-9570.
Yeah, and I also think right now means a lot, too, because there's been a lot of high and low on Shanahan. And anytime the 49ers either lose a game or at a point in their season where it feels like they should be better, and this is the second consecutive season now where for a good chunk of it the conversation is they should be better, right? And so I think a little bit of the immediacy bias, not necessarily even a recency bias, but immediacy is, well, Shanahan's got this team underachieving right now and people are frustrated and it needs to be better. I think in the big picture, as I look out at it, I think in so many ways, Kyle Shanahan and Jim Harbaugh are different versions of the same. They both had tremendous playoff success, but didn't win the big one, which is really hard to do. I think there's an old school, new school vibe to it in terms of the way that they want to play. But even that is, I think, more similar. Shanahan wants to run the ball for as much as he's a creative offensive mind. Harbaugh was the quarterback whisperer, right?
Yeah.
In some ways. Like, you could make a case Harbaugh helped to develop Colin Kaepernick for
No doubt.
the first 2 years of his career, and then things fell off once it became apparent that Harbaugh wasn't going to be around. I mean, that Harbaugh fallen off to where everybody knew he wasn't going to be around, and the drop in Colin Kaepernick's play,
right,
those were parallel to each other, like almost in lockstep with each other. But the one thing you can't separate when you start to look at them is the fact that Jim Harbaugh had a ton more regular season success than Kyle Shanahan. Like, his teams were just more buttoned up, week in, week out. Fewer of those games where you're thinking they should go handle the Niners with Harbaugh handled business in games like the Falcons and the Bears, which this 49ers team hasn't been able to do to this point.
888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Compare it a little. Jim Harbaugh, 10 years ago, he had the 49ers in the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan's had the 49ers in the Super Bowl. This from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Steiny, Harbaugh was way more about the team and winning. Shanahan is more about himself. Then comes winning. Then comes the team. Overstated, but I think that in a crazy kind of way, Kyle has a bigger ego than Jim Harbaugh. Even though Harbaugh is more of a personality.
Yeah, I could see that.
See, I think Kyle, but let's look at the old school thing, because I think one thing we miss with Kyle Shanahan, and you've said it, is he is old school, even though he's a young coach.
But he gets new wave cred,
right?
But he is old school at heart.
But to me, he's old school in that I don't get the sense he interacts a lot with a lot of the players. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Certainly, I just feel like he's more aloof than Harbaugh. Like, when Harbaugh gets on the field, he's one of the players. But when Shanahan is on the field at practice, he's the coach, and he's elevated.
Yeah,
Harbaugh was, but Harbaugh loved to make the team feel like he was one of them.
I hear that. I do think Shanahan, being a younger guy and kind of understanding, like, I do think he is a little hipper, and like he's a 41-year-old guy that I think does relate to 25-year-old guys in a way to where they do play hard for him, and whether that's the belief that they're in the position to win. Like, I would actually check that box in a different way for both of them. I think they both have the ability to have players relate to them, even though they come at it from a different standpoint.
Let's go out to Alan. Alan's in Marin. Wants to get into the conversation. What's going on, Alan? How you doing?
Doing well, Steiny, JD. Happy Thursday.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a great topic. I'll say, why I prefer Harbaugh is, not just X's and O's. I think it's probably a wash. I think Harbaugh had a really good staff his first year that really shone out, but Harbaugh took basically the same roster in 2011 that he had in 2010, maybe add Aldon Smith, who made a big impact his rookie year. And he won 7 more games, went to an NFC title game, lost in heartbreaking fashion. I think the Niners were the best team in the league that year and probably would have won the Super Bowl that year against the Patriots had they gone. But he just couldn't read the room as well as Shanahan does, maybe with owners and general managers. I think the York and Balky and Harbaugh milieu was destined to fail, but you can't argue with Harbaugh's success. 3 straight NFC title games. I think, Shanahan's first year, Jimmy G really saved it because they were off to a terrible start. Those 5 straight wins, gave Shanahan 6 wins his first year, taking over a 2-14 team. But then again, he brought in Jimmy G with, that took some some intelligence and foresight there.
What's your bottom line, Alan?
My bottom line is it's got to be Harbaugh. He's more of a football guy. Shanahan was born into this. Harbaugh is a football. It's in his blood. I think Shanahan was born into it being a coach's son.
All right, Alex.
Great day, guys.
Wasn't Jack Harbaugh a big football personality, though? Harbaugh's dad in the Midwest somewhere?
I think so. Look, I would give Shanahan the X's and O's edge over Harbaugh. That's the one thing. Like, I always believe, and we've talked about this through the years, I believe most head coaches, really in any sport, fall under two categories. Are they X's and O's / strategy, or are they culture?
Sure.
And I think even though Harbaugh was a player and at times a good quarterback, I think overall probably an average quarterback, but even though he was a player and Shanahan wasn't, I view Harbaugh as more of a culture. Like, he was more about the culture and had other people handle the X's and O's for him than he was specifically about the X's and O's. Like, some coaches have both, culture and X's and O's, right? The Warriors have kind of had both over the years with Steve Kerr and that staff. So I think Shanahan on X's and O's gets the advantage. The other part of it is just Shanahan does handle the office politics better, but he's in a better position to handle the office politics because he's got John Lynch and because he came in from a position of complete and utter embarrassment by Jed York. And so Jed knew, like, this guy has to work. And I have to tone it down a notch, and I have to let these two handle it and their staffs handle it and kind of stay out of the way, which is something that didn't happen as the Harbaugh era went on. It felt like as the Harbaugh era went on, and in particular after they didn't win the Super Bowl in 2012 in Harbaugh's second year, it felt almost like Jed York believed he needed to step in and be more a part of the conversations and be more a part of what was going on. And I think that was something Harbaugh absolutely disdained.
Right.
Like,
there's no doubt about it.
Who is this guy?
No doubt.
Who is this guy? At that point, we think of Jed as a young owner now, 41, I believe, or 42, maybe 42. He was 32, 33 at that point in time and in control. And a guy like Harbaugh, old school football guy, played in the league, wants his teams to be tough. And Jed York is like up thinking maybe things should be done a different way because you cost me my Super Bowl, because he wanted to be Eddie D. Jr., as the young guy with so I think there are a lot of reasons why it got to the point that it did. The office politics, and you throw Balky in the mix, they didn't get around. But Shanahan's in a better position to handle it because he's got better people, and I think Jed York knew he had to be in some ways neutered based on what he had become because the 15, 16 years were such a joke for this 49er franchise.
888-957-9570 is the number. Jim Harbaugh coming back on Sunday. That 2012 Super Bowl team, the one that went to the Super Bowl, lost to the Ravens, is being honored down at Levi Stadium. Jim Harbaugh going to be in attendance. And I'll tell you what, you look at Jim Harbaugh's record, it's pretty impressive. There's just no doubt about it. And go ahead, JD. You were going to jump in.
It was something completely different. And I'm saying this a little tongue-in-cheek, but how do you think 49er fans are feeling about honoring a team that didn't win the Super Bowl? I mean, man. I thought this was all about Super Bowls and titles and 5, and you don't lose in the Super Bowl. And I'm saying that a little tongue-in-cheek.
No, I know you are. But it's an interesting point. The one thing I'll say here is, let's talk about the arrogance and the ego of both guys. There's no doubt Harbaugh is a big personality, but there's part of Shanahan's ego is like in a way bigger than Harbaugh. Like, I feel like Harbaugh's the kind of guy, let's say if you're a media guy, if he thinks you're smart, he'll open up a little bit. I don't think Shanahan would even do that. Like, I don't think it feels to me like the media people are indistinguishable to Shanahan a little bit.
No, I've felt less as time has gone on, but I thought in the early going Shanahan was pretty forthcoming even on explaining, not maybe specifically what he was going to do, but explaining scheme and how things work. Like, I think as time has gone on, he's gotten a little bit less patient with that. And I think he also maybe has thought through the fact that he's divulging a little too much or more than he has to.
Right.
But I think Shanahan's been respectful to the media. And I really, there are some questions where, and they get played a lot where he gets a little curt. But I think for the most part.
All right, here's what I'm here. Let me be more specific.
He also knows who's asking a question. And I think he knows who maybe wrote what in a given week. And he might be a little snide with that individual.
But let me put it another way. It's not so much that it's, and you referenced this before the show. 49ers lose to Atlanta 28-14. They have a drive in the last quarter where they showed no urgency. It took too long. They didn't score. And it was very logical to ask what the hell happened on that fourth quarter drive. Whether you're a media guy, whether you're a casual fan, whether you're a hardcore X and O guy, he just cannot acknowledge that he might have gone about something the wrong way. Or, you know what? I know I was thinking that at the time, but now looking back at it, maybe, like, why don't you come out there and say, you know what? You're right. We got to get a move on that last drive. You know, that's on me. That's on Jimmy. We got to be on the same page there. We should have been moving faster. Like, what's wrong with saying that?
You're right, and there's nothing wrong with saying it. I'll flip it back to Harbaugh, though. Would Jim Harbaugh answer a question like that?
He might.
Honestly.
He might.
Like, I screwed up.
Well, what did he say about the fade routes to Crabtree at the end of the day? I can't quite remember.
I don't even remember.
Yeah. Let's go to Ted. Ted's in Richmond. Hey, Ted, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Doing good. Hey, happy birthday. Whose birthday is it?
I don't know.
Great question.
Yeah. You tell us.
The guy before said happy birthday, so I thought I'd chime in with his birthday. Quick question I have before I make my point. Who wanted Trey Lance? Was it Shanahan or was it the GM? Was it, or was it a combination of the both of them?
I mean, it was a combination, but at the end of the day, it's Kyle's pick.
It's Shanahan.
It has to be Shanahan's.
Exactly. So if you're one quarter away from a Super Bowl championship, instead of alienating the quarterback that got you there and wasting all that draft capital, now let's not say that Trey Lance is a bust, you know what I mean? But he wasn't a Peyton Manning coming out of college. That's where you give up all the picks for, a guy like that. And you give it up for Trey Lance, who's a big unknown, a good player, could be a great player. We don't know that yet, though. And you use those picks, you get O-line, you get someone in the middle, a nose tackle that can just create havoc. You go and you build from the lines out, you protect the quarterback, and then you go for it. And then you got a veteran club that can win a championship. Shanahan lost that Super Bowl against the Patriots, 27-3, midway through the third quarter. They can't even kick three. Shanahan, I don't know, man. You guys over there on the station, a lot of guys over there have been on his end for a while. And, not that he's a bad coach, but Harbaugh, let's go get that championship. Right?
Appreciate the call, Ted.
Shanahan's a little overrated. Like, that's just reality. And he gets away with it because they've won in the playoffs to the tune of 4-2.
Right.
Now, I know some people say, well, they haven't won in the playoffs. They've won in the play. Like, that's and that's where I break off and I give Shanahan credit. Like,
me too.
You go you win, and they've won as the favorite in the playoffs, and they've won as the underdog in the playoffs. Like, he won 2 home games the first time, won 2 road games the second time. Ultimately, they end up not being able to get over the hump and win the championship. But that's where Kyle has clout, is the fact that he has been able to win a lot of those big games.
Right. And you know this, 4-2 in the playoffs is really good.
Right.
I mean, the coaches that have and I know it's a small sample size, and usually
you can't win a Super Bowl the only way you're over 500 is if you win a Super Bowl, typically.
Right.
Because that means you had a 4-0 year.
Exactly.
Or a 3-0 year.
Exactly. Let's go to Jody. Jody's in Concord. Hey, Jody, what's going on?
Over 500 is if you win a Super Bowl.
Got to turn that. Jody, turn that thing down. Let's go to Joe. We'll go to Joe. Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, what's going on?
What's going on? What's going on, guys?
I
look at it like this. I look at the teams they coached. See, Harbaugh was hard on his teams, and he got excellent perfection from his teams. Shanahan, I mean, he's not built like Harbaugh because Harbaugh was in there. He knows what it takes to win, and he knows what it takes. I mean, Harbaugh's teams would destroy. Shanahan's teams wouldn't win one game against Harbaugh's teams.
They go 0-17
because they smacked you.
I got you,
man. I'm telling you, I'm an outsider looking in, and Harbaugh's teams, I was scared that they were going to start winning like 2 or 3 off the top.
All right,
but
good stuff, Joe. You know what? I got to tell you, there's one thing Joe said that I do agree with, and I don't know how to measure it. I can't do it in a tangible way, but I do think it matters. Is the fact that Harbaugh played in the NFL, and Shanahan didn't play in the NFL, there's a difference there. There's just a difference there with Harbaugh in the locker room and with Shanahan in the locker room that players can see.
You might be right. Are you thinking that...
I'm not saying they don't respect him or anything like that, but what I am saying is
it's a different dynamic.
Whether you like him or not, there's a genuineness about Harbaugh that he is a football guy. There's no football person that doesn't respect Jim Harbaugh's footballness.
Yes.
And I'm not saying Kyle is, but there's one box that's not checked for Kyle, and that is you weren't a pro player. It doesn't mean he can't be successful. Bill Walsh was, but it's something you have to overcome. Eric Musselman had to overcome it. You know, any coach, Tom Thibodeau had to overcome it. Just part of the deal.
There just hasn't been, though, in Shanahan's time here, what are we, 6 years in now? There hasn't been a point where I've ever thought that the team doesn't respect him or that there is any of that dynamic seeping in, though, which...
It's not...
So I think in a way he's overcome it.
But it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just something that's there. You can overcome it. You can absolutely overcome it, and maybe he's in the process of overcoming it.
Can you make the case that he's overcome it, though? Like he's just... because
Yes and no. I mean, it's not so much that because he didn't play, they don't respect him. That's too A to B. But as a coach, as you get to know him a little more, you do start to maybe think... He doesn't really know what it's like to be in the like. Okay, for example,
I feel like that's less important with this generation of player. By the way,
here's the way I feel. I feel like Kyle Shanahan's offense. Okay, it's very precise. He demands a lot out of his players on offense. He really does. And I feel like a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo, he's like, okay, here's the play. Here are the things you look for, and it's never enough for Kyle Shanahan. You know what I mean? Like, Jimmy's just never going to be good enough for Shanahan. And that's where the Garoppolo can say, you know, some of the things he's asking me to do are unrealistic on the football field. I can't get to that third read. It's not clean enough, you know, that kind of thing. And that's where I think it can just show itself just a little bit. That's all.
I think that's fair. But does it become enough of a negative to where it impacts like the day-to-day or wins and losses? And that's something I've never in 6 years thought. Like, it's something going into it.
But a team can slowly sink into a little malaise over years. If it's I'm not saying that's where they're at.
I just don't think they're to that point at all and haven't been at any point. Like, I get it. And there's a lot of coaches that get hired, have that where everybody knows it coming in, and by the end of the second, third year, it's like they've tuned him out because of that. Like, I just think Kyle's so good and respected from an X's and O's standpoint and from a relatability standpoint. Like, he, even though he wasn't a player, does relate well to the players in that locker room. He does. And if he didn't, Steiny, I don't think he makes it 6 years with the winning percentage that he's had. And those teams have all had good culture. Like, there hasn't been a lot of eye rolling about this or that, and there was even some of that at the end of Harbaugh.
What I'm saying is, and I'm not comparing him to Kapler, but that's kind of.
I mean, Kapler's got nothing in the bag. Like, he's not an X's and O's guy or a culture guy.
No,
I don't want to get off on that tangent, but
no. What I'm saying is, to me, the Giants have mature players who you were never. Buster Posey, you may be able to get Buster Posey in a quiet moment and say he could still say Kapler's a joke. Well, he still hit 330 or 300, whatever. That's kind of what I mean. Like, I think the 49ers are pretty professional. If you go down the line and look at their players one by one by one, it's not that they're going to quit on him. I don't think they're going to quit on him, and they certainly haven't quit on him. 888-957-9570. Jim Harbaugh coming back to Levi Stadium on Sunday. How you feel about Harbaugh? How you feel about Kyle Shanahan? We're talking about it all on 95.7 The Game.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world. Right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
I had a nighttime routine for my frequent heartburn. I would drink milk. I would sleep upright with more pillows. But that painful burning stayed. So I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine. With just one pill in the morning, Prilosec OTC prevents excess acid production, blocking heartburn day and night. Now I have a new nighttime routine. I call it sleeping.
One pill, 24 hours, zero heartburn. With Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. Medicare annual enrollment ends December 7th. Find a plan that's right for you at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Ad paid for by the Sentinel Group. Attention Marines, military personnel, families, and contractors who were stationed at Camp Lejeune. Were you present at Camp Lejeune between August 1953 and December of 1987? You may be entitled to significant compensation. For nearly 34 years, those in the Marine Corps' base Camp Lejeune were exposed to contaminated drinking water, resulting in devastating injuries, including several forms of cancer, adverse birth outcomes, Parkinson's disease, and more. North Carolina's procedural laws have prevented victims from getting the justice they deserve, but passage of the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 would allow you or a loved one to file lawsuits seeking compensation for illnesses and injuries linked to the toxic water. Call today for your free consultation. 800-610-9256. Let our experienced attorneys fight to get you the compensation you deserve, and you pay nothing unless there's a recovery in your favor. Call 800-610-9256. That's 800-610-9256. Again, 800-610-9256.
I used to get frequent heartburn at night, so I made Prilosec OTC part of my morning routine.
One pill in the morning, 24 hours, zero heartburn with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Actually, the more the better, so I can help educate.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson in for Darryl the Guru Johnson, and the Kansas City Chiefs coming in Sunday, 125 start against the 49ers, Levi Stadium. They're honoring the 2012 team, and Jim Harbaugh coming back to the Bay, and he's telling the Athletics' Tim Kawakami that he'll be here. And that means that apparently he and Jed York have buried the hatchet enough so that they can be in the same stadium together.
That's awesome.
So good for them.
I mean, yeah, good for them. It's been a long time. I think there's still varying degrees of trying to sort out who was more at fault in that situation.
We've gone back and forth on that.
I tend to think it's clear that it was Jed York. But Harbaugh was no picnic to deal with. My whole thing was always, Harbaugh may not have been a picnic to deal with,
right,
but he was winning games at a level that Jed York, had never won games at since you were in charge, and then didn't since for about 5 years.
Right.
And so Shanahan, they finally found the right guy, but the belief, and I think there was a belief that, everything's ready-made, and Harbaugh's got to go, and we'll just bring anybody in, and it's going to roll. And they did that with Jim Tomsula, and they became a complete and utter embarrassment.
Yeah, they
overnight.
They did.
And so, to me, that tells you.
And listen, we're kind of comparing and contrasting Shanahan and Jim Harbaugh. And I think the one thing we both agree on, or we all agree on, is both were pretty damn good coaches. There's no doubt about it. Jim Harbaugh, a lot of success in the regular season, and he had postseason success. Kyle Shanahan, not as much success in the regular season, but he's had postseason success. And, of course, neither of them won a Super Bowl, but I'm not one of the guys that say they can't win the big one just because they didn't win the big one. Jody's back. Jody in Concord. Hey, Jody, how you doing?
I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Doing well.
I just heard the comment about the X and O guy. Do you believe, Steiny, that he's an X and O coach?
Who? Shanahan?
Yes.
I mean, that's what he hangs his hat on. 100%. Play design, play call.
But do you really believe that? Because if you are a real X and O guy, you're going to adjust in the second half, and we've been horrible in the second half of games. Matter of fact, the Falcons, that's the game plan that Shanahan wanted to run. We just ain't had no mobile quarterback. He been trying to get there for the longest, and they're there. So I know that had to be miserable for him, seeing his game plan. Seemed like the league didn't caught up with him. A couple years ago, the little designs and plays he was doing, I'm starting to see him with more teams now. It's a copycat league, I know, but I'm starting to see more teams run Shanahan's offense from 3 or 4 years ago. I had a question for you, though. That 2012 team and that 19 team, they both went, they both lost. Which were the better team to y'all?
Jody, thanks for the call.
A lot to get to there.
Let's stay with the first part of it. The Shanahan, Atlanta ran the game plan that Shanahan should have run.
You know, okay, I had a thought. I had that thought during the game, watching it, but we were talking about it in the green room with E, and Mariota's running outside.
Right.
They're running zone read, and he's running outside, and there's play action, and they're throwing it. And I don't know that is the game plan with Trey Lance, because Trey Lance wasn't running outside. And I've had people, you know, the wannabe X's and O's guys, you know, the tape expert guys,
22,
tell me, well, he's too slow. Well, if he's too slow, then what? Talking about Trey Lance to go outside and to run those plays, and that he's better running on the end. Well, then you got the wrong freaking quarterback if that's the case,
right?
So I know I'm getting lost in the weeds there. Like, that's the one area where I don't want to indict Trey Lance's career. But if he can't, if you want him to be able to run a lot of those running plays, and he doesn't have the speed to run on the edge, then you're cooked at that point. Like, you got nothing dynamic about him. But as far as he is an X's and O's coach, without a doubt.
I think so.
He is, and he is, but caller's correct in that as the game goes on, he does struggle. Like, he does struggle to adjust. He does struggle to maintain a rhythm of what's working, what's not. How's the defense changing? How do I need to make a change? I mean, there is evidence all over the board of Niners come out, everything's buttoned up, game plan, it's working. And then if they're not ahead to where they can just kind of hold on to win the game at the end, they don't necessarily win the game because they stop functioning. And that is, it doesn't mean that Shanahan's not an X's and O's guy, but it does play into what I've said in the first hour, which is he's successful, but he is a little overrated.
Yeah.
He's just he's not the genius. He's good.
Right. I'm with you.
But there's a level between good and, oh my God, this genius.
I just always feel like he's talked about like he's won a Super Bowl already. That's all. 925, Harbaugh is not sustainable. That's true. And you got to give, and that's one thing you said at the break, Shanahan gets credit for being able to work in a structured environment without burning bridges. And obviously Harbaugh wears out his welcome. It's a fair comment.
Yeah, 6 years tells you that to 4, and it was really 3. Because the fourth year was, everybody knew it was over. And in some ways it was remarkable they were 7-4, considering all the leaks and everything going on and both sides knowing that it was cooked.
Jonathan's in San Francisco. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Just like you guys discussed earlier, it's about the same kind of coaches but different styles. But this is what I love about the Jim Harbaugh squad. Man, he called him mighty man and tougher than the $2 steak. He was right on, man. That team was so tough, man. And I love watching Bowman and Willis tandem. It might be the best linebacker tandem this year at the game. And I would watch those two guys show up in a hole and just plug that hole and drive running backs or whoever is carrying the ball 2-3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. Conversely, if you compare it to the Fred Warner and his squad, yeah, they might be in position to make a tackle, but they love to tackle high. And if what happens if you tackle high, you get taken for a ride by running backs 2-3 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. And that's the biggest difference for me, toughness.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate the call. This is from the text line from Ryan. Shanahan had to do a complete rebuild, so his record's going to take a hit for those early years. Harbaugh was gifted a pretty decent roster, and they had some cornerstone players.
Yeah.
All I remember is before Harbaugh's first season, the expectations for that team were none. Nobody thought that first Harbaugh year would be any good. They were 13-3.
They were 13-3, and then 11-4-1, and I think 12-4 after that. I mean, we talked about it before the show as far as how do you break it down, and I think we ultimately decided to take the first 2 years out for Shanahan, and not that you necessarily have to, but if you look at
we'll do him a solid.
In essence, making 2019 the first Shanahan year, so 13-3 at that point, and then he's got a 6-10 for 2020, and then they wind up 10-7 last year. So even if you go through it that way, and I'm looking at it right here as I've typed it up on my little note sheet. So yeah, I mean that's advantage Harbaugh over the 3 years, and we'll see what happens in the fourth year. They're 3-3, and Harbaugh ended up 8-8.
Yeah, no, it's both coaches have had success, and that's the other thing, and that's why JD, I'm never a Super Bowl or bust guy, because
not if you have some playoff success. Now I'm with you.
I just don't like that. Both guys both guys are great coaches in the grand scheme, above average coaches.
Yeah, I would say great,
but
I would say good. I think Harbaugh was a great coach. I think Shanahan might be,
but what I'm getting at
is a little
is
less than that. But
I hate judging a coach after the fact. And what I mean by that is if the 49ers win it this year, Kyle Shanahan's still the same damn coach that didn't win the Super Bowl 4 years ago. He'll just win it. You know what I mean? Like, I can't stand that we're actually looking at these two guys in a way, well, neither of them won the big one. I mean, okay, but they're still two great or very good coaches who got there, but yet because they lost important games, we almost think less of them than coaches that never even got there in the first place, which has always been a pet peeve of mine. Mark's in Berkeley. What's up, Mark? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going, guys?
Hey.
I have a quick question for you guys. So I know everybody remembers when, Colin Kaepernick was coming up and Jim Harbaugh, he maximized his talents, turned him into a superstar. He was getting Jaguar commercial and everything, but that's besides the point. I can't help but compare Trey Lance to Colin Kaepernick in the sense that he has amazing running ability. He has a great arm. Who do you think is a better coach to develop a quarterback with these traits? Do you think Jim Harbaugh or Kyle Shanahan? Thanks, guys. Big fan.
I mean, Harbaugh went to the Super Bowl with Alex Smith. No. I'm sorry, he went to the NFC Championship with Alex Smith, and he went to the Super Bowl with Kaepernick.
And then you got Shanahan, who went to the Super Bowl with Garoppolo. And we don't know on Trey Lance. I mean, that's
true.
That's the answer. But the one thing we do know is that Jim Harbaugh helped develop Colin Kaepernick into a really good quarterback for about 2 years. There was a 2-year stretch there where Kaepernick was a good quarterback. He could run it, he could throw it, and then it started to deteriorate that last year. And I think Kaepernick even started to take on Harbaugh's personality a little bit.
He did.
With the media, and in a way, kind of became a personality that he wasn't, or didn't.
I thought that was, yeah.
It was.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Kaepernick was playing kind of a jerk role to the media because Harbaugh had wound him up to a point to think that that's the way that he had to be.
Right.
And I think as his play declined, he just got a little more defiant, and it kind of became a thing. And then it just...
Where did that... That was strange. He was answering with one-word answers, I think.
I think he was a little shy, a little Jordan Poole-ish to be...
Okay.
I think, just didn't love it. I think part of it was he didn't love praise. Like, some guys don't... Like, some players actually... I think that's, believe it or not, part of it with Jordan Poole. Like, I don't think he likes the platitude questions. And it just, fair. And I think Kaepernick was a little uncomfortable with his success early and how some of the positive, and then as time went on, it became more about some of the things that he struggled with. But I think at that point he was in a way too far gone in terms of the Harbaugh effect, if you will. And we never really got to know in those first 3 years his true personality a lot, which I thought was unfortunate.
Yeah, I didn't like him when he was going through that phase. And I don't know where it came from. Rob's in San Bruno. What's going on, Rob?
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, there was two good coaches. I think Kyle depends on his scheme more, but I think Harbaugh's more about let's go, let's line up, let's beat their ass. But I got one thing. They both got two things in common. They let their ego get in the way. In 2012, Peyton Manning wanted to be a 49er. From what I heard, Harbaugh sparked at it. So we didn't end up getting that. Fast forward, we could have had Tom Brady. This dude didn't want Tom Brady. So to me, they're both the same. They just do it different ways. So, and I think I go Harbaugh more because Harbaugh left the Buckners, the Tarts, the Wards, the Olmsteads, and the Staleys, and they went and helped the Niners and Coward get to the bowl again in 19. So I would go Harbaugh because I think Harbaugh, he allows his physical talent to use their talent. When I think Kyle just need to let them off the string and just let them be players and stop using them as robotic. But me personally, if Kyle can be the offensive coordinator and GM, and Jimmy can be the coach, that'll work for me. But we know it ain't gonna happen. But that'd be perfect.
Imagine that, Harbaugh and Shanahan working together. That'd be pretty funny.
Yeah, that probably wouldn't work out. But that's another great similarity with you had success with a quarterback that maybe you wanted to move off of. There was an option, but you had enough success to where maybe you didn't quite go with the option, meaning Manning or Brady. I mean, there are a ton of similarities. The two ways where I break off and give Harbaugh the nod, though, are the regular season success, which is an obvious one. Harbaugh had more regular season success, even if you just want to do the 3-year for 3-year model, as we've done. And the other part of it is Harbaugh did, I think, prove, some may disagree with me, but I think he proved that he could develop a quarterback at a greater level than Shanahan has to this point. He fixed a guy in Alex Smith that never did squat, and he made Alex Smith playable as a winning quarterback. And you could make a case that Garoppolo, when he came to the Niners, you could make a case was better than Alex Smith was when Harbaugh inherited him. That's fine. But the Kaepernick part of it, Kaepernick was a good people forget, Kaepernick was a good quarterback for 2 years. Harbaugh drafted him as his guy and developed him into that. And then, unfortunately, I think Kaepernick did get caught up in the Harbaugh circumstances of his departure, and that led toward his decline. That's well before the kneeling and all that stuff. That was 2 years removed.
And I guess, and I'll come back to that one thought that I think is something you can't measure, but it's there. The fact that Harbaugh played quarterback in the NFL, to me, gives him a natural advantage to develop a quarterback ahead of a guy like Kyle Shanahan, who was a wide receiver in college, and that's it. I mean, Harbaugh was a quarterback and a student of the game at the same time. So, I mean, I think the proof is Harbaugh developed two quarterbacks, and Kyle, until he develops Trey Lance, will come up on the short end of the stick on that comparison. The dog trainer's in Milpitas. What's up, dog trainer?
What's up, guys?
Hey. hey.
What's up?
Not much.
Hey, love the show. So I'm going to try to make it real simple, the same way I read dogs when I first meet them to train them. Here goes. You guys laugh if you want. I look at the character and the background history. You had Harbaugh, who didn't care what people thought about his pants, okay? And he had a dad at home all the time, and they had a real tight family unit. What was their saying? Nobody has it better than us. Kaepernick was adopted, and he led Kaepernick, a young guy who was not recruited out of high school, went to Nevada. Nobody wanted him. And he instilled in that guy to the point where you guys said earlier he started to copy the way he gave press conference interviews. He instilled a confidence in that kid and developed him. Look at the Patriots. They got Belichick, whose dad was a military college coach, and he developed the same discipline. So when you look at these two coaches, one instills discipline and the other one does not. Look at all the penalties the Niners get. That's my take.
Hey, dog trainer, you still there?
Yeah.
All right, I got a question for you. So we've had a dog for about 5 years, Rosie. She's dynamite. Most housebroken, but last few weeks and months, she's been getting up in the middle of the night, crying a little, and if we don't let her out, she's ended up going to the bathroom in the house. We're trying to put her back in the crate, but now she's crying like crazy. What do we do?
What room in the house does she sleep in? Does she sleep in the room with you or anybody else?
No. Downstairs.
She's like a toddler. If you give her too much liquid before she goes to bed, you got to let her pee one last time before she goes. Are you taking her water bowl away before she goes to bed, or is she drinking water that you know of?
Yeah, she's probably drinking water. Take the water
away 2 hours before she goes to bed. Dogs don't need water all night as long as they drink water a couple hours before they go to bed. If she's super thirsty, she could be eating bad dog food, and maybe you're giving her treats with too much salt or sugar, and she's becoming diabetic.
Interesting. Hey, thanks, dog trainer. Appreciate it.
I'm going to leave my number there with the caller. I'll call back. You can call me when you're not working.
Okay. I like it this time, though. Be a
There
dog.
you go. Got that dog in you.
Yeah. Okay. Jim Harbaugh. Kyle Shanahan. Harbaugh back at Levi Stadium. So, you know what? I wouldn't say my faith in humanity's restored, but good for and I think good for those two guys. Grow up.
Well, and here's the other thing. They don't have to like each other to both be there.
Oh.
Or to extend an invite.
Right.
Or to maybe even plan the weekend around Harbaugh's bye. That
makes
that's
sense.
not nothing.
Although in this day and age, you know how it goes. They could play in Michigan. He flies out.
But you think Jim would really want to do that?
Probably not.
It's very rigid and focused.
I tell you what, they dominated Penn State, man. Whew. Yep. 650 Steiny and JD. What'd you think about the NBA last night? I'll tell you what, we're going to get into the NBA at 1:30, and JD and I we're going to do our version of Hot Take Radio, where we're going to draw too many conclusions from one game into the season. But we are going to do that at 1:30. We also got to play some Draymond Green sound for
Good
you.
games last night.
Yeah, how fun is it to have those games back on? It's nice. Nick in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, what's going on, man?
Hey, I just want to say, man, that I was there when the Niners put up 600 yards against Buffalo. The week before that, they put up nearly 600 yards. It was nearly 1,300 yards in 2 games, man. Shanahan can't even do that. And not to mention the fact that they traded Delaney Walker, and then Harbaugh was furious because he wanted to get Odell Beckham, but Balky didn't. You know what I mean? So it's just like a lot of it has to do with the ownership and where they want to go. And it seems like with our draft picks, man, it's like they must have like a set amount of what they're going to pay each position on the board, because we let our interior linemen go, we let offensive linemen go, and then Kaepernick didn't have nobody around in that last year, man. It was horrible. And so I think a lot has to do with the ownership and their willingness to spend money too, man.
Appreciate the call, Nick. I do think that Harbaugh is or would be more willing to take on a high personality guy. I don't think Shanahan wants any part of that. Somebody who may overshadow him. Like, I don't think they would go out and get Odell Beckham.
It's interesting, and I mean, people forget the Niners did have Randy Moss.
True.
Which
was
on
under
the Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Which that was at the back end. But
and in fairness, Odell Beckham's not. I'm talking about. How about this? I think Harbaugh would be more willing to have a Brady than Shanahan.
That's interesting.
That's just me. Maybe I'm wrong.
And I don't want to disagree with you, but then I think of the prior caller who he could have had Peyton Manning and chose not to.
Yeah.
Reportedly.
I wonder how close those were. Because that was the one where I think Harbaugh and Balky flew to like Atlanta and sat in a car.
Yeah.
Didn't they sit in a car and watch Peyton Manning?
And they were, that was him coming off the injury.
Right.
So it was a little, you didn't totally know, but It was still Peyton Manning.
Right. There was something. That's right. And then, of course, he ended up going to Denver. Boy.
Won a Super Bowl there.
Yes, he did. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to switch up a little bit, talk a little bit about the Golden State Warriors. There is a lot going on with the Warriors, and, of course, the NBA just started. So we'll get into some NBA the next half hour before we bring in Cam Inman. But I'll tell you what, Damon and Brentwood finish us off with 49er conversation for the moment. What's up, Damon?
Hey, guys. I just took you off the speakerphone. Sorry about that. At the end of the Jim Harbaugh time, I think that when he left, I'm actually surprised that he came back. He was treating pretty bad. I mean, people kept saying that he sucked as a coach, and his record at the time was 8-8. I mean, look at Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Unless he has Jimmy G playing for him, he has really stunk. And I think part of the reason is because Jim allowed his players to kind of be themselves and exploit.
I'm hearing more of that.
Whereas with caution.
Damon, I'm sorry, we got to run, and I know people are going to get on me for cutting Damon off. But there's more of that coming out. Kyle wants his players to be robots. And I think there is something to it. I think that's overstated. But I do think he does want his team in a way to be a machine.
Is Harbaugh more adaptable?
I think
because I think the one thing you would think of Harbaugh is he would be rigid and unadaptable when you just think of his personality type.
Right, but that's kind of what I mean. I think Harbaugh would be willing to take on a personality issue guy more than Shanahan. All right, here's what we're going to do. 888-957-9570 is the number. According to Anthony Slater of The Athletic, there's iciness and isolation in the Warriors locker room. We'll talk about it on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
It's a battle of MVPs.
The first unanimous selection in the entire history of the NBA. Steph Curry. It is my honor to announce that Nikola Jokic is this year's most valuable player.
Steph Curry and the Warriors host Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Our pregame coverage starts tomorrow at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with fast speeds and advanced security. Together for just $69.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or find out how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New 50 megabits per second internet and Security Edge customers only. Requires enrollment in EcoBill and AutoPay. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 1H 2022. Results may vary, not an endorsement.
O'Reilly Auto Parts specializes in keeping your car on the road. Not sure how much life is left in your battery? Our professional parts people will test it for free. If it does need to be replaced, we'll help you find just the right one to fit your car. Our Superstar batteries are built to handle even the toughest conditions. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Great cars and great customer experience are what define a great dealership. At BMW of Fairfield, we deliver on both counts. BMW of Fairfield is the top-rated BMW dealership in the Bay Area, according to Google reviews. We love selling the ultimate driving machines, but our success rests on the outstanding experience we provide our customers. It's a better way to buy and own a vehicle. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live. 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Realtors abide by a code of ethics. This is Article 9 in action. Beth, a first-time homebuyer, knew nothing about the home buying process, except that she wanted to buy a home. But her realtor had the expertise to make sure Beth understood every document, even giving her copies to review with her lawyer so Beth could close on her first home with confidence. Complicated things explained in simple terms. The difference between an agent and a realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? If your check engine light is on, it may be affecting your MPGs, but the free AutoZone Fix Finder service can help. With the most complete free warning light report backed by technician-verified fixes, you'll know what's affecting your gas mileage and more, and you don't have to drive too far to find the fix. The free AutoZone Fix Finder service is available at all 6,200 stores.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
See details at AutoZone.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey. Matt Stein, Matt's John Dickinson with you. Cam Inman coming up in a half hour. Going to jump back to the San Francisco 49ers. And Darryl the Guru Johnson, he'll be back tomorrow. You got to hear this. Because we talk. Anthony Slater covers the Warriors for us and The Athletic, and I like Anthony Slater. I don't think he goes overboard. I think he's pretty down the middle. I respect him. He was asked about Draymond Green yesterday on Damon and Ratto. Take a listen.
There's iciness. I mean, there's no way around it. It's pretty obvious, and at this point, I'm not saying it can't change, and Draymond Green's belief, I would assume, is that his play will change the situation. But at this point, he feels a little bit isolated in the locker room, and I guess that was part of him coming back, is they were going to isolate him for however long until they felt the situation changed. But that's certainly 2 weeks in, or however long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's thought out very much. I have never felt as much of a separation between Draymond and the Warriors than this moment. But again, both sides are saying, like, hey, look, we're trying to win a title. And we all know, like, you know, if a title is won, if a playoff run happens and Draymond Green is awesome in it, we're going to be talking plenty about that and probably wanting to interview him post-game after he shuts down Jokic in a big win in Denver or something like that. So circumstances can change is all I'd say, but they are a little odd right now.
Iciness and isolation, and I guess the question is, will it last? Does it matter? Is it something that's going to fester and grow or something that's going to die like a burning ember?
I guess my first thought on it would be, and I'm not diminishing what Slater's saying, I think he's 100% correct, but my first thought is, well, how could it not be? Like, this is still relatively recent.
Right.
And I know the Warriors are trying to do everything they can and have tried to do everything they could to announce the fact that he wasn't going to be suspended ahead of the regular season, give him a little bit of a lead up to the regular season to rejoin the team, but also try to still, while he's around the team, give him his space to work through this and knowing that it's going to be a little bit awkward, but to give Jordan Poole his space to be able to operate and everybody over the long haul eventually comes back together. So I think while it's not wrong, I'm inclined to, like, I don't think it's out of bounds for it to be a little bit icy or weird or awkward at this point. I mean, it was, 2 weeks ago yesterday that it happened?
Yeah.
I mean, it's only 15 days since it happened. So
you're right.
I mean, that in and of itself, like, we can all say move on, but I think it's almost easier for us to do that than the people that were actually in the room, let alone the people that actually were involved in the incident.
Yeah, exactly. And if you want to hear more about the Warriors, Steve Kerr with Damon and Ratto at 4:15. Draymond Green, who has been icy and isolated, spoke at a tech conference today. And it's interesting because one thing he said was he recorded a podcast after he punched Jordan Poole. He was going to release it, but he didn't because he didn't want, this is what he said at the tech conference, that he didn't want his teammates thinking he was going to do anything kind of self-serving. But he also had the documentary before the game. But anyway, you think Draymond doesn't hear everything. He hears everything. Take a listen to what he said about some of his critics.
Man, Jack Dorsey built Twitter and Cash App, or I think he acquired Cash App. Square. Yeah. At the same time, Elon Musk built SpaceX and Tesla at the same time. We're talking four of the greatest companies in modern history. They did that at the same time. And I'm not competent enough to do a podcast after a game. And so it shows you the level of respect or lack thereof for athletes.
That was from the Tech Crunch convention. And this is what makes Draymond Green. I agree with everything he said there. Absolutely everything he said. And I think anybody who criticizes him for doing a podcast, no matter when he does it, is completely out of line.
He's right.
I agree.
Totally agree with him. I want to go back to he recorded a podcast after the Jordan Poole incident, which I got to think was the night of or maybe the morning after. When you just look at the timeline, I think typically he drops stuff on Thursdays. Maybe I could be wrong on that.
Let's take a listen here.
But yeah.
Secondly, is I never want to, I'm in a team sport. I don't want something to come off as I'm doing something for personal gain. Yeah. Now, like I said, the countdown was a totally different thing because that was something that was actively going on. For me to release a podcast and speaking on the Jordan Poole incident that we had in practice, ultimately, the numbers will probably shoot through the roof, right? Because everybody wants to hear and people love controversy. Yeah. And so I never want to do that and look like I'm chasing something for my personal gain. And so that was why I didn't release a podcast on the situation at all.
Even that's kind of self-serving.
In a way, I'm just saying, not that he deserves too much credit for this, but thank God you didn't.
I know. Like that was...
Because I think that would have been awful for all parties involved. And you know what? Maybe that even takes it to a level where the discipline and the awkwardness is raised exponentially.
Unless he says all the right things.
But it sounds like from his tone there, he wasn't going to.
No, you're right. You're right. More on Draymond from the TechCrunch convention.
If Jordan ever wants to come on the podcast and have that conversation, I will 100% be open to it. I'm not one
I don't want to do anything
hide from things, or run away from situations. And so if he ever wanted to come on and do that, I'd be more than open to it. It's not something that I would try to force on him because I think it is actually the reason why I have not recorded a podcast about it at all. Yeah. And I take that back. I did record a podcast. I didn't release it for a couple reasons. One, I was still reeling, and feeling my way through. And once I heard it, I didn't like it.
Yeah. Yeah. He was explaining it in a way that would have made him say,
right. And you know what? I mean,
that would have made this could you imagine? Think of it this way.
All right.
Go back through the timeline. Wednesday it happens.
Yep.
Thursday morning, he drops a podcast where he's explaining this, that, and the other, and what happened, his reasoning why, all this thing, apologetic, but still with some reasons why behind it that make everybody uncomfortable. Then Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, Steph Curry come out and address it. Yeah, it was ugly. And then the video gets leaked. Because I guarantee you how everybody would have felt at that point, it would have been, oh my God, Draymond not apologizing. Warriors shook by that a little, as they were and then the video comes out on top of it. To me, this thing would have been 100 times worse if it had played out in that way. Yeah. Think about that. Think about Draymond not maybe being fully apologetic. We got a text on the Xfinity Mobile text line. His response to punching a teammate was going home and recording a podcast. He doesn't think he did anything wrong, and that's the crux of the problem.
Do you really think he doesn't think he did anything wrong?
No.
I don't either.
But I do think, and I will say this, I do think he underestimates the impact that it had.
I think he does. I think he
knows it was wrong.
He underestimates the impact of everything he does.
He knows it was wrong, but I think there is a hint of it's not that big of a deal.
I agree, and it's because he kind of is who he and I don't understand. No, maybe I do understand it. From where Draymond came from to get to where he was from to where he's at right now, there's a toughness there that I can't even relate to. And that toughness got him to the NBA. And he was in the world and environment he grew up in, when he had to deal with things that way, it wasn't criticized. In fact, it was probably praised. This guy's tough. You can't pick on him. You can't punk him. He plays hard. Everything that worked for him, it's like Jim Barnett's greatest strength is your biggest weakness. And I really, really believe that. And I just think that there is a part of Draymond that realizes if this isn't a part of who he is, then he's got real trouble in terms of, well, what am I going to do?
Right.
I can't play basketball if I'm not Draymond Green, the tough guy. Matt's in Oakland. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
Hey, fellas. How we doing?
Doing well.
I'm so over this guy. I mean, I've been a fan for almost 40 years, and we've seen the Mookie Blaylocks and the Corey Maggettys and all those guys, but context is everything. So he hit the guy. I suppose that would be forgivable, but context is everything. The context for me was he's not working on his craft, and Poole is. He's out farting around with podcasts and this kind of stuff, and he tried to brush it off, but to me the worst, by far the worst, is what a pathetic ass kisser he is. The bit with calling LeBron over and laughing.
I got you. Hey, Matt, fair enough. And that was a producer call because it was cracking. But yeah, that rubbed people the wrong way, the hug with LeBron. And I was talking to Willard about this in the changeover yesterday, And is that a big deal? I don't know. Is it? Is it?
I don't think it is. Like, to me, that's far less a big deal than the punch.
Right? But here's where I'll acknowledge
anything else he's ever done.
No doubt. But it could also be, sure, it's not as egregious as some of the other things he's done. But was it something that he did that is an offshoot? Like, to me, that's an offshoot of the punch. To me, the hug with LeBron. Yes. Because if it's not for the punch, we're probably not overly concerned about it. We'll give him grief.
Why are we concerned about it, though?
Well, because there's because I'll just tell you what a lot of people saw. They saw a bench. They saw Andre Iguodala do what Andre Iguodala did. And they saw a bench that, I don't know, Andrew Wiggins' reaction was a little strange. You could make a case that the bench didn't know what to make of it. You could make a case that Draymond was completely oblivious to his teammates and kind of did that on purpose. Yeah. And I don't know. I could like that, but like it didn't rub me the right way. But you know, it's kind of thing. And I know it's a kind of thing where, down the line we may find out that really pissed off some guys at that time in that moment because it was awkward and uncomfortable and we didn't know if he was all in or not.
See, I think the Draymond thing is independent of the Jordan Poole thing and the punch and everything that happened there because the Draymond LeBron thing has been going on. It predates it. It's just and so is it an eye roll to his teammates? Sure, but I don't think it's an eye roll on top of it's just I think the Iguodala gesture in some ways is kind of perfect. Like, oh, there goes.
What if Draymond didn't?
Draymond
what if
again,
Draymond never saw it?
Everybody know he loves LeBron.
What if Draymond never saw it until the video and wasn't aware that the team was kind of chuckling at that? I mean, now we got an issue.
Well,
right?
Well, you hit on the one part that I will give you, which is what if he did it almost as a bleep you to the team,
right?
Like intentional, like, hey, these guys haven't been feeling me. We're all playing together and we're all good, but you know what? Clearly these guys haven't been feeling me since I've been back the last 5 days. So you know what? I'm going to let everybody know that the face of the league, still, we're tight.
Right.
And he still got respect for me, and I got respect for him. Even above. But I also think the fans get in a twist, and this is independent of the Poole thing too. The fans, in a lot of ways, get in a twist over the LeBron thing because the fans carry the LeBron-Steph rivalry to a level where it's almost like Draymond is being disloyal to Steph or Draymond is being disloyal to the Warriors because he's tight with LeBron and LeBron's the freaking enemy and you shouldn't like that guy. So to me, there's a weirdness to the fan base aspect of that. Like, you should hate LeBron because he's the enemy. And that's the part where I don't, who cares? That's fan nonsense to me.
All right. We got Cam Inman coming up in 15 minutes. In the meantime, JD, let's have a little fun. So most teams have played one game in the NBA.
Who hasn't? The Clippers?
Clippers haven't. Somebody else hasn't. I think there's one other
team.
Who gets
the day 3
Milwaukee.
opener?
Milwaukee, right? Milwaukee hasn't played yet, I don't believe. God. So JD and I are going to come up with our one-game hot takes. I'm going to take the first one because it's an easy one. Lakers stink. They're not going to the playoffs. They're not. They're not very good. And I don't know how they can get good. I think LeBron has absolutely lost a step. And that's going to put more pressure on Anthony Davis, and Russell Westbrook just plain isn't very good.
They stink. They're playing for 9th.
They're off. Okay, so that's my Lakers, no chance. That's my first one-game hot take.
I'll give you one. Denver. What are you doing? You get Murray back, You get Michael Porter Jr. back and you lose in Salt Lake City to the rebuilding and some would say tanking Utah Jazz? What is that? What is that, Denver?
You know I'm going to stick up for Michael Malone.
It's a brutal lie. We should play his press conference. I'm sure he was unfiltered on that performance. The other part of that, and it's a quickie, Utah might be too good to be tanking. Like they're gonna be like Oklahoma City, where like they're winning so much that they have to either deactivate or start trading guys.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you, when it comes to tanking, all teams must answer to the San Antonio Spurs.
Oh yeah, they are awful. They
are
the worst team
and they know how to
league.
do it.
They're the worst team in the league. I mean, Greg Popovich made his entire legacy on tanking. His whole legacy.
It's true.
I mean, he was an afterthought when he was the interim head coach / GM who happened to make himself the head coach after he got Tim Duncan.
You didn't like Bob Hill? Bobby. Okay. My next hot take after one game.
Bob Hill wore nice shoes.
He was a good dresser.
As a coach.
He was a good dresser.
Really nice, yeah.
Of course, his son was in the Warrior organization for a while. Premature. I thought this team was going to be terrible. They're not going to be terrible. In fact, they're going to the playoffs again. The Portland Trailblazers.
No, they're not. They're playing for 9th.
They got Damian Lillard.
They're playing for 9th.
They got Nurkic. Playing for 9th. Jeremy Grant. Not bad. Simon's coming into his own. I'm telling you, they're going to finish. They're going to make the playoffs.
They're one injury
even
away.
if it's a play-in game to get in there.
Well, that's not. Well, okay. So you
no,
think
to get there.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll make it.
They're playing for 9th. They're like the Lakers and some other teams. They're playing for 9th.
They're better than the Lakers, aren't they?
They're one injury away from being 12th in the West and hoping they can get everybody back to eke into the 10th spot. Like I'm maybe a little better than I thought because I thought they had the potential to crater, but they're one injury away from still being at that point. We'll see if they can stay healthy.
All right. What else you got?
Good night last night. The Brooklyn Nets. Brooklyn Nets.
It's going to take them a while, JD, to get going.
How long before Kyrie needs a break?
When's their next game?
Not 6, not 7.
How long? Because Kyrie just looked overwhelmed last night. Couldn't make a shot. Bad defense. Like, it's tough. It's tough when you don't play all the game. It's tough, Steiny, when you play 40% of your team's games to ramp it back up to a level where you have to play, or at least pretend like you're going to play all 82 or some semblance of all 82. So I texted our buddy Nick Friedel last night.
Yeah.
I said, how long until Kyrie needs a breather?
What did he say?
He said, it's coming. He said, it's coming.
Kyrie's now on your probably Mount Rushmore of most disliked players.
Tell you something.
Is that fact?
The Brooklyn Nets are gutless. They're gutless.
I'm not writing them off yet.
Well, I'm not writing them off, but they're gutless.
That may be true.
All gutless team.
This team's being talked about as a title contender. I don't see it. The Philadelphia 76ers. I just don't trust James Harden. I think James Harden with Houston almost got it done. I always respected that. I thought it was incredible how James Harden almost individually knocked the Warriors off. That Warriors team was way, way better than the Rockets, and the Rockets always hung in there. I just don't see him and Embiid staying healthy. Yeah. Tobias Harris. I like Maxey a little bit, but
I just don't like watching them.
They're a level below Boston and Milwaukee to me.
And maybe even Miami.
Maybe.
Although they got beat last night.
They did.
By Chicago. Yeah, Memphis was another one that I bookmarked from last night, went to overtime against the Knicks. I'm really fascinated to see, and I know they got the win, but I think they're going to have more problems than people think maintaining the level that it's going to take to be in that top 2, let's say, in the Western Conference. Like I think like they put a lot into the regular season as an up-and-coming team last year, and they wanted the Warriors, and they ran their mouth all year about wanting the Warriors, and they were too young, not quite there yet, and now I could see them as a young team thinking, almost being obsessed with the Warriors to a point where they don't win enough games against everybody else, or they don't take the rest of the season as seriously as they did last year, and it winds up hurting them in terms of their standing to where maybe they don't even get to play the freaking Warriors again because they've been so obsessed with the Warriors. So that's my one little Memphis Grizzlies.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Is Chris Paul cooked? I didn't. I know the music's done.
I watched. I didn't see the Suns game last night, but I know Damian Lee. I watched.
Oh, yeah, and you know what? Damian Lee, I'm glad you mentioned that. Can we get a standing ovation for Damian Lee? Damian Lee.
No, I will not give.
Awesome.
I'm not going to give him a standing ovation.
You know what? Damian Lee had a little something for the haters last night. Yeah, Damian Lee. And that's not directed at you. I know Damian Lee was not your favorite player.
I think he's dirty. I think he's a dirty player.
You pointed that out to me, and you were right. Like, I started watching for it, and I was like, damn, Steiny, that was a great pull. But Warrior fans were so anti-Damian Lee. It was disproportionate. It was ridiculous. It was asinine.
It was just like...
It was a joke.
Chioza, too, they didn't like.
It was a joke how much Warrior fans didn't like Damian Lee.
We're going to see Chorizo.
And so, I'm giving Damian Lee a standing O.
I don't think Boston's going anywhere, JD. I think they're going to be there at the end with Milwaukee. And then lastly, there's a team, I keep an eye on this team anyway, but Minnesota's worth keeping an eye on. Just
kind
because
of an underwhelming win for them.
Yeah, but
I'm worried about them.
It's going to be interesting.
They're not as good, I don't think.
We'll see. But they also
still top 8.
They also may get bit by we were a year ahead of schedule last year because we won 48 and we won a series. They could be due for the Atlanta Hawks backslide.
You know how you mitigate that?
How?
Coaching. What do you got, Chris Finch?
Hey, the 408 Pelicans, baby. Yeah. We'll see.
They're top 8.
All right, Cam Inman on the other side. Talk some Niners on 95.7 The Game.
It's a battle of MVPs.
The first unanimous selection in the entire history of the NBA. Steph Curry. It's my honor to announce that Nikola Jokic is this year's most valuable player.
Steph Curry and the Warriors host Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Our pregame coverage starts tomorrow at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
O'Reilly. Protect your vehicle's engine with Syntec and O'Reilly Auto Parts. Syntec Premium Full Synthetic Motor Oil is formulated for today's engines to dissipate heat and reduce friction and wear. Right now, get 5 quarts of Syntec Full Synthetic and a MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for just $33.99. Try Syntec today, exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention, do you suffer from severe fried chicken-related cravings? If so, Kentucky Fried Chicken's $6 two-piece drum and thigh combo may be right for you. The combo contains tasty chicken, creamy mashed potatoes, a flaky biscuit, and an ice-cold drink. Side effects may include more money in your wallet, happiness, and the urge to lick your fingers. Order KFC's two-piece drum and thigh combo in the KFC app for just $6. That's finger-licking good. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Tax extra.
Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Sponsored by Pfizer and BioNTech.
Muse is bringing their Will of the People World Tour to the Oakland Arena on April 14th, 2023. And 95.7 The Game has your shot at tickets. Enter to win now at 957thegame.com/contests.
Hey, Nissan, how do you get to the top?
Calculating. Proceed to 1959. Take a hard left in East Africa at the 71 Safari Rally. Veer right for 19 off-road championships in the Baja Desert. Proceed towards Moab. Take the trail to Hell's Revenge. Include steep incline. Continue for the next 1,000,000 miles.
Where to first again?
60 years, millions of miles, and the capability to take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kittle like a Niner.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz in with John Dickinson. Guru will be in tomorrow. Let's go out to talk to Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, covers the San Francisco 49ers, also our 95.7 The Game 49ers insider. Hey, Cam, what's going on?
Hey, happy week 7.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see. Let me start with, I'll tell you where I'm going to start, where we've discussed a lot, is Jim Harbaugh coming back on Sunday. Can we assume that means that Jed York and he have buried the hatchet? And then what about Colin Kaepernick? Do we know anything about him and some other players from that team who may come back?
Let me just start off saying the Niners haven't announced anything regarding Alumni Weekend, so we don't officially know who's coming back or who's been invited. all indications are that Jim Harbaugh is coming back. Whether that means they buried any hatchet, I think Jed and Jim are both of the, I don't want to say bygones. You know, it's 8 years ago they parted under awkward circumstances, to say the least. But I think they both found success afterwards. So I think it worked out for each party. You know, Jim's thriving at Michigan as his alma mater. Jed's got a team that's back in playoff contention annually. And you know, it's bye weekend at Michigan, so Jim has every reason to come and celebrate with his former players, because it was a really good time a decade ago as it kind of helped flip this franchise around and get them back in the playoffs. As far as cap goes, you know, there hasn't been a peep about it. And that's not surprising. I mean, he's really been underground football-wise, especially Niner-wise, since he left here after the 2016 season. So, I mean, it would be a nice place for him to re-entry with all his ex-teammates, guys who, you know, honored him as the Len Eschman Award winner his last season here in 2016. And I just haven't gotten any indication that that's the case. The Niners have been very tight-lipped about who's coming. And, I mean, that may come out tomorrow, maybe not even till Sunday. But, you know, to me, it's kind of a mixed emotions, Matt. I mean, yes, you want to celebrate a team that won an NFC championship and did really well. They also lost the franchise's first Super Bowl. And then you're going against the Kansas City Chiefs, the team that they lost the second time in a Super Bowl against. So as much as great nostalgia there is with this franchise, you're going to be facing, you're going to be reminiscing about the two worst losses in franchise history this weekend.
Yeah, it's interesting, Cam. That's kind of where I wanted to go with it a little bit in looking back at the Harbaugh era, the 4 years where Harbaugh was the head coach. How do you think how that stretch is viewed has changed, let's say, in the 8 years that he's been gone? Is it viewed as, wow, tremendous success and the most success they'd had in quite a while at that point? Or is it viewed as, man, it really ended awkwardly and kind of ugly?
No, I think that's more of the positive aspect, just because of how down and out they were and having missed the playoffs, what was it, 8 or 9 years until they got over that hump in 2011. And they did so with such a fantastic win against the Saints at Candlestick. It was a big time for this franchise. It was the transition, right? They had made it to 3 consecutive NFC Championships games, and then they moved into Levi's Stadium in 2014. So there was a lot going on with the 49ers then. And I think just the fact that they were building a stadium the same time they were rebuilding themselves into a playoff contender. And it was a short window of success. You know, it was 3 years of the playoffs and then followed by a mediocre season where all hell broke loose. And then it took a few years to recover from that. And when they made it back to the Super Bowl in 2019, it was so swift. You know, after, those 2 seasons with Shanahan coming aboard and they had to sift through things and get Garoppolo installed as the quarterback, and then boom, they're in the Super Bowl. Then the injuries hit them, and they keep hitting them, and now you're sitting here going, well, I hope everybody else is kind of in the same boat, because right now the Niners don't know what they have.
Cam Inman joining us on 95.7 The Game, covers the San Francisco 49ers for Bay Area News Group. Where are we with all the injuries? I'll just start with Bosa, McGlinchey, Hufanga. Where are we with those guys? And then the 8 others.
Yeah, I'm trying to see let's do it by position so you can kind of take it from the defense. From the defensive front backwards, Bosa and Samson Ebukam are practicing today. We're just back out on the practice field about 15 minutes ago. So both those guys are out there. They both look good. No Eric Armstead, and Javon Kinlaw is on IR. So there's still a concern in the middle of that defense, but the fact that Bosa is practicing, which essentially is the 3rd straight day, is great news. And then the secondary is still kind of a mess. But Talanoa Hufanga, he's in uniform practicing today. That means he's made it through a concussion protocol. He probably still has to clear a contact test to get fully clear, but that's a really good sign that he should be available Sunday. Travarius Ward is basically the only starter other than Armstead who was not practicing, but he was running on the side and he looked pretty good. So my guess is they'll probably list him as questionable against the Chiefs and just kind of gauge and see how it goes. Because I'm sure he would love to face the Chiefs and Mahomes because that was his old team. But then again, he is probably one of their best players on defense. Well, he is one of their best players on defense. So I don't know if you want to risk it if he's still dealing with groin issues. But then And that's kind of it defensively. Jimmy Ward's practicing with a club on his hand. I don't know how that'll go. And then offensively, yes, McGlinchey is back practicing. He did not practice yesterday. There was one play in practice where it kind of looked like his leg may have buckled a little bit, so I was like a little concerned about him being at full health. So that's something to watch going forward. But the fact that you got Debo and Kittle and Ayuk and Garoppolo and your stable running backs outside Elijah Mitchell, I mean, they need to put some points up on the board to keep up with Mahomes and the Chiefs.
And that's, Cam, you kind of led into where I was going. How do they get the offense going against a Chiefs team that can give up some yards and give up some points to maintain and hang in this game?
You get Jim Harbaugh to give the pregame speech in his khakis and a blue work shirt and his cleats on, and fire him up. And then you have to hope that Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't turn the ball over. Because, I mean, that's where the Niners get in trouble in these games, is if Jimmy turns the ball over. Even though it was Jeff Wilson Jr. turning it over in that first quarter in Atlanta, that really kind of set the stage of, they just kind of got to get that spark going. And they got to play hungry and angry. And I think what we saw in that fourth quarter in Atlanta, Kittle alluded to the effort and energy. And I don't think he was necessarily taking a shot at one person as much as the vibe. I mean, when you go on an 8-minute drive in the fourth quarter when time's of the essence, to me that reeks of a lack of urgency, that everybody's got to pick their game up. And whether that's play calls, whether that's everybody, you got to get moving. And so that's what they have to do against the Chiefs, because obviously everybody knows Mahomes and Kittle are Mahomes and Kelce are just a fine-tuned machine, and the Niners may have to answer that. But like I said, JD, they got this. They got the weapons. So that they don't have an excuse. They're on their home turf. They're not an Arrowhead. They are home now. They're not on a back-to-back East Coast swing. You can make all the injury excuses you want, but every team has it, and they're done with them. And I don't think this team's going to wallow in that anymore. They have to go out and win this game.
Why do you think the 49ers don't use Kittle in the manner that the Chiefs use Kelce? Because Kelce's running 7 to 15-yard plays all the time. It feels like Kittle is 2 or 3 yards, or he's standing to block, and then let's see how much he can get after the catch. Kittle could be an asset in that way, right?
In their defense, George Kittle's a much better blocker, so he stays in more to help block, and that helps. It's just a different offensive scheme, right? I mean,
are you a playmaker though? If you're not a playmaker, if you're blocking, like that's one. If he's blocking, that's one less playmaker that they've got, right?
But it seems like each of the last 2 weeks he's getting ingrained more in the receiving game, which everybody's that's everybody's crying for. And he did have about as many catches as Ayuk and Debo last week. So they know they got to get it going. But at the same time, you were missing Trent Williams on your offensive line, and McGlinchey's injured. So when you have a great blocking tight end like Kittle, you have to utilize it to make the offense work. It's not a one-man band on this offense. So Kittle, by the way, today seemed pretty fired up. He usually warms up by the media, and he seemed a little bit more intense than usual today. And there's going to be a lot of ballyhoo about this being National Tight Ends Day or whatever on Sunday for the NFL to promote. And the fact that Kelce's coming in to his house, I think Kittle's going to be playing with whatever hair he has left. He's got a pretty cool haircut that he likes to work on. I think he's going to come with that hair on fire this game.
Interesting. I didn't think about the Kelce angle.
Oh yeah, the other thing is about that whole tight end thing is he and Kelce host this tight end U out in Nashville the last couple of summers, and Greg Olsen, former Panthers tight end, he's now a broadcaster. He's going to be calling the game. So you have all three main players here. So you're going to hear nonstop about tight end U and National Tight Ends Day on Sunday. So I bet both of those guys want to have a showcase for themselves.
Hey, Cam, where are the Niners at with Jason Verrett? One other injury to throw in there. I know they have to make a decision on him at some point in the next week, but is he going to be coming back, or how's that looking?
Well, it depends. He looked pretty good yesterday in practice when I was watching him, but he also looked good last Wednesday in practice, and they shut him down for 2 days because of knee soreness. So they have a week whether to activate him or not. He has to be activated off PUP by next Wednesday. Because they have a 3-week window to evaluate these guys that open the season on injured list like he did. So he's right now in his 3rd week of evaluation. They don't have to do it before this game. They can wait until Monday or Tuesday of next week if they want to. But unless he's having major discomfort where it's like career-ending stuff, it would be a surprise. So I would think that they activate him. And then it's just a matter of do you activate him against the Chiefs? Because obviously they're going to need him against the Chiefs' aerial assault when you're down without Emmanuel Mosley and you may be without Travarius Ward.
Cam, thank you so much for joining us. It's going to be a fun game at Levi Stadium on Sunday.
I think it will. I'll see you guys there as usual.
All right, that's Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, 95.7 The Game's insider. 49ers against the Chiefs. What's just 49ers got a shot at this?
Yeah, they can win.
Mm-hmm.
They can win on Sunday.
Why? I mean, and Evans the same. Like,
sure.
Why? Why can they?
Well, I mean, the Chiefs lost to the Colts a couple weeks back.
True.
And when the Colts were playing as bad or worse than the 49ers were playing, I mean, it's the NFL. And I think the Chiefs are a little less explosive than they've been without Tyreek Hill. I know that does make it. I think they're in some ways easier to defend. And if the 49er pass rush is getting it going and Bosa's out there on the field, then they have the capability of slowing down the Chiefs. Like, they're going to have a better shot at slowing down the Chiefs than most teams in the NFL would have at slowing down the Chiefs. To me, it's more about, can they get the offense in gear? Like, you're not beating the Chiefs 20-17. If you're going to beat the Chiefs, you're going to probably have to beat them 31-24.
Right.
And so, can they get the offense going is the question. And that's where the urgency has not been there, or when they've had it, it's just diminished as the game has gone on. But no, it's a freaking NFL. They've got a shot.
Of course they have a shot. I guess what I'm wondering, and I've kind of been on this kick all year, they're 3-3, just like every other team in the NFL virtually. They've got no impressive wins. If you can't say on the one hand the Rams stink, but the 49ers beat, like, I just think there's an
home dog.
I just think that there's I think this team's overrated until they start winning games.
Well, and you could make the case to this point. It's all right. Well, who have they beaten? Carolina, who stinks and fired their coach. Seattle, who's right there with them at 3-3, but nobody thinks is good. But then you look at the other games, and they beat the Rams, who they always beat.
Right.
But then you look at the 3 losses, and they were basically 3 games. I'd throw the Denver game out, but Denver hasn't been good either. But everybody thought Chicago's a lock, Atlanta's a lock, at least going into the year. Now, maybe Atlanta's a little better. The Chicago game got weird with the monsoon. But I guess what I'm getting at is, Steiny, they can lose any game, too. Like we know that.
Right.
So, but I'm not going to say because they didn't win these other games, they can't win this game. But the Chiefs are the better team coming in. Like that, There's no doubt. But the better team doesn't always win.
Here's what I'm getting at with the 49ers. There's a lot of fans that think this is a Super Bowl contending team.
Well, to this point, they're not. Like, to this point, let's stop that. And I said that week 1, by the way.
But
if you lose to the Bears, shut up about Super Bowl contention until you string some stuff together, and they haven't been able to do it.
I get that. There's a lot of fans that think this is a Super Bowl contending team. They're 3-, it's really weird. I feel like the fans who have high expectations for this team are still saying, "Oh, we're fine. We're good. We're good. We can beat the Chiefs." Well, I know you can beat the Chiefs, but to me, there have been more troubling signs than positive signs. I mean, your starting quarterback got hurt. You've got injuries again. You've lost to teams that you didn't think. Look, the very least, you thought the 49ers would be 4-2 right now. The very least. Let's be honest. So now they're a game behind. Well, they better win one of the next 2, right? They better. Otherwise,
they're 3-5 again. But then we saw last year that they could be 3-5 and still go on a run. And the schedule, although you got to at this point throw out the schedule because they've lost a couple of games that everybody had them winning, but the schedule is more favorable on the back end. It was more favorable last year on the back end, and they were able to get it together. and make that run to get to 10-7. I mean, 10-7 wins the division, I think, this year. Hell, 9-8 might win the division this year, the way things are going.
It might. Yeah, they were. You were 3-5 last year. I always hesitate. Every year's different, though.
It is.
I mean, I guess on the one side, you can do it if you're 3-5, and that'll make you feel better than you felt at 3-5 last year, clearly. But again, it's a different team, and I know they're running it back, but there's no guarantees.
The concern for me is going into this game, you could play well and lose. Like that, because everybody's waiting for when are the Niners going to get it together? When are they going to do that? When are they going to? And like the defense could be really good, maybe not dominant, but good against a Chiefs team that has a great offense. Be good. The offense play a little bit better because maybe the Chiefs are not quite as good defensively in some ways, and you end up losing 27-24. Mahomes at the end or whatever, and then you played better, but now you're 3-4 and you're up again and you're playing the Rams, who you own, but they're not really that much different than you are. And
But if the Rams are 4-3 and you're 3-4 and you beat them, I'm talking about the Rams beat the Niners.
Then you're in trouble.
Now you're in
the division. You're in trouble at that point.
So
it's
totally agree.
It's fragile. It's week to week. I think the injuries are a concern, and it seems like it's a little bit more optimistic for the Niners on the injury front just from talking to Cam, but not having your top two corners potentially against the Chiefs is a problem. They throw it a lot, though, to Kelce, and so I think you're going to have to try and take him out of the equation and force the ball but the Chiefs may be comfortable putting the ball in the hands of the receivers because they're going up against a depleted secondary in terms of the cornerbacks potentially, so I think that becomes a factor.
This from the 650. Okay, I'll give you this one, 650. Yeah, you can look at it as though the Niners are 3-3 and they haven't played their best football yet. Okay, I'll give you that. That's fair. But I still think they're one game behind where we all thought they would be.
Most definitely.
Somebody's saying, who have the Eagles beaten?
Who cares?
Dallas.
They've beaten everybody.
Beat Dallas.
Here's who they've beaten. Everybody.
Exactly.
I
want to say they beat the Giants, too, 5-1. Right?
I don't.
Did they play the Giants yet?
I don't think they did. I might be wrong.
But that's a good way to answer it. Everyone. Absolutely.
The Giants lost to the Cowboys. That's their one. So they have.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the Giants lost.
Yeah, NFC East. Mm-hmm. All right, you brought this up before the show. I didn't think much of it, but now, after looking at the text line, the Xfinity mobile text line all show, now I will throw it out. Why are the 49ers honoring a Super Bowl losing team? Again, I didn't. It's fine, I get everybody back, but it does fly in the face of we hang banners here, or we only win Super Bowl. So, what is Jed York doing here, or the organization?
I think he's trying to.
You think it's all about Harbaugh?
I think he's trying to celebrate his own personal successes as owner, as lead.
Interesting.
That's a cynical view. I'm not a big Jed York guy, as you know, but
who is? There's nobody out. There's nobody.
I don't think he's a bad guy.
No, I'm not saying that either. But my point is,
he's a good family guy or whatever.
But my point is, there's nobody out there that says, "Oh, Jed York." Nobody talks about Jed York like they talk about Joe Lacob. And I get it. He hasn't won a title, but
he also hasn't had near the success.
Right. What I'm getting at is there's nobody who's pro Jed York. They might be ambivalent Jed York, but there's nobody that says that organization goes nowhere without Jed York. And there might be people that say, tell you what.
Which is probably the case about, 70, 80% owners in sports.
Not Lacob.
Well, Lacob's in his own stratosphere.
I know.
Lacob is an elite owner.
510, Niners haven't won anything in years. That was a great Niners team. You don't think the Dubs will celebrate the We Believe team?
Well, they have.
Fair enough, but the Warriors at We Believe weren't known for hanging banners. The 49ers prided themselves on we don't lose Super Bowls up until about a decade ago.
Well, if you're going to honor one of these teams, wouldn't it be maybe a little easier of a sell to do it for this team as opposed to the one that lost the Super Bowl?
The 12 team went to the Super Bowl and lost against the Ravens.
Right. Yes. 10-year anniversary of that team.
Correct. What happened a year after that?
NFC Championship game.
And 2 straight NFC Championship losses after that.
Well, no, it was NFC Championship loss, Super Bowl loss, NFC Championship loss. That was the order.
11 is when they went the first time.
Exactly.
So, I mean, you're still, I don't know. You were the one who brought it up.
I mean, I was half being a smart ass.
Okay.
But I do that was a special team.
All right.
And it was an era of 49ers football where they hadn't been very good, and then they weren't very good for a few years after. And the next year they were, but then it kind of fell apart for 4 or 5 years until 2019. And so I just think they're trying to honor that middle ground between when they used to be great for 20 years and where they are now.
No, I hear you.
And I just think they're trying to celebrate what was a small percentage of positivity from what really was a dark era going all the way back to like
2000.
From 2002 till 2019.
Right.
Right. In a way, it's not We Believe because they had more success than We Believe in terms of years, and they made it to a Super Bowl and a couple championship games. But in a way, it kind of is, right? It's this 3-year window of like a 17-year stretch where they basically stunk. Like if you look at from a bigger scale, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the 3 years where they were okay in a stretch of a lot of years where they were really bad.
True. 925, I think Jed has shown development as an owner.
Yeah.
I'll give him that.
Maybe.
Yeah, but you know what? Hold on.
Maybe.
Hold on. Okay, I'm not here to fight whether that's the case, but you brought up something that's very important. 10 years ago, he was 33. He's 43 now. He should be a better owner now than at 33.
Well, I've made the point, too, that he gave Kyle Shanahan the contract extension that he didn't give Jim Harbaugh, right? Jim Harbaugh went to the Super Bowl. They lost. I think where everything started to fray between Harbaugh and York and the organization was they didn't win that Super Bowl. Ironically enough, they didn't win the Super Bowl. And my belief was always Jed kind of started to hold that against Jim. Like, your ways, your play caller, your like all of this got in the way of me being Eddie D. Jr. as his nephew and this young dynamic owner getting the stadium built. Like he at that point, in essence, you win that Super Bowl, maybe we are starting to talk about him as Joe Lacob.
It's not a bad call.
And I think there was some resentment there from Jed York on that front, and I think that led toward the fracture that came later. But I do think he's grown in the sense that you could make the same case about Shanahan. I think he's got a little weird in that Super Bowl, but he didn't. He said, you know what, this is a good thing I got going. I messed up a lot.
It's because he likes those guys and he didn't like the ball. And that's fair. All right, hey, next segment's brought to you by BMW of Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. I got to play for you on the other side what Jaquaski Tart said about the 49ers. He thinks he's got the reason why they've got so many injuries. We'll talk about it on the other side.
It's a battle of MVPs.
The first unanimous selection in the entire history of the NBA. Steph Curry. It's my honor to announce that Nikola Jokic is this year's most valuable player.
Steph Curry and the Warriors host Nikola Jokic and the Nuggets. Our pregame coverage starts tomorrow at 6. Only on 95.7 The Game.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper-gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper-gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
From the four corners of the globe, the world's greatest set their sights on one goal. The Breeders' Cup World Championships are coming to iconic Keeneland this November 4th and 5th. Over 2 days and 14 championship races, the pinnacle of international thoroughbred racing will put the most jaw-dropping, heart-pounding spectacle before your very eyes. Coverage begins Friday on USA and continues Saturday on USA and NBC. Visit breederscup.com/2022 to learn more.
Every day, I bet your floors have shoe grime and pet grime and invisible grime.
Invisible grime?
Yep, the kind of grime that you only notice when you look at your socks.
Ew.
So get Swiffer Sweeper Wet, the cleaning power of a mop with the convenience of a wipe. Sweeper heavy-duty wet pads come prepped with a cleaning solution that traps and locks dirt and grime deep inside the pad. Even dirt and grime you can't see. For the clean floors you want, anytime you want it. Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty wet pads.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at safeway.com/for-you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll see you soon.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Aw, you didn't have to go so all out for my birthday.
Yes, we did. Because birthdays are about showing your friends how much you care for them and how grateful you are for their... This is Jamie from Progressive. No, this is a great time. Progressive protects you 24/7. Oh, I'm sorry that happened. Jamie. Can you hold on one second? I gotta take this call, but remember, birthdays are about togetherness.
Contact us 24/7 on the phone, online, or on the mobile app. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, covered subject to policy terms.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 $149 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
In San Rafael, sunny and warm, highs near 80.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Don't buy plastic toys for your pet. Instead, look for natural materials like cotton, rope, wood, or bamboo. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Booker again to Lee. Lee with the drive. Tough shot. Oh! Unbelievable! An implausible shot by Lee.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Hey, all Damian Lee does is hit game winners. Remember Chicago? Was that last year or the year before? I think it was last year. No. Remember Damian Lee hit the game winner, I think, at Chicago?
2 years ago. Yeah, at the beginning of the nobody in the stand season.
Yeah, and then he
also had a couple of free throws that year against Toronto, I believe. He got fouled late and hit a couple of free throws that gave the Warriors a win. Unafraid.
That's what I was going to say. Sweet.
Unafraid.
He is unafraid.
Well, yeah, somebody said earlier, and I don't know.
You gotta be if you're him.
It backed up on the text line, but they wanted me to explain, like, JD, why is it a joke that the fans didn't like Damian Lee? Look, you can like or not like whoever you want. It's not that. It's that it was disproportionate hate for Damian Lee. Like, he was not that bad. He may not have been your favorite player. He may not have even been a good player at times. But he was not the worst player to play for the Warriors in the last 8 years. And he, frankly, I think by a good portion of the fan base was treated that way. And I always found it to be weird. Like, it was a, weird flex, bro. Kind of a thing. Like, why? And there's something too, like, the other part is, it's the nepotism part, right? It's
sure.
It's Steph's brother-in-law. And I always thought that was a little weird because everybody loves Steph.
Curry!
Like, Steph can do no wrong. Like, Steph clearly likes the guy, but that's not cool. That's a weird deal, man. Well, I'm not even saying it should be okay. Like, I'm not for that either, but it's Steph, right?
Yes, and
it's Steph's guy. Why can't Steph have a guy? LeBron's had 20 guys over the years.
I'll say this.
And he's also married to his freaking sister.
But here's the other thing
family.
now.
Here's like
the other thing now. The other thing now is another team signed him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a good team.
Yeah, right.
And he just helped them win a game in his first game.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it's like, I get you don't like the whole family component to it. Fine. Like, but there were a lot of people that were like, that's the only reason he's in the league. No, it's not.
Well, guess what?
No, it's not.
Giannis's brother's in the league.
Right, and that's worse. And he stinks. Right. He's worse than Damian Lee.
And I'll tell you, if Steph Curry says, hey, I'd like you to keep Damian Lee as the 15th man, who's going to say no? I'm with you. This is probably all fans, not just Warrior fans, but if there's one thing that kind of bothers me is that when the Warriors struggle or they do lose, I don't think the big boys take the heat they should. I think people tend to blame the role players on a night when Steph can't make a shot or a night when Steph turns it over.
Yeah.
And to me, you always got to go to the main guys first.
And the coaches trusted him. Like, that was the other, like, clearly Damian the coaches trusted him these last couple of years. I mean, he was bad. He played his way out of I'm trying to remember, it was the Memphis series, right? Or was it the Dallas series? They're running together. But there was a point where he was playing last year in the playoffs because they had injuries, and he was playing ahead of Moody, and he was playing ahead of Kuminga, and everybody was freaking out, and it was because the coaches had trust. Now, he played badly, and they ended up, I think, going to Moody after that, but they trusted him. That's okay.
It is. And he helped them.
It was just disproportionate hate. It was irrational. It was the fans despised. It's like, you despise Damian Lee, like,
because he made boneheaded plays. JD.
But here's the thing:
he missed more than he made.
Here's the thing:
complaining he's not a star.
I'm going to give you a perfect example. I'm going to give you the perfect example. Warrior fans hated Damian Lee, but they loved Nick Young, and Nick Young stunk for the most part. Like he stunk just as much as Damian Lee.
He stunk out loud.
He stunk just as much as Damian Lee, if not more.
Oh, he was worse than Damian Lee.
Okay.
See, here's the thing.
Okay, well, why is that? You know why? Because
Damian Lee cares.
Because Nick Young was swaggy P, and Nick Young.
Please stop it. I'm in a good mood.
Well, no.
And this is going to upset me.
But Warrior fans like that. Damian Lee, they like that. Nick Young would look at the bench when he hit a three.
Hey, JD, the fact that you think, he said you guys, but hey, JD, and he didn't say JD either. Hey, JD, the fact that you think Damian Lee is good shows how little you know about basketball.
Awesome. I didn't say he was good.
Here's the other thing. What was Damian Lee, the 10th man? Just give me a number.
Not even. Probably 11 or 12.
Okay. And here's my thing. When you have an 11th man, you got to expect most of the time he's not going to be great. But he helped them win games that we can remember. As an 11th man,
right?
If you do that, that's what you want. Of course, an 11th man's not going to be good every single time he goes out. But let me tell you what Damian Lee did do. I can't remember the game. He won a game for him in Miami. Remember, right? He was part of that team where they rested everybody and beat Miami.
That got him home court advantage over Dallas and got him home court advantage in the finals.
Exactly. So, to me, if you're a bench player, it's not about consistency unless you're the 6th, 7th, or 8th man. If you're the 10th, 11th man, go for it because you're probably in because you're down big, and the coach is like, I'm going to my 11th man because 7, 8, 9 haven't done anything.
We may have to end the show off of the next one I'm going to say, but I'm going to say it.
All right.
And people are going to, Warrior fans are not going to like it. But guess what?
What?
Damian Lee helped them win more games than Jonathan Kuminga.
Oh, it's like 5-1. I think Damian Lee helped the Warriors win. If we added them all up, probably a dozen games over 3 years. What? Hey, here they come. JD, why are you hating on Kuminga? Kuminga did something to JD.
You got to be careful. Did not. But again, there is a disproportionate like for Kuminga at this point of his career.
I think it's a kind of like that every fan base,
no doubt,
would
no
be
question,
jumping for joy about this.
He's
got potential,
dynamic, athletic, raw talent that you want to see. No doubt, you're right.
510. He disagrees, which means he agrees with us. D. Lee was a solid, deep bench guy,
right?
Better than Nick Young, who was a clown, from whom more was expected. Good point. Good point, 510.
I like that.
If you're going to compare Lee to anyone, compare him to Jordan Bell or Jacob Evans. Yeah, it's fair.
Well, he's better than both those guys, too.
I think. Yeah. I mean, listen. He's hard. He's the 11th man on the team. Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares? Nick Young was asked to be the 8th or 9th man. He couldn't do it. Yeah, Nick Young.
Nick Young helped them win one of those games in Houston, though.
Yeah. Yeah, he was a difference.
In one of them, he hit 3 threes, and I can't remember if it was Game 7. It might have been Game 7.
Don't.
But I digress.
Yeah. Was that you know what?
It was one of the games in Houston they won when they won the conference finals and didn't have home court in 18.
Actually, the Lakers reminded me last night of the Rockets when they went, or 2 nights ago when they went 0 for 27 from 3. Every time the Lakers are taking a 3 against the Warriors, I'm like, that's not going in.
Well, they were 2 for 20 at
they
one
can't,
point.
They can't shoot. They can't make shots.
And LeBron after the game was like, "Yeah, we can't make shots." Like that's
not changing.
It's like that's how we're built. LeBron's like, "That's how we're built." You didn't hear that?
I didn't hear that, but that means because everyone's like, "Well, LeBron put the team together," so he's saying, "No, I didn't."
He likened it to an NFL team that has wide receivers who run underneath routes as opposed to going deep.
I did hear that.
He's like, well, just because you got guys running 3-yard routes doesn't mean you can't be effective. Okay.
He knows.
How about that?
He knows. See, that's the thing about guys.
He's coasting. LeBron's coasting.
Probably.
I'll say it. He's coasting.
I mean, if I'm LeBron, and I have the ability to do it, and I think he thinks he has the ability to do it, he's thinking, I will coast this year. I'll come back next year when we're better. Like, he actually is the kind of guy who could say, you know what, I'm going to lay low this year. I'll come back next year better, even though I'm older. You know what I mean?
I think he probably thinks he could get it together for one more time.
Yeah. We got to find out what their cap situation
especially if he coasts this year.
Exactly. Just like when Curry got hurt in the 15-win season, the following year he comes back and averages more than he ever has, 32, right? He averaged 32 the year they went 39 and 33. And then last year he was 25-ish. Hey, one thing I was thinking about the Warriors watching the Lakers game, and Guru said it, like, the Warriors are so much smarter than everybody else.
Oh, God.
It's pretty noticeable. You know what I looked at that box score the other night for the Warriors and noticed? Here's what you can't do, and dumb teams do this all the time. They foul Curry, Poole, or Klay Thompson when they're in the bonus away from the ball or when they're not shooting. You cannot send Curry, Poole, or Klay Thompson to the line when you're defending the Warriors. There's 6 on the shot clock, and you're holding your own defensively. You can't go for a steal. All right? You can't gamble. And you cannot foul. What were they from the line, the 3 of them? 16 for 17. Like, they don't miss foul shots. So every time you foul and they are in the bonus, you're giving up 2 points. You just are.
Got to know better.
Exactly. You got to be buttoned up. Mike's in Fairfield. Hey, Mike, what's going on, man?
Hey, not much, dude. How you doing?
Doing well, man.
All right. Hey, I kind of want to switch gears a little bit. Y'all was talking about the Warriors and the Lakers. Kind of wanted to piggyback on a comment you had about the 49ers didn't have any significant wins, but, I mean, they still beat the defending champions, right? I mean, that's got to be significant.
Yeah, that's one.
Yeah,
I don't know that we said any, but that's one.
I said they didn't beat anybody.
Oh, well, yeah. I should have.
They haven't beaten any team with a winning record.
I should have taken you to task.
Thank you, Mike.
Should have taken you to task for that one.
Right, but everybody's saying the Rams are terrible now. At least now. So, yeah, LBJ coasting. You think Tom Brady ever coasted?
No. The answer is no.
He didn't.
I mean, Brady's on a different level than LeBron. I mean, Brady's been to every bit as many championship rounds, and he's won 7. LeBron's won 4. I mean, Brady's... To me, you could make the case Brady, if you wanted to, you could... I mean, we're mixing apples and oranges, but I think you could put Brady ahead of Jordan.
Oh, greatest athlete of all time?
Greatest winner.
Yeah,
even.
I would.
I know Bill Russell comes up at that point and all that, but yeah, I can. Jordan had more of a direct impact because in the NBA, you're always going to have more of a direct impact, I guess. But if you wanted to have a conversation about Brady making it to 10 and winning 7 being greater than Jordan making it to 6 and winning 6, I'd be here for it.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't. It's one you can.
We could do that next August.
Okay.
When you come back off of vacation.
There is one thing Warrior related I wanted to bring up before the end of the show, and that is everybody is praising the Warriors for their depth, and they do look like they're going to be a deep team this year. But there's some comparisons that are now coming up to the 2015 team, the strength in numbers team, and we got to slow down a little bit. Because that bench on the 15 team, let me just throw these names at you. Here's the first guy I got to throw at you. Andre Iguodala. He was coming off the bench that year. Andre Iguodala. He would go on to win the finals MVP. So you had an all-star player coming off the bench. You had Livingston, Spates, and Barbosa. So if you throw Iguodala in there, that is 4 veteran players who had already established themselves in the NBA and who were they'd subscribed to their roles. You cannot put Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, and Poole into that group. You cannot do it yet. Those guys, they're the young versus the experience. These young guys are going to have to grow, and it's going to happen all season long. Like, the Warriors have to play this right for their young players to be helping them in the postseason. And I think it is a tall ask, and I think it's such a tall ask, JD. It's why, once again, they protected themselves with DiVincenzo and JaMychal Green.
Yeah, that's why it's not as tall of an ask. And you nailed right where I was going with it. It's the fact that, and I think there was a quote today, and I'm paraphrasing it, that I saw during one of the breaks, Steve Kerr talking about JaMychal Green and saying, I didn't realize how good he was until I got an opportunity to coach him. JaMychal Green's playing.
I think you're right.
And he's a little older, so there's nights where he's going to not play maybe, and that'll be one of the nights where Kuminga gets the 25 minutes or something like that, as opposed to 13. But they've got a balance. Like, they can, if they want to, in a playoff game, assuming everybody's healthy, go with Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Looney,
Poole,
Green, DiVincenzo, Iguodala.
Yeah, they could.
And just end it right there, depending upon how they separate the minutes between Looney and say Draymond. And you could put JaMychal Green even at small 5.
Right.
If you wanted to. Like, they could go, and I'm not saying they're going to want to, but they could go no Moody, no Kuminga, no Wiseman.
Right.
In the playoffs if they wanted to. They also, I wouldn't be surprised. Don't be surprised if they got that 15th roster spot.
Mm-hmm.
If they do decide to sign somebody, how much you want to bet it's a backup center?
Oh.
Just in case.
In case what? Wiseman gets hurt?
Or just in case you don't want to play him in the playoffs.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I got you. No, and listen, Steph Curry alluded to that on the Saturday when he talked after the Draymond Green punch. He acknowledged that there's a lot going on with this team, and the one thing that he brought up was, look, we have young players trying to make a name for themselves in this league. Well, they're going to largely be trying to make a name for themselves coming off the bench. The 2015 team, again, had players who were all established in the league. To me, it's not a knock against young players, but it's a reality. If young players need to establish themselves in the league, old players have already done it. Old players tend to naturally think about the team more than a young player who's just trying to get his feet wet in the NBA and prove to himself and everybody else that he can play. So the Warriors are going to have to the young players for the Warriors are not only going to have to figure out how and if they belong in the league and to what level, but they're going to have to play championship-type minutes in the playoffs by the end of this year.
Right.
But we'll see.
But how many minutes?
Right.
Like, that's the thing. It's not extended minutes. And I'm not saying that I think it's going to play out where they don't play. I'm just saying they're going to have the option to not play any one of the three if they don't want to. Or all three.
But, and this is where they have it kind of licked a little bit, is while they don't have to play Kuminga if they don't want to in a huge game, they'll still probably have 12 to 15 built-in starts for him.
Correct.
Over the course of the year. So, okay, and that's the thing. Some of these guys are not going to play certain nights. Some of them are going to start certain nights, and some of them are going to come off the bench most nights. And it's going to be interesting to see. Hey, JD, could that backup center be Dwight Howard?
I hope not.
So he's not on a roster.
Got about 15 seconds here, guys. Samson Ebukam of the 49ers coming up with Damon and Ratto at 4 o'clock, and then the head coach, Steve Kerr himself, at 4:45.
Wow, good stuff. A pass rusher and the coach of Warriors. See, I got to go later.
Fresh off receiving his 9th NBA championship ring, Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 4:45.
I've never had a bad ring night, I can tell you that. They're all awesome.
It's the best interview in the Bay Area.
I'm thrilled with the win. Ring night is never an easy game.
Steve Kerr, today at 4:45. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help get you back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-345-2341 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrba.windows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top-quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus, buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Fantasy football leagues are won on the waiver wire, and with trades, and with savvy starter sit decisions. The Fantasy Football Today podcast will help you along the way with the best advice on how to manage your team and dominate your league. With 8 episodes per week, Fantasy Football Today is the only resource you'll need. Start sit, grade the trade, fantasy cops to settle your league disputes, and so much more. Check out Fantasy Football Today anywhere podcasts are found.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
From abortion to inflation, the issues in elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking them down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original political podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week, I'll talk with a range of experts to give you a no-fuss 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM and HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Hey, welcome. It is really good to have you here today. We got a great show for you. I mean, some really good conversation set up to go today. Michael Zagaris, who is the preeminent Bay Area sports photographer. We don't do a lot of hawking when someone puts books out. Like, we get books sent to us all the time, and I say, we're not doing that interview. I'm sorry, it's not good radio. Zagaris is an absolute personality. He has seen and shot more football and probably forgotten about it than most of us will ever see. And the book is absolutely magnificent. It really, really is. I know, Ray, you got a copy of it too. He's going to join us in about a half an hour from now to talk about it. And it is, with the holidays coming up, it's for a Bay Area sports fan, it's an awesome stocking stuffer.
It's not a stocking stuffer. It's a coffee table breaker. It's massive.
It would not fit in a stocking. You're right about that. And it's probably just a price point above a stocking stuffer. But it's really... do
this.
It's
I mean,
magnificent.
I don't pitch much because, meh.
It's magnificent.
No, if you paid attention to sports from 1970 on, this is your history.
Samson Ebukam joining us today. I'm looking forward to his appearance. We talked to him last year, but we didn't really know anything about him because he was kind of a new Niner, and we talked to him earlier in the year. We're getting to know him, and we know how important he is, so we are going to absolutely get into this game this coming up weekend against the Kansas City Chiefs. It is not an easy task that is in front of the 49ers defense, so I'm glad we're on the defensive side of the ball today as we go inside the 49ers locker room, and we're going inside the Warriors locker room to say hello to the Grand Poobah himself. Steve Kerr is going to join us at 4:45 today, and we're really looking forward to that conversation. Ray, if ring night for the Warriors was, an appetizer, a first course, last night in the NBA, we got the main entree, the secondi, if you're eating, a little Italian. I was having a great night on my couch. Great night on my couch. The kids were in bed. Dinner was fantastic. My wife is completely in her cell phone, so she's not trying to talk about what should be on TV or what else is on TV. I am just in my flippin' trigger-happy, watching 3 NBA games at once mode, and a transformer goes out in my neighborhood. The entire house, pitch black. The entire neighborhood, pitch black. Like, I haven't seen that much pitch black, because usually you get, like, the ambient lights from the street or stuff. The whole thing was just darkness, and I missed the Kings opener. I watched about a half. I didn't miss much there. I missed the gosh darn Damian Lee moment for the Phoenix Suns. I missed the Nets getting blown out at home by the Pelicans. I did get Grizzlies and Knicks in overtime. At least I got that. But damn it, I was having a great night, and then the power goes out.
That's just God's way of saying you're not getting any free ones.
No.
Period.
You'd think the sun would shine on me every now and then. I got a night where I got the clicker to myself on the couch. Nobody's bothering me. And then, poof, all gone. And, of course, when that happens, your wireless goes down. So now
you're done.
Yeah. So it was an early bedtime.
So you spent a lot of time looking for flashlights.
We had, God bless my wife, she is at the ready for most major panic moments. We had candles out instantly, flashlights ready to go. Trying to explain to the 3-year-old why I can't take a flashlight to bed. That's about a half an hour. And that was my night last night. In bed by 9:30 for the first time since I was maybe 7 years old. I mean, what the hell were we going to do? We're going to stay up and talk to each other? I don't think so.
Oh, jeez. What are you thinking?
I don't think so. Anyways, a great show for you today. Great conversations. It's a Thinking Man's Thursday. We're going to be thinking a little bit later on, and you have all been warned. Hello to all the kids watching on YouTube. You see Steve saying, what, no free shirt today? No, not a free shirt. This was actually a purchased shirt, but I do wear it often. Ray, always the bright spot on the show. That is indeed his role. Marcus, thank you very much. MDK1, he's trying to get back into my good graces. Yeah, hello. He says hello. I'm happy. I'm happy that all of you. Damon Bruce needs to dye his beard. No. We go gray gracefully on this program. There will be no primping. There will be no attempts to make whatever this is better.
No earrings on a pig.
No, exactly. What do we? Yeah. Grecian formula, you think that's going to make this acceptable? You think all of a sudden, like Fox or ESPN is going to be like, oh, now that your beard is an old man's pube gray, we're going to have you on? No way.
No, you have a chance with a balaclava. That's about it.
Did you say baklava?
No, balaclava. It's a hooded hat where it basically just covers everything except your eyes and your mouth.
You're looking for the executioner's hood?
Sure. The more you hide, the better you look.
Thank you. Thank you so very much.
It's true of me as well. I'm not singling myself out for anything.
Yeah, I knew you weren't far away from that target statement. I knew that. We have some really good stuff to get into today. 2 NBA games coming up tonight. Bucks and Sixers, Clippers and Lakers. Clippers and Lakers should be a rousing Clipper win. Lakers back on national TV. Hopefully that doesn't stick around very, very often.
They are the Chicago Bears of the NFL. You cannot turn the television on without seeing them. Or Denver.
Monday night, by the way. Bears are on your Monday night schedule this week.
I mean, literally, who asks for that?
Can we flex these? Here's the thing. I know games are flexed into prime time. Can we get that game flexed out of prime time? Or is that only the province?
Can we get that game flexed out of the country?
Seriously?
I mean, I'd swap that baby out for a CFL game. Yes. You've seen them. You've seen them more than enough. You would much rather watch the Hamilton Tiger Cats. I
can't even argue against it. I can't even come up with anything pithy to come back at you at. I do have this, though, for you, because Patrick Mahomes is coming to town, and I'm just, any times I see a Patrick Mahomes stat come by my timeline, I've been, cutting and pasting it onto the prep show document and whatnot, and here's something that I thought was, you'll love this, Ray. Patrick Mahomes, who's only in his 5th year as a starter in the NFL, he is on pace to pass the career yardage for every single Chicago Bears quarterback that has ever been in their entire franchise history, and it'll probably happen around week 15, 16, 17 this year. So Patrick Mahomes in 5 years is greater than every person that has ever played quarterback for the Chicago Bears. Well, and Tom Brady in just his 40s would be the all-time Bears career passing leader.
Oh, well, no, I mean, let's be honest. The last good quarterback was a great quarterback before they threw the ball. I mean, Sid Luckman retired in 1950.
You're not talking about Peter Tom Willis?
I'm folding him into the reason why that stat is a little deceptive.
I mean, you'd think
they've had no quarterbacks for 72 years.
It's amazing. It truly is. Like you thought, well, how about were those Harbaugh years?
No.
The
Bears do throwing the ball the way the 49ers do throwing the ball. Only they've done it since the start of the Korean War. That's all you need to know.
And to let you know that nothing's changing quickly, Justin Fields right now currently ranks last in the NFL in completion percentage, passing yards, passing touchdowns, passing first downs. And of all quarterbacks that have started 6 games, he is dead last. He's been sacked 23 times. That's the second most in the NFL. He's been pressured on 46% of his dropbacks, and he's got the worst wide receiving group in all football. So, good times.
Yeah, I mean, he's literally a guy with no chance. There's no way of knowing whether he can be a quarterback in this league or not because he's not in this league. He's playing for the Bears.
Yeah, he is definitely not going to get any shake whatsoever that's going to come out in his direction. By the way, quite a debut for the number 1 overall draft pick in the NBA last year, Paolo Banchero. He went LeBron on us. The Orlando Magic last night got 27, 9, and 5 out of him in his NBA debut, making him the first rookie with at least 25, 5, and 5 in his first game since LeBron James in 2003. That alone, I mean, that's really impressive. It really is. The Orlando Magic, by the way, had 3 young players. Banchero, Jalen Suggs, and Franz Wagner, each scoring 20 points. That's the first time in NBA history that 3 players on one team, 21 years or younger, were able to do that in a season opener, yet still they lose. And the Detroit Pistons, they got a little youth movement going for them, too. Cade Cunningham, who was the number 1 overall a couple of years ago, he had 18 and 10. Jaden Ivey, who was a top 5 pick this year, he had 19 and 4 assists. Look out! The Detroit Pistons and Orlando Magic might be interesting this year. I didn't get enough of the Kings last night. Should I hop on that bandwagon?
No.
And that's
16 years in a row should tell you that's when you can get on late.
But don't you want to be there when it actually happens? Don't you want to be sitting next to Anthony Slater going up to Golden One Center thinking tonight's the night?
He went up last night. Tonight wasn't the night.
That was not the night.
No, hey, look, you can wait on the Kings. You can probably wait on the Pistons and Magic too. It's just that
I just like to say I was there from the beginning. That's all. That's me.
See, I don't ever get that. I'm okay with being the last guy to the party as long as the door is still open.
We got ourselves a really good show today. We're going to look back at a fun couple opening nights in the NBA. Steve Kerr, Samson Ebukam, Michael Zagaris coming up. We don't do 3 interviews really in any show, but today is one of those days. So that's what's coming up this afternoon. It is good to have you here. We got open lines, of course, for you and an awful lot to get into. Some fresh piping hot sound from Kyle Shanahan. Steph Curry talked today, and we got some things to get into. So hopefully you plan on sticking around with us. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, and we want to let you know that everything we do here on 95.7 The Game, you can find it all on that Odyssey app, and you should download it today, and I'll stop asking you to do it when everyone does it.
Fresh off receiving his 9th NBA championship ring, Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 4:45.
I've never had a bad ring night, I can tell you that. They're all awesome.
It's the best interview in the Bay Area.
I'm thrilled with the win. Ring night is never an easy game.
Steve Kerr, today at 4:45. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
If you're looking to make some easy money on tonight's New Orleans-Arizona game, all you have to do is call 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. The guys over at TakingVegas.com have been on fire. We are 10-2 on our weeknight pro football games, and tonight for free on a recorded message. New Orleans, Arizona, 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. Also on the recorded hotline, our 5 best bets for the weekend in pro and college football, plus the next 30 days of our service will be free as well. It's all on a recorded message starting with New Orleans, Arizona tonight, 888 9-WIN NOW is the number to call. That's 888-994-6669. Monday night, we gave you under Denver, LA. Last Thursday, under Washington, Chicago. We have another free pick winner tonight available on the recorded message. Just call 888-9-WIN NOW.
Every morning at 8:50, the Morning Roast presents the Xfinity Flex of the show. Fonte and Shasky flex with their best moment of the day. Replayed at 8:50.
You'll win it. 4th championship. Steph, Draymond, Clay helped the Warriors win this one alongside Jordan Poole, Kuminga, Moody. Nobody can say anything. You can't take this one away.
The Flex of the show. Presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium. Free with Xfinity Internet.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to meal enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The new Google Pixel 7 Pro is super, especially when it's on Verizon, the network America relies on. It's supercharged, super powered, and a super...
deal.
You know it. Now, switch to Verizon and get the Google Pixel 7 Pro on us with select trade-ins and select 5G unlimited plans.
That really is super.
Yep. There's never been a better time to switch to Verizon. $899.99 device payment purchase with new smartphone line on select 5G unlimited plans required. $200 Verizon e-gift card with ported. Less $700 trade-in/promo credit applied over 36 months. 0% APR. Trade-in conditions and additional terms apply.
You might not
have the biggest garage on the block, but with eBay Motors, there's 122 million parts right at your fingertips. Whatever you need, there's something that fits your vehicle. Air filters, tires, seat covers, and more. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit.
Well, you can go ahead and enjoy the gray tips of my beard or the sweater Ray is wearing this afternoon. If you're watching on YouTube or on Twitch, we are certainly streaming there, and you can enjoy this. For whatever reason, it might bring you joy. We would not know. But hello again to our entire YouTube chatting crew. It's a good little group of guys who kind of hang out with each other on the internet all afternoon. I see the same names popping up each and every day. So hello to you all. And
you make that sound creepy.
Well, maybe there are a creepy group of guys, but there are a group. Right?
I think it's a pretty good likelihood.
There are a group. They come here to see what you're wearing.
I rest my case.
Damon, what is worse, watching the Lakers or Thursday night football on the Xfinity mobile text line? I mean, that's a great question. And honestly, we get the side-by-side comparison tonight. I mean, we get to run that experiment in real freaking time.
Actually, worse yet, back-to-back. Because the Laker game is going to start like at 7:30. Is it not?
Yeah. Well,
so you'll see most of a bad football game, and then you'll see most of a bad basketball.
Oh, that's right. That's right. They don't totally fit on top of each other.
You can literally go from 5 o'clock till 10:15,
just
throwing up into a bucket in that living room that may now be fully lit.
It is lit. We did have power back on this morning. I'm very happy to report that to you. Somebody also, look, I mean, there are times when the text line can become incredibly combative. There are times when the text line can be full of trolls just trying to poke at hosts. Then there can be times the text line really does the show a favor. Someone from the 925 asked, Ray, have you seen the new Sharks reverse retro jerseys? And Ray has. I had not. So I asked Ray, what do you think of them? What do you think of them?
They're pretty boilerplate. I mean, they're not very flashy. There are some really good retros this year. This one, though, it's historical.
It's simple. It's clean. I mean, I'm going to call A+. I just saw them for the very first time on the recommendation of the question that was posed. And if I had to describe what the Sharks retro sweater, reverse retro jersey, I guess they're calling it, looks like, if you could have taken one of the great NFL uniforms of all time, which were those old San Diego Charger powder blue yellows, and convert them into a hockey sweater, that's kind of what they look like. They're gorgeous. They're absolutely freaking gorgeous. I think the Sharks got great sweaters as they are. If they wanted to go to these full time, I would endorse that. Those are freaking gorgeous.
I wouldn't shame any uniform by putting them on these guys so far.
Oh, they can only ruin them with the way that they're playing right now.
I mean, we're not going to get too deep in the woods, but when a team scores first in a hockey game, they win about 67% of the time. No team last year had, more than 4 games where they scored first and lost all year. Sharks have scored first 4 times in 5 games and lost them all.
I know who they're missing.
Done scoring!
No.
Now more than ever.
No, they're missing a time machine is what they're missing. They've run out of stuff. They've just run out of stuff.
I'll tell you what Thursday night does bring us. Thursday night football, we get back to the Bird Gauntlet tonight. For those of you who do not know and have not been tracking, the Bird Gauntlet is a rare thing indeed. As a matter of fact, it's never been run successfully. No team in the NFL has ever beaten all 5 bird mascot teams in the NFL in any year. Now, obviously, you need the schedule breaks that would come with putting all 5 bird-related mascots on your schedule. But the New Orleans Saints, God bless them, they have the Bird Gauntlet on their schedule, and they are currently 2-0. They have beaten the Atlanta Falcons. They have beaten the Seattle Seahawks. And tonight, they're at the Arizona Cardinals. So we'll see if the Saints can open up the Bird Gauntlet 3-0. I know that, how about this? Very few audiences, Sports Talk Radio America today, are even aware of the Bird Gauntlet. This is the benefit of being in our audience. You have something else to track tonight.
Yeah, and it also helps there are almost no NBA games, and the baseball game doesn't start for another hour and a half.
Yankees and Astros. By the way, I want to correct a mistake I made 3 days ago when I said every single team that won 100 games got bounced so far in the postseason. That is incorrect. No. The Arizona Astros. The Houston Astros. They did get to 106, but everyone just hates them so much, nobody talks about it. 106 wins. This is a magnificent season. They're in the ALCS for the 6th straight year in a row. Call them cheaters, whatever. To cheat that consistently, if that's what they're doing, would be impressive. There must be a touch of skill there as well, and they're already up 1-0 in the series. Lou Severino making the biggest start of his career tonight. Framber Valdez was the quietest 17-6 with an ERA under 3 in the history of Major League Baseball. Yeah. The Houston Astros are 4-0 in this postseason. They haven't dropped a postseason game yet.
Well, technically 4-0-1 because they played their first 9 innings of Game 3 against Seattle to a scoreless tie.
Yeah, but this isn't hockey, so we're not.
Nevertheless, and if anybody still hates the Astros for 5 years ago, it's probably time to get over it. They only have 5 guys left from that team. 2 of them are pitchers who didn't even get to benefit from it. Most of the front office is new. Really, the only holdovers are Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman, Yuli Gurriel, and the owner, Jim Crane.
Was Verlander?
Verlander was on there, but he didn't get any benefit from the
right. No one's banging a trash can.
Yeah, so he and Lance McCullers are the other 2.
Okay.
So basically, this is an entirely new Astros team.
By the way, Verlander K'd 11 last night to set a major league record with his 8th double-digit strikeout in the postseason. He also passed Clayton Kershaw to become the career leader now in postseason strikeouts. He has 219. Obviously, all postseason stats have been totally just disrupted by so much postseason baseball that so many great players did not exist through those times. So I don't know how much value you can find in anyone in modern times being a postseason leader in anything. They got so many more bites at the apple than, say, great players who back in the day, like, oh, congratulations, you won the National League. Your next game is the World Series.
Yeah, no, counting stats don't mean anything when you're trying to do that.
In the postseason, they really
average per game, though. And that's where Verlander just makes your jaw drop, because I want to say he's like 9 strikeouts a game. I mean, that might be a little high because I haven't looked it up, but I'd be surprised if he wasn't the leader in strikeouts per game. Because
he's a monster and he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's a monster. He's a Hall of Famer. He's going to win the Cy Young this year at age 39.
Oldest ever?
That I'd have to look that up.
We'll have to look that up at some point.
I mean, let's put it this way: if he's not the leader, he can't be any worse than second.
By the way, even though accounting stats, as you call them, are they don't have much value anymore. How about this? Last night, the Yankees struck out 17 times, and the Astros only struck out twice. It is the largest difference ever in terms of your strikeouts compared to my strikeouts in postseason history. So, Yankees are basically a home run or nothing in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, they are. By the way, there are 2 guys, actually, who will be older than Verlander when he wins the Cy Young this year. Gaylord Perry was 40 when he won it in 78. And Roger Clemens won it at 42. So I'm wrong. Yeah. I stand corrected.
All right, though. But I would have, you weren't far away. 3rd oldest of all time who's going to end up winning it. Michael Zagaris has been around the NFL for 6 decades. That's amazing. He's got a new book out called Field of Play, 60 Years of NFL Photography. And if you are a Bay Area sports fan, if you actually go to games, you have seen him. So he is officially, Ray, the 49ers photographer. I believe he's also the official A's photographer. He just dabbles with the Giants on his off days and maybe goes to the tank every now and then.
He was a team photographer for the Raiders for a lot of years. I mean, if there's a photo in the Bay Area of any game that's older than 5 years, it's his.
He took it. He has a new book that is coming out, and we're going to talk to him about it in just a matter of moments here. And it's spectacular. It's absolutely spectacular. It's a coffee table book, and it's some of the best sports photography you'll ever see. I mean, it's an awesome book. So it looks like we are getting him on the line right now. I can tell you that it's nearly 300 pages of amazing images and moments from, again, the most popular sports league in the world. This isn't a full retrospective of the man's career. This is just what he's done in the NFL, and what he's done in the NFL is prolific. You can order yours today, and it makes an awesome holiday gift. Zagarisbook.com, Zagaris book.com, and he is booked to join us right here and now on Damon and Ratto. Michael, thank you very much for saying hello this afternoon. How you doing?
Good, man. You guys must be out of real news stories if you've got me on.
Well, how about this? Ray and I have already admitted we don't like helping anyone sell anything unless it benefits us directly. But both of us were sent copies of this book, and it's the rare time where Ray and I have brought something up like, hey, have you gotten this? Have you seen how nice this is? And we were legitimately impressed by it. So we said, of course, we'd like to talk to you today. And it's great to have you. Thank you for joining us. And I mean it, man. This is a special, special book. And obviously you put an awful lot of love into it.
Yeah. You know what? Thanks, guys, first. But yeah, it's 60 years of work. And in one sense, had it not been for the pandemic, it would have been hard to get any of this together because I'm still working for two teams, and now working for one team is almost too much. So it gave me time to go through stuff that I probably never would have looked at again had I kept on doing what I'm doing right now.
Do you have more sports photos in your collection than you do rock photos? Because that was the other thing you did. You did rock shows for probably almost as long as you did sports teams.
Well, I did rock and roll for about 10 years, and I finally segued out of that because I was doing that as well as the sports. But I mean, the thing with rock, everything started to change really with both music and with sports because it became corporatized. And what I was doing with the bands started to go away because the record companies, they became involved and they didn't want to pay much, but more importantly, they wanted to control everything. And you know what? With both of these things, I did it because it allowed me to become what I was shooting while I was doing it. You can't do that anymore. I mean, the camera was always merely an entree for me. The way, if you're a Coke dealer, cocaine was your entree to whoever you wanted to be. And as we're laughing, we also know it's true. And I knew with the camera, that was the way in the door. And then, the fact that I played ball all through college, both baseball and football, I missed that when I stopped playing, not the actual playing, but the hanging out, the camaraderie. I mean, where else can you go from 8 a.m. till midnight and you're basically still in high school?
Are we talking about cocaine still? Because 8 a.m. to midnight, I could see how that would help.
Well, you know what? We can laugh about that. From probably mid-'70s to mid to late 80s, that was in both sports and music. And by the way, it was also, I'd go to weddings in the city, and at the weddings, there'd be federal court judges, the DAs, attorneys. Everybody's getting high, and the irony to me was, and tomorrow they're going to go and sentence poor people to prison for doing what they're doing right now.
There you go. Michael Zagaris here on 95.7 The Game. The book is Field of Play, 60 Years of NFL Photography. It truly is magnificent. In your lifetime, can you even guesstimate how many actual photographs you have taken? Are we north of 1 million at this point, do you think?
You know, you have as good an idea as me. I've never been into, numbers or anything like that. I just kind of do it. Probably a lot. And with the advent of digital photography, you take even more.
Well, and you just walked me right into my next question, because I've always how much different has photography become for you in the digital age? Like, do you have some warm spot in your heart for the discovery of the images that you captured in a dark room hours after you actually took the photos and it's all revealed to you as you're dipping it in the trays? Or do the instant results of digital photography, just as convenient as it is, make you prefer the new technology?
I mean, they each have strengths and weaknesses. I think, like most people, I hate to have to change, even if the change is going to ultimately be for the better. The problem, I still think you don't get, especially with color, and even black and white, the clarity, the sharpness, the contrast with digital that you did with film. Now, that being said, there are things you could shoot digitally that you couldn't have shot in a million years with film, because you just didn't have the light and you couldn't bring things up or down. The downside of the digital thing is you have a lot more imagery, and your production time after you shoot, it's, after a game, I'll go back, I'll download, then I'll edit between what I do for the team and for Getty. That's a day. In the old days, after a game, you dumped your film and your slides at the lab. You picked them up, and then, I'd spend a day in the dark room. Now everything is immediate. Everybody wants it right now.
Right.
And when I say right now, I mean
yesterday.
Within 20 minutes after you've taken it. It's like, what? And they don't want, nobody wants to pay for your time. And that's another thing. I'm going to say this right now. Anybody that wants to make money shooting sports or music, forget it. It's not about that. I always tell people I feel like I've never had to work a day in my life, because I have a great passion for what I do. I love what I do. And so I feel like I've never worked a day in my life. And when I look at my bank account, I feel like I've never worked a day in my life.
Well, hopefully this book changes that.
I think the book will change things as far as print sales, but, unless you're Anne Rice or Stephen King, you don't really make money on a book. That's kind of like your calling card. And for me, it's kind of a life's work, and it's my mirror that I held up, and then I can share with other people so they can see what it's like. And with this book, it's not your regular sports book or football book. It's not just action. It's a lot of behind the scenes stuff that most people never see. And more and more now, there's no way you'll ever see that again, because the people that run the show, they want to control what you see. And that's the most important thing, corporately. The leagues want most of the money, but they also want to control the narrative.
Toward that end, I was going to ask, is there anybody still doing it the way you do it with the level of access you got? Or are you the last of the breed?
I'm probably the last of the breed. And it's not because I'm that cool or nobody can do what I do. It's because they won't let anybody do what. When I'm done, no matter what they'll say, they'll be like, hey, change the locks and don't ever let anybody like that in here again.
There's a lot of places that said that about you, though.
Yeah. Hey, and as we're laughing, we know it's all true.
Michael Zagaris, again, the book is called Field of Play, 60 Years of NFL Photography. You can order it today, zagarisbook.com, Zagaris book.com. Sideline.com. Michael, throughout all the years, who was your most reluctant subject, and who was the biggest photography ham in all the years that you have worked shooting sports here in the Bay Area?
Well, the most reluctant, if that's even the right word, would have to be your friend and mine, Barry Bonds. And the biggest ham, well, there could be a lot of people. I mean, Ricky Henderson, Garrison Hurst, and I'm throwing these names out. There are a lot of people that they love the camera. Prime loved the camera. And I remember before we got him, I'd heard that 5 or 6 of our, top players went to the front office and said, hey, you know what? We don't need that guy here. And I kind of agreed. I was like, yeah, Prime, are you kidding me? When he came, he not only made the team better, he worked hard. He made, he had his own little video thing that he brought in. He took care of everybody. I mean, he was a great teammate. Like a lot of guys, I know the A's of 88, 89, 90, most teams hated our team. Dave Parker, Ricky, they thought they were hot dogs. When those guys are on your team, you love them. They're the best.
Could you do me a favor, and the next time you find or run across a picture of Ray Ratto that you just happen to stumble upon in your archives, would you send that to us? The wider the pattern in whatever sweater he's wearing, the better. If you have mullet Ray Ratto, we'd really love to see that as well.
Maybe Ray Ratto passed out in the bathroom in the Babuhe, the punk crowd. See, that's a Ray that probably few people know or appreciate.
Christmas Eve. I remember it well.
Michael, thank you. Tell us real quick. I know you got a couple events coming up in the city. Where are you doing a meet and greet and a sign the book?
I'm going to meet and greet and sign the book tonight at the Sports Basement in conjunction with Green Apple. And tomorrow night, I will be in Petaluma at Copperfield. And I'm thinking next week, I'd almost have to go in.
Don't worry. Nobody plans a week ahead. They can see it tonight. Where'd you say? The Sports Basement?
Basement and the Presidio. And, I'll be answering questions. And as Ray would like to say, ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies.
Michael, good luck with the book and everything. It was a real pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much.
Listen, guys, I appreciated being on and hope to see you both sooner than later.
We'll see you at the old stadium. And I don't mean Candlestick, unfortunately. I miss her. Thank you very much. Michael Zagaris here on 95.7 The Game. Again, the book one more time is called Field of Play, 60 Years of NFL Photography. Ray, forget my endorsement. People think I'm a nice guy. Everyone knows you basically hate everything. What did you think of the book?
If you don't buy the book, you're a jackass.
There it is. I mean, that is what I'd call the best endorsement humanly possible. Don't buy the book. It reflects poorly on you, the life you've led, and the rest of your family.
Your upbringing, your parents, your children.
Great interview, says the Xfinity mobile text line. The guy's real. He absolutely is a real guy, and they don't make guys like that no more. That's for sure. We got Samson Ebukam joining us at 4 o'clock. Steve Kerr at 4:45. A Thinking Man's Thursday. We got some things to think about this afternoon. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. And, of course, we're brought to you by our friends at Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
Fresh off receiving his 9th NBA championship ring, Steve Kerr joins Damon and Ratto today at 4:45.
I've never had a bad ring night, I can tell you that. They're all awesome.
It's the best interview in the Bay Area.
I'm thrilled with the win. Ring night is never an easy game.
Steve Kerr, today at 4:45. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
Your most valuable asset is your time. So why should buying a car eat up your whole day? At BMW of Fairfield, we value your time as much as you do. So once you've decided on your next car and how you want to buy it, we'll have you behind the wheel of your ultimate driving machine and on your way home within 1 hour. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
Here's People World Tour. Friday, April 14th, Oakland Arena. Muse. With special guest, Evanescence. Will of the People, the new album, available now. Tickets on sale Friday, 10 a.m. at muse.mu. Muse, produced by AEG Presents.
Elise and Carl's Bakery needed a small business loan fast, but instead of going to On Deck, Carl called
Lone Falcon!
Really? Carl? There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com. And if approved, get your loan as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck. Depending on certain loan attributes, your business loan may be issued by OnDeck or Celtic Bank, a Utah Chartered Industrial Bank member FDIC. Limited eligibility for same-day funding. OnDeck does not lend in every state. All loans subject to lender approval.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
From abortion to inflation, the issues in elections across the country have far-reaching implications for the Bay Area. We're breaking them down on The Home Stretch, Odyssey's new original political podcast. I'm KCBS political reporter Doug Sovereign. Each week, I'll talk with a range of experts to give you a no-fuss 15-minute download of the most pressing issues on this year's ballots. KCBS delivers all news all the time on the Odyssey app. And listen to The Home Stretch on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome. What a show we got. We already had a phenomenal interview. Michael Zagaris. Someone on the Xfinity mobile text line was like, I wasn't aware that this guy was like a renowned photographer. I've seen him around for years, but I didn't know. Great interview. Yeah, now you know. That's what Ray and I are here to do, to illuminate, to educate, and entertain. It's our 3 goals. I can't even say it.
No, our goal is to get to 557.
That's your goal.
Well, it is, but it is the
love
goal.
me some broadcasting.
Yeah, no, Michael Zagaris, when you see him on the sidelines, he literally looks like he lives in a bus station.
Yeah.
But he's been doing this forever. And he has a level of trust with the people he works for to the point where even now he still controls the means of production. And the day they take it away from him is the day he walks.
Somebody said he got his start by using a fake field pass at Kezar Stadium, and that's how he got in. Well, Ray and I were talking about him during the commercial. First of all, they're just not making dudes like that no more. Guys like that don't even exist. And he does live in a world that will no longer be made available to the next generation coming through. Like, no one is ever going to be able to earn trust and house credit the way that guy has been able to. No one's even allowed to work in the media for 60 years in any one field. And what I compare him to, it's like he's a one-man NFL Films. NFL Films has the full trust of the NFL. NFL Films is not related to the NFL. It's a separate business. It has nothing to do with the NFL other than they use it as their subject, but NFL Films is not controlled by the NFL, is not edited by the NFL, and that is, Steve Sable taking over for his father. What was his dad's name? Ed Sable just had generational trust, and they never burnt the NFL, and that trust still remains today. I guarantee you that he basically is in a team photo of one now. No other team, unless somebody's been shooting, the last 60 years of Eagles football or something like that, has the rights and privilege to just walk around and do whatever they want in an NFL practice or an NFL game like he does.
Yeah, I think you may be wrong about NFL Films being an independent operation anymore.
Well, it used to be.
It used to be.
For sure.
But I think NFL Films got control of it either after Ed died or after Steve died. But I think it's theirs now.
I could see why they would come circling the wagons after the 2 primary caretakers exited stage left.
Yeah, again, I don't know the exact timing of when that happened, but I think it's an NFL company now.
I wonder how much Kyle Shanahan likes having him around.
How many times have you seen them do Hard Knocks?
0 times. But that's the thing. They haven't qualified for it. They've never really been a qualifier. There are certain things that disqualify a team for Hard Knocks.
They work very hard to make sure that the NFL knows that they're not interested.
Yeah, there was one year where they did qualify. Everyone thought it was going to be them, but it ended up going...
And that's because Kyle Shanahan pitched a blue fit.
Well, it was either Kyle or Jed or someone. That voice carried all the way to the brass, that's for sure. Look, it's Thursday. The Chiefs are going to be here on Sunday, which means there's no real need to go crying over any spilt milk in Atlanta anymore, right? I mean, it's time. It's moving on. We're on to Cincinnati.
Yeah, spoiler alert, they still lost.
They did still lose, but I do hope there were lessons in that loss for Kyle that he has taken to heart, has processed, and he's going to use going forward. First lesson being, when you know your defense is up against the brakes, just based on injuries alone, you really just can't be business as usual on the other side of the ball. Kyle in Atlanta called a game plan as if he, one, thought he was up 14 points in the fourth quarter, not down, and 2, he basically orchestrated an afternoon as if he weren't 7 to 8 guys short defensively due to injury. And Kyle's game plan is obviously always taking into account what the other team is doing, what their tendencies are, what they're about to do. It felt like he went into Atlanta not taking into account what his own team's that day's value was. You know what I mean? Based on who wasn't playing. You can't roll into Atlanta saying, yeah, we got the best defense in the NFL when you're minus enough guys on that side of the ball to no longer conceivably have the best team in the NFL. With all due respect to the Niners' depth and all that they got, there is no surviving, yeah, we're 8 men short here today. There really isn't. There's certainly no ability to just business as usual.
No, I think their original plan along those lines was, let's try to keep the ball and eat as much clock as we can and get a lead. They never did either of those. They fell behind 7-0, and then the fumble by Jeff Wilson makes it 14. Now they can't do anything that they want anymore, including protect their defense. And that's how that game ended.
But the thing is, they did early enough in the game make it 14-14, where there was your reset button. Like, you can start playing the way maybe you want to, but the way Kyle wanted to play, again, like I said, it didn't really seem to acknowledge the actual status of his own team.
But they give up the touchdown right after, so they don't get to do anything with the game tied other than try to defend. That's where it collapsed.
The biggest play of the entire day is when Mariota tucked it and picked up 17 with his legs on that drive that made it 21-14 on a I think it was 3rd and 12, and he just bust from the pocket. And that really turned out to be the drive, the play in the drive that turned out to be the score that you never saw the lead again after.
Yeah, the thing is, they never had the ball with the game tied at any point. And the 49ers, like a lot of teams that do the things they do, have to have the lead to do the things they want to do. They're not a team that comes from behind.
From the 707, Damon, did you hear about the Jaquiski Tartt interview where he compares Philadelphia to San Francisco and why he theorizes San Francisco has so many injuries? Did we hear about it? What if I told you that Mark Grandy lovingly cut this for us to share it with you today? Here is I'm going to get this right. The Vish Kumarian Show on YouTube. I don't know Vish Kumarian, but he had Jaquiski Tartt on his show, and he was comparing, contrasting Philadelphia practice and the season. Hey, look at it this way. He really didn't make it to Philadelphia's season. He was cut by the Eagles, and he didn't resurface with the Niners. Is he on the blocks right now? Is he up on the blocks? Like, if you want Jaquiski Tartt, can you go get him? You can. Here he is talking about comparing, contrasting the two different teams that he played for.
I don't know what they did this past camp, but if we're going based off when I was there, I honestly thought like he was doing a good job at saving our bodies, but just going to the Eagles, being with the Eagles for the short time I was with them, it ain't even close. Like what the Eagles do, like, and then you just got to go off results. From last year, the Eagles, I think they was #1 in least injured players, and this year I think it's the same. So we're just going off results, like pure results. The Eagles, their plan is just by far probably one of the best. Where they definitely let you rest your body. Like you getting hard work in, but at the end of the day, like you getting a lot of time off to rest your body. You're able to be fast and light. Really like not feeling the pressure and the bumps and bruises throughout the season.
Interesting. Very interesting. I actually hadn't heard that till I just pressed play, but I knew it was up here on my soundboard. It's kind of interesting. It really is. And look, I can dot that comment with this. And this is not something that I think I heard or thought I heard. I had a very, very reliable source tell me that one of the biggest issues that Deebo Samuel had as he was thinking about leaving the 49ers was the relentless nature of the no days off that Kyle had for his players and their bodies Monday through Saturday. That was told to me by an indisputable source. So maybe there is something to that. That Kyle has guys competing as if they're competing for their starting job, like you're, a college football team and you get the challenge, one guy gets the challenge at a position every week or something like that. Maybe there is too much intensity being placed on practice, but that's pretty interesting. And somebody says, who cares about Tart's opinion? The guy can't even pick something. Look, don't dismiss what the guy says because maybe he dropped a pass one day, all right? Like, that's not dismissible. That doesn't make him a dismissible source. As a matter of fact, he's a better source than you'll ever be, who all you do is root for and slurp the Niners. This guy went through a Niners career. He went through Eagles training camp, and he's telling you, hey, I used to think that the Niners way of doing it was the only way to do it. Then I show up in Philadelphia, and I realize that there is another way to do it.
Plus, the Eagles cut him, so he's got no reason to be particularly loyal to them.
Exactly. If anyone, he should be saying Kyle knows better.
Well, but here's the thing, and I wish I was willing to lay out the money to follow Man Games Lost on the internet, but it's a pretty expensive follow. And they basically track every league, every injury.
Write it off.
With these guys?
Yeah, you're right. Never mind.
Yeah.
Steal the information.
Yeah. No, I would like a breakdown of every one of their injuries and see how many of them are in-game contact and, between weeks contact or non-contact. I mean, you've got to break down injuries at a more granular level than look how many guys are on IR, because that's when you'll find out if the strenuous nature of their practices is genuinely causing physical harm to them on a week-by-week basis. And you'd have to do that not just for the 49ers. You'd have to do it for all 32 teams so you have comparison points. So anecdotally, he may very well be right, but I'd need more information before I made an assumption one way or another.
And look, I don't think you can say that again, predict the injury and why it happened on a football field, practice or game day. It's impossible.
Yeah, you can't predict. But you could chart it, and you could make assumptions based on, essentially now 5.5 years of data, because that's how long Kyle Shanahan's been here. Are they among the most injured teams? Okay, why? How many of each injury do they have, and how were each of those injuries caused? It's pretty exhaustive work.
I wonder how much the NFL really is like data mining NFL practices for this information.
I think they probably are. I'm sure they can, go to any training staff and go, okay, we want a list of all your injuries. I mean, that's probably part of the deal of being in the league. What they do with that data is another story, but I bet they have it.
By the way, I want to welcome everyone to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free.
I was just told that Lucas has Samson Ebukam on the phone right now, which is fantastic because we're about to go inside the 49ers locker room presented by Harris Ranch Beef. Visit your local Chavez supermarket for all of your beef and tailgate needs in his 6th NFL season, now his 2nd with the 49ers. Samson, thank you very much for joining us. Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto, it's a pleasure to have you on today. Welcome home after a 2-game roadie with a week at the Greenbrier in between.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on, and feels good to be back home for sure.
I bet it does. Obviously, you got a big task coming up this week with the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm sure you are very much looking out your windshield, no longer through your rearview mirror at the Atlanta game. So I'm really not going to get into details about that. I just want to know how you're doing. I saw you limp off that field twice. You warriored yourself through that game for sure. How are you feeling today? How's your body?
It's just a part of the game. You're going to get rolled up on every now and then. So you just got to find a way and the will to do it.
How?
That's all I was trying to do.
Yeah, sorry. In what way, you don't have to get into any specifics here, but are the practices to prepare for Kansas City different than the ones that would be for basically any other team? Are they that much different in offense that you have to prepare differently, or do you prepare the same week in and week out?
We prepare the same week in and week out, but definitely know that with our record being 3-3 right now, this one's a little bit more important, and with that being Kansas City, because we know what type of team that is. That's a really good team, so we got to just be more focused and more diligent in what we're doing, just to make sure that we're ready for the game.
Samson Ebukam here on 95.7 The Game. When a play-by-play announcer is slaughtering the pronunciation of your last name, which happened in the first quarter of that Falcons game, does that get back to you? Like, do your friends text you and say, man, they're just crushing your name here on this broadcast?
I mean, sometimes they do, but it's mostly my family that gets to me. Because after the game, they'll be like, what's up with all these announcers not saying your name right, you know?
I mean, they got a pronunciation sheet, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, they do, but I don't know why they keep messing it up. It's only 6 letters, you know? So.
Well, but you've only been in the league for 6 years, so why would anybody know?
Yeah. I mean, eventually they'll get it right.
You are off to a fantastic start this year. Again, your career high in sacks is 4.5. You're sitting at 3.5 right now, so you're going to match any season high you've ever had with your next sack. How do you explain this year, it all clicking for you so early?
Man, I've been praying more, and I just been because of that, I'm just like not stressing as much. So I'm just having fun and just letting God handle everything that's in front of me, you know. Because all I can do is just I'm just trying to play to glorify Him, and He's been blessing me so much. So I'm thankful for it, and the gratitude is high right now. So I just got to keep going, keep my head down.
Don't think
that it's just sweet, you know, and just keep going?
Do you think, Samson, that God will listen to your prayers about calling offensive holding as much as they call roughing the passer?
You know, I think they will, because I've gotten a few of them called this year, which is more than other years. So I think there's more of those calls to come, and hopefully it's not stopping me from getting to the quarterback.
Do you go back and grind game tape and see the missed calls? And does anyone get a worse holding call against him than Nick Bosa?
No.
There you go. No. He is leading the league in bad holding calls.
He is definitely leading the league in that. And he doesn't complain about it anymore, because he just gotten to the point that he just kind of like just goes with it, just moves on to the next play. And that's what we're all adapting here, you know, because we got, no matter what, even if you get held or not, you got to find a way to get to that quarterback.
You said a couple of minutes ago that you used to stress a lot more about just basically everything surrounding your game and football in general. Mm-hmm. How did that manifest itself, and how did you sort of get past the point where the stress was eating you up?
I mean, like, I just wasn't like, I wasn't in tune with my faith as much as I am right now, you know? And I just kind of took on all that stress to myself, which is not what I was meaning to do, but I just kind of took it on myself and had so much distractions around me that was just kind of like keeping me distracted from what I need to do. And then this year I just kind of approached it different than just to make God the first thing, you know, just to make Him the center, and then just limit the distractions around me. And my family understands that as well, so they've just kind of let me be this year, just so I can like find a way.
Samson Ebukam joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Sorry, I didn't mean to step on your sentence there. You obviously got to play for Sean McVay, and now you're playing for Kyle Shanahan. And there's not a lot of guys who I think have really played for both. I mean, in their careers, because they've, you know, they're one-stop NFL head coaches so far, and there isn't really an awful lot of sharing of players between the Niners and Rams historically. Can you tell me a little bit about what's similar between these two coaches who are always compared and contrasted against each other? And Samson, what's different?
The similar thing is they kind of run the same offense in a way, except for over here it's just a little bit more aggressive on the style. And the difference is, honestly, it's kind of hard to tell. You know, it feels like so similar to me. It's kind of hard to tell the difference. I would say that Shanahan is a lot more calm. I would say that, you know, because the way that he runs it is aggressive, but the way that he talks and his demeanor is just a lot more calm, cool, and collected. So because of that, people are able to like rally around him a lot easier.
It does seem like McVay is over-caffeinated at times, for sure.
I mean, he just He's a fiery coach. That's all it is.
When Shanahan yells at somebody, what is that like? If he's as calm as you say he is, what does he sound like when he loses it?
Honestly, I couldn't really tell you. I haven't heard him yell, so I couldn't really tell you. He just kind of tells you straight up what he wants, and he's not trying to steer you in the wrong direction or anything like that. He just kind of tell you exactly what you need to do. You just got to get it done.
One of the more fascinating things about you is you came to the NFL from Eastern Washington University, and you were teammates with Cooper Kupp. As a matter of fact, you both got drafted in 2017 by the Rams. Was there any indication in your mind, Samson, that he would become this, that he would actually basically become like a modern version of Jerry Rice and Randy Moss almost all at the same time?
Yeah. I mean, he broke the records in college, so I already had a feeling that he was going to do something special in the NFL. So everything that he's doing now, he earned it. So I'm not surprised at all.
Can we talk a little bit? Can we talk a little bit about the Niners offense and what you see in Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk and George Kittle? And I know that they went ahead and didn't necessarily get the job done in that fourth quarter back in Atlanta, but you're going to be leaning on them hard, obviously, with the Kansas City Chiefs coming in. Tell me a little bit about the offensive side of the ball for the 49ers, and if the defense is, a little frustrated by what is not being produced.
No, the only thing that we're not frustrated with the offense. The only thing that we're frustrated about is us on the defensive side letting the opponent score 28 on us.
Well, it's really only 21, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that fumble return hurt.
Yeah. I mean, we count that as well, because honestly, we got to just make sure that we don't put any scores on the board. So we know that they're going to handle their business, So there's full trust over there. There's not frustration. We just got to handle our side of the ball, and we know that they'll do the rest.
How? People have talked all year about how good your defense is. How good is it in your mind compared to what you think it could be? I guess maybe the best way to do that would be scale of 1 to 10. If 10 is the defense you think you guys ought to play week in and week out, where would you put the number out the way you're playing so far this year?
Still kind of early in the season, so it's hard to say. But we're making mistakes that's keeping us from being great like we want to be. Everybody says that we're good and all this and that, but we can sit back and watch film and see the mistakes that we're making, and we're like, man, if we could just fix those mistakes, how much better could we be? So that's what we're trying to figure out and trying to work through, grind through it, just learning and making sure that we can fix those mistakes and not make them again, so that we can be top tier.
Samson, when we had Talanoa Hufanga on a couple of weeks ago, we asked him about Tongan food. What is Tongan? What is the prime? If I were sitting down to eat Tongan, what would I be eating? You are from Nigeria. You moved here when you were 9 years old. What is Nigerian food? When I say we're eating Nigerian, what am I talking about?
A lot of rice. There's a lot of rice in our diet. Different types of proteins. I'd definitely be like a rice and plantain. You know what I'm saying? Rice with some stew and plantain. With some different types of beefs and fish and things like that. The flavors is kind of like Indian food flavors, if you know Indian food.
Yeah.
It's kind of similar, really spicy, really aromatic, so it's really good.
Nice, man. Well, I'll tell you, we got some protein to serve with your next rice dish. Our friends at Harris Ranch Beef are giving you 10 pounds of prime porterhouse steaks for joining us today.
Hey, that's awesome. Appreciate it.
There you go, man. Thank you very, very much. I really do appreciate you joining us today. Good luck. I know it's one monster of a challenge coming into Levi Stadium this week, so good luck. Continued success and health to you, and hopefully some of that success and health gets to some of your injured teammates real soon, too. It'd be great to have this team back and ready to go as much as possible on Sunday. Samson, thank you.
Appreciate you. Have a good one. God bless.
Thank you so very, very much. What a nice guy. Samson Ebukam here on 95.7 The Game. Really good stuff, and we went long there. Tong-an, the pronoun Tong-in. I'm sorry if I got that wrong. I don't have a lot of Tongan conversations. Just trying to ask interesting questions.
Yeah.
I know you're not going to bail me out here. Anyways.
No, I'm not going to make up an answer. Yeah. I think it's pronounced Fijian. I mean, what do you want me to do?
Yeah, I don't know. But anyways, Samson, no P, by the way. Samson. So remember that next time you're talking about Samson Ebukam. Thanks so much for him joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Steve Kerr in a half an hour from now.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out. Go to getrbawindows.com for full offer details.
Homeowners, do you know when it's time to replace your windows? Feeling too hot or cold? It's time to replace. Can't see through fog between the glass? Time to replace. Spending too much on expensive energy that literally goes out the window? It's definitely time to replace. If you've been putting off replacing windows in your home because it's too expensive, here's great news. You can now get a free in-home window consultation and free price quote from Renewal by Andersen, the company with the most 5-star reviews among leading full-service window replacement companies. And this month only, you can buy one and get one 50% off when you purchase 4 units. Just text WINDOW to 323232 right now for your free consultation on top quality affordable windows or even patio doors for $0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for an entire year. That's right, you don't pay a dime for an entire year. Plus buy one and get one 50% off. But hurry, this offer won't last long. Text WINDOW to 323232 right now. Don't go into winter with drafty windows. Text the word WINDOW to 323232. Don't wait. Text WINDOW to 323232.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
She posted about us just now.
Celebrities can't get enough of Be Honest Bespoke skincare line.
She has 147 million followers. How do we monetize?
She needs a social media associate to help her with the hype.
We should repost this. Do we need a hashtag?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find this Halloween.
Thirsty.
Oh, hey, Frankenstein. Did you enjoy that Cabernet?
Oh, good. Want margarita?
Well, all the villagers are raving about this tequila.
Ooh.
And we have it at the lowest price.
Economical.
Find what you love what you find with the totally lowest prices for Halloween. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
In San Rafael, cloudy skies overnight, lows in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by Pfizer and BioNTech. This fall, there are now updated COVID-19 booster shots designed for recent Omicron variants. Learn more and schedule your updated booster at vaccines.gov.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks again to the Niners for setting up a conversation with Samson Ebukam. Fantastic to talk to him on our top chat text line on our YouTube page. San Jose Jazz fan says, Damon, can you throw some of those fine Harris Ranch products at the YouTube chat? Absolutely. All I need you to do is make the Niners roster and then agree to come by for a Wednesday, Thursday interview. That's it. The minute you do that, we'll send them right to you. That's all. All you got to do is leave whatever job you have, make the Niners, and that 10 pounds of porterhouses could be yours.
If he sticks around 2 more weeks, there might be a roster spot open for him.
It is nuts. By the way, Kyle Shanahan talked yesterday about how, he's aware of his team's injury problem.
Yeah, everyone gets frustrated with that. Coaches, fans, players. I've gotten more hardened with it, I think, so I just try to deal with it.
So, wait a minute. He's developed a callus to the Niners' injuries. I wonder if, look, and how do you accuse anyone of injury malpractice when you're not at the practices? But there is just an overwhelming feeling that the Niners are constantly the most injured team in football. It really does. I don't know, Ray, what is going to happen this weekend at Levi Stadium concerning the score, but I do know that one 49er is probably playing his last game of the year, or certainly the month, or through the holidays, just based on, past performances. And I know past performance doesn't dictate future outcomes, but there is forever a Niner going down every single game I watch them play. I can't remember the last time at the end of the game, Kyle stood up and said, no injuries, we're good. We're getting on the bus and going home.
He might be guilty of a little over-reporting of injuries too. Bill Belichick loves to do that. And
choke you with information?
Yeah, just say, here, everybody's hurt. Let me explain football to you. Everybody's hurt every week. That's the deal. That said, again, that's where, if the station wants to spring for my Man Games Lost subscription, I can look that up, find out if the 49ers are indeed the most injured team in football.
How much is that bad boy?
It's like $800.
For the year?
Yeah, every year.
That is an expensive buy-in price for any web page.
Well, they have information that people want to access. So at least I believe that's the price. If somebody from there wants to call and tell me I'm wrong and then comp me, I'll be happy to repeat their information.
Hey, we're in radio. The only thing we're looking for is full comps. That's it.
I'm a whore. I'm completely comfortable with that.
Hey, now. One of the questions we probably should have asked Samson was, whose job is it to just shut down Travis Kelce? Like, whose job is it going to be to spy Patrick Mahomes? Of course, I come up with great questions for an interview as soon as it's over.
Knowing full well that he would answer neither of them.
I don't think he's going to tell us, though. That's why I kind of avoid those questions.
Yeah.
And look, when it comes to people who have called into the station this week or have been on the internet trying to just, here's how I think the 49ers should go about beating the Kansas City Chiefs. I think most people agree, and I would agree with most people, that getting healthier this week, getting Nick Bosa back, getting Charvarius Ward back, getting Talanoa Hufanga back, who I think his presence or absence would go a long way to dictating what this game looks like this coming weekend, along with, slowing down Patrick Mahomes. It's who's got Travis Kelce. Like, there is no Tyreek Hill anymore. And there are decent wide receivers, but they don't have that Lamborghini week in, week out. But they do have the biggest monster truck in all the land in Travis Kelce. And I can tell you right now that there isn't a single NFL defensive coordinator who doesn't circle Travis Kelce's name like first when it comes to how are you going to slow down the Chiefs this week. Well, what the Niners need to do is double him.
Never been done before.
Thanks. Thanks. Yeah, because normally single coverage does so well. I wonder if anyone else is thinking of, no, don't double him, bracket him. So what you mean is one guy on one side and one guy on the other side, which is a double team. If slowing Travis Kelce down were easy to do, it would be easily done. It is job one of every single defensive coordinator to try to slow him down. You can't. There really is no, he is one of the ultimate, there is no stopping, you can only hope to contain. And then you add him to that quarterback who, again, on schedule, off schedule, it really doesn't matter. This guy finds the right play to make, and it's usually to Travis Kelce.
I think Kelce is probably one of the best separators in this league with the best hands in this league. So whether he separates or not, he can catch that ball on guys, but usually does separate, and then he's got a quarterback that's good at throwing. So that's always a problem. They do a good job getting down there. When you do stop stuff, that's usually just when the play gets started too. So that's why they've been pretty consistently good.
No, it's very simple. If you want to stop Travis Kelce, just see to it that his name's on the injury report.
If you want to stop Travis Kelce, you better be laying on top of Patrick Mahomes for most of the afternoon.
Or play on the team that plays the Chiefs the week before and hurt Kelce then. Those are your chances.
So you're saying the Bills blew it?
Yes. Well, no, the Bills weren't worried about what the 49ers did. The 49ers needed to put a player on their roster, on the Bills roster for last week.
One of the things that I was talking to Larry about when you were on vacation was, maybe, just maybe, the Buffalo Bills soften up the Chiefs a little bit. And it turned out that the Atlanta Falcons did more to soften up the Niners than the Bills did to the Chiefs. As a matter of fact, the Bills probably created an environment where the Chiefs have just doubled down on every single practice habit and everything that they do to have a game plan right. And Andy Reid is all pissed off. And now you got a team coming in here because it wasn't just one of those, and every single NFL team has hey, we just didn't show up today. We had a bad game, and that's why we lost. That's not why Kansas City lost to Buffalo.
Yeah, Buffalo is slightly better.
Buffalo is slightly better. Kansas City did not play poorly. Both teams left early points on the field with red zone shortcomings, and they just got edged. They got edged by, I don't think it's a secret to say that Buffalo is the best team in football right now. An injury or two changes that dramatically. We all know who, we all know how. But it is the Bills on that one line. the Kansas City Chiefs just underneath them. And then you got to give respect to the only team that hasn't taken a loss yet. Those Eagles look legit. They really do. You want to talk about a great player? Darius Slay is
he's
maybe the best corner in football.
He's having the best year so far. The only issue I have with the Eagles, though, is their schedule has been very gooey in the early going.
Isn't that the beauty of the NFC East?
Yeah. Well, it's now the beauty of the NFC West, too. I mean, remember when that was the division that everybody said, "Oh my God, you don't want to go through them."
I mean, I thought that was the AFC West for a minute. No,
well,
you're right.
It's the AFC West too now.
Yeah.
I mean, when did the Chargers get off the dime? Will Justin Herbert get to retirement before the Chargers figure it out?
It is the
they're
race that everyone's...
And they barely beat Denver at home on Sunday. Barely beat them.
Well, the one thing Denver has is a defense. And that's why everyone in Denver is pretty upset, because the one thing that was supposed to be provided by Russell Wilson was finally like an avenue to and through the red zone. And the opposite has happened. They have regressed from the days of, got to get rid of Vic Fangio, got to bring in an offensive mastermind. I don't even know, honestly, why they would finish the year with Nathaniel Hackett. And I'm not this guy has to be fired immediately, but when you do know for a fact that it ain't him. My dad used to say the best time to get out of a bad investment is today. The second best time would be tomorrow. The worst time would be waiting after today or tomorrow to do that.
The question, though, is whether he's the reason they're as bad as they are, or whether that's just not a very good roster.
It's a little, here's the thing. There's the truth is somewhere in the middle, for sure, maybe offensively, but just the decisions he's making, the roster decisions he's making, it ain't him, dude.
I'm not arguing. All I'm saying is I didn't think they were that good to begin with. And no, he has not covered himself in glory. But I thought that, all the early season hype about Russell Wilson fixing the Broncos was a little overwrought, and it turns out it's a lot overwrought. I mean, he's more tentative now behind this line than he ever was in Seattle. I mean, he holds on to the ball a ridiculously long amount of time. He's constantly getting hit as he's throwing the ball. And it looks like, from this amateur eye, that he's not very confident about his play or the play of the people around him. He's also got miles on him. Maybe he's aging out.
Well, hamstring problem, I guess, crept up this week. He says his labrum, the shoulder, that's been a problem so far this year. So look at it this way. If he's aging out, that contract's going to be rough. Because he's got $56 million cap hits coming up. There is a chance to get out of it after the $168 million guaranteed clears, but yikes.
Well, the guy who owns the Broncos now is the richest guy in North American sports, so I think they can cover that nut.
Russell Wilson.
Feeling better every day. Day by day. Obviously, it happened Monday night, but I heal quick. I don't know if it's Wolverine blood or what, but getting better.
When you're laughing at your own jokes, they're not funny.
Well, when you have a slurpy press corps that is dying to giggle along with any entertaining thing an athlete might say, and you got crickets, that's when it's not funny. When you're basically giving everyone your own audible cue, like, that's something cute I just said, and you don't have the chuckle hut, just go, Oy.
Well, yeah,
that's when it's over.
One, they're all furiously, trying to tape everything he says and trying to listen for context. They're not waiting for the hilarious, thigh-slapping, commode-hugging good times of Russell Wilson. Don't waste your humor on this stuff.
Jimmy G tells the same joke. It's amongst the...
Jimmy G is Jimmy G. Jimmy Garoppolo.
Call him Jimmy G.
No, that was a mistake. I apologize to my parents, who are both planning to rise from their graves.
Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang, Gucci gang.
And if you play that again, they're going to rise from their graves and kill you. No, it's Jimmy Garoppolo, I think, is a naturally funnier guy. Russell Wilson is basically made of cardboard.
Did you see that the Danger Witch, the Subway rap that he was endorsing has already been pulled from the national Subway promotional menu? That's how little Russ is resonating with the good sandwich eaters of the world. By the way, the Damon Bruce is still available at Ike's, so nothing can slow that sandwich down.
Well, eating one.
I'm delicious.
Wow, you may want to rethink that sentence.
I am delicious.
No, Russell Wilson is not by nature an entertainer. I mean,
he fancies himself one, though.
Oh, he married into an entertainment family, but he's not entertaining except when he's playing football. Otherwise, he's a guy who sells you insurance.
He's goofy. He's nerdy. I mean, he's just he's a goofy guy. And
he wishes he was cool enough to be goofy.
You think he doesn't even reach goofy, huh?
No. He's the guy who comes out to fix your car's windshield when it gets a crack.
Oh, no. Safe light repair, safe light replace?
Yeah. He's a guy you'd love to have as your neighbor, but you never have to invest much time in having conversations with him about the fence.
Another funny part of the Russell Wilson drama, at least recently, today he was limited at practice, and he calls himself Mr. Unlimited. Unfortunately, he was limited today.
Limited. There you go. It had to happen eventually.
Mr. Limited.
Even when he was in Seattle behind good lines, he'd get sacked 45 times a year.
Here's my question, based on everything we've seen this year. How did that guy kick the 49ers' ass like clockwork? Is Pete Carroll literally that good at his job? Where he basically said, hey, Russ, I know what you're good at. We're just going to put you in positions to be good at that. And I know what you're bad at. And we're never going to allow you to do the stuff that you're bad at. And that's why everyone's going to say, just let him go. Let Russ cook. But I know that you're really not a head chef. You're more of a sous chef. I'm the head chef.
I think part of that is that he kicked the 49ers' ass every year because most of the time the 49ers weren't very good. There's only been 2 years in the bulk of Russell Wilson's career where the 49ers could even put up a fight.
Well, you had the dawn of the Harbaugh era, and then you had the Tom Sula nonsense and the Chip Kelly nonsense.
Okay, but in the Harbaugh era, they had the best defense in football. So it wasn't about Russell Wilson kicking their ass. Early on, it was the defense that kicked everybody's ass.
And then when the defense
started to lose some of its luster, the 49ers went bad, and Russell Wilson was at the peak of his powers with guys to throw to. Now, he's running on E, and he still beats them. 11-10 in the worst football game of the year.
Tonight on Thursday Night Football?
No.
No, I know.
Okay. I think tonight has a
previewing.
chance. Tonight has a chance to be the worst game of the year.
Anytime it's a Thursday, it might suck.
I mean, and you saw the DeAndre Hopkins video, right?
Oh,
don't call this a comeback. No, nobody's calling it a comeback. They were calling it a suspension.
Exactly. Yeah. I love that he gets to release his own hype video, never admitting to why he was shelved in the first place.
Yeah, I just faced adversity. Yes, you did. One needle at a time.
It's like when Calvin Ridley starts doing those DraftKings ads on behalf of the NFL. That'll just be chef's kiss.
I'm for all of those. But, I mean, that's another definition of new media, where the people who are having the stories told about them get to tell them their way with their slant, which makes it no more honest than when somebody else is doing it.
By the way, the word media should never be used if you're covering yourself.
It's an autobiography.
Right. Independent. Someone who isn't you has to cover you for it to actually be a media moment. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just a selfie.
Well, yeah, and Michael Jordan took that to a 10-hour extent. I mean, that's I think the springboard for everybody else to say, you know what? I'm going to make my own story.
They're still chasing Jordan. Everyone.
Well, I mean, I can't wait for when LeBron retires, because apparently he's got a 12-parter locked and loaded in the holster.
23-parter. One for each digit on his jersey. Well, no, he only wears, he wears 6 now.
No, he's 23, I think, still, isn't he?
I think he's 6.
Okay, well, he's gone back and forth. I think he was 6 in Miami. But he's 23.
Yeah, I was just watching him the other night. He's definitely 6.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's the thing. So he's wearing 6, and then he's got the retired Bill Russell 6, but he gets grandfathered in. And look, he should be.
I don't know if anybody else was wearing 6.
No, there definitely were other players wearing 6. Definitely. Like Nick Caruso, I think, was wearing 6. Few others.
I'm going to wait for the break, and I'm going to look that up. Not because I doubt you, but because I'm curious.
Well, you are a curious cat. 2 NBA games this Thursday night, Bucks and Sixers. It is the Bucks season opener. It is the Sixers' first home game. Go Kate Scott. Clippers and Lakers is going to be your nightcap. It's really more like drinking arsenic if it's a Laker game, based on what we saw out of that first game. God,
and what you'll see ongoing.
But here's the deal. It's not, and you could say, well, he picked the roster. He said, saddle all future forget about all future assets. Get me Anthony Davis, get me Russell Westbrook. And in a way, it's his fault. But God, LeBron is still awesome. I mean, who in their 38 season, he's going to be 38 in December. Who in the NBA in their age 38 season was definitely still one of the top 5 players in this league? Kids.
Oh, no. LeBron is such an outlier that there is no sensible comp for him. With the possible exception, and this is a weird one, of Wilt Chamberlain, who was essentially unstoppable wherever he was. He wasn't just a guy who dunked the ball.
From the beginning to the end. Yeah. Like of his career.
Yeah. I mean, watch him early in his career when he was making like 12-foot fadeaway jump shots off the backboard.
Did Al Attles get him? I mean, Al knew how to defend him pretty damn well, right?
Al played with him for a while.
So he kind of knew him.
He knew him, but he didn't guard him. I mean, the only guy who actually ever had any success against him was Russell, and the only success that he had was he lowered his points per game by about 6 a game, but he was still the most dominant player in sports.
So he's only getting 42?
Yeah. No, Bill Russell would easily acknowledge that. He said, I was just trying to, shave a little bit off the edges. And then in the playoffs, every year but one, I think, Russell had the better team. And, the rest is history. That's why his number's being retired instead of Chamberlain's.
Over the next few months, LeBron James is going to do an awful lot in terms of climbing up career rankings. Over the next few months, he's going to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as the all-time leader in points. He's about 1,300 points shy of Kareem. So that'll be towards the end of the year. Magic Johnson, he will pass Magic Johnson on the NBA's all-time assist leaderboard, putting him in the top 5 of all time. Again, he will be the NBA's all-time leading scorer, and he is going to be top 5 all-time assists at the very worst. He is about to pass Hakeem Olajuwon in career steals. He's already top 10. He's going to move into 9th all-time, all by himself soon. And very likely tonight, Ray, he's going to pass Paul Pierce on the all-time leaderboard for made threes. The other guy who was tied, though, was Dame Lillard. How many threes did Dame Lillard hit last night? Can we get a count on that from the other side of the glass? Because however many threes Dame Lillard hit last night, LeBron needs one more than whatever Dame hit up in Sacramento last night.
Lillard was 1 for 8.
Okay, so LeBron needs 2 threes to be 9th all time in the top 3-point shooters total in NBA history. I mean, the guy is just, he is the most complete player, I do believe. And now that counts a lot. It dismisses the careers of a lot of guys who played without a 3-point line. But he's special, man. Look at it this way. There's one reason to watch the Lakers, and it still ain't Anthony Davis.
No, I mean, but, again, Anthony Davis has been allowed to be that. If somebody could basically get him, and it's not that hard to do, because LeBron could do it with just a whisper. Just say, listen, take a 12-footer now and then. Don't take a 20-footer. You can follow your shot at 12 feet. You're good at 10. You're good at 8. You can do a lot more if you're not standing out at the arc next to me.
there are tons of reasons to watch the Golden State Warriors. They've got the Nuggets coming in tomorrow night, who, by the way, they lost to the Utah Jazz. How about that? Steve Kerr joins us next, and one of the things we're going to have to ask him about is all these minutes and how few of them he has to give to a team this deep. So don't you go anywhere. Our first official conversation of the NBA season with Steve Kerr is right around the corner here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Why spend hours negotiating with a car salesman to get the best price for a vehicle you want to buy? At BMW of Fairfield, we give you our very best, most competitive price right up front. By eliminating the price negotiation process, we create a comfortable environment that helps our guests enjoy an experience that's often hostile and difficult at other dealerships. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 90 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for everything sports. With live games, shows, news, and highlights, all in one place. Only with Xfinity X1.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to male enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer, One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had two challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to KansasCitySteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WebNow1. That's 877-WebNow1.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Damon and Ratto.
Well, thank you so much, James. And I'm very happy to introduce, for the first time officially this NBA season, our weekly conversation with Warriors head coach Steve Kerr. Brought to you by Xfinity. Stay connected, protected, and entertained. Steve, I was told that you're driving somewhere. You're on your way to a meeting. We have not normally the time that we have with you, so I tell you what, we'll make this quick and we'll ask as few Draymond Green questions as possible just for you today. How are you?
Very nice of you, Damon. Thank you. Good. How are you guys?
We're doing wonderfully, thank you. Congratulations on opening night. Obviously, that was an awful lot of fun. Of all the rings that you've collected in your career, how straight up humble was your first Bulls championship ring to the Texas-sized belt buckle that you got the other night?
Yeah, it's like just gradually from one, sort of every 3 years or so to the next 3 years, I guess. They've just gotten bigger and more gaudier, and that's the way it's going. So, a belt buckle last time, maybe after next time, like a full medallion. I don't know.
It's like a coffee table. You get a commemorative coffee table for winning an NBA championship. When you open the trap door in your ring, how many Larry O'Brien trophies are there? 4? Do you think there should be 9?
There should be 9, right? I mean, is that too much to ask?
I don't think so. Well, I don't know what the cost of all those carrots are, so I really don't know.
No, that's not for me to worry about, Damon. That's, not my problem.
Maybe the next one can just have like a mini fridge.
That'd be good, like a mini bar, maybe, just an assortment of treats.
How much did you need last Tuesday night's game just psychically to get past the tumult of the last couple of weeks?
It was definitely good to play. We had the one exhibition game too before that. It was helpful. And the further out we get from this, the more it sort of fades into the past. And I think one of the things that Bob and I talked about when we sort of settled on how we were going to handle this was just our familiarity with the team and with each other, and we do feel comfortable that we're going to be able to just move forward, and the players are all involved in that decision, and so I think we're going to be fine. It's just we need to keep playing and get a little momentum in the season.
You don't have to get into a lot of detail on this, or really any, since you're the one controlling the answer, but how long did it take you and Bob to formulate a plan once the incident happened? Was that a sleepless night? Was it long meetings for the next day or two? What was, I guess, loosely defined, what was the process by which you came to try to figure out how to make sense of this?
Yeah, it was definitely a period of days. I think you just have to go through a process when something like that happens. You don't want to rush to judgment. You want to talk to everyone. You want your team to be involved, and especially your core guys, your veteran leaders, and so that it definitely took 4 or 5 days for us to really sort of sort through everything. And in the end, as Bob and I have both said, there's no right or wrong answer. There's no easy answer. You do what you think is best for the team, and you accept whatever criticism comes your way because it's basically all fair. This is what's happened, and we're going to try to deal with it, and we just move on.
Well, look, obviously it's all big boy stuff. Luckily, there are enough big boys in the room to handle it, that's for sure. Final question on this topic, I promise. Are you any closer today to understanding how or who leaked the video?
No. And that's, that will all stay behind the scenes. So anything that I did know, I would not tell you anyway.
I appreciate the honesty of the answer for sure. Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. So my 1-year-old has a puzzle. It has basically 2 pieces in it. You put it together, congratulations. My 3-year-old has a puzzle with about 4 or 5 pieces in it, 6 pieces in it. As they get older, more pieces will be added for the greater challenge. Are you about to complete the biggest puzzle you have ever had in terms of player minutes distribution? This looks a little ridiculous. This is a 5,000-piece puzzle for you, Steve.
Well, it's good to have options, I can tell you that. I mean, you'd way rather have this issue than the issue of we don't have enough pieces. So we got lots of pieces, and it's it's my job as coach to figure out what that means and how to put them together. It's our staff's job, and I think we've proven over the years with some deep teams that we've been able to handle that. It's not easy. It's not easy for the players. When everyone is healthy and you've got 12 guys, 13 guys who are all capable of playing minutes and who probably deserve minutes, and only 9 or 10 can play. That's hard on 2 or 3 players, and so what we just try to convince our players of is that over the course of 82, it always works out, and it really does, where everyone's going to get a chance, and the whole point is to contribute to something special, and like we did last year, and I think the same thing happened for us last year. You can go down the list, and every single guy really contributed at key moments, and that's what we're looking for this year too.
I know it's near impossible to sell patience to someone who's got youth on their side. How difficult is it for you to sell patience and less of a workload to your veterans?
I think the veterans understand it a little better because a lot of those guys have been part of teams that maybe didn't do that well or weren't that functional, however it is. When you've had a little experience and you realize, all right, we're in a good situation here. We got a chance to win a championship. We're living in the Bay Area. We get to play with this group of guys. There's a sense of perspective. Young guys are, understandably, are just, they're trying to get their careers started, so they're going to be, a little more short-sighted, a little more anxious to accomplish everything right now, and those are all things that we have to factor in when we navigate the season.
How far into the schedule have you tried to at least pencil in nights where somebody's going to get a night off or somebody's going to get reduced minutes just for load management purposes? Do you go very far down into the schedule to do that, with having sort of a rough idea of when you want to play more Klay Thompson or less Klay Thompson, or do you just take it day by day?
We do both. We have a rough draft. Our performance staff actually does that, just based on the schedule. But then as the date grows nearer, then we have information. We have all the data from what we gather from the players in terms of their output, energy-wise, the mileage they're putting on the floor, and so things change. You might have something scheduled, but it may not pan out that way because of circumstances. So you just kind of put together a rough draft before the season starts, and then you adapt accordingly.
How deep is your rough draft right now?
That's the training staff's rough draft. I haven't even looked at it yet, so I haven't even asked Rick. What's the first day? My guess is that the first time we have a back-to-back, that will be a probability that somebody will be sitting. But I don't even know when that first back-to-back happens. I just know that we play Denver tomorrow and Sacramento on Sunday.
It's the 29th and 30th, in case you were needing that information.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here to help.
How much do you miss Mike Brown?
We miss Mike. I mean, he was such a huge part of everything here, and complimented me perfectly. Was always the source or a source of great humor. Mike had this, or has this, amazing personality where he's, he can laugh at himself just, maybe even more loudly than he would laugh at others, and so he's just a really endearing person and also an amazing coach, and so I'm happy for him, and you can tell the Kings are going to be better. He's done a great job with them all preseason. They've looked excellent, playing with a lot of energy. So he's going to do a great job there, but we definitely miss him.
Did you hit the couch with the clicker last night, taking like the full first slate of NBA action? And if you did, what stood out to you?
I didn't. I had an event last night at Berkeley on campus that I attended, and then when I got home, I turned on the two late games, and I caught the last 5 minutes. Two great finishes in Sacramento and in Phoenix, so I was able to catch a little bit. But tonight is definitely a league pass night for me.
Did you wake up anyone in your house like the way Steph was waking up guys and his kids in his house when Damian Lee is dropping in big buckets?
Well, since my wife and I are empty nesters now, there was no one there to wake up, but we were watching, and we were quite excited for Damian. That was pretty cool.
Does she really watch games with you, and how often does she, before she starts looking at you and going, I don't work for the team, I don't need to do this?
She actually enjoys watching. I thought it was getting a little too much a couple of years ago when she walked by the TV, glanced at it for 5 seconds and said, that's defensive 3 seconds. And then the ref called it, and then she just walked off. And I thought, okay, you're going to do that. You're going to do the mic drop, are you? So,
but that's why it works, right? I mean, isn't that why it works?
That's why it works. She knows what she's looking at. She enjoys the games, and she has no problem if I sit there and watch a league pass for a couple of hours. She has no problem sitting there with me. I will say she's not always focused on the game. She might be doing something else, but this is the way it works. She doesn't mind sitting with me, and I'm just surfing league pass. It's a good night.
By the way, when Media Day came around, we had Steve do a little heavy lifting on the top of the hour station identification, making its world debut. Welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
They even produced it, Steve. They even put music under you. Congratulations. What a moment.
It was pretty special. That was one of about 93 cue cards I read, I think. By the way, I wouldn't know what any of those things were, that I said, but I said them. So.
Well, would you like to hear Ray's? Because Ray doesn't understand it either.
No, we don't want to.
No, Ray basically threatens people to download the Odyssey app should you dare to do so.
Yes.
I wanted to ask this, since you brought it up. Given the fact that Margot can not only spot defensive 3 seconds, but also doesn't always focus on the game in front of her, is she an NBA official in your mind?
Now we're wading into fine territory, so I'm just going to laugh at your joke, acknowledge that it was quite funny, and then we're going to move on to the next question.
I mean, that's a mid-season cheap shot question. It's not.
It's not a cheap shot question. I think she could be Ed Malloy in a couple of years.
Steve, when Klay Thompson went out to the TNT set, they talked about a lot of things. I'm no soccer guy at all, but he said that you have a concept that you borrowed from soccer called tiki-taka. What is tiki-taka?
It's a style of play that really revolves on ball control, and Barcelona played. We had a few soccer players in the gym for many years. Barbosa loved to kick the ball around, and I had watched soccer for years, and I was enamored by this story that I read about FC Barcelona, and so I showed some highlights one day, and you know, the whole point is, you know, just keep moving the ball, keep getting open, but possess the ball. And we have so many threats that each pass sort of compromises the defense a little bit more because they keep having to make decisions and move it. And so my philosophy was similar, just, you know, ball movement leads to defensive breakdowns. And so I really connected to that soccer concept that was referred to as tiki-taka. And so the players, I was shocked that Klay remembered that. That was like 5 or 6 years ago, but I'm glad he did. It still resonates. That's cool.
Are you still using that, or have you sort of moved more toward Liverpool's sort of gegenpress? And do you use that with them?
Ray, you are in mid-season form. This is our first interview, and I got to say, you're on your game, so this is impressive.
I can't imagine how less sincere you could be.
Well, to get back to the soccer analogy, you guys know I'm a fan. I really think there are a lot of parallels to the game. I can't claim to be this soccer aficionado, but I love watching, and I see the parallels, and I do think that you know, basketball players who played soccer or hockey or, you know, these field sports where it's similar movements and cutting action and working behind the defense. I think it really translates, and it's always fun. You know, we had Pat Spencer on our team who in preseason. He's going to be in Santa Cruz with our G League team. He's one of the great lacrosse players of all time. Really cool story, and there's no question the game translated. Like, you saw him in preseason, he's back cutting everybody, getting all these layups, throwing these wonderful passes, you know, across court to cutters, and it's really fun to see when one sport sort of translates to the next, and you can visualize that.
Was he a Johns Hopkins guy, Syracuse guy?
Loyola, Maryland.
Ah, all right. Well, Maryland, that's a hotbed for lacrosse.
Yeah, hotbed.
Right. In the time that you've been the head coach of the Warriors, you've seen the game change and sort of evolve more toward the things you believe in the most. How many teams don't do that yet? You don't have to name any of them, but has the revolution finally taken over everybody? Is everybody trying to do this, or are there still some holdouts? Or are there people who've moved past this to something else?
I think, we've been different because our team is built differently. You know, Draymond is so unique. I mean, his best offensive position is point forward. And so, you know, we haven't really been built like a lot of modern teams with a rim running big and, you know, tons of shooting. We've been more top heavy with our shooting. We've had, you know, at one point probably the three greatest shooters on earth, with Kevin and Steph and Klay, but not 7 or 8 3-point shooters on the perimeter, and not a rim running, lob catching big. Now we're sort of trending that way. Interestingly, with James is such a threat. Jordan Poole is such a really good pick and roll player. Dante DiVincenzo. So we're actually, I'd say with our second unit, we're playing a more traditional pick and roll style. But, you know, with guys like Draymond and Andre, Andrew Bogut, David Lee, all these incredible passing wings and bigs, we just felt like, you know, to combine that with Steph and Klay's off-ball movement it just made a lot of sense. But you know, most teams don't have that kind of personnel. Most players like Steph and Clay are one or the other, you know, on ball or off ball. And so it's, you know, it's pretty unique to have the talent that we've had, and we've tried to just play a style that makes that work.
Always great to talk to you, Steve. I know you got to get running, and we'll have an entire year's worth of conversation to get into the nuts and bolts of how this team fits together, the development of your young players, and we look forward to talking to you about all of those topics in the near future. Congrats on the opening night. Congrats on yet another ring and a banner. It was great to see it come together, and we look forward to a year of Warriors hoops for sure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you next week.
There he is, Steve Kerr, here on 95.7 The Game, boogieing to some meeting that he's got, and I just want to golf clap his cell phone. That's the best Steve Kerr cell phone reception we've ever had. If cell phone reception dictates what kind of season the Warriors may have, I'm just saying 81-1 is out there.
I'm just saying he was in the car, so you can thank the car for that, because I think the problem with his cell phone has always been when he's in a hotel room and he's wandering around. And we get
a landline in a hotel room. We go landline. We actually ring the hotel. Yes.
Well,
at least we better. That's because it's
then they must be staying at some really old Hampton Inns.
Yeah, the Warriors' exclusive hotel partner, the O'Connell Lodge.
Yeah.
Anyways, good stuff, and you are on your game. He appreciated you. He had fun with you, Ray.
It's early yet. When you say I can't look forward to the rest of the year doing this, I could just hear his heart sink. Just going, oh God, I got to do 25 more of these.
By the way,
and I do believe that he's going to tell Margot that she could be the next Lauren Holtkamp.
He will probably share the joke with her. It was good.
I mean, if she can pull defensive 3 seconds, it's an indication to me of one of two things. Either she watches a lot, or she's heard him scream it at the television enough times that it's now like a parrot with Tourette's.
It's a trigger for her. She knows.
Yeah,
she can feel it happening.
It's Pavlovian.
By the way, last night, once a Warriors, always a Warriors, Damian Lee in Phoenix. Look, the Mavs got out to an early lead. It looked like that game was going to go to bed, and Phoenix was going to be in that loss column. Another embarrassing loss, even in the Mavericks, until Damian Lee came to save the day.
Lee back to Booker. They better hurry for a shot. Give it to Lee. Lee on the drive. Lee's shot is good. Baseline. Had to put it up over Cleveland. Suns leaded by 2. 7 seconds remain. Doncic with the basketball for Dallas. Lee defending. Doncic a long 3. Won't go.
Ball game? Something close to it anyways. Al McCoy on the Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. One of the true great play-by-play guys out there.
Yeah, I believe his age is 98.7. He's been doing the Suns since before there was sun.
Since before the sun rose in the East.
No, and I'm not a huge fan of his, but the one thing, at his age, I think he's like 87 now. And the best way to tell if a basketball broadcaster is on his game is to listen how his voice and the crowd noise behind him sync up when he's explaining something. And he's still right on it. I mean, he describes the Lee score just as the crowd's erupting. And that means he's not sitting there waiting or working off the monitor.
He's not doing play after play.
Yeah, no, he's still on it. I hate him, the bastard.
You know who is all on that Damian Lee 3? First name Stephen, last name Curry.
Come on! Yeah, Dave! Stick with it! Stick with it! The kids asleep! I don't care! Stick with it! Woo! What?
Give credit where credit is due.
I'm sorry, Candace crying. I woke him up. There you go, D. Lee!
There you go. So someone in the back. Is that Aisha in the back? She's saying
It damn well better be.
I called it. Well, it could have been. Well, I'm guessing Damian Lee's wife at that point is at the game, right? Probably.
I would
maybe.
guess.
I don't know. But anyways, it's a family affair. So I thought maybe, who knows? But she's basically saying, hey, would you do me a favor and pipe down? We got sleeping kids in the house.
Come on! Yeah, Dave! Stick with it! Stick with it! The kids asleep! I don't care! Stick with it! Woo! What?
Give credit where credit is due.
I'm sorry, Candace crying. I woke him up. There you go, D-Lee!
Steve, an empty nester now, of course. But I thought maybe he woke up the dog or something. Steve seems like a dog guy. Steph Curry did wake up his son reacting on Instagram to the Dame Lee game winner.
Does he not have a place where he can watch games in the other wing of the house?
You would think there would be an east wing.
And the fact that he sort of kind of backsassed Aisha for about 5 seconds before he snapped back into programming, that's it. That's an indication that basket actually meant something to him. But I would think, he's got to have a separate house on the grounds for just moments like that. You go watch League Pass in the other house.
In the NBA watching house.
Yeah.
Not the actual main house.
Because I'm kind of on her side here. It's game one.
Monty Poole all over this huge story.
Did you apologize to your son for your outburst last night?
It's my house. He's all right.
Yeah, he talks that now. He wasn't talking it last night.
No, sorry, hon. We need to ask Jillian how she would take this if you did this with Ozzy. Thank you very much for asking, 925. Let me just tell you right now, I'm so afraid of waking up the kid. Not because of my wife's reaction to it, but of the child himself. The last thing I would never wake a sleeping baby. I never knew how much truth there was to that actual wives' tale. Plus, we got some teething going on. So we are basically doping this kid with horse tranquilizer, children's Tylenol, before he goes to bed. He's supposed to get like 10 milligrams. I'm like, bump it up to 15, honey. He's me. He's a Bruce boy. He can handle his drugs.
You are the father of the year. Oh, no. Every moment that a child is asleep is like a mini vacation because they don't sleep nearly enough.
So we need both.
Children need a good solid 8 hours a night and about 10 hours during the day. Because every moment they're awake, you're hitting yourself in the head with a hammer.
It's loud.
It's not just loud. It's they're always in motion. Your life ended the day that Jack began to take his first few steps.
No doubt.
That was it. You're done until he's off to college.
Oh, I'm there's no doubt. There is no doubt.
Yeah, every time you pull into your driveway and get ready to turn the car off and head into the house, you'll feel a facial twitch.
Oh yeah, the summer of Damon is over.
Yeah. Oh no, that children are at their very best when they're inert.
Jose in Mountain View. You're on 95.7 The Game. Jose, what do you got?
Hey, man, you know what was so cool about Lee's going back and forth in that game with the Mavs? Wasn't it him that got into that verbal fight with Luka in the playoffs? And Luka didn't like what he was saying, and some of the boys had to come in and step in and calm Luka down. So if I remember correctly, I thought that was Damian Lee. So for him to come back and just do that to the Mavs and to Luka, that was awesome, man. I just wanted to share that.
Look, it was great. And look, Dame Lee, of course, he was minus 11 in this game, but he knocked down those big shots. But Luka last night, and I don't remember, was the scrapple between Dame Lee and Luka? I don't know. It's like we got so deep into the Celtics in the finals, I kind of forgot about the details of the Dallas Mavericks series.
Well, and in truth, that series didn't last very long.
Plus, I'm just gargling children's Tylenol these days,
Yeah.
So
you have it bad for Luka.
I had a CT problem. Well, look, why wouldn't I have it bad for Luka? No, 35, 9, and 6 last night. He hits one more three, they win. He was 2 of 10 from downtown. Luka's the man. I mean, he really is. He's incredible. He's a bull in a china shop. There's no stopping him, and he plays at his own speed. That, to me, is what makes him so unique. Everyone on an NBA court is running their fanny off to get theirs. He just methodically moves through everything. No matter what the defense is, no matter how many guys you got on him, he wrapped around Devin Booker like a maypole last night and hit a shot while he was falling down. He's at a 45-degree angle and just, I can do that too.
But you know who does that too? It's in a different way, but it's also at his speed and only his speed, is Jokic.
Oh, totally.
Jokic defines the pace of a game because he's going at his speed and everybody has to adjust to that. Because if Doncic is a bull in a china shop, he's basically a bulldozer because you could bump Doncic off his spot from time to time. When Jokic is planted, he's an oak tree.
Yeah.
He leaves only when he wants to. If he wants to spend the rest of the night on the low block and sleep there upright, he's doing it.
Until Margot calls defensive 3 seconds on him.
I think even Margot couldn't get him off the block.
By the way, the best thing I ever heard about Jokic and his game was this. Every single shot he takes, it looks like he's putting a box of cereal back on top of the refrigerator.
Yeah,
keep that in your mind when you watch him tomorrow night. Luka's got, he's like Patrick Mahomes. He's got 65 different arm angles. Doncic either shoots a three, dunks it, or does exactly what I just said. Every single shot is that tiny little right over my head hook where he looks like he's returning a box of cereal to the top of the fridge.
He's like Boban in the what is it? The insurance ad where he's pulling the mayonnaise off the top jar.
Yeah, off the top shelf. Yeah, like at a Costco.
Yeah, I mean, just that's he does what he wants when he wants to, and the most amazing thing of the entire Warrior postseason was the frustration that he got because he wasn't able to do that every time down the floor.
And now with James Wiseman in the building, it's going to just be an interesting wrinkle.
I'm, in all fairness, and I don't mean to be unduly critical, he's going to own Wiseman for 2 years. Just because the things that Jokic teaches you when you're trying to guard him are things that are going to take a long time for anybody to absorb. This is not about any deficiency of Wiseman's. Jokic loves guys who play him straight up.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, look, this is the MVP is supposed to teach the neophyte the lesson.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's going to be a long, painful learning process. The value, though, is that in the end, Wiseman has more cards in his hand than Jokic does.
What type of cereal, Damon? I'm hoping Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Thank you, 650. You know me well. I roll with one cereal and one cereal only. I'm on Team CTC. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. It's the greatest cereal known to man.
Although, I thought you were on Team CBD.
No, well, no, we go right. We're on Team the real stuff.
Yeah, we're not Team Smack.
Yeah,
and not the sugar kind.
Speaking of, what did I eat today? What did you give me, Lucas? What did I have when I got here? What did you have for me? It was so delicious. It reminded me of childhood.
It was a Fruity Pebbles Rice Krispie treat.
A Fruity Pebbles Rice Krispie treat. Is a Rice Krispie treat made with Fruity Pebbles? As the name Fruity Pebbles Rice Krispie treat would indicate.
Yeah, no sugar in that.
No, none at all. Did I mention I might have to have my gallbladder removed? I'm not even kidding.
Can I watch?
Yeah, we'll have you in. You can be like Kramer in the medical theater eating jujubes, and you can lose one in my abdomen.
It's that easy?
That's all it's going to take. Anyway, there you go. Honey Smacks, most underrated cereal ever. Again, this could be a Tuesday trifecta, but
it's not Tuesday.
It's not Tuesday, but we do have some maybe thinking to do a little bit later on a Thinking Man's Thursday. We took it easy on Draymond or on Steve with the Draymond Green questions only because up to his eyeballs would be the only way to describe that.
Well, but the other thing, and I don't mean to interrupt, but the story is no longer what happened back then. It's all ahead of us. And Kerr doesn't know that any more than anybody else does because the future is going to take care of itself. Everybody knows what happened in that practice, and everybody knows what happened after it. The story now is how quickly do the Warriors get past it to the point where it's all just about the games again? Because it took, 3-4 weeks for the Durant thing to play over? To blow over after the night at Staples Center?
I don't even know if it's still totally blown up. I mean, yeah, but I hear.
But you know what I mean. Eventually,
they'll
they'll all realize, if they haven't already, it's really about this stupid 81 games we still have to play. It's not really about that anymore. And if we start putting that ahead of the games in front of us, we're going to lose sight of why we're doing this.
By the way, the postman in Capitola is among the 6 or 7 people who have told me, Damon, it was Kramer eating junior mints, not jujubes. And as a Seinfeld aficionado, you're correct. I am wrong, and I will try to do better. Thank you.
I would never have known.
No, and
I'm proud of it.
Well, you're the guy who doesn't watch TV, doesn't read books, doesn't eat meals.
I do all those things. I just
don't
do the popular stuff because the popular stuff is lame.
Oh, the kids like it. It must be lame.
Yeah.
Did you feel that way about MASH? Did you feel that way about MASH?
The first 2 years was tremendous. Then it became preachy and I lost interest.
Fair enough. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. But that's all I'm giving you from an entertainment standpoint.
You don't even have to give me that.
But I'm gonna. Take it.
Bite me.
Here's the way that a story can just follow you around, though. Like, no matter where you go. Today, Draymond Green was at a tech conference in downtown San Francisco called TechCrunch. And he was asked about Jordan Poole. And then, finds out a way to plug a podcast, too. But he's always working.
If Jordan ever wants to come on the podcast and have that conversation, I will 100% be open to it. I'm not one to hide from things, or run away from situations. And so if he ever wanted to come on and do that, I'd be more than open to it. It's not something that I would try to force on him.
I mean, would you take that interview for the most downloaded, listened to podcast episode of your entire career? Shocker. Of course you would. If you're Jordan Poole, I wonder if you ever do it. I wonder if you'd ever even consider it. By the way, real quick, one more. He did admit, after he told everyone, me doing a podcast right after wouldn't be right. I have to go to, new media dies a little bit in this moment. I got to go to old media to talk this through because I understand that just me telling everyone what happened doesn't carry the weight of actual questions. But he did admit that he did record the podcast we never got.
I did record a podcast. I didn't release it for a couple reasons. One, I was still reeling, and feeling my way through. And once I heard it, I didn't like it. And secondly, is I never want to, I'm in a team sport. I don't want something to come off as I'm doing something for personal gain. Yeah. Now, like I said, the countdown was a totally different thing because that was something that was actively going on. For me to release a podcast and speaking on the Jordan Poole incident that we had in practice, ultimately, the numbers will probably shoot through the roof, right? Because everybody wants to hear and people love controversy. Yeah. And so I never want to do that and look like I'm chasing something for my personal gain. And so that was why I didn't release a podcast on the situation at all. I've spoke about it several times.
By the way, one last note on this, because Steph Curry was asked today, and a little back and forth here with Kerr, about the Draymond documentary that got shown on TNT before the game tipped off the other night. And here's what Curry had to say about that.
How do you think his pregame documentary landed in the locker room when you guys are trying to move past the punch, but it rehashed the punch?
Honestly, I haven't seen it, so I don't know.
Have you heard anything about it?
Nah. Did he say something crazy?
He didn't say anything crazy, but I think the feeling was maybe the timing wasn't right, or maybe it was sympathetic to Draymond.
Yeah, I guess you have to ask. I haven't watched, so I can't really give you. I'm not gonna try to BS an answer. I have no idea how it landed in terms of that. But I mean, he's been in production and the new media stuff, and I'm sure that's not going to end. Hopefully everything is in light of trying to protect the team and make it about what we're trying to do on the floor as the priority. So that's all I got for you on that.
There you go. I mean, I'm not saying Steph is over Draymond, but he's obviously over this subject and talking about it. And maybe there is a little, Draymond back in the day, I would have sought out what he was working on because I'm entertained by him. But I don't know if that exists anymore. And again, yesterday, Anthony Slater told us this.
There's iciness. I mean, there's no way around it. It's pretty obvious. And at this point, I'm not saying it can't change. And Draymond Green's belief, I would assume, is that his play will change the situation. But at this point, he feels a little bit isolated in the locker room. And I guess that was part of him coming back, is they were going to isolate him for however long until they felt the situation changed. But that's certainly 2 weeks in, or however long it's been. It doesn't feel like it's thought out very much.
Wait a minute. So you're telling me that it was a team strategy to kind of give him the silent treatment?
No, I think he meant, at least what I heard anyway, that it's just they're not as free just talking about it because there's still tension in the air.
Right.
I don't think they're refusing to talk to him or making him sit in the corner. I just think there's less sort of
chumminess.
Yeah, just towel slapping,
right,
giggly.
Be like when I would bring home a terrible report card. It would take about 10 days to 2 weeks for my parents to warm back up to me.
Man, I denounce their lack of stamina. No, I think they're probably. I don't think it's frostiness as much as it is just sort of. I could say something, lighten the mood, but I don't much feel like it.
I have never felt as much of a separation between Draymond and the Warriors than this moment. But again, both sides are saying like, "Hey, look, we're trying to win a title," and we all know like. If a title is won, if a playoff run happens and Draymond Green is awesome in it, we're going to be talking plenty about that and probably wanting to interview him post-game after he shuts down Jokic in a big win in Denver or something like that. So circumstances can change is all I'd say, but they are a little odd right now.
And look, hopefully we don't have to wait till a game in Denver for Draymond to go about showing you his value, shutting down a guy like Jokic. That could happen tomorrow night. And it'll go a long way, again, to just moving on, getting into the damn season, like the question you asked Steve about. Just moving on. That's what it's time to officially do. And for those of you who are asking here, why didn't you ask Steve Kerr about this frostiness in the locker room? Because here is Steve's answer. No frostiness. There's no way he would have.
No.
When it comes to in the locker room questions, I don't think Steve will ever be as in the defensive posture he'll be in this year after all that's happened. What is in his locker room is going to stay in his locker room if it's up to him to keep it in there.
And the truth is, for the most part, he doesn't spend a ton of time in there. He grew up in an era in which the players were in their locker room and the coach wasn't. Coach would be there for a pregame talk. He'd be there at halftime. But otherwise, he left the adults to be the adults. And I believe that's how he's run this team as well. So he would have the automatic out of saying, I'm not in the locker room that much, so I can't speak to that. And if I could speak to that, I wouldn't speak to that.
From the 650 on the Xfinity mobile text line, Damon, what do you think Uncle Colin thinks about his podcaster? I think Colin Cowherd might have felt it move in his pants a little when he saw the TMV video come out, because there's no such thing as bad publicity to someone who's looking for as much publicity for his volume network as Colin Cowherd is. He wants as much attention paid to Draymond Green as humanly possible. And you could say that the Draymond Green attention meter reached peaks that it is yet to ever reach. Now, I don't know if Draymond had ever been a global topic until about 3 weeks ago. And he became one. He absolutely became one, because every sports fan weighed in on it. What do you think of that? Apply it to the team that you root for and the sport that you care about. What do you think of that? It's a conversation that every single sports fan had.
Well, look, this is not an equivalency But there's a parallel between this and the Latrell Sprewell, PJ Carlesimo incident, in that nobody really thought about either one of them very much, even though they were names in the NBA, until that happened.
Right.
And
Now
then
Leslie Stahl is doing the interview.
Yeah, and then at that point, it's on the CBS Evening News.
60 Minutes.
Yeah, the whole, it was news that night nationally.
Yeah.
Not ESPN news, it was news.
Right. Dan Rather on.
Yeah. It's so, beyond the pale that it had to be. It had everything that your modern day news director wants in a story. A name, soundbite, film, and violence.
If it bleeds, it leads. From the 206, if Steve Kerr were Jack Del Rio, then Damon would ask him hardball questions. Stop being a fanboy. All right, first of all, Steve Kerr is excellent. The only grade you could assign him in terms of letter grades is A+. It's the only grade that he qualifies for, where Jack Del Rio was a massive loser who had huge problems on the offensive side of the ball and fired his defensive coordinator. Or maybe it was the other way around. Who cares? And by the way, Jack got squirmy under the heat. Not me. And Steve doesn't deserve the heat. If the Warriors screw it up to the point where we're talking about his competency to do the job, we'll turn the heat up. But until then, Ray, wouldn't you say that Steve is at the very least like an 8 out of 10 as a head coach? I mean, the guy has been in the league now, he got the job in 2014. It's his 9th season as a head coach, and he's already been officially added to the 15 greatest coaches in NBA history list. He hasn't even had a decade on the job. To say he's crushed it would be an insult to the concept of crushing it.
He didn't answer my Ed Malloy question, so I'm not in a mood to defend him at this point.
No, all you tough guys would run up to Steve Kerr and ask for an autograph.
They get to have their worldview. The point is, this story is now 2.5 weeks old. If we want to know what Steve Kerr thinks about what happened then, we have tons of sound bites on it. I wanted to ask questions about the now and about the going forward. I don't have to rehash something that happened 2.5 weeks ago.
Have you heard anyone else in the media ask him about the ongoing investigation, a question which he did sidestep, but we asked? But we weren't going to pump a well. Somebody says Steve is an accidental success. Oh, come on. Come on. Positioned greatly? Sure. Great team around him? Yeah. Find me the successful coach without that. There aren't any. There is not a single professional, successful coach in any sport winning titles without an awesome team. Duh. Come on. Come on. Here's something, though. You want to explore the multiverse? I do have a question. You know what I would like to see to sort of run the experiment that this person's saying that Steve is an accidental success? Oh, by the way, Steve would be the first to tell you how lucky he was, that he is not some singular great coach, one of the 15 greatest of all time. He just happened to walk into a team and make sure that they had enough about them to become one of the not even 15 greatest NBA teams of all time. The Warriors are a top 3 NBA team of all time, whichever team you'd like to pluck from their bouquet of championships under Steve Kerr. That team is a monster just based on pace of play and how they play, measured against all the history of the NBA. Anyway, the Kerr to the Knicks multiverse is something to me that I do think would be absolutely fascinating to see, knowing what we know about him and obviously knowing what we know about the Knicks. Maybe he would simply be completely crushed by their decades long of incompetence and bad decisions, and he would have left the sport to be a Buddhist monk by now. Maybe that would have been a reality. I'm not sure what kind of team he would have had. There's so much dysfunctional energy that comes around the Knicks that it would come at him like a headlight on a train coming out of a tunnel. Like there's no stopping Knicks screwing it up. However, Steve Kerr would have brought Steve Kerr to the table. And all that Steve Kerr-ness with him. Credibility, stability, respect, cooperation. All the well-intended Steve Kerr that you hear every week with us or any interview or any time he opens his mouth anywhere. It would have been fascinating to see who would have rubbed off on the other more. Steve Kerr's completely indisputable functionality when it comes to managing people, or the dysfunctionality of the New York Knicks. It would have been amazing to see how that scale actually balanced out.
I have no doubt that he would have been destroyed, because the dysfunctionality of the New York market and the Knicks front office in particular would undercut most of his strengths. He wouldn't have the values of Bob Myers to bounce ideas off of.
Bob would be a huge missing piece for sure.
He would be working for people, not with people.
There'd be some of that for sure.
No, there'd be a lot of that. And he'd be working for an owner who isn't winning obsessed as much as he is attention obsessed. Everything the Knicks are is everything the Warriors are not.
I would agree with you there. But look, remember...
And he would not be able to function in that kind of atmosphere because he is, at his very heart, a fierce competitor who doesn't like to be told by people who aren't as smart as him that they're smarter than he is. He failed as a general manager in Phoenix because of that same dynamic.
Well, and we also know that Sarver is about...
That's my point.
A monster too. But let me just riddle me this, Batman. He did have a rabbi. You say you can't remove things from the timeline. Remember, the guy who was trying to hire him was Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson does know something about teams and success in basketball, and he and Steve Kerr might have presented a formidable duo together to just restore some normalcy to the Knicks. I mean, I'll tell you, he would have had guys like Frank Isola eaten out of the palm of his hand. He would have quashed some of that New York constant media anger just by his Steve Kerr-ness, and that alone could have changed just the temperature of the room enough to just change the room. It would be fascinating. I don't think that you can say it would have absolutely killed him instantly. There was no hope.
No, I'll tell you why I can't say that.
Because a guy like, Van Gundy, he had a level of success with the Knicks. A guy like Pat Riley had a level of success with the Knicks. So,
but it was short-lived because he found that Dolan was not only meddlesome, but wasn't willing to listen to other people. And two, don't forget, Phil Jackson did not last very long in New York for the very same reason. You cannot make a bad owner into a good one.
I agree with you.
And if you have a bad owner, you don't get to win.
But you also yesterday just said that owners aren't responsible for winning. So which is it?
Well, no, but they are responsible. They can be very responsible for losing.
They set the tone for the entire organization.
They can be very responsible for losing. They can get in the way of every good intention. The Warriors win. Joe Lacob is part of that, but he's not the reason they win. He could be the reason they lose if he wanted to be Jimmy Dolan. That's my point.
His commitment financially is a big part of the reason why
his commitment financially is part of it. I just said you got to cover all the checks, you got to hire the right people, and you got to get out of the way. The Knicks will spend, but they don't get out of the way and they don't hire the right people.
Damon, where's your rabbi from Ernie and Concord? By the way, I still email the Beverly Hills rabbi, and he is now the Teaneck rabbi in New Jersey. He lives with his family, so it's nice. By the way, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. When we come on back, we're going to do some thinking. You've all been warned.
At BMW of Fairfield, our guests work with one client advisor through the entire transaction. No handoffs to multiple car salesmen. No waiting for a finance manager to take you to a back room. Client advisors at BMW of Fairfield are thoroughly trained in every aspect of the process, so they can lead you efficiently and effectively through the purchase from start to finish. There is a better way. Experience it for yourself at BMW of Fairfield. One price, one person, 1 hour.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Attention, guys. By now, you should know that when it comes to male enhancement pills, most of these contain the same ingredients that are repackaged over and over again. Why take the same old when you can perform in the bedroom with confidence at the highest level? That's why Noxitril needs to be on your bedstand. If you thought that the little blue pill works well, wait till you try Noxitril. It's like Viagra on steroids. Thousands of men each week have switched from that prescription blue pill to Noxitril. That's because Noxitril is automatic. No need to worry anymore. When it's time to perform, we've got this. Explosive results you can count on with no side effects, no stuffy nose. We want every man to try Noxitril, so call now and take advantage of our special free bottle offer today. Oh, and as a reminder, please use the Noxitril dose as directed. It's that strong.
Call right now and get your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 800-486-1608. It's like Viagra on steroids. Improve your sex life with your free supply. Call 800-486-1608. That's 1-800-486-1608.
Alice at 97.3 is celebrating the return of Alice in Winterland. Friday, December 2nd at the SAP Center in San Jose. Starring John Mayer. One Republic.
See you at Alice in Winterland.
Matt Nathanson. Plus more to be added. Tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Get everything Alice in Winterland at radioalice.com.
That's the sound of a crack in the ceiling found at a home inspection. But with a Realtor by your side, a newfound leak might only cause minor worries. With their expertise, a Realtor can suggest a credit at closing and even connect you to a contractor to help you shore up that leak and alleviate your worries. When it comes to cracks in your plans, the expertise of a Realtor can make all the difference. The difference between an agent and a Realtor is real. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
Hey guys, this is Keenan Thompson. I have a problem with you. Yes, you. None of y'all told me that AutoTrader has millions of new and used cars that I can shop from home. I thought we were friends. I put smiles on your face, but I'm not smiling. No one told me that with AutoTrader, a dealer can deliver cars to my home or that I could shop by price on AutoTrader. No one. Consider this friendship that you just learned we had officially over. Finally, it's easy. AutoTrader.
Let me guess. Unknown caller?
You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
We're all on this planet together, so join Odyssey and find your one thing. After Halloween, your used jack-o'-lantern and other gourds are great additions to any compost pile. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow. What's your one thing?
Here's what happened today on The Game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Think about Andy Reid and what we think about Kyle Shanahan now. If Shanahan wins that Super Bowl, there is no talk about Shanahan moving on.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
The Warriors aren't over this. They are so very firmly and clearly not over this.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
The fact that Harbaugh played quarterback in the NFL gives him a natural advantage to develop a quarterback ahead of a guy like Kyle Shanahan, who was a wide receiver in college, and that's it.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Bears are on your Monday night schedule this week.
Can we get that game flexed out of the country? I mean, I'd swap that baby out for a CFL game.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So you go ahead and you text the word Warriors to 20357. You hit the subscribe button, and everything that we do is Warriors related. It goes right there, including the Steve Kerr interview that we just did. And by the way, that is part of the best of 95.7 The Game today, coming up in just a moment here at 6 o'clock. Our conversation earlier with Samson Ebukam is also there. We had Michael Zagaris, great sports photographer, on with us for a really, really interesting conversation all the way back in our first hour. You can find it all on the Odyssey app. And thanks so much to those three guests for joining us today. Ray, you didn't make any of them angry, so congratulations. It's a win.
It's early yet.
It is very early in the season. We have a little thinking, I've been told, that we dare do this Thursday afternoon. It's ridiculous. No wonder why the prime minister didn't work out over there. She probably heard that and was like, I quit.
If only it were that easy.
Congrats on the baby, Spadoni, by the way.
Congrats. Is that I always thought that was Kyle.
No, that's Spadoni. It's hard to tell. It's such a great accent.
I honestly thought it was someone directly from Sussex. Anyway, what do we... What did Sussex? That's in England, right?
No, it is.
That right?
No. I wasn't mocking you. It's just the idea that anybody has ever spoken with that accent, because that's not a discernible accent that comes from anywhere in England.
It comes from Spadoni Land,
which I believe is a small asteroid that orbits the Earth in an irregular circle.
All orbits are irregular, technically, right? Anyway, let's go ahead. There is no perfectly circular orbit. What are you, a pig?
I mean, the Astros mascot's pretty circular. His name's Orbit.
You know what? I think you might have just jinxed the Houston Astros.
Unbelievable.
Put a lot of money on the Yankees.
That mascot.
Oh no! Wait a minute. It's
really good right there.
It is very nice.
Thank you.
3-0, by the way. Orbit. So the Astros are in head.
Put the Yankees with runners at second and third and nobody out.
Right. You're not allowed to do play-by-play. It violates the name, image, and likeness.
Well, the following people can bite me. The
There you
Houston
go.
Astros, the New York Yankees, Rob Manfred, Major League Baseball, and TBS.
On that note, Lucas, what are we thinking about?
On the subject of Christian McCaffrey, Tim Kawakami, Ray's guy, wrote today. Here's a little passage. I'm going to do a little reading in this segment for you.
Uh-oh.
I checked around a bit. This is, again, Tim Kawakami, The Athletic. I checked around a bit. I think there's little doubt that Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are intrigued by the idea of acquiring McCaffrey to electrify a 49ers offense that is not exactly lighting up the scoreboard or statistical categories to start this season. And I think McCaffrey's camp is probably quite interested in the possibility too. What do you think about that?
All in. Yeah, I mean, I would rather have what's left of Christian McCaffrey than whatever might be produced by the draft pick you'd have to trade for him. I would absolutely be interested. I think he would be fascinating in Kyle's offense. It would open things up that no current running back on this team, Elijah Mitchell included, could possibly open it up. You're adding a running back and a wide receiver that is a running back first, wide receiver second, unlike Deebo Samuel. I think it would be fascinating. Yes on Christian McCaffrey.
Let me be the downer. What are you giving up for him? It's going to be more in a draft choice. By the way, they don't have many draft choices of any quality to give.
Well, that's the thing. So you're going in the future. We're starting with a 2. Starting with a 2 and a 4. I mean, here's the thing. Players always get less in return than I expect. Like, that's the one thing that seems to be I'm bad at guesstimating on. Like, I'll tell you that, for that guy, you're going to have to give up 4 draft picks, and it turned up you only gave up 2.
I have heard that the asking price is a first rounder.
So a first rounder in 2024 would be the next available first rounder, right? Because this year's first rounder has already been
boomed out.
Exactly, for Trey. So here's the deal. If given his salary and injury history, if the Carolina Panthers can get any team in football to cough up a first rounder for Christian McCaffrey, I would suggest they do so. I don't think that offer is waiting for them anywhere. That's a game of chicken that I would play.
I think there is somebody out there who would do that for that guy. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is an elite running back because of the things that he can do as a pass catcher. So I think he's priced out of the 49ers' immediate resource list. I don't think they have enough to get him.
Somebody said, don't forget his dad, Ed McCaffrey, played for the Niners. I mean, he had a cup of coffee with the Niners, but to me, he's a Bronco.
Well, that's great if he's trading for Ed McCaffrey.
Right, but here's the deal. Ed McCaffrey is literally Kyle Shanahan's spirit animal. When Ed McCaffrey was in Denver, Shanahan Sr. was coaching that team. Kyle was around them all the time. He would go on to wear Christian McCaffrey's number in the cup of coffee that he got at Texas. Kyle Shanahan sweats the McCaffrey family. He's got a lot of respect for him. So maybe, just maybe, that would be the reason to go all in with a future first rounder. But if I'm the Panthers, honestly, how about this? If I can get a first rounder in the next draft, that would sound a lot better to me than a first rounder 2 drafts from now. So that would certainly price the Niners out.
My point is not that Kyle Shanahan would want Christian McCaffrey and would use everything he could to get him. It's that the Carolina Panthers, they just fired their coach. They just fired their general manager. And their new guy is not going to say, I'll give up one of my best assets for a draft pick down the road. I don't see how that makes any sense for Carolina at all.
Unless they're just stripping it all down, rebuild. I mean, there are different ways to go about this, trying to hang on to what you got, or just admitting, hey, we don't got enough, and we're gonna tear it down to the studs and start over.
Yeah, but if you're going to tear it down to the studs, you don't give away your best asset for a future pick. You get one right now.
Right, and that's
my point.
That would hurt. So there you go. I think we have officially covered it all today. What an outstanding broadcast this truly was. Hopefully, I don't have another transformer going out in my neighborhood tonight, and I can go full clicker central. We got a tie NBA game, 55-all, Milwaukee, Philadelphia, so that'll be mid-4th quarter by the time I get home. Hey, the Yankees brought 2 home. It's 3-2 Houston right now. That game's in the top of the 4th, so We got playoff baseball. We have the NBA back on. And if you'd like to burn your eyes out, Thursday Night Football on Amazon. So enjoy, everyone.
Sports Equinox. You got everything going on today. NHL, Sharks playing right now. You also have college football.
Christian McCaffrey for Draymond Green is the proposed trade here coming from the 510. That probably doesn't get it done. But thank you for suggesting that. And thank you to all of our guests today. Lucas, Grandy, Ratto, great stuff from all of you. I'm Damon. Good night. Sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Hi, this is Stephanie from Safeway with great news. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations. Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/for you. This is Stephanie from Safeway, and we'll